Lung Rushuang led Lin Fan to the Lin family's martial arena. Many disciples of the Lang clan were cultivating there. Some were practicing martial techniques, others were sparring with one another, and the scene was bustling with activity. Lung Rushuang's arrival drew many gazes. After all, she rarely came to this kind of place. However, most of them had little interaction with Lung Rushuang, so after a single glance they returned to their own business. At that moment, a young woman quickly walked up to stand before Lung Rushuang. "Sister Rushuang, how do you have time to come to the martial arena today? You usually never come to a place like this. Could it be because of this young master?" Before Lung Rushuang could answer, she had already shifted her gaze onto Lin Fan. "Young master, who are you? You look rather unfamiliar." As she spoke, she could not help but size Lin Fan up from head to toe. Fearing she would offend Lin Fan, Lung Rushuang hurriedly spoke up to stop her. "Rumei, do not be rude. This young master is an honored guest of our Lin family." After speaking, Lung Rushuang hastily introduced Lin Fan. "This is my younger clansister, Lung Ruming. Her temperament is rather lively and unrestrained. I hope benefactor will not hold it against her." Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile. "It's fine, I'm not that petty." As he spoke, he secretly probed Lung Ruming's information. Name: Lung Ruming, age 23, aptitude Saint grade, low tier, cultivation late Chi Si realm. After reading Lung Ruming's information, Lin Fan thought to himself, her strength is not bad. Within a saint level power, she would count as a top tier genius. Back then, when he was 30, he had still been stuck at the perfected body tempering realm. Had the system not appeared, he would likely have remained stalled at the Kaiyuan realm for the rest of his life. Now, after several decades with the system's assistance, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the Saint King realm. Through this recent period of cultivation, he had even broken through to the third level of the Saint King realm. Such cultivation speed could be said to be unprecedented on the Shen-Tian continent. Even Xiao Zian, who possessed a saint body, had spent over 2,000 years to cultivate to the Saint King realm. From the first to the 9th level of the Saint King realm had cost her another 1,000 years. To advance her strength in the Saint Emperor realm was even more difficult. Of course, Lin Fan and his women were exceptions to this rule. Lung Ruming, however, had no idea that her personal information had already been laid bare before Lin Fan's eyes. Seeing Lung Rushuang address Lin Fan as benefactor, Lung Ruming could not help showing a look of astonishment. "Sister Rushuang, what is going on? Why are you calling him benefactor? Wait, could it be that this young master can cure your cold poison?" As she spoke, Lung Ruming stared at Lin Fan with eyes opened wide. If that were truly the case, would that not mean this young master possessed a saint body? This was a saint body. So long as he did not fall midway, there would be little problem in cultivating to the quasi-emperor realm. Even the legendary great emperor realm was not beyond reach. Thinking of this, the look in her eyes toward Lin Fan unconsciously gained a hint of reverence. Lung Rushuang herself had not expected Lung Ruming to grasp the key point in one leap. Lung Rushuang glanced at Lin Fan, and upon seeing him give a slight nod, she finally smiled and said, "Ruming, your guess is correct. Benefactor truly can resolve my cold poison." Receiving a definite answer, Lung Ruming was instantly overjoyed. "That's wonderful. Sister Rushuang, your hardships are finally at an end. I truly feel happy for you." "Then I must thank you, little sister Ruming." "You're welcome," Lung Ruming replied with a beaming smile, then turned her gaze back to Lin Fan. "Young master, from now on I'll just call you brother-in-law." Hearing this, Lung Rushuang hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Ruming, what are you saying?" "Sister Rushuang, did I say something wrong? Since this young master is helping you resolve your cold poison, the two of you are naturally going to be husband and wife. If I don't call him brother-in-law, then what should I call him?" At her words, Lung Rushuang was momentarily speechless. It was not that she disliked the title, but she was afraid Lin Fan might be displeased. Seeing Lung Rushuang stay quiet, Lung Ruming turned to Lin Fan and asked, "Young master, tell me, shouldn't I call you brother-in-law?" Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, you should call me brother-in-law." "See, Sister Rushuang, brother-in-law has agreed, yet you're still shy." "Honestly, fine, call him whatever you like," Lung Rushuang replied, feigning annoyance. Although she spoke that way, Lung Rushuang's heart was filled with joy. Since Lin Fan was willing to let Lung Ruming address him as brother-in-law, it meant he had already accepted her. Thinking of this, she gazed at Lin Fan with eyes brimming with affection. Seeing this, Lung Ruming could not help curling her lips. "All right, I won't disturb your little world for two anymore. I'm going to cultivate my martial techniques." With that, Lung Ruming dashed away. Watching her leave so abruptly, Lung Rushuang hurried to explain to Lin Fan. "Benefactor Ruming's temperament is just like that. Please don't take it to heart." Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. "It's fine. Her personality is rather adorable." Seeing that Lin Fan did not blame her, Lung Rushuang let out a sigh of relief. Aside from her two elder brothers among her peers in the family, Lung Rumming was the only one she was truly close to. Naturally, she did not wish for Lin Fan to hold any ill will toward this younger clan sister of hers. Let's go, benefactor, I'll take you around to see some other places. Very well. After that, Lung Rushuang led Lin Fan around many places. Only when Lung Xuanqing called them to eat did they finally stop. Young master, we did not have time to prepare today, so our hospitality is somewhat lacking. Patriarch Lung, you are too polite. This entire table of dishes is hardly ordinary, so how could it be called lacking in hospitality? I'm really not that picky about food. What Lung Xuanqing called ordinary was anything but. All of this demonic beast meat came from high-level demonic beasts. Even the vegetables were all high-grade spiritual produce. Clearly Lung Xuanqing had put a great deal of thought into this meal. Seeing how easygoing Lin Fan was, Lung Xuanqing also breathed a sigh of relief. He had truly been afraid that Lin Fan would be dissatisfied. The cost of tonight's meal was indeed high, but much depended on who the guest was. In Lung Xuanqing's view, Lin Fan definitely came from an emperor-level power. Within a saint-level force, this banquet would have been considered top tier. Yet, among emperor-level powers, it was far too ordinary. Seeing that her father still wanted to say more, Lung Rushuang hurriedly cut him off. All right, father, it's time to eat. We can talk about other matters after we finish. Yes, let's eat first. The dishes won't taste good once they're cold, Lung Xuanqing said with a hearty laugh. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lung Xuanqing pulled Lin Fan aside to chat for a while. In the end, Lung Xuanqing solemnly entrusted Lung Rushuang to Lin Fan. Young Master Guyue, I must entrust Xuanger to you. With Lin Fan's background being far too formidable, Lung Xuanqing did not dare address him by name directly. Uncle Lung, rest assured, I will take good care of Rushuang, Lin Fan replied. From this day forth, Rushuang will no longer be tormented by the cold poison within her. Not only that, under my guidance her cultivation will also advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing that his daughter's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, Lung Xuanqing could not contain his excitement. He knew Lin Fan would never joke about such matters. After steadying his emotions, Lung Xuanqing did not wish to waste any more time. He immediately urged Lin Fan, Young Master Gua, you and Xuanger should go rest first and clear the cold poison from her body as soon as possible. In the past, the cold poison in Xuanger's body would flare up every deep night. I no longer wish to see her suffer such torment. Hearing this, Lin Fan also had no intention of delaying. Naturally, he too did not wish to see Lung Rushuang continue to suffer such agony. Xuanger, let us go, he said. All right, benefactor, please come with me. Lung Rushuang replied softly. Watching the two figures depart, Lung Xuanqing felt an immense sense of comfort in his heart. Xuanger is finally saved, he thought. Fortunately, I attended that auction back then, otherwise I would never have met young Master Guyue, he mused. I only hope young Master Guyue will always treat Xuanger well. Beyond that, I dare not ask for more. Just as Lung Xuanqing finished sighing to himself, the elders of the Lung clan arrived before him. We greet the patriarch, they said. Lung Xuanqing nodded slightly to them. Lung Xuanqing inclined his head to them and asked, I do not know why you have come to seek me at this time. Patriarch, we heard that a guest has arrived in the clan. We wish to know his origins and where he is now, one elder said. These elders had originally been in seclusion when they suddenly heard that a mysterious guest had come to the clan. More importantly, this guest was personally accompanied by the patriarch Lung Xuanqing himself. Lung Xuanqing had even behaved with great deference before this guest. Thus the elders had agreed to come together to inquire about the situation. However, from the look of things now, it seemed they were a step too late. The mysterious guest had already departed. Enough, put away your petty schemes, Lung Xuanqing said. This guest is someone you cannot afford to offend. No, he is someone our entire Lung clan cannot afford to offend. So I advise you not to provoke him, or you will bear the consequences yourselves. Hearing these words, the elders exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, the great elder stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Lung Xuanqing. Patriarch, please at least reveal some information to us, so that we may have some sense of things, he said. The other elders remained silent, their gazes fixed intensely upon Lung Xuanqing. I do not know the precise origins of this young master, Lung Xuanqing replied. But at that auction back then, he did not even place imperial-level forces in his eyes. Thus I am certain that he must hail from an imperial-level power. Hiss! On hearing that Lin Fan came from an imperial-level power, all the elders drew in sharp breaths of cold air. Even if Lin Fan were only an ordinary disciple of such a power, he would still be someone they could not afford to offend. Thinking of the fact that Lin Fan had been able to participate in the Xinghe auction, they were certain his status within that imperial-level faction was anything but simple. "Patriarch, may we know where this young master is now? We wish to pay him a visit," one elder said. Encountering such a grand figure, they naturally did not wish to miss the opportunity. If they could establish a connection with Lin Fan, it would be nothing but beneficial to them. "Enough, put away those little thoughts of yours," Leng Xuanqing admonished. "At this moment the young master is clearing the cold poison from Rushuang's body. You must not disturb him. As for whether he is willing to see you, I will ask on your behalf when the time comes. If the young master does not wish to meet you, then you had best behave yourselves. Should you bring trouble upon the clan, you will bear the consequences yourselves." Upon hearing that Lin Fan was clearing the cold poison from Leng Rushuang, the elders' eyes widened once more. As for the latter part of Leng Xuanqing's warning, they directly ignored it. "Patriarch, did you say that this young master is currently clearing the cold poison from Rushuang?" one elder asked. "Could it be that this young master possesses the pure Yang sacred body, or the 9 Yang sacred body?" Leng Xuanqing nodded slightly at these words. As for exactly which physique Lin Fan possessed, he had no intention of saying. "Enough, it is enough that you know of this, but you must keep a tight rein on your tongues." Seeing the grave look on Leng Xuanqing's face, the elders all nodded in succession. "Patriarch, rest assured we understand what can and cannot be said. We will never speak of this," they replied. They were not fools. The other party came from an imperial-level power, and more importantly, he possessed a sacred body. Such a figure would definitely be a core member within an imperial-level faction. If they were to offend such a person, he could erase them at any time. Therefore, they would never dare to reveal any information about Lin Fan. Seeing that they were so sensible, Leng Xuanqing nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have any other matters? If not, I shall go rest," he said. "Patriarch, please go rest, we have no further matters," they replied. Now that they knew of Lin Fan's background, they had no desire to linger here any longer. Leng Xuanqing no longer concerned himself with them, and turned away, leaving the hall. After he had departed, the other elders all shifted their gazes to the Great Elder. "Great Elder, what should we do next?" one asked. "Everyone, this is not a place for idle discussion. Let us leave here first and then talk," the Great Elder replied. "Very well," the others agreed. Before long, in one of the Leng clan's palaces, these elders gathered together once again. After a brief silence, the Great Elder seated at the head finally spoke. "What do you all think of what the Patriarch just said? Do you believe that the guest who came today truly hails from an imperial-level power?" he asked. "Great Elder, I do not think the Patriarch would joke about such matters," one elder replied. The Great Elder did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze toward the Second Elder. "Second Elder, you accompanied the Patriarch to the auction back then," he said. "Did you see this young master at that time?" The Second Elder shook his head. "Great Elder, I did not see this young master," he answered. "However, if the Patriarch is referring to that particular auction, then I can roughly guess who this person is," the Second Elder continued. He then recounted what Lin Fan had done at the auction. When the Second Elder finished his account, everyone present wore expressions of sudden realization. "So it seems this young master is indeed from an imperial-level power," they concluded. "Otherwise he could not possibly have offended so many imperial-level powers and still come to no harm," one elder said. "More importantly, he has now arrived here safe and sound. This alone is enough to show that there must be a powerful expert guarding him," another elder added. After hearing the Second Elder's analysis, the elders present all grew more solemn. After a while, the Great Elder could not help but sigh. "It seems we can only wait. If this young master is unwilling to see us, then there is nothing we can do," he said. "We can only do so," the others agreed. Lin Fan had already arrived at Leng Ruoshuang's residence. The room was decorated in a very festive manner, clearly arranged by Leng Xianchen's subordinates beforehand. Lin Fan glanced at Leng Ruoshuang's favorability towards him, which had already exceeded 80. Seeing Lin Fan staring at her, Leng Ruoshuang looked a bit puzzled. "Is there something dirty on my face, benefactor?" she said while wiping her face. Lin Fan chuckled. "Don't worry, there's nothing dirty on your face. The main reason is that my Ruoshuang is very beautiful. I was captivated by her beauty." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Leng Ruoshuang's cheeks flushed. "Benefactor, I'm not as good as you say." At this moment she felt both happy and a bit shy. "All right, don't be shy anymore. Remember to call me husband from now on. Don't call me benefactor anymore." "Okay, husband," Leng Ruoshuang shyly called out. "That's more like it. Ruoshuang, close your eyes for a moment. I'll take you to a place." Lung Ruoshuang obediently closed her eyes. Although she had many questions in her heart, she did not ask further. Next, Lin Fan set up a barrier in the room, then took Lung Ruoshuang into the divine sky realm. Ruoshuang, you can open your eyes now. Upon hearing this, Lung Ruoshuang slowly opened her eyes. She was utterly shocked by the scene before her. Before her was a vast sea of flowers. Just moments ago she was still in her own boudoir, and in the blink of an eye she found herself in a flower sea. Seeing Lung Ruoshuang lost in thought, Lin Fan did not disturb her. After a while, Lung Ruoshuang finally came back to her senses, and quickly pulled Lin Fan to ask, "Husband, what place is this?" "This is a world controlled by me." Without waiting for Lung Ruoshuang to ask further, Lin Fan simply explained his identity and the situation of the small world to her. After listening to Lin Fan's explanation, Lung Ruoshuang stood there in a daze. She never expected that there would actually be independent small worlds in this world. Especially the time flow here, which was 20 times faster than the outside world. Living in the small world was equivalent to having a lifespan 20 times longer. Such a heaven-defying existence was simply shocking. Over the years, Lung Ruoshuang had been reluctant to cultivate because the higher her cultivation, the faster the cold poison would erupt. Thus, she spent most of her time studying ancient texts, hoping to find a way to break the 9 absolute veins. Hence, she had read quite a few ancient texts. Lung Ruoshuang was certain that the divine wasteland realm absolutely did not possess such small worlds. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Fan with admiration and said, "Husband, are you perhaps a reincarnated immortal?" "You can think of it that way." Since everyone had already recognized him as a reincarnated immortal, he did not feel the need to elaborate. "I didn't expect you to really be a reincarnated immortal. It seems I've struck it rich." With Lin Fan's affirmative answer, Lung Ruoshuang was overjoyed. "Ruoshuang, I will first remove the cold poison from your body. Once the cold poison is eliminated, I will introduce you to the other sisters, and they can take you around this small world." Hearing about the other sisters, Lung Ruoshuang was not surprised. As the head of the family, how could Lin Fan not have wives and concubines? However, soon a trace of worry appeared on Lung Ruoshuang's face. "Husband, will my sisters dislike me?" As the daughter of the head of the Lung family, she was accustomed to many schemes. Now she was only at the initial stage of the opening Yuan realm. If Lin Fan's other wives targeted her, she would have no ability to resist. She could not think that Lin Fan's women were simple characters. Their strength was certainly greater than hers. "Ruoshuang, you don't need to worry about this. They are very easy to get along with. Moreover, I have already informed them about your situation. When they heard that you have the 9 absolute veins, they felt very sympathetic and insisted that I must cure you as soon as possible." "Husband, is what you said true? Did my sisters really ask you to help me with treatment?" To be honest, Lung Ruoshuang found it hard to believe Lin Fan's words. "Of course it's true." "All right, Ruoshuang, don't dwell on this issue anymore. You will know soon." "Okay, husband." After a night passed, Lung Ruoshuang was sound asleep. The cold poison in her body had been completely eliminated by Lin Fan. Moreover, with Lin Fan's assistance, her strength had directly crossed the Qi Si Purple Palace and divine platform, reaching the realm of divine powers. And she had even achieved the perfect stage of the realm of divine powers. If it weren't for not yet comprehending the realm, Lung Ruoshuang probably would have broken through to the realm of venerables. This was not only due to Lin Fan's efforts, but also the cold poison within her played a significant role. Lin Fan was unaware of how Lung Ruoshuang would react upon awakening and discovering that she had broken through to the perfect stage of the realm of divine powers. He did not disturb the sleeping Lung Ruoshuang, but checked the system instead. Looking at the Imperial Grade Supreme gift pack on the system panel, Lin Fan was astonished. "System, what's going on? Why is the grade of this gift pack so high? Is the 9 absolute veins equivalent to the holy body?" The host is correct. The 9 absolute veins is indeed equivalent to the holy body. As long as the cold poison of the 9 absolute veins is eliminated, future cultivation will be smooth sailing and may even surpass the 9 holy body. Especially with your chaotic holy Bodhi support, the cultivation speed of the 9 absolute veins will only be faster. "I see. System, open this gift pack for me." Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Imperial Grade Supreme gift pack and receiving the Imperial Grade Supreme technique, 10,000 phenomena returning to origin technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Imperial Grade Spirit Stones. Upon hearing it was a technique, Lin Fan was not disappointed. Instead, he was quite happy. He really needed an Imperial Grade Supreme technique to cultivate his subordinates. The Void Control Sutra was the family's inherited technique, which could only be practiced by his women and descendants. Members of the Shadow Pavilion did not qualify to practice the Void Control Sutra. Now that he had this 10,000 phenomena returning to origin technique, it solved this problem. Of course, not everyone was qualified to practice imperial-grade techniques. It had to be determined by their contributions. However, his chief steward Li Han would naturally be qualified. Afterward, Lin Fan left the room and called for Li Han. Currently, Li Han had already cultivated to the realm of venerables and had made rapid progress. Head of the family, did you call for me for something? Xiao Han, I'm looking for you because there's good news. Hearing that there was good news, Li Han's eyes brightened. Could it be that the head of the family is planning to accept me? Li Han thought to herself. After all, she had joined the Lin family alongside Luo Yiran and the others. Seeing Luo Yiran and the others give birth to children for Lin Fan over the years, how could she not have thoughts herself? However, Lin Fan's next words left her disappointed. He took out the jade slip containing the myriad manifestations returning to origin technique and handed it to her. Xiao Han, this is the Imperial Grade Supreme Technique Myriad Manifestations returning to origin technique. You can cultivate with it. Hearing that Lin Fan's sole purpose was to impart the cultivation technique, Li Han felt a bit disheartened, though she did not show it on her face. Instead, she looked at Lin Fan with excitement. Master, this is an Imperial Grade Supreme Technique. What merit do I have to receive such an honor? Please, Master, take it back. Li Han naturally yearned for the Imperial Grade Supreme Technique. With it, her cultivation speed would accelerate, allowing her to go further in the future. However, this was an Imperial Grade Supreme Technique far too precious for her to bear. Xiao Han, you have contributed so much to my Lin family over the years. This is my reward to you. Moreover, your current strength is still too weak. You must quickly enhance your power. If your strength is too low, how will you manage family affairs later on? Or do you want me to hand over the position of the chief steward to someone else? Upon hearing Lin Fan mention handing the chief steward position to someone else, Li Han's expression changed, and she hurriedly accepted the jade slip he offered. If she lost the position of chief steward, she feared she would have even fewer opportunities. Seeing Li Han's eager expression, Lin Fan chuckled heartily. Of course, Lin Fan was unaware of Li Han's inner thoughts. To him, it simply seemed that Li Han did not want to lose her position as chief steward. After Li Han took the jade slip, she wasted no time. She placed the jade slip against her forehead, and moments later the technique was directly imprinted in her mind. Master, I have memorized the technique. After saying this, Li Han returned the jade slip to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the jade slip and advised her, Xiao Han, focus on your cultivation next, and strive for an early breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. Rest assured, Master, I will not let you down. Li Han was determined to put in the effort to cultivate. Only by doing so could she justify Lin Fan's guidance. All right, Xiao Han, there's nothing else here. You can leave now. Yes, Master. With Li Han's departure, Lin Fan returned to his room. Looking at the still sleeping Lung Ruoshuang, Lin Fan lay down beside her. Since there was nothing else to do, he intended to have a good sleep. When Lung Ruoshuang awoke, a day had already passed. Of course, this was in the context of the divine mist realm. She glanced at Lin Fan, who was sleeping beside her, feeling deeply touched. Then she began to check the cold poison in her body. Not long after, Lung Ruoshuang revealed a look of surprise. Great! The cold poison has finally been eliminated. I no longer have to suffer from its torment. However, she soon noticed the change in her strength. Wait, have I broken through to the perfected divine passage realm? The change in her power left Lung Ruoshuang somewhat dumbfounded. Am I not dreaming? Upon thinking this, Lung Ruoshuang couldn't help but pinch her arm. Ouch! I feel pain. I'm not dreaming. I really have broken through to the perfected divine passage realm. To go directly from the opening Yuan realm to the perfected divine passage realm is truly unbelievable. No, this must be my husband's doing. Thinking of this, Lung Ruoshuang quickly turned to look at Lin Fan, who had already been awakened by her commotion. Ruoshuang, what's wrong? Why are you so startled? Lin Fan, of course, knew what was going on. He was just pretending to be curious. Lung Ruoshuang did not think much of it, directly hugging Lin Fan and planting a kiss on him. Then with excitement she said, Husband, you are truly amazing. You have helped me break through to the perfected divine passage realm. You know, I'm only in my 20s. A perfected divine passage realm at such a young age. If this news gets out, who knows how many people it will shock. All right, Ruoshuang, don't get too excited. It's just the perfected divine passage realm. You must remember that your husband is already in the Saint King realm. Hearing Lin Fan mention the Saint King realm, Lung Ruoshuang was not surprised. Even a quasi-emperor was within her range of acceptance. After all, Lin Fan's identity was that of a reincarnated immortal. Husband, we should get up. You still need to introduce me to the other sisters. Okay. After tidying up, Lin Fan led Lung Ruoshuang to a garden. At this moment, Mu Yunqi and the others were chatting leisurely in the garden. As long as they were not in closed-door cultivation, they usually gathered to chat. When Lin Fan and Lung Ruoshuang arrived, everyone noticed them immediately. Husband. After greeting Lin Fan, everyone's gaze shifted to Lung Ruoshuang. Husband, this must be Sister Ruoshuang, right? Yes. Saying this, Lin Fan held the slightly nervous Lung Ruoshuang and said, Ruoshuang, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Zian. You can call her Sister Zian. Hello, Sister Zian. Sister Ruoshuang, you are so well-behaved and cute. No wonder husband has been thinking about you for so long. After finishing, Xiao Zian turned to Lin Fan and said, All right, husband, if you have something to do, go ahead and busy yourself. Sister Ruoshuang will be entrusted to me. I will introduce her to the other sisters. Okay. After Lin Fan spoke, he gave Lung Ruoshuang an encouraging look. Ruoshuang, you don't need to be nervous as Zian, and the others are very easy to get along with. Husband, you go ahead. I'm not that nervous anymore. All right then, I will get busy. During this period, Lung Ruoshuang got along very harmoniously with everyone. With everyone's introductions, she had a pretty good understanding of both the Lin family and the Divine Mist realm. She did not expect that under Lin Fan's guidance the Lin family had developed so rapidly. At the same time, she was filled with admiration for Lin Fan. Ruoshuang, it will soon be dawn outside. We should go out now. Husband, what should I do about my strength? Her sudden rise in power was not suitable for the outside world to know. Don't worry, I will help cover it up. For now, I will control your strength to the initial stage of the Qi. Seeing Lin Fan had everything arranged, Lung Ruoshuang breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after they returned to the outside world, Lung Xianchen had already arranged for maidservants to invite them to dine. Husband, let's go. Okay. In the living room, after greeting Lung Xianchen, the first thing he did was fix his gaze on Lung Ruoshuang. Looking at his daughter's rosy complexion, Lung Xianchen was overjoyed. Shuanger, has your cold poison been eliminated? Although Lung Xianchen already had an answer in his heart, he still wanted to confirm. Father, don't worry. My cold poison has been completely eradicated. From now on I will no longer suffer from its torment. Ha ha ha. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lung Xianchen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Over the years, he had tried every means to heal Lung Ruoshuang. Now he could finally rest easy. By the way, father, my cold poison has been completely purged and my cultivation has advanced to the Qi realm. As she spoke, Lung Rufan deliberately revealed her nascent Qi realm foundation. Excellent. Such cultivation is no less impressive than that of peers her age. Lung Xianchen chuckled warmly, though his greater concern remained the cold poison within Lung Rufan's body. With the cold poison now eradicated, a long-standing weight had finally lifted from his heart. After breakfast, Lung Xianchen broached the matter at hand. Young master, the clan elders have expressed their wish to meet you. Would you be available? No need, Lin Fan replied flatly. I have no time to indulge in such formalities. He held no interest whatsoever in the elders of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Fan's disinterest, Lung Xianchen made no further insistence. His duty was merely to deliver the message. Whether Lin Fan chose to attend was entirely beyond his concern. He then turned to Lung Rufan beside him and instructed, Frost, accompany young master on a stroll around the estate. Father, please tend to your own affairs. I shall keep young master company myself. Hearing his daughter address Lin Fan as young master, Lung Xianchen beamed with even greater delight. If Lin Fan permitted such an intimate title, it meant he had already accepted Lung Rufan. After offering a few final words, Lung Xianchen departed, chuckling all the while. Once he was gone, Lung Rufan gently linked her arm through Lin Fan's. Young master, shall we wander through Xingho City? Very well. Soon the two left the Lung residence and stepped onto the bustling streets of Xingho City. The vibrant energy of the thoroughfare filled Lung Rufan with unreserved joy. Young master, whenever I used to go out for leisure, father would assign numerous servants to escort me, to guard against any mishap. Now at last I may stroll freely and without restraint. Watching Lung Rufan blossom into such radiant liveliness brought Lin Fan equal delight, until this tender moment was abruptly shattered by an unwelcome intrusion. Before them now stood over a dozen figures. Within moments they encircled Lin Fan and Lung Rufan completely. At their forefront stood a young nobleman adorned in opulent silks, and beside him a woman whose heavy makeup accentuated her provocative allure. Lin Fan's brow furrowed ever so slightly at the sight. Lung Rufin's expression, however, darkened instantly. Lin Fan understood at once these people had come to trouble her. Yet he made no move to intervene. Not yet. He intended to observe precisely what game they sought to play. Ah, the third miss of the Lung family. How rare to see you strolling about town today. Lung Rufin regarded them with undisguised disdain. Xiajian Wang Yan, what business brings you to block our path? She loathed both individuals deeply. Once relations between the Lung and Xia families had been cordial. Even before her birth, an engagement had been arranged between her and Xiajian. But upon her birth, when the 9 absolute vein was detected within her, the Xia family swiftly withdrew the betrothal, dispatching envoys to formally annul it. Though the Lung family felt slighted, they understood. After all, the 9 absolute vein condemned its bearer to a fleeting lifespan. Had the Xia family not reneged, the Langs themselves would have rescinded the match. Thus the matter caused little lasting friction, until the Xia family mere days after breaking the engagement announced Xiajian's new betrothal to Wang Yan of the Wang family, the Lang's sworn rivals. That act amounted to nothing short of betrayal. Later still, the Xia and Wang families joined forces, seizing and absorbing numerous Lung enterprises. Such betrayals drove Lang-Xia relations to absolute zero, so much so that the Lung family's hatred for the Xias now surpassed even that reserved for the Wangs. In response to Lung Rufin's sharp query, Xiajian, who held Wang Yan possessively by the waist, stepped forward with a chilling smirk. What do we want? Lung Rufin, we heard your father acquired a huatong tree at auction. It may extend your life by a few years. So, you found yourself a pretty-faced boy, planning to indulge thoroughly before your inevitable end. Wang Yan tittered beside him, her laughter shrill and mocking. Lung Rufin, how aloof you always seemed. Who would have guessed you'd sink so low? At these words, a glacial flash flickered across Lin Fan's eyes. Rufin, just who are these bothersome pests? Hearing Lin Fan's calm inquiry, Lung Rufin immediately reined in her rising fury. Young master, they hail from the Wang and Xia families, both sheltered by saint-level ancestors. Seeing Lin Fan and Lung Rufin dismiss them outright, Xiajian and Wang Yan bristled with indignation. Xiajian then turned sharply toward Lin Fan and commanded, pretty boy, I advise you to leave this place immediately, otherwise you'll bear the consequences. His words were no genuine offer of mercy. After all, he had once been betrothed to Lung Rufin, and witnessing her affectionate intimacy with Lin Fan ignited a searing, humiliating resentment within him. To Xiajian, Lin Fan was already marked for death. His demand for departure served only to humiliate Lung Rufin publicly. As for Lin Fan himself, he inspired no fear. In Xiajian's eyes, such a dandy held no true power. A single servant dispatched later would suffice to erase him. Silence! Lin Fan snarled, and with one contemptuous backhand sent Xiajian crashing down with a sickening thud, reduced instantly to a lifeless pulp. The suddenness of it froze every onlooker in stunned silence. Wang Yan most of all, her face bleaching to ash-white terror. Even Lung Rufin had not anticipated Lin Fan's swiftness in ending Xiajian, but knowing his true strength, she felt no anxiety. Those who dared provoke her young master deserved no mercy. After a breathless pause, Wang Yan staggered backward, trembling, and choked out, You, how dare you? You've slain Xiajian. The Xia family will never let this pass. By now the crowd had regained its senses. The timid scattered in panic. A Xia heir slain in broad daylight promised fierce retaliation, and bystanders feared becoming collateral casualties in the coming storm. Bolder cultivators lingered eager for spectacle, but in their estimation Lin Fan's fate was sealed. After all, he was merely Lung Rufin's consort. The Lung family would never wage war against the Xias for his sake. At Wang Yan's shrill accusation, Lin Fan's expression hardened into glacial severity. The Xia family, if they truly court annihilation, I shall gladly erase every last member of their bloodline. Her breath catching, Wang Yan recoiled, horrified by the casual lethality woven into his quiet words, when suddenly a voice thick with murderous intent sliced through the air. Young man, you speak with astonishing audacity. Not only did you slay my son, now you dare threaten to eradicate the entire Xia clan. Do you fear your tongue will twist in the wind? Even if Elder Cold himself were to intervene today, he could not save you. As the words fell, over a dozen middle-aged men and women materialized before Lin Fan. The leader's gaze locked onto Lin Fan, cold, lethal, unblinking. He was Xiasun, patriarch of the Xia clan, and father of Xia Jin. Though he sired many children, Xia Jin held little significance in his eyes. Yet blood was blood. His son lay dead, and vengeance was not optional. To stand idle would shatter the Xia clan's honor across Xingho City. Lin Fan paid the assembled figures no heed. Instead, his eyes turned calmly toward Lung Rushuang. Though he uttered no question, Lung Rushuang understood his silent inquiry. She hurriedly explained, "My lord, the man at their head is Xiasun, patriarch of the Xia clan, and father of Xia Jian. Those behind him are the Xia clan's elders." Xiasun watched Lin Fan converse so unperturbedly with Lung Rushuang, utterly disregarding their presence. Rage surged within him. He had never encountered such brazen arrogance. Excellent. So arrogant. So calm even as death looms at your throat. He shifted his glare toward Lung Rushuang. "Niece Rushuang, step aside. For your own safety. I would hate for you to be caught in the crossfire." The Xia and Wang clans were not yet prepared for open war with the Lung clan. "No need. I have already arrived. With me here, I refuse to believe you Xiasun could so much as graze my daughter." As the words echoed, Lung Xianchen appeared, flanked by his clan's elders. The moment Xia Jian fell, messengers raced to inform Lung Xianchen. Though he knew Lin Fan required no aid, he still came. This was a matter of principle. He dared not let even a trivial misstep stir Lin Fan's displeasure. Upon hearing the news, the Lung elders followed without hesitation. They knew Lin Fan's identity well, and this was their chance to prove their loyalty. Xiasun's face darkened at the sight of Lung Xianchen and his entourage. "Lung Xianchen, what is the meaning of this? That pale-faced youth murdered my son. Do you intend to shield him?" Hearing Lin Fan dismissed as "that pale-faced youth," Lung Xuanchen's voice hardened with fury. "Xiasun, watch your tongue. This young master is our most honored guest. Should you raise a finger against him, the Lung clan will wage total war upon yours, until one of us is extinguished." "You!" Xiasun's face flushed crimson. His chest heaved as though his lungs might burst. After a long seething pause, he hissed, "Lung Xianchen, what precisely do you intend? My son's death cannot go unavenged." Lung Xianchen glanced disdainfully at the lifeless form on the ground. "That wretch Xia Jian. His death was justice served. You should thank the young master for purging your ranks, for had he not, calamity would have befallen your entire clan." Xiasun's humiliation curdled into white-hot rage. "Lung Xianchen, will you truly pit your clan against mine for the sake of an outsider?" Seeing Xiasun's fury, Lung Xianchen felt a quiet, deep satisfaction. For years, the Lin clan had suffered under the joint pressure of the Xia and Wang clans. Today's humiliation was but a modest interest payment. "Xiasun, I tell you plainly, this young master is my daughter's husband. How then could he ever be an outsider? Ask my elders. Let them judge your claim. The patriarch speaks truth. The young master is Lady Rushuang's husband, and thus no stranger to us. Should the Xia clan move against him, the Lung clan shall fight you to annihilation." This was their moment to shine, and they seized it without reserve. Madness! The Lung clan has truly lost its mind. Then let battle commence. We of the Xia clan are no easy prey. Retreat was impossible. His son was dead. If he now yielded, the world would deem the Xia clan cowed by the Lungs. At Xiasun's declaration of war, Lung Xianchen did not flinch. With Lin Fan standing among them, what threat could the Xia clan possibly pose? "Xiasun, shall we begin now? Or shall we wait for the Wang clan to join us? For years your clans have conspired like jackals. Surely the Wangs won't hide in shadows while you bear the brunt." Before Xiasun could reply, a voice cut through the air. "Lung Xianchen, cease your slander. The Wang clan has arrived." Moments later, Wang Xiong, patriarch of the Wang clan, appeared with his elders. Wang Yan, who had earlier fled in terror, now darted behind her father and his retinue. She rushed to accuse Lin Fan. "Father, this man is vile. He nearly killed me. You must avenge me." She pointed a trembling finger at Lin Fan. Emboldened by her father's presence, her gaze turned venomous. After all, Xia Jian had been her fiancé slain before her very eyes. She would never forgive Lin Fan. "Daughter, rest assured. Your father stands with you. You shall suffer no injustice." Wang Xiong then turned to Xiasun. "Brother Xia, am I late?" Brother Wang arrives at the perfect moment. Xiasun declared, voice resonant and confident. With the Wang clan now at his side, his fears dissolved. He fixed Lung Xianchen with a chilling smile. "Lung Xianchen, united our two clans shall erase the Lang name from Xingho City forever." The Lung elders exchanged uneasy glances. Together the Wang and Xia clans dwarfed their strength. Yet seeing Lung Xuanqian's unruffled composure, their anxiety eased. If their patriarch feared nothing, then victory was already assured. Lung Xianqian watched the alliance form and smiled inwardly. Fools! You have no idea whom you have provoked. He turned away from them and approached Lin Fan with solemn deference. Young master, shall we intervene? No need. You stepping in would only bring unnecessary casualties. Since this conflict began because of me, I shall resolve it myself. As Lin Fan spoke, a flash of glacial cold flickered in his eyes, fixed upon the assembled host. Since the Xia family is relentless in their pursuit, he naturally must fulfill their wishes. Although Lin Fan knew that Lung Xuanqing also intended to use his hand to eliminate these two families. For the sake of Lung Rushuang, he didn't mind helping the Lung family. Moreover, this matter indeed originated from him. If he hadn't killed Xia Jian, it wouldn't have escalated to this level. Rushuang, you should step aside and watch. Husband, please be careful. Although Lung Rushuang knew Lin Fan was strong, she still couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of mediocre fools. Lin Fan had long since grasped the strength of these individuals. Aside from Xia Sun and Wang Xiong, the two at the Saint Realm second level, the others were merely at the quasi-saint level. Such minor characters weren't even enough for him to deal with a single palm. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lung Rushuang couldn't help but laugh, then quickly retreated to Lung Xuanqing's side. Though Lin Fan and Lung Rushuang's conversation was quiet, everyone present was far from ordinary. Naturally, they heard their exchange clearly. Those watching the spectacle dared not laugh out loud, suppressing the amusement in their hearts. Otherwise, they feared being held accountable by the Xia and Wang families. However, the members of the Xia and Wang families were indeed enraged to the boiling point. Xia Sun, unable to bear it any longer, immediately unleashed his full oppressive aura. You insolent brat, first you kill my son, and now you dare to look down on both the Xia and Wang families. Today I will surely grind you to dust. As a saint, Xia Sun's aura was naturally astonishing. The onlookers among the cultivators were immediately frightened into retreating. The strongest among them was merely at the quasi-saint level, while most were at the elder level. As for those below the elder level, they had long since vacated this place of trouble. Yet Lin Fan, facing Xia Sun's oppressive aura, merely waved his hand dismissively. In an instant, Xia Sun's oppressive aura vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Xia Sun's expression changed dramatically. He never expected Lin Fan to be so powerful. He was at the second level of the Saint Realm, and for Lin Fan to casually dispel his pressure, he must be at least at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Thus it was evident that this seemingly pretty boy in his eyes was actually a formidable expert at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Of course, a 9th level saint was not enough to instill fear in him. After all, his family's ancestor was also a 9th level saint. Moreover, with the ancestor of the Wang family, they had two 9th level saints on their side. Although the number of 9th level saints was equal, the combined strength of their saint and quasi-saint cultivators exceeded that of the Lung family, so the advantage remained with them. Then Xia Sun began to signal the elders of the family to send a message to the ancestor. He, however, looked at Lin Fan with a grave expression. Who exactly are you? Why are you opposing both the Xia and Wang families? The reason Xia Sun kept emphasizing the Xia and Wang families was to make Lin Fan feel that they were united. This way he wouldn't have to worry about the Wang family backing out at a critical moment. Wang Xiong naturally understood Xia Sun's intention. After silently cursing him as shameless, he said nothing further. Because he and Xia Sun had the same objective, to kill Lin Fan. His motive was not due to any enmity with Lin Fan. Upon seeing that Lin Fan was at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, Wang Xiong had already resolved in his heart to kill Lin Fan, here all the while remembering to send a message to his family's ancestor. He absolutely could not tolerate the existence of two 9th level saints on the Lung family's side. Otherwise it would be the Wang family that ends up suffering. He thought this way because he did not trust the opportunistic Xia family. After all, if the Xia family could betray the Lung family, they naturally could betray the Wang family as well. If the Xia family were to suddenly back out at that moment, then the Wang family would have to face the Lung family, who had two 9th level saints. If that were to happen, the Wang family would be left with no path but death. Thus he could not entrust the fate of the Wang family to the Xia family. The onlookers witnessing this sudden change in situation were greatly astonished. They did not know what Lin Fan had done, but they could ascertain that the sudden disappearance of Xia Sun's oppressive aura was definitely related to Lin Fan. This left them filled with curiosity about Lin Fan's identity. The eyes of other forces discreetly reported the situation here. In response to Xia Sun's questioning, Lin Fan smiled lightly. You're Xia Sun, right? I must ask if your head has been kicked by a donkey. From start to finish it has always been you targeting me. Now you dare to claim that I am opposing you, which is simply absurd. If your useless son hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't even bother to glance at such trash. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Do you have any last words? If not, then both the Xia and Wang families will be erased from Starfire City today. Lin Fan spoke casually, but to the onlookers it felt overwhelmingly oppressive. To speak of exterminating families was simply terrifying. At this moment Wang Xiong could no longer hold back and coldly shouted, "You are truly too arrogant. Don't think that just because you are at the 9th level of the Saint Realm you can do as you please. Our Xia and Wang families are not without 9th level Saint experts." Upon hearing this, Xia soon quickly chimed in, "Brother Wang is right. Do you really think our Xia and Wang families are made of clay? Once the ancestor arrives, it will be your end." Had they not been unable to defeat Lin Fan, they would have rushed in by now. Seeing the situation unfold, the Grand Elder of the Lin family immediately inquired of Lin Xuanqing, "Patriarch, should we summon the ancestor?" However, before Lin Xuanqing could respond, Lin Rushuang spoke up, "Elders need not worry, my husband can handle it." Seeing Lin Rushuang say this, they all felt relieved. Meanwhile, Lin Fan merely cast a faint glance at Xiasun and Wang Xiong. "Is this your last words? If so, then let me send you on your way." "You?" Xiasun and Wang Xiong were greatly infuriated by Lin Fan's demeanor. However, before they could think further, a purple lightning orb appeared in Lin Fan's palm. This orb appeared to be only the size of a fist, but no one dared to underestimate its power. Moreover, with the activation of this lightning orb, the entire Starfire City was engulfed in a tempest, with bolts of lightning flashing in the void, covering the entire Starfire City. The sudden change made the whole of Starfire City turn oppressive. All cultivators had a sense of impending disaster. What is happening? Some cultivators who were in secluded meditation were awakened by this aura. They all chose to exit their seclusion and flew towards the location of Lin Fan and the others. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Starfire City, the City Lord Dan Taiming was also stirred by this aura. This is the domain of lightning, and it belongs to a Saint King. When did Starfire City acquire a Saint King expert? From the looks of it, it seems some fool has provoked him. No, I must go take a look. After saying this, Dan Taiming disappeared directly from the City Lord's mansion. With the changes in Starfire City as its City Lord, he could not remain indifferent. The City Lord Dan Taiming hails from the Dan Tai family, one of the 4 great families of the Divine Flame Empire. The family is guarded by a quasi-emperor powerhouse. However, compared to those imperial-level forces, the Dan Tai family still falls short. Since the Dan Tai family has never produced an emperor, it lacks the foundational strength of imperial weapons. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's side, Xiasun and Wang Xiong's group had already turned pale with fear. Many elders had even collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they could no longer deny that Lin Fan was not the 9th level of the Saint Realm they had assumed. Instead, he was a genuine Saint King Realm powerhouse. A 9th level Saint Realm cultivator would definitely not possess such strength. At this time, their hearts were filled with deep regret. Such a powerful figure was not someone they could afford to offend. They should have realized it earlier. Since Lin Fan was the husband of Lang Ruoshuang, Lang Xianchun still addressed Lin Fan as young master. This clearly indicated Lin Fan's extraordinary identity. However, just a moment ago he had let anger cloud his judgment and had not considered the key point. If Xia Jian were still alive, Xia Sun would have wished to tear him apart. This fool had actually brought such a powerful presence to their Xia family. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Naturally, the one who regretted the most was Wang Xiong. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with their Wang family. Yet he acted foolishly and insisted on meddling. Now it seemed their Wang family was truly facing annihilation, for even if he wanted to plead for mercy now, it was impossible. In fact, Lin Fan did not need to use his domain to eliminate those before him. With a single strike, he could completely erase them. The reason he used his domain was merely to intimidate the other forces. Next, he would certainly erase the Xia and Wang families. He did not wish to see other forces intervening. At this moment, the Lin family's members were extremely excited. They had initially thought that Lin Fan was merely at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. But now it was clear that this was beyond what a 9th level Saint Realm cultivator could achieve. Shuang'er is the young master, a Saint King. Lang Xianchun could not help but ask Lang Ruoshuang beside him. The other elders were also staring intently at Lang Ruoshuang, eager to know the answer. Father, my husband is indeed a Saint King powerhouse. Since Lin Fan had already revealed some of his strength, there was naturally no need for concealment. However, she would not disclose Lin Fan's true combat power. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, the members of the Lin family became even more exhilarated. At this moment, Lin Fan had finished gathering his strength, just as Dan Taiming arrived. "Friend, please show mercy." As the city lord of Xingho City, Dan Taiming naturally did not wish to see Lin Fan annihilate the Xia and Wang families. Otherwise, if the news spread, others would say he was an incompetent city lord. The members of the Xia and Wang families, upon seeing the city lord arrive, felt as though they had found a savior. They hurriedly pleaded with Dan Taiming for help. "City lord, please save us." Dan Taiming ignored these people, and instead looked at Lin Fan with a smile. "What do you intend to stop me?" Lin Fan asked Dan Taiming with indifference. Upon seeing Lin Fan's attitude, Dan Taiming was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Lin Fan to show no sign of restraint whatsoever. It should be known that as the city lord of Xingho City, he represented the Divine Flame Empire. Moreover, he was also a member of the Dantai family. Even a saint emperor without much background would show him respect. Nevertheless, Dan Taiming was not angry. He still did not know what had transpired here. If the Xia and Wang families truly had to die, he would not intervene too much. "This friend, I am not aware of what exactly happened that necessitates such a ruthless approach. I do not need to explain myself to you." Lin Fan replied curtly and waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning descended from the void towards the residences of the Xia and Wang families. "What is happening? Why are these lightning strikes targeting us?" The clansmen within the Xia and Wang residences felt a wave of terror wash over them upon witnessing this scene. However, before they could prepare for defense, the lightning had already struck down. In just a moment, the residences of the Xia and Wang families had been reduced to ruins. Even the ancestors of the Xia and Wang families who were rushing over could not escape. They did not even have time to scream before being turned to ashes under the onslaught of the lightning. One could only say that these two ancestors were incredibly unfortunate. They had not even officially appeared before they had met their end. Fortunately, Lin Fan had controlled the situation well, and the treasures and herb gardens of both families remained intact. No matter how secretive their treasure vaults were, they could not hide from his reincarnation eye. Dan Taiming, who was about to intervene, saw this scene, and immediately felt his pupils constrict. He did not expect Lin Fan's strength to have reached such a level. If he had been within that range just now, he would have found it very difficult to escape unscathed. Though he would not die, he would certainly sustain severe injuries. Yet he could tell that this was merely Lin Fan acting casually. If Lin Fan were to strike with all his might, he might not even withstand a single blow. It should be known that he was a powerhouse at the 8th level of the Saint King realm. Even against a 9th level Saint King, he could still fight. However, facing Lin Fan, he did not have the courage to strike. The other forces present were also stunned at this scene. The Wang and Xia families, who had dominated Xingho City for tens of thousands of years, were exterminated just like that. If Lin Fan were to target them, their fate would not be much better. At this moment, they all harbored a single thought: to befriend the Lin family. If they could establish a connection with Lin Fan, that would be even better. In any case, they must not offend the Lin family and Lin Fan. Lin Fan paid no heed to their thoughts. After dealing with those people, he shifted his gaze to Xiaosun and Wang Xiong. "The families behind you have been annihilated by me. Now it's your turn. You are a devil, and you will surely face retribution. When that time comes, your fate will not be any better than ours." At this moment, Wang Xiong and Xiaosun looked at Lin Fan with eyes filled with hatred. With the members of their two families already dead, they had no way out. Naturally, they could not plead for mercy from Lin Fan any longer. However, Wang Xiong was also filled with resentment towards Xiaosun. "Xiaosun, it's all your fault, you useless son. If it weren't for you, our Wang family wouldn't have ended up like this. I hate this so much. I shouldn't have gotten involved, otherwise our Wang family wouldn't have fallen to such a state." As he spoke, Wang Xiong closed his eyes tightly, blood tears streaming down his face. Xiaosun remained silent upon hearing this. The Wang family had indeed been implicated. However, at this point, there was no use in saying anything. Seeing that they had no words left, Lin Fan once again summoned the lightning in the void and accurately struck these individuals. Under the cover of the lightning domain, Xiaosun and the others had no way to evade. In the end, these individuals were all struck down by the lightning, completely turning to ashes. As for their curses, Lin Fan naturally would not take them to heart. Upon witnessing this scene, the atmosphere turned dead silent. Even Lung Xuanqing and the others were intimidated by Lin Fan's methods. These were two families of saint level, yet they were annihilated in such a tragic manner. After a moment, Dan Taiming came to his senses and spoke up. "Friend, aren't you afraid of the consequences from the Divine Flame Empire for doing this?" Dan Taiming's tone was serious, his gaze towards Lin Fan filled with warning. To be honest, he was quite dissatisfied with Lin Fan's actions. After all, he was the city lord appointed by the Divine Flame Empire, and he was also a member of the Dantai family. Yet Lin Fan showed him no respect at all. If it weren't for Lin Fan being too strong, he would have already taken action against him. However, he refrained from being impulsive. If Lin Fan killed him too, it would be a grave injustice. Upon hearing Dan Taiming mention the Divine Flame Empire, the members of the Lin family grew tense. The Divine Flame Empire was a colossal force, and if they were to impose punishment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Dan Taiming leverage the Divine Flame Empire against him, Lin Fan revealed a hint of disdain. City Lord, if you believe the Yen family has the capability, let them come find me. By the way, my name is Gu Yu. You can report this to the Yen family as it is, and let's see if they will take action. Upon seeing Lin Fan disregard even the Yen family, Dan Taiming's expression hardened. Clearly, if Lin Fan was not merely a fool, then he must have a significant background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Yet he didn't believe Lin Fan was the type of person without sense. Thus, Lin Fan's background was undoubtedly not simple. This matter was already beyond his capacity to interfere. He then cupped his hands towards Lin Fan. Guyue, I will report this matter truthfully to the Divine Flame Empire. That is my duty. As for the outcome, that is no longer my concern. Do as you wish. Lin Fan replied casually. He didn't believe the Yen family would trouble him over such a trivial matter. Seeing Lin Fan uninterested in conversing further, Dan Taiming decided not to linger. At present, he still did not know Lin Fan's true identity and dared not offend him recklessly. Guyue, there's nothing more for me here, so I shall take my leave. If you have time, feel free to visit my city lord's mansion. After Dan Taiming exchanged a few polite words, he vanished from the spot. As for the other forces present, they did not dare to leave hastily since Lin Fan had yet to speak. Even the city lord with a significant background had to avoid Lin Fan's brilliance, and they didn't dare act recklessly. They could only pray that Lin Fan would not make things difficult for them. Lin Fan paid no heed to their thoughts. As Dan Taiming departed, he turned his attention to Lung Xuanqing and the others. Uncle Lung, the Xia and Wang families have now been eradicated by me. Send someone to sort out the resources of the two families. As for their businesses, they will be managed by your Lung family, and I only require half of the profits. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the members of the Lung family were instantly overjoyed. Once they took over the Xia and Wang family's businesses, the resources would be sufficient to elevate their family's power. Especially Lung Xuanqing, who was even more excited upon hearing Lin Fan call him uncle. He then shouted to the elders behind him, you all heard what the young master said. Hurry up and arrange for people to handle these matters. Yes, family head, we will arrange it right away. Soon the elders began to get busy. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had shifted his gaze to the onlookers. As Lin Fan's gaze fell upon them, their hearts skipped a beat, and an instant chill swept over them. Their fates were now entirely in Lin Fan's hands. Everyone, there are still remnants of the Xia and Wang families out there, so I hope you won't shelter them. Otherwise, if I discover it, your end will be the same as theirs. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fan was not targeting them, that was enough. Subsequently, all present bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Rest assured, Senior, as long as we encounter members of the two families, we will ensure they do not leave alive. Very well, I hope you will keep your word. Of course, I won't let you act for free. Moving forward, no matter who you kill from the two families' remnants, I will provide rewards. For those below the Divine Sense realm, you will receive a low-grade Earth-level pill for every 10 kills. If you can kill a Divine Sense cultivator, you will receive a medium-grade Earth-level pill. If you accumulate 10 kills of Divine Sense cultivators, you will receive an additional high-grade Earth-level pill, and the rewards can stack. For each kill of a Venerable, you will receive a Supreme-grade Earth-level pill. If you accumulate 10 kills of Venerables, you will receive an extra low-grade Heaven-level pill. If you can kill a Quasi-Saint, a medium-grade Heaven-level pill will be your reward. If you accumulate 10 kills of Quasi-Saints, you will receive an additional high-grade Heaven-level pill. You may choose any type of pill from these rewards. You can report directly to the Lung family for your rewards. At this moment, those present were driven mad by the rewards Lin Fan mentioned. At this moment, the members of the Xia and Wang families outside had become walking treasures of pills. Even if someone wanted to shelter them, they had to consider if they could withstand the greed of these cultivators. Quickly, these individuals bid farewell to Lin Fan and swiftly departed. The Xia and Wang families also had many businesses outside, and they naturally arranged for their clansmen to manage them. Their targets lay among these people. After Lin Fan had everything arranged, Lung Rushuang finally returned to his side. Rushuang, do you think I am too cruel? Husband, there is no such thing as cruelty towards enemies. If the roles were reversed, they wouldn't let us off either. Thus we must follow through to eliminate the roots. Otherwise, if the remnants of these two families gain an opportunity one day, it will be troublesome. Lung Rushuang was certainly not naive. She understood the stakes involved. She had seen many similar events unfold in those ancient texts. She did not want such things to happen to their Lin family. Lin Fan did not expect Lung Rushuang to think so comprehensively. He thought that Lung Rushuang would feel uncomfortable seeing his actions today. Lin Fan looked at Lung Rushuang, who was serious, and smiled with relief. Rushuang, knowing you think this way puts my mind at ease. Upon hearing this, Lung Rushuang also showed a sweet smile. Husband, no matter what you do, I will always support you. Indeed, that's my good wife. Lin Fan was very pleased with Lung Rushuang's response. Lin Fan glanced at the empty street and decided it was time to leave. Let's go, Rushuang, we're heading back to the Lung residence. After such a commotion, there's nothing left to see in Xingho City. The cultivators in Xingho City were frightened by the earlier disturbances, and not a single shadow was seen on the streets. Everyone had hidden away in their homes. Rushuang readily agreed to Lin Fan's suggestion. Upon returning to the Lung residence, she immediately proposed, Husband, there are still many places in the Lung residence that you haven't visited. Let me show you around. All right, Lin Fan agreed without a second thought. After all, he had nothing else to do, and exploring was quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, after returning to the city lord's mansion, Dan Taiming promptly reported the events in Xingho City to the court. Soon the matter was brought to the imperial court. The officials in the court were filled with anger upon hearing the news. This is outrageous. How dare anyone act so recklessly in the territory of our divine flame empire, completely disregarding our laws? As the prime minister spoke, he bowed respectfully to the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, we must impose severe punishment on such arrogant individuals. The other officials echoed in agreement, saying, We support this and ask your Majesty to seriously punish that arrogant individual to uphold the authority of our divine flame empire. If we do not punish him severely, won't other cultivators follow suit? The emperor did not respond directly, but turned his gaze to his princes and princesses. My dear children, what do you think about this matter? Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, the eldest prince Yan Yan stepped forward first. Father, I agree with the official's suggestion. We must severely punish this arrogant individual who does not respect the laws of our divine flame empire. My suggestion is to first capture that arrogant individual and bring him to justice. Then we can announce his crimes to the world. Seeing the eldest prince Yan Yan speak, the other princes and princesses also voiced their agreement, expressing opinions similar to Yan Yan's, except for the ninth prince Yan Yang, who remained silent. The emperor noticed this and turned his attention to Yan Yang. Yonger, do you have a different suggestion? As the emperor spoke, all eyes turned to Yan Yang. The eldest prince Yan Yan frowned slightly. He did not expect his father to value his ninth brother's opinion so much. However, Yan Yan quickly returned to his usual demeanor. He then said with a half-smile to Yan Yang, Ninth brother, feel free to share your thoughts. Father is waiting for your opinion. Yan Yang ignored Yan Yan and took a step forward, respectfully bowing to the emperor. Father, I believe we should first investigate who this individual is before taking action. Since the individual dared to disregard the warning from the Lord of Xingho City, it is clear that he is not an ordinary person. If we capture him recklessly, it may lead to enmity with other imperial forces. As Yan Yang spoke, the court fell silent. Yan Yang's words held merit. If it was only to offend a couple of small families within the territory over an imperial force, it would clearly not be worth the trouble. It was not that the Divine Flame Empire feared them, but rather the question of whether it was worthwhile. Seeing that no one spoke up, Yan Yan glanced at the emperor on the dragon throne. Noting the emperor's lack of expression, he let out a cold snort. Ninth brother, you are merely boosting others' confidence while undermining our own authority. Even if the individual is from an imperial force, once they enter the territory of our Divine Flame Empire, they must abide by our laws. To openly disregard our laws is to provoke us. We absolutely cannot show leniency towards such individuals. Even if we cannot kill him, we must make his backing pay a price to take him away. This way we preserve the dignity of our Divine Flame Empire while ensuring he is punished. In truth, after hearing Yan Yang's analysis, Yan Yan also felt it would be best not to escalate matters too much. However, since this suggestion came from Yan Yang, he naturally could not support it. Otherwise, it would seem he was quite useless. The officials in the hall remained silent, recognizing that this was a struggle among the princes and had nothing to do with them. Regardless of who became the emperor, their positions in the court would not change significantly. The Divine Flame Empire was not an ordinary realm, and its officials would not foolishly choose sides. After all, the Lin family had many Ultimers backing them. Even if the emperor were incompetent, they would not treat him as a puppet to manipulate. If anyone dared to do so, the old monsters behind the Lin family would surely step in and eliminate them. Since there were no tangible benefits, these officials would not take sides. In the end, they would gain nothing, and instead invite trouble upon themselves. Of course, this did not apply to the maternal families of the princes. If the prince they supported became emperor, it would indeed benefit them. However, given the current situation, they found it difficult to express their stance. Seeing that Yen Yen was clearly targeting him, Yen Yang displayed a playful expression. "Eldest brother, this is just my speculation. We still need to investigate further." Saying this, Yen Yang looked at the messenger, asking, "Did the Lord of Xingho City mention who this person is?" In response to the 9th prince's question, the Lord of Xingho City only left the name of that person. As for their exact identity, he was not aware. "What is the person's name?" Yen Yang pressed. "The individual calls himself Gu Yu and specifically informed the Lord of Xingho City about this." Hearing the name Gu Yue, Yen Yang's pupils constricted. Even the eldest prince Yen Yen revealed a look of seriousness at this moment. Even the emperor on the dragon throne showed a trace of apprehension in his eyes. They were all too familiar with this name. Last time, they had accompanied him to the Tianji Pavilion in Shentian City. Initially, they had just intended to watch the excitement but ended up giving away 2 holy weapons and some holy herbs to quell the situation. Many officials in the court noticed the change in expressions of Yen Yen and Yen Yang and revealed looks of confusion. They currently did not know what the name Gu Yu represented. Mainly, this matter was still only circulating among imperial forces, and other factions were unaware of what the name Gu Yu stood for. After a moment, the emperor spoke up. "This matter ends here." He added, "Also inform the Lord of Xingho City to convey my regards to young Master Gu Yu, and extend an invitation saying that I wish to invite young Master Gu Yu to the imperial city for a visit." The moment the emperor issued this command, the officials in the court were left dumbfounded. They were at a loss as to why the emperor would give such an order. Could it be that this Gu Yue has a significant background which has caused their emperor to relent? This was the thought shared by all the officials in the court. However, since the emperor had said so, they dared not bring up the matter again. They planned to investigate Gu Yue's origins thoroughly after returning. This Gu Yue, even the Yen family dared not provoke. Unnaturally, they had to remind their people to avoid any conflict with him. Faced with such a situation, the emperor also wished to leave as soon as possible. Thus, he signaled to a nearby eunuch with his eyes. The eunuch understood and quickly said, "Esteemed officials, is there any other business for today's court session?" After a while, seeing that no one spoke up, the eunuch immediately shouted, "Court dismissed." Upon seeing the emperor rise, the ministers all bowed and said, "We humbly send off your majesty." Once the emperor had left, they finally stood up. Then all of them left the court with their thoughts occupied. "Lord Dantai, please stay. How about we discuss together at my residence?" With Lord Ning's invitation, how could I refuse? Dantai Jin smiled and replied, "As members of the 4 great families, one must show some face." Next, representatives from the Murong and He families also approached. Although the 4 great families were in a competitive relationship, they were also interrelated through marriages. Thus, their relationships were complex and difficult to define. The Yen family merely turned a blind eye to such matters. After all, they possessed imperial weapons. No alliance of the 4 great families could threaten the Yen family's position. This was the confidence that came from strength. Soon the 4 of them gathered in the reception room of the Ning residence. Once seated, all 3 of Ningjing's companions focused their gaze on Dantai Jin. "Lord Dantai, did your nephew mention this Gu Yue to you beforehand?" The nephew they referred to was naturally Dantai Ming, the Lord of Xingho City. "At that time, my nephew did mention the name Gu Yue to me. However, I had no impression of that name, so I did not take it seriously. After all, he was merely at the Saint King realm, which was not worth our attention. I just didn't expect him to have such a significant background that even the emperor would be wary upon hearing his name." Hearing that Dantai Jin was also unaware of the specifics, the 3 of them felt somewhat disappointed. What exactly is the background of this Gu Yue? Our Shenyang Empire is considered above average among imperial powers. Even if Gu Yue comes from one of the top powers, it shouldn't intimidate the emperor. The 4 of them pondered for a long time, but still could not make sense of what had happened. In fact, the 4 great families had sent people to a previous auction. However, they left right after the auction ended. The gathering at the Tianji Pavilion consisted of imperial powers, and naturally they were not qualified to participate. Upon their return, they heard that there had been significant events occurring there. However, the mouths of these imperial powers were tightly sealed. No one would dare to speak of such an embarrassing matter openly. Therefore, they were unaware of what had transpired. Afterwards, the four of them discussed for a while, and then each returned home. In the palace, the emperor summoned all his children together. Counting them, there were more than 15, and each possessed strength above the quasi-saint level, with even 3 at the saint level. The emperor had more children, but those below the quasi-saint level were not called in. At this moment, these 15 stood, respectfully waiting for the emperor to speak. What are your thoughts regarding this Gu Yue? Upon hearing the emperor's question, everyone frowned. Even Yan Yan, the eldest, did not dare to speak recklessly. After all, he was a descendant of an emperor. After a moment, the second princess, Yan Ying, stepped forward. Father, we naturally need to cultivate a good relationship with this Gu Yue. Hearing his daughter's words, the emperor slightly nodded. He too wished to foster a good relationship with the other party, but he had no reason to approach them. Second sister, we understand the need for good relations, but how should we approach them? Indeed, second sister, how can it be so easy to build a good relationship? Faced with the doubts of her younger siblings, Yan Ying did not wish to elaborate further. She then bowed her hand towards the emperor, saying, Father, I plan to visit Xing Ho City. I ask for your approval. Upon hearing that Yan Ying intended to go to Xing Ho City, the others all looked astonished. They truly could not understand why she would do such a thing. A person like Lin Fan, who was a descendant of an emperor, was not so easily approachable. Even if one managed to get close, how could they develop a good relationship? They had already concluded that Yan Ying's trip would be a futile effort. However, after some contemplation, the emperor slightly nodded. Yinger, you may go, but remember not to act recklessly. Even if you cannot develop a good relationship, you must not offend him. I must say this up front, if you anger him to protect our Yen family, I will have no choice but to expel you from the family. It was not that he was cold-hearted, but for the sake of the entire family, he could only act this way. Father, rest assured, I am not foolish and will not offend him. Good, then pack your things and head over as soon as possible. If you delay, he may have already left Xing Ho City. The Yen family also had spies in Xing Ho City. By now he had gotten a complete understanding of what had happened there. One could only say that these two families had brought it upon themselves. Some ants provoking a powerful being deserved to be exterminated. He also learned about the relationship between Lin Fan and Lang Rushuang. Since Lin Fan was interested in that Lang Rushuang, perhaps he might also be interested in his daughter. His daughter was no less beautiful than that Lang Rushuang, and her strength had reached the saint level. He did not believe his daughter could not compete with Lang Rushuang. It was precisely for this reason that he agreed to let Yan Ying try. If it were to succeed, it would naturally be a good thing for their Yen family. At the same time, he gained new insights about Lin Fan. He had confirmed that Lin Fan had cured Lang Rushuang of her 9-yin absolute pulse. Being able to heal the 9-yin absolute pulse indicated that Lin Fan's constitution was either a pure yang sacred body or a 9-yang sacred body. As for the chaos sacred body, he had not considered that possibility. Moreover, he did not know much about the chaos sacred body. In the entire divine wilderness, there had only been one instance of a chaos sacred body appearing. Seeing her father agree to her request, Yan Ying's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She then respectfully said to the emperor, Father, I shall take my leave now. I will return and prepare before immediately setting out for Xing Ho City. Go ahead. After Yan Ying left, the remaining princes and nobles exchanged glances. The emperor looked at them expressionlessly. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yes, father, I take my leave. Soon the princes and princesses left, each deep in thought. Especially the first prince Yan Yan, who furrowed his brows. His father's attitude towards Yan Ying made him uneasy. What is wrong with my sister? What confidence does she have to befriend this Gu Yu? If my sister really can befriend Gu Yue, doesn't that mean the emperor's throne would belong to her? No, I must come up with a plan. With that thought, Yan Yan quickened his pace. There were rules in the palace. Flying was not allowed, only walking. Once Yan Ying returned to her palace, she immediately summoned a palace maid. Is there any news from Xing Ho City? That young Master Gu Yu hasn't left yet, right? Replying to the princess, young Master Gu Yu is still at the Lin Family. Very well, please help me pack. We will set off for Xing Ho City immediately. Yes, your highness. After the palace maid left, Yan Ying gazed toward the direction of Xing Ho City, murmuring to herself, young Master Gu Yue, I truly wish to know what kind of person you are. To be accepted as a disciple by the emperor, He must have some extraordinary qualities. If I could gain your support, then surely the next emperor of the Xinyan dynasty would have to be me. As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Yan Ying's eyes. She had long coveted the position of emperor. Unfortunately, as a woman, it was far more difficult for her to seize that throne than for the princes like Yan Yan. Unless Yan Ying's strength could overshadow all the princes. Yet at present she did not possess such strength. Originally she had given up hope for the throne. However, with Lin Fan's appearance she saw new hope. Lin Fan was able to bring even Lung Rushuang, who was only at the Kaiyuan stage, into his harem. There was no reason for him to despise her, a saint-level practitioner. Moreover, her beauty was not inferior to Lung Rus, and her temperament surpassed that of Lung Rushuang. While Yan Ying pondered, the palace maid returned to her side. "Your Highness, everything is ready. Good, let's set off." After leaving the palace, Yan Ying released her flying boat and immediately controlled it to head towards Xingho City. Not only Yan Ying but many officials of the Xinyan dynasty also sent spies to Xingho City. Originally not many paid attention to such a remote city. However, with Lin Fan's emergence, all top forces of the Xinyan dynasty focused their attention here. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion of Xingho City, Dan Taiming also frowned deeply. The Dantai family had recently ordered him to avoid offending Lin Fan at all costs, and to find ways to build a good relationship with him. Especially after realizing that even the emperor was wary of Lin Fan, he felt an even greater sense of dread. If he ever crossed paths with Lin Fan, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even follow in the footsteps of the Xia and Wang families. This is troublesome. This young Master Gu Yu is not easy to deal with. How can I build a rapport with him? Thinking of this, Dan Taiming felt a severe headache. Although he did not offend Lin Fan that day, he also did not stand on Lin Fan's side. Moreover, Lin Fan's attitude towards him was not very friendly. "Forget it. I can only take it one step at a time. I'll observe for a few days before deciding. I will just ensure that I do not offend him. As for whether I can befriend him, that will be left to fate." Half a day later, Yan Ying's flying boat arrived above the city lord's mansion of Xingho City. Upon learning that Yan Ying had arrived, Dan Taiming hurried out to greet her. "This subordinate greets your highness." Yan Ying smiled and waved her hand. "There's no need for such courtesy, City Lord Dan Tai. Thank you, your highness. Please allow me to lead you inside to rest." "All right then, I will trouble City Lord Dan Tai. Your highness is too polite. Please come in." Soon Dan Taiming took Yan Ying to the guest hall of the city lord's mansion. Once Yan Ying sat down, Dan Taiming respectfully asked, "Your highness, is there something important regarding your visit to Xingho City?" "My father sent me to discuss some matters with young Master Gu Yu. I wonder if City Lord Dan Tai could help me with an introduction." She had no other choice, as she had never met Lin Fan before. If she were to go unannounced, it would be too abrupt. It would be much better if City Lord Dan Tai could facilitate the introduction. At that moment, upon hearing Yan Ying's intention, Dan Taiming was taken aback. The family head had not mentioned this matter to him. This indicated that Yan Ying's arrival was arranged privately by the emperor. Who exactly is this Gu Yu? Why does the Yan family value him so highly? Dan Taiming shook his head, suppressing the doubts in his heart. "Your highness, this young Master Gu Yu is currently still at the Lung family. I just don't know if he would be willing to meet me." Dan Taiming displayed a troubled expression. It was not that he was being pretentious, but he genuinely did not know if Lin Fan would be willing to see him. "City Lord Dan Tai, do not worry. Just help me send a message. As for whether he is willing to meet me, that is not your concern." Hearing Yan Ying say this, Dan Taiming also let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Yan Ying would be unreasonable. If that happened, it would be difficult to deal with. After calming his mood, Dan Taiming immediately bowed to Yan Ying. "Your highness, please rest here for a moment. I will go to the Lung family and see if I can persuade this young Master Gu Yu. All right, you may go. Remember, regardless of the outcome, you must not offend him. Your highness need not worry. He was not foolish, especially after witnessing Lin Fan's true strength. There was no way he would offend Lin Fan." Soon Dan Taiming arrived alone outside the entrance of the Lung family. The guards of the Lung family were somewhat indifferent upon seeing him. Under normal circumstances, the guards of the Lung family would have immediately welcomed Dan Taiming inside. However, now the family head Lung Xianchen had issued an order prohibiting any outsiders from entering the Lung family. The reason for this order was that many people wished to befriend Lin Fan. Lung Xianchen was afraid these people would disturb Lin Fan, so he directly ordered the guards to intercept all outsiders. "City Lord, may I ask if there is something you need at our Lung family?" Being blocked at the door for the first time made Dan Taiming feel somewhat awkward. But soon he adjusted his mindset. Everyone I have matters to discuss with your family head. Could you please help me inform him? Very well, City Lord. Please wait a moment while I report to the family head. Master, the City Lord has arrived and is currently outside the mansion. Cold Xianxian looked at the guard with some surprise. The City Lord only said he had something to discuss with you, Master. He did not specify what it was. All right, please invite the City Lord in. Yes, Master. After the guard left, Cold Xianxian fell into deep thought. Dan Taiming has come likely because of the young master's affairs. Could it be that there's already some movement from the Imperial City? Forget it, this isn't something I should worry about. Since the young master previously assured me there's no harm, I shouldn't worry too much. Soon the guard brought Dan Taiming into the living room. Seeing this, Cold Xianxian immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, "What brings the City Lord here today? It truly honors my Cold family." Dan Taiming smiled in response. "Master Cold, you're too polite. I hope my unexpected visit hasn't disturbed you." The City Lord is joking. "I'm delighted that you've come. How could it be a disturbance?" Cold Xianxian said cheerfully. Seeing Dan Taiming being so courteous, Cold Xianxian felt quite pleased. If this were before, he would have been subservient in front of Dan Taiming. But now, with Lin Fan's connections, Dan Taiming had to lower his stature in front of him. The two continued to chat casually. Cold Xianxian knew Dan Taiming must have something important to discuss with him. However, today he held the initiative. If Dan Taiming didn't speak, he certainly wouldn't bring it up. Dan Taiming realized that further delay was futile and had to speak up. "Master Cold, I've come this time with an important matter to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Cold Xianxian became serious. "Please, City Lord, speak. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse. Master Cold, the second princess of the Imperial Dynasty, has arrived at my City Lord's mansion. The princess wishes to meet with young Master Guyue, and I hope Master Cold can assist in introducing them." Hearing that the second princess of the Imperial Dynasty had arrived, Cold Xianxian was taken aback. However, considering Lin Fan's powerful background, he quickly calmed down. Seeing Cold Xianxian remain silent, Dan Taiming continued, "I wonder if Master Cold would be willing to assist." Hearing Dan Taiming's inquiry again, Cold Xianxian came back to his senses. However, at this moment his expression showed some difficulty. "City Lord, I will discuss this matter with the young master. If the young master is unwilling to meet, then I can only apologize." "All right then, I'll trouble Master Cold." "Very well, City Lord, please wait here for a moment while I go speak to the young master about this matter." Saying this, Cold Xianxian quickly left. "I hope it will be successful, or otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to the princess." Thinking of this, Dan Taiming felt a bit anxious. This was the first time he had encountered such feelings since becoming the City Lord of Starfire City. Although Starfire City was on the outskirts as its ruler, he was no different from a local emperor. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about resources for cultivation, as most of his resources were provided by the Imperial Dynasty. Along with the cultivation resources provided by the Dantai family, he didn't have to scramble for cultivation materials. Now this tranquility was suddenly disrupted by Lin Fan's arrival. The first to arrive is indeed the Imperial Dynasty's princess. Following this, many forces will likely send people to investigate. "Sai, I hope this young Master Gu doesn't stay too long in Starfire City, otherwise it will be difficult for me to enjoy a peaceful life." Meanwhile, Cold Xianxian had already found Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan was out on a lake tour with Cold Rushuang and Cold Rumming. When Lin Fan saw Cold Xianxian rushing over, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. "Cold Uncle, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Is there something urgent?" Young Master, the second princess of the Imperial Dynasty, has arrived in Starfire City. Just now, Dan Taiming came to relay the message that the princess wishes to see you. However, before Lin Fan could respond, Cold Rumming exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually the second princess, Yan Ying of the Imperial Dynasty. What does she want with my brother-in-law? Could it be because my brother-in-law destroyed the Xia and Wang families? The Imperial Dynasty wants to trouble him." Cold Rushuang, who was nearby, frowned upon hearing this. She naturally knew Lin Fan was not afraid of the Divine Flame Imperial Dynasty. With the existence of the Divine Sky Realm, no one could find them. However, being targeted by an Imperial Dynasty still brought many troubles. This could affect the early development speed of the Lin family. "Husband, should we leave here first?" Cold Rushuang didn't want Lin Fan to meet this Princess Yan Ying. "Rushuang, don't worry. The Divine Flame Imperial Dynasty definitely won't trouble me, otherwise they wouldn't have only sent one princess over." Hearing Lin Fan's reassurance, Cold Rushuang also came to her senses. Just as Lin Fan said, if the Divine Flame Imperial Dynasty wanted to deal with Lin Fan, They certainly wouldn't send just one princess. Moreover, this princess only had the strength of a saint and was fundamentally no match for Lin Fan. Cold uncle, please inform Dan Taiming that I agree to meet. As for the time of the meeting, let's set it for tomorrow. Let this princess come find me personally then. After all, since this princess wishes to meet him, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't personally go to find her. Young master, I'll go inform Dan Taiming right now. Master Cold, are you saying that young Master Gu agreed to meet the princess? Dan Taiming asked excitedly. As soon as Cold Xianchen returned to the living room, he relayed Lin Fan's instructions to Dan Taiming. Yes, City Lord, the young master has already agreed. The princess can come to my mansion tomorrow and the young master will be here to wait for her. That's great. I'll go back and inform the princess of this news right away. Dan Taiming didn't find anything inappropriate about Lin Fan asking the princess to come personally. Based on the attitude of the Yen family towards Lin Fan, it was clear that Lin Fan's identity was extraordinary. It was very normal for the princess to personally come to discuss matters. Anyway, he had already completed his task here, so he wouldn't dwell on this matter. Seeing Dan Taiming about to leave, Cold Xianchen hurriedly smiled and called out, City Lord, it's almost mealtime. Would you like to have a meal before you go? Dan Taiming quickly waved his hand. No, this matter is very important. Let's discuss dining another day. In that case, I won't keep you any longer, City Lord. Safe travels. After Dan Taiming left, the smile on Cold Xianchen's face grew even more. After so long, he never expected to be respected by a City Lord at the Saint King level. Thinking of the gifts Lin Fan had previously given him, Cold Xianchen became even more excited. With these resources provided by the young master, breaking through to the Saint King realm is merely a matter of time. I never thought I, Cold Xianchen, would have a day relying on my daughter. However, he did not regret it, as he was not selling his daughter but giving her a new life. Without Lin Fan, his daughter would surely be dead. Moreover, his daughter was now very happy. For over 20 years, he had never seen his daughter as happy as she was now. After returning to the City Lord's residence, Dan Taiming immediately sought out the second princess, Yan Ying. I pay my respects to your highness the princess. Yan Ying responded, a look of anticipation on her face. City Lord Dan Tai, what was the outcome? Is that young Master Gu you willing to meet me? Your highness, that young Master Gu you has agreed to meet. He has requested that the princess visit him at the Lung residence tomorrow. Hearing that Lin Fan was willing to meet her, Yan Ying was overjoyed. Thank you, City Lord Dan Tai. If my plan succeeds this time, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Then I must thank your highness. Although I do not know what your plan is since you have said, so I must express my gratitude. As for what the plan was, he did not dare to ask further. All right, City Lord, you may go and rest. I am tired today and plan to take a break. Then I shall take my leave, your highness. Dan Taiming knew that Yan Ying was merely being polite to make him leave. After all, how could a cultivator at the Saint Realm feel tired after just half a day's journey on a flying boat? Once Dan Taiming left, Yan Ying went directly back to her bedroom and immediately ordered the maid beside her to help her dress up beautifully. She had to make a good impression when meeting Lin Fan tomorrow. At the very least, she couldn't lose to Lung Ru Shuang. Otherwise, how could she attract Lin Fan's attention? Thus Yan Ying spent the whole night preparing. She changed into various styles, but was still not satisfied. Fortunately, by dawn, she looked in the mirror and finally nodded in approval. It was also due to her being a cultivator. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been exhausted long ago. Young Master Gu Yue, I wonder if you will be moved when you meet me. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yan Ying's mouth. Then she flew out of the City Lord's residence and soon arrived at the entrance of the Lin family. Seeing this sudden appearance of a woman, the guards of the Lin family immediately became alert. The leading guard cupped his fists towards Yan Ying and asked, May I ask if it is the second princess in person? Yesterday Lung Xianchen had instructed the head of the guards that the second princess of the empire would come today. Seeing the woman before him, the head guard immediately recalled what Lung Xianchen had said. Especially given the noble aura exuding from this woman, it was clear she held a high position. Thus he naturally did not dare to treat her lightly. Indeed, I am the second princess Yan Ying of the empire and I am here by invitation. So it is truly the princess in person. Please follow me, your highness. Lead the way. Yan Ying said nonchalantly. This time the head guard did not take Yan Ying to the living room, but to a pavilion in the middle of a lake. At this moment Lin Fan was enjoying pastries with Lung Ru Shuang in the pavilion. Of course, these pastries were personally made by Lung Ru Shuang for Lin Fan. As Yan Ying approached, she caught sight of Lin Fan in the pavilion from a distance. Upon reaching Lin Fan's side, the head guard immediately bowed to Lin Fan saying, Young master, the second princess has arrived. Good, you may withdraw now. Yes. After the head guard left, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Yan Ying. Soon information about Yan Ying appeared in his mind. Name Yan Ying. Age 986. Talent Empire level low grade. Physique Red Luan Divine Body. Realm Saint 5th layer Fire, Domain 2nd layer Sword, Domain 2nd layer Speed, Domain 2nd layer. Favorability 45. Seeing this 45 points of favorability, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. After all, they had just met, yet the favorability was already so high. Yan Ying was unaware that Lin Fan could see through her. At this moment she was smiling as she greeted Lin Fan. Young Master Gu Yue, I finally get to meet you in person. It's truly a pleasure. In front of Lin Fan, Yan Ying appeared poised and graceful, entirely devoid of the airs of a princess. Even this palace was changed to I. Princess, you have traveled a long way to see me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Or perhaps you are here to hold me accountable for the matters between the Xia and Wang families. Lin Fan spoke casually, but it changed Yan Ying's expression. To prevent any misunderstanding, Yan Ying quickly began to explain. Young Master Gu Yue, please do not misunderstand. Those two families deserve their fate for offending you. How could our empire possibly hold you accountable for this matter? As Yan Ying spoke, she observed Lin Fan's expression. Seeing that he was not angry, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the princess is not here to hold me accountable, then what brings you all this way to see me? Young Master Gu Yue, I have heard rumors about you, and I have admired you for a long time. Upon learning that you arrived in our Shun Yan Empire, I naturally had to come see you. I just wonder if you will mind my uninvited visit. After saying this, Yan Ying sat down beside Lin Fan. Then she smiled at Lung Rushuang. Lung Rushuang, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. She did not expect that the moment Lin Fan's name was mentioned, the princess would be so infatuated. Lin Fan was also rendered somewhat speechless by Yan Ying's directness. Husband, you and the princess take your time chatting. I will go prepare some food for you. Of course, the food was a pretext. She mainly wanted to avoid interrupting their conversation. Lin Fan understood her intention and did not refuse. Yan Ying also did not expect that Lung Rushuang would act in this manner. She thought Lung Rushuang would protect her and keep a close watch on her every move. Once Lung Rushuang left, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to Yan Ying. Princess, please tell me, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Yan Ying shot Lin Fan a glance, feeling that he was somewhat lacking in romantic understanding. It seemed her efforts last night were in vain. However, seeing that Lin Fan was asking about serious matters, she did not dare to be negligent. Young Master Gu Yue, I wish to become the emperor of the Shun Yan Empire. Hearing that Yan Ying wanted to become the emperor, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to have such ambitions. However, he did not reveal any surprise on his face. Princess, how does your desire to become emperor relate to me? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Yan Ying's expression became serious. Young Master Gu Yue, as long as you are willing to help me, I have a 90% certainty of sitting on that throne of emperor. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, first picked up the teacup on the stone table and took a small sip before speaking. Why do you think I would help you? I won't do things without benefits. Upon hearing Lin Fan's request for benefits, Yan Ying made a bold decision. She stood up and in the next moment sat directly in Lin Fan's embrace. Then she wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, exhaling softly like orchids, and asked, if I become your Dao partner, would you be willing to help me? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He truly did not expect Yan Ying to be so audacious. Coming back to his senses, he did not push her away, but instead held her closer. He looked at Yan Ying, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Second princess, do you not realize that you are playing with fire? I won't let go of prey that comes to me willingly. Although Yan Ying felt a bit nervous at that moment, she also did not expect herself to be so bold. But since she had taken the step, she would not back down. Thus she summoned her courage once more and looked at Lin Fan. Gong Yue, as long as you are willing to help me, then I will be yours. Lin Fan chuckled softly and then released Yan Ying. If you are merely using me to ascend to that imperial position, then let's forget it. I will not keep a woman filled with schemes by my side. Despite having the family divine tree, Lin Fan did not worry about Yan Ying betraying him. However, the family divine tree does not control people's thoughts. Yan Ying might be loyal to him, but her interactions with Lung Rushuang and others could not be guaranteed. As a princess of an empire, and one who wishes to become the emperor, how could she coexist peacefully with Lung Rushuang and the others? He did not wish for Yan Ying's presence to incite scheming among the women around him. Of course, he was also testing Yan Ying. If she were not the type to plot and scheme, then accepting her would not be a problem. After all, since she was being so proactive, he could not let her leave disappointed. Upon seeing Lin Fan's rejection, Yanning felt a sense of helplessness. However, she did not want to give up just yet. Without further explanation, Yanning provocatively looked at Lin Fan and said, "Gonghua, do you not even have the confidence to subdue me? If you are always stronger than me, why should you worry about such matters? As long as you are stronger than me, I will naturally obey. You refuse me, and I suppose it is not because you fear that you cannot suppress me, but rather because you are concerned about my interactions with Lung Rushuang and the others." Upon hearing Yanying's words, Lin Fan smiled. "Second princess, I must say you are quite clever. I did not expect you to guess what was on my mind. However, you are right, Rushuang and the others are all good. I do not wish for your presence to create discord at home." After confirming that she did not guess wrong, Yanning let out a sigh of relief. "Gongyue, your concerns are unnecessary. My goal is to become the emperor of the Divine Flame Empire. I have no time to scheme with them at home. As long as they do not provoke me at home, I can certainly coexist peacefully with them." Seeing Yanying's stance, Lin Fan felt quite satisfied. Then Lin Fan checked Yanying's favorability towards him and found that it had reached 50 and not far from 70. At this point, seeing Lin Fan simply looking at her without speaking left Yanning uncertain. Yanning gritted her teeth and urged, "Gonghua, I have been so direct. What are you still worried about? Can't you be a bit more decisive?" Seeing Yanying's eagerness, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. "Second princess, are you truly willing to sacrifice your happiness for that imperial position?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Yanning felt hopeful. She quickly began to explain to him, "Gongyue, even if it were not for the imperial position, I have feelings for you. If I could become your Dao partner, I would not be at a loss. Not to mention anything else, just your identity as the heir of the great emperor alone guarantees limitless future achievements. Perhaps I could even aspire to reach the great emperor realm. Thus being your woman would be a blessing for me. I believe it is not just me. All the holy maidens and divine maidens of the Shentian continent must be interested in you, Gongyue. I would say at least 70 to 80% of them are. The reason they have not approached you is simply because they could not find an opportunity to get close to you, and they are also unsure whether you are looking for a Dao partner. But now things are different. Once your relationship with Lung Rushuang comes to light, I believe many will come to seek you out. Since such a great opportunity is presented to me, I naturally want to get ahead of them." After saying so much in one breath, Yanning felt a bit parched and immediately took Lin Fan's teacup and drank it all. "Gongyue, do you have any questions or areas of dissatisfaction you would like to address?" "No, you have said it all. What more can I say?" "So does this mean you agree, Gongyue?" Yanning asked with a look of delight. "Of course. A great beauty presents herself. What reason do I have to refuse?" Seeing Lin Fan's agreement, Yanning joyfully jumped up. With Lin Fan's assistance, the imperial position was most likely secured for her. Lin Fan was also surprised to discover this side of Yanning. Once she calmed down, Lin Fan finally asked, "Second princess, how can I assist you?" "Gongyue, actually, you do not need to do anything. As long as we are Dao partners, that is enough. With this connection, I believe my father will know how to make decisions." Isn't your father concerned about inviting a wolf into the house? If I seize the Divine Flame Empire, what will you all do?" Lin Fan genuinely could not understand their thought process. The stronger he became, shouldn't the Divine Flame Empire be more wary of him? "Gongyue, you are the heir of the great emperor. Once you become a quasi-emperor, you will surely leave the Shentian continent to find your master. At that time, would you really stay on the Shentian continent, coveting the Divine Flame Empire? In the future, it would most likely be our children who take over the imperial position of the Divine Flame Empire. And our child will also inherit the bloodline of the Lin family, so they will not be outsiders. Fine, as long as you are not worried that I will seize the Divine Flame Empire." Since Yanning had said so, what else could he say? "By the way, second princess, how long until your father abdicates?" "In 65 years, time is already tight." Upon hearing there were still 65 years left, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. For other cultivators, 65 years was indeed very short. But for him, 65 years was more than enough time to do many things. In the realm of Xinshao, it equated to over 1,000 years. With such a long time, by then it might not even be Yanning who ascends to the throne, but rather their child. Yanning did not know Lin Fan's thoughts. If she did, she would surely be dumbfounded. At this moment, Yanning saw that her objective had been achieved and prepared to leave. "Young Master Guyue, I will return to the City Lord's mansion now. I will come to find you tomorrow. You must have a good talk with Lung Ruoshuang about our matters. After saying this, Yan Ying bravely planted a kiss on Lin Fan's cheek. Before Lin Fan could react, she had quickly left. Lin Fan touched his cheek, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This girl is indeed bold. Not long after Yan Ying left, Lung Ruoshuang appeared before Lin Fan. Husband, what does this second princess want with you? What else could it be? She finds me, your husband, handsome and dashing and wishes to pledge herself to me. Hee hee. Lung Ruoshuang couldn't help but laugh at Lin Fan's words. What, do you not believe me? Or do you doubt your husband's charm? Lin Fan said to Lung Ruoshuang fiercely. No, of course I believe in your charm, husband. But she's just a princess from an empire. She wouldn't come to pledge herself, would she? After saying this, Lung Ruoshuang rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. Ruoshuang, don't underestimate her. She really came to pledge herself this time. Seeing Lin Fan so serious, Lung Ruoshuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Husband, what on earth is going on? Why would she make such a request? Have you two met before? I met her for the first time today. Lin Fan shook his head. As for the specific reason, it's because this princess wants to succeed the imperial throne. She has her eyes on my identity as the successor of the great emperor, which is why she wishes to pledge herself. I see now. Lung Ruoshuang's face showed a look of realization. I must say this second princess has quite the eye for talent. By the way, husband, did you agree to her? Lung Ruoshuang looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Do you think I should agree to her? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course you should agree. She is a princess of the empire, and having her join us would be very beneficial for the development of our Lin family. Seeing that Lung Ruoshuang was so quick to think about their family's interests, Lin Fan felt very pleased. Don't worry, Ruoshuang, I have already agreed. She will come tomorrow. It's good that you agreed. While Lin Fan and Lung Ruoshuang were chatting, Starfire City was already in turmoil. The officials of the Shun Yen Empire were all trying to gather information about Lin Fan. Yan Ying, who had just left the Lung family, immediately sensed that something was off. These fellows are quick on the uptake. They have set up their spies this fast. Yan Ying ignored those people and quickly returned to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Dan Taiming saw Yan Ying return, he greeted her with a smile. Princess, you have returned. Did you gain any insights? The harvest was good. All right, there is nothing happening here. You can go about your business. Yes. After Dan Taiming left, he immediately relayed the situation back to the Dan Tai family. Upon learning that Yan Ying had successfully met with Lin Fan, the senior members of the Dan Tai family immediately convened an emergency meeting. Has anyone gathered any information? Who exactly is this Gu Yu? Currently, there are no leads. It is very likely that Gu Yu is just an alias. There is no imperial family with the surname Gu, nor is there a Holy Land son named Gu Yu. Should we ask the emperor? The emperor clearly knows his background, given how wary he is of Gu Yu. Then we can only wait for the next court meeting. In the mystical world, the imperial court does not convene every day. They generally meet once a month unless a major event arises that requires discussion. Actually, there is no need to directly ask the emperor. The second princess met with Gu Yu today. It is clear that the second princess also knows the other party's identity. Why don't we have Dan Taiming inquire with the second princess? Maybe she will share some news with him. Right, we actually forgot about the second princess. Quickly send a message to Dan Taiming urging him to find an opportunity to ask the second princess. Soon Dan Taiming received the message from the family. Sai, isn't this putting me in a tough spot? Upon seeing the family's task, Dan Taiming felt a bit overwhelmed. However, it was the family's order, and he dared not disobey. Quickly he arrived at the outer courtyard where Yan Ying was staying. Looking at the palace maid guarding outside, Dan Taiming clasped his hands. I have matters to seek an audience with Princess. Please pass on my message. Before the palace maid could respond, Yan Ying's voice came from inside. City Lord Dan Tai, come in. At this moment, Yan Ying was sitting inside the courtyard sipping tea. So the commotion outside naturally could not escape his notice. After receiving Yan Ying's permission, Dan Taiming quickly walked inside. This official greets Princess. Yan Ying waved her hand. City Lord Dan Tai, what is it you wish to discuss? Princess, may I ask what the identity of this Gu Yu is? Hearing this, Yan Ying's expression became serious. City Lord Dan Tai, I presume it was the Dan Tai family that sent you to ask. Yes, Princess. Such matters could not be hidden, so Dan Taiming admitted it directly. City Lord Dan Tai, you should inform your family head that some things are best not to pry into. You only need to know that Gu Yu's identity is remarkable. If he does not permit it, this palace will not disclose his identity. The identity of the great emperor's successor only circulated among imperial-level forces. Even on the side of the Shen Tian Academy, the dean has already issued a gag order, forbidding any students from disclosing Lin Fan's identity. Without this gag order, the identity of the great emperor's successor would likely have spread throughout the entire Shen Tian continent. After all, there are cultivators from various places who become students of Shen Tian Academy. Dan Taiming did not expect Lin Fan's background to be so significant that even the second princess dared not casually reveal Lin Fan's origins. Since he could not get any information, Dan Taiming could only give up. He once again cupped his hands to Yan Ying. Princess, I have been a bit abrupt. I shall take my leave now. Yan Ying waved her hand, signaling him to withdraw. As soon as Dan Taiming left Yan Ying's courtyard, he immediately sent a message back to the family. Upon seeing the news Dan Taiming returned, everyone showed a look of shock. How is this possible? Who exactly is this Gu Yu? The second princess actually does not dare to mention his identity. Do you think this Gu Yu might be related to Shen Tian Academy? I believe that apart from Shen Tian Academy, there is no other force that would make our Shen Yen Empire so wary. Upon hearing someone mention Shen Tian Academy, those present instantly reacted. Immediately send a message to Dan Tai Qingyun at Shen Tian Academy asking if she has heard of this person named Gu Yu. Yes, family head. At Shen Tian Academy, Dan Tai Qingyun received a message from her father. What is going on? Why is the family inquiring about the information of that young Master Gu Yue? But the Academy has issued a decree that matters concerning young Master Gu Yue must not be disclosed. If I disobey the Academy's orders, it could implicate the Dan Tai family. With that in mind, Dan Tai Qingyun had already made her decision. She absolutely could not speak of young Master Gaia's matters. Thus she picked up the communication jade slip and immediately messaged her father. Father, I have not heard of this person young Master Gu Yue while at the Academy. By the way, father, may I ask why you are inquiring about this young Master Gu Yue? If possible, could you tell me what exactly has happened? If you need assistance, I can also leverage some connections at the Academy to help the family inquire about young Master Gu Yue. Although she did not know why the family head wanted to investigate Gaia's information, but she also wanted to know what exactly had transpired. At this moment, Dan Tai Qingyun could only pray that her family had not offended Lin Fan. If they truly had offended Lin Fan, then the troubles for the Dan Tai family would be immense. Not to mention that Lin Fan is the heir of the great emperor. Even Lin Fan's daughter Lin Yuhuang's master, the revered ancestor Junyao, was not someone the Dan Tai family could provoke. Meanwhile, in the Dan Tai family, the family head looked towards Dan Tai Qinjian's father. Has there been any news from Qingyun? Family head Qingyun said, she has not heard of this person young Master Gu Yue. However, she mentioned that she could use some connections from the Academy to assist us in investigating this young Master Gu Yue. Hearing that there was no news from Dan Tai Qingyun, the family head felt somewhat disappointed. However, since Dan Tai Qingyun was willing to use some connections from the Academy to investigate Gu Yue, that was still a good approach. With this in mind, he instructed Dan Tai Qinjian's father, you should inform Qingyun about the situation regarding Gu Yue. Understood. On Dan Tai Qinjian's side, upon seeing the message from her father, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their family was merely curious about Lin Fan's identity and had not offended him. Sigh, how should I persuade them to stop investigating young Master Gaia's identity? If they continue to investigate, it would be disastrous if they offend young Master Gu Yue. But she had just claimed she had never heard of the name Gu Yue. If she reminded them to halt the investigation now, it would be tantamount to revealing herself. Forget it, I will talk about it in a few days. At that time, I will say that through some connections I discovered that young Master Gu Yue has a powerful background, and that will make them stop investigating. With that thought, Dan Tai Qingyun couldn't help but praise her own cleverness. Meanwhile, on Yan Ying's side, she suddenly received a message from her father, the emperor. Yinger, how is the situation on your end? Seeing the message from her father, Yan Ying was somewhat surprised. She did not expect her father to be so concerned about this matter. It seems young Master Gu Yue holds significant weight in my father's eyes. If that's the case, my claim to the throne will be even more secure. With that thought, Yan Ying couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. However, Yan Ying did not delay. She immediately replied to her father, Father, I will capture this young Master Gu Yue soon. Upon seeing Yan Ying's response, the emperor fell silent. He was not foolish and understood the implications of Yan Ying's words. Yinger, have you considered this carefully? Such a person may not necessarily help you. Father, don't worry. I believe he will assist me. Good, but if he leaves you in the future, then you will have no connection to the throne. I understand. Yan Ying replied with some excitement. Her father's words signified that she had already become a candidate for the throne. although it was not yet confirmed. But as long as she had Lin Fan's support, her position would be unshakable. Yinger, let it be so, your father hopes for your success. After sending this message, the emperor put away the communication jade slip. Then he gazed into the endless void, murmuring to himself, "The great emperor realm, it has been hundreds of thousands of years since a great emperor was born in the Shentian continent. Will you be the first? I hope you can achieve it. As long as you can break through to the great emperor realm, the Shentian continent may welcome a new era. In the future, it will undoubtedly be much easier for others to break through to the great emperor realm." The reason he supported Yan Ying's actions was of course to build a good relationship with Lin Fan. If Yan Ying were to have Lin Fan's child, that child would become the next emperor of the Xinyan dynasty. At that time, with this bond, Lin Fan would naturally be tied to their Yan family. The outside world was unaware. Lin Fan, at this moment, had already returned to the Xinyao realm. Because Yi Muyan's child had already been born, and it was a boy, Lin Fan named him Lin Haoshuan. Husband, quickly check how our child's qualifications are. The child's qualifications are what they are most concerned about. Mu Yan, I have already checked the child's qualifications. He possesses the Nirvana sacred body. Even the qualifications have reached the peak of the emperor level. What? Our child possesses peak emperor level qualifications, and also has the Nirvana sacred body. At this moment, Yi Mu Yan's eyes were filled with shock, but more so with joy. What is Nirvana? It is rebirth through fire. Possessing such a physique, not only is the combat power astonishing, but the recovery ability is also incredibly terrifying. Rebirth from severed limbs is merely a normal occurrence for the Nirvana sacred body. Once the sacred body reaches perfection, as long as the primordial spirit is intact, it can achieve rebirth with just a drop of blood. Alright, no need to be too surprised. This is just normal operation. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu Yan felt both amused and exasperated. This is the Nirvana sacred body, and Lin Fan referred to it as merely a normal operation. Mu Yan, you should take a good rest. I will go inform everyone of this good news. Okay. During this period, Yi Mu Yan had been under great mental stress. Every day she worried about the child's qualifications. Especially after Yao Mengli's child was born, it became even more so. Others' children are sacred bodies. If she were to give birth to a child with ordinary qualifications, she would truly be ashamed. Now that the child had been born and possessed the Nirvana sacred body, she could finally put her mind at ease. In a garden of the Xinyao realm, as soon as Lin Fan appeared here, everyone surrounded him. Husband, how is the situation? At this moment, all eyes were tightly fixed on Lin Fan, especially Lung Rushuang, as this was her first time encountering such a situation. The child has been born, it is a boy. The qualifications have reached the peak of the emperor level. In addition, he possesses the Nirvana sacred body. After hearing Lin Fan's account, everyone showed expressions of delight. Then everyone congratulated Lin Fan. Congratulations, husband. Our Lin family has welcomed another prodigy. Lung Rushuang observed that although everyone was surprised, they all maintained a calm demeanor which truly astonished her. This was a holy body, the Nirvana holy body. She simply could not understand why everyone was so composed. Mu Yunqi noticed the change in Lung Rushuang's expression, and immediately took her hand, smiling as she began to explain. Rushuang, with your husband by your side, having a child with a holy body will be an effortless task. Although you possess the 9-in absolute pulse, with your husband's assistance you'll be even stronger than an ordinary holy body. Your child will definitely also be a holy body. My child can also possess a holy body. Lung Rushuang exclaimed. Of course, just ask your husband if you don't believe me, Mu Yunqi said, pointing to Lin Fan beside them. Once Lung Rushuang regained her composure, she looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Husband, will our child really have a holy body in the future? Yes. Upon hearing Lin Fan's affirmative response, Lung Rushuang was overjoyed. At that moment, she began to envision the scene of their future child's birth. After chatting with everyone for a while, Lin Fan returned to his palace. An Imperial-grade Ultimate Gift Pack was waiting for him. System, open the Imperial-grade Ultimate Gift Pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Imperial-grade Ultimate Gift Pack and receiving an Imperial-grade Void Battleship. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 Imperial-grade Spirit Stones. System, this Void Battleship sounds quite similar to a flying boat, doesn't it? Host, you could say that as the Void Battleship can be used for traveling. At high speeds, it can travel 100 million light-years in a day, equivalent to the flight speed of a great emperor at the 9th level, while consuming 1 million Imperial-grade Spirit Stones. Another function is not something a flying boat can compare to, as the Void Battleship can also be used for combat. The Void battleship is equipped with 10 Void cannons. These 10 Void cannons are divided into 9 auxiliary cannons and 1 main cannon. The power of the auxiliary cannons is equivalent to a full-strength strike from a quasi-great emperor at the 9th level. The main cannon's power is equivalent to a full-strength strike from a great emperor at the 3rd level. Each shot fired from the auxiliary cannons requires the consumption of 100,000 Imperial-grade spirit stones. Each shot fired from the main cannon requires the consumption of 10 million Imperial-grade spirit stones. Moreover, in terms of defense, it is incredibly formidable. Below the 7th level of a great emperor, one cannot breach the Void battleship's defenses. Of course, this is provided the opponent does not possess excessively powerful offensive Imperial weapons. Ha ha ha! This gives me a formidable weapon. I can finally plan for other continents. At this moment, Lin Fan was extremely excited. With this Void battleship, he was invincible in the Shen-Tian continent. The only drawback was the high consumption. Each shot from the main cannon surprisingly requires the consumption of 10 million Imperial-grade spirit stones. Currently, he only had less than 300 million Imperial-grade spirit stones. Firing the main cannon over 20 times would deplete his resources. It seems I need to earn more Imperial-grade spirit stones from now on. Fortunately, there are no great emperors in the nearby continents, so the main cannon won't be needed for the time being. There's no need to worry about the consumption of Imperial-grade spirit stones. Firing the auxiliary cannons only requires 100,000 Imperial-grade spirit stones, so I can use them freely. Lin Fan had already made up his mind. After receiving the inheritance of the Heavenly Machine Master, he would go explore the nearby continents. He could also begin planning in those continents ahead of time. With the Void battleship, he could reach a new continent in just 10 days to half a month. For those nearby, he could even arrive in just a few days. Time quickly passed to the next day. Thinking that Yening would come today, Lin Fan left the Shengxiu realm early with Lung Rushuang. Sure enough, Lin Fan did not have to wait long. Yening arrived as promised with her personal maid. Gongyue, I have arrived. Yening said with a bright smile. Second princess, have you made up your mind? Yening nodded. I have made my decision, and I will not regret it. That's good. Saying this, Lin Fan waved to Yening. Let's go, follow me to stroll around the Lung residence, so we can get to know each other better. All right. By the way, from now on, don't call me second princess. Just call me Yinger. After saying this, Yening walked directly to Lin Fan's side, intertwining her arms with his. Seeing Yenying's actions, Lin Fan also smiled slightly. Compared to others, Yenying's personality was much more straightforward. Yinger, there's one more thing I need to tell you. At this moment, I am not my true self. I had already guessed that. Yening was not surprised by this. When the heirs of various factions go out to train, they usually change their appearance. This way, they do not have to worry about being targeted by enemy factions. It is quite normal for a great emperor's heir like Lin Fan to change their appearance while training. Since you had already guessed, why not see my true appearance before making a decision? What if I turn out too ugly? You won't even have time to regret it. Ha ha ha. Yening was amused by Lin Fan's words. Young master, how can you say such things about yourself? Moreover, young master, you cannot possibly be ugly. Yening said with certainty. Why are you so sure that I'm not ugly? Lin Fan asked curiously. Young master, you have been chosen as the heir by a great emperor. How can you be ugly? I believe the great emperor's judgment cannot be wrong. Moreover, you possess a holy body, which makes it even more impossible for you to be ugly. I have never heard of a holy body that is ugly. Yening was quite confident regarding Lin Fan's appearance. Lin Fan had not expected that the holy body would also be associated with looks. By the way, young master, I wonder when I will get to see your true appearance. You can rest assured. When we consummate our marriage, I will definitely reveal my true self. If I were to consummate in my current guise, Lin Fan would feel as if he were placing a cap on himself. Upon hearing this, Yening also felt relieved. If Lin Fan were to truly reveal himself under a false guise, she would find it quite uncomfortable. The two continued to walk and chat, and before they knew it, their relationship had grown much closer. By the way, Yinger, I want to know how many people are competing with you for the title of emperor. There are more than 10. However, those who pose a threat to me are only my older brother Yen Yen, third brother Yen Wu, and ninth brother Yen Yang. My older brother Yen Yen has the highest cultivation, and is close to breaking through to the Holy King realm. Third brother Yen Wu has extraordinary talent. At a young age, he has already reached the 8th level of the Holy Realm. As for the ninth brother Yen Yang, although he is still in the quasi-holy realm, he has considerable depth. Of course, in this world where strength reigns supreme, having depth does not matter much. So the only ones who can compete with me are my older brother Yan Yan and third brother Yan Wu. As for ninth brother Yan Yang, it's simply because he was born too late and his strength cannot catch up in a short time. Yan Ning took a deep breath and directly laid out the current situation. Upon hearing that the crown prince had yet to reach the Holy King realm, Lin Fan appeared quite relaxed. With several decades left, it was ample time to cultivate Yan Ying to the Holy King realm. By then, relying solely on Yan Ying's own strength, she would be able to seize the position of the emperor. Yinger, there are still several decades until your father abdicates. During this time you should stay by my side to cultivate. Soon I will depart from here to travel to other places. So tell your father ahead of time, so that he won't be unable to contact you later. Alright, I will send a message to my father right away. Having chosen to follow Lin Fan, she naturally would not refuse his arrangements. After receiving Yan Ying's message, the emperor furrowed his brow. However, he ultimately said nothing more and simply told Yan Ying to come back and visit when she had the time. In the evening, Lin Fan brought Yan Ying into the divine sky realm. With Lung Rushuang enthusiastically introducing, there was no need for Lin Fan to say much. Within the Divine Flame Empire, in the residence of Yan Yan, a middle-aged man was reporting to Yan Yan about the situation in Starfire City. Crown Prince the second princess has not come out since entering the Lung family today. Yan Yan frowned slightly. Have you discovered what she is doing in the Lung family, and what she discussed with that Guyu? I'm sorry, Crown Prince, that Guyu is too mysterious. Our people do not dare to approach. Therefore, we do not know what they talked about. Hearing that nothing had been uncovered, Yan felt somewhat disappointed. Alright, you may leave for now, but be sure to keep a close eye on everything concerning my sister. Yes, subordinate takes his leave. Old Mo, what do you think? As soon as Yan finished speaking, an old man appeared before him. Crown Prince, do you have any knowledge of this Guyu? Old Mo did not answer, but instead posed the question back to Yan. This Old Mo was the honored guest invited by Yan. Old Mo's strength was not weak, being a sacred venerable realm expert. When Yan indirectly saved Old Mo's life, he had remained by Yan's side to repay the favor. Otherwise, even as the crown prince of the Divine Flame Empire, it would be difficult to invite a sacred venerable as a guest. Old Mo, I only know that this Guyu is a disciple of a great emperor, nothing more. Although Yan did not understand why Old Mo asked this question, he answered truthfully. Crown Prince, you may have overlooked one issue. What issue? Yan looked at Old Mo with some confusion. Are you aware of why this Guyu is in the Lung family? I know it's because Guyu saved the one with the 9 absolute vein from the Lung family, right? What does this have to do with my sister staying there? Crown Prince, you surely know how to treat the 9 absolute vein, right? Yan nodded. I naturally know this, but what does it have to do with my second sister? He simply could not comprehend why Old Mo would ask such a question. This was completely unrelated to what he wanted to know. Crown Prince, think carefully. This Guyu even took in the one with the 9 absolute vein, which is enough to prove his preference for women. He wouldn't have taken her in out of pity, would he? And the second princess must have noticed this, which is why she approached him. Now that the second princess is staying in the Lung family, without coming out, it only further confirms this point. After hearing this, Yan was left dumbfounded. Old Mo, my second sister shouldn't stoop to such things, right? She is the second princess of the empire. How could she become someone else's concubine? Moreover, my second sister has always been very proud. How could she do such a thing? Although he already had an answer in his heart, he was still unwilling to believe that this matter was true. If a princess of the empire were to become a concubine, it would surely be a laughingstock. Seeing Yan's disbelief, Old Mo spoke again. Crown Prince, compared to this Guyu's identity as a disciple of a great emperor, it wouldn't be unacceptable for the second princess to be a concubine. After listening to Old Mo's explanation, Yan staggered back a few steps. Second sister, I never expected you would sacrifice your own happiness for the position of emperor. Old Mo, do I have no chance to turn the tables? If my second sister has the support of that Guyu, I fear that even my father will lean towards her. Saying this, Yan's heart sank into despair. If it were someone else, he would never simply give up. But recalling the terror of that branch at the Tianji Pavilion, Yan had no intention of opposing Lin Fan in the slightest. Crown Prince, do not be anxious. There are still several decades until the emperor resigns. Whether the second princess can stay by this Guyu side is still uncertain. Moreover, we can also find opportunities to stir up trouble. It is not impossible to make this Guyu dislike the second princess. After hearing Old Mo's analysis, Yan's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Old Mo, you are absolutely right. This matter is still undecided, and the future is full of possibilities. I absolutely cannot lose to my sister. But how should we proceed next? Looking at the excited Yen, Old Mo's eyes revealed a hint of red light. However, he quickly concealed it so Yen did not notice. Then he reminded Yen, Crown Prince, the second princess, still has suitors, does she not? Old Mo, are you referring to Feng Wuji of the Tianfeng Empire? What does that have to do with him? Yen looked at Old Mo with some confusion. Crown Prince, as long as we reveal the matter of the second princess becoming someone's concubine to him, he will naturally seek trouble with this Guyu. Of course, the premise is to not let Feng Wuji know about Guyu's identity. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to approach. After saying this, a wicked smile appeared on Old Mo's face. Upon hearing this plan, Yen burst into laughter. Old Mo, you truly have a way. Not only will this ruin the relationship between my sister and Guyue, but it will also allow the Tianfeng Empire to restrain Guyue, truly a win-win situation. Seeing that Yen had made up his mind, Old Mo's eyes flashed with a triumphant smile. Crown Prince, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right, Old Mo, you may go. I also need to send a message to Feng Wuji. After Old Mo returned to his residence, a sinister expression immediately appeared on his face. Guyue, a disciple of a great emperor, will undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. If we wait for him to grow, the threat to our demonic clan will be too great. We must think of a way to eliminate this Guyu. First, let the Tianfeng Empire and the Divine Flame Empire test Guyu's strength. As long as this Guyu makes an enemy of either side, perhaps we can eliminate him, while also depleting some of the foundation of the Tianshan continent. No one knows that Mo Lao is a member of the Demon Clan. He initially approached Yen with the intention of infiltrating the Divine Flame Empire and waiting for the right moment to act. Now that he has learned about Lin Fan, the heir of the great emperor, how could he allow Lin Fan to grow? However, before that, he plans to use Lin Fan to weaken the power of the Shantian continent. Yen is precisely the target he intends to exploit. At this moment, Yen is arranging for someone to send a message to Feng Wujing. Of course, he cannot do this himself. He does not want this matter to implicate the Divine Flame Empire. Thus, he needs someone unrelated to the Divine Flame Empire to convey this information to Feng Wujing. Feng Wujing is the second prince of the Tianfeng Empire, and he is a powerful prince, unlike the previous Feng Wuhan. Lin Fan is unaware that he has already attracted the attention of the Demon Clan. At this moment, he is examining the imperial-grade low-quality gift package provided by the system. Although Yan Ying merely possesses a divine body, her qualifications have reached the imperial-grade low quality. Therefore, the gift package she received also reaches the imperial-grade low quality. Although the imperial-grade low-quality gift package can only yield quasi-emperor-level items, it is still quite good. Lin Fan is looking forward to this gift package. System, open the imperial-grade low-quality gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the imperial-grade low-quality gift package, obtaining a legacy of an imperial-grade low-quality brewer. Obtained 100 imperial-grade spirit stones. A brewer not bad at all. The previous heavenly-grade brewer has become outdated. As for this legacy, it is just right for Qing Ci. Qing Ci does not like to fight. These auxiliary positions suit her best. After her child is born in a few days, I will give her this legacy. After Lin Fan finished checking his gains, Yan Ying slowly opened her eyes in a daze. She glanced at Lin Fan beside her, a look of happiness appearing on her face. Yinger, you're awake. Have you noticed any changes in yourself? Lin Fan asked with a smile. At this moment, Yan Ying had not yet realized that her strength had already broken through to the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Yan Ying's face showed a look of confusion. Just as she was about to ask Lin Fan what was happening, her eyes suddenly widened. Husband, what is going on? Why has my strength broken through to the 8th level of the Saint Realm? She knew that this must be Lin Fan's doing. However, to raise her strength by 3 levels in just one night truly frightened her. One must know that each level of the Saint Realm takes decades or even centuries to advance. For some individuals with mediocre qualifications, it is common for them to take thousands of years. Alright, Yinger, you don't need to be too surprised. Then Lin Fan briefly explained to her the reasons for her strength's increase. Husband, now I finally understand what the surprise that Sister Yunqi and the others mentioned was. Yan Ying said with some emotion. Previously, Mu Yunqi and the others had told her that there would be a surprise waiting for her at night. At that time, she was quite curious about what the surprise was. No matter how much she asked, everyone just wore mysterious smiles and said nothing else. Now she could no longer understand what everyone meant by the surprise. Yinger, do you want to try again? Upon hearing this, Yan Ying's eyes immediately lit up. She eagerly nodded her head. The next day, Yan Ying looked at her strength again. She found that her strength still remained at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. However, compared to before, it had improved significantly. Yinger, seeing that your strength hasn't broken through, are you very disappointed? Yan Ying shook her head. I'm not disappointed, if I were to break through like before, that would be too frightening. This time my strength has also improved a lot. It's already quite good. Yan Ying was quite satisfied with this gain. Yinger, let's pack up and go out. All right. After going out, Yan Ying felt a bit shy when she saw everyone looking at her and Lin Fan. Xiao Zian, seeing the somewhat shy Yan Ying, immediately pulled her over. Sister Yinger, how is it? Did you feel the surprise? I directly broke through from the 5th level of the Saint Realm to the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Following this, everyone chattered excitedly. As for Lin Fan, he left the Xinshao realm with Lung Rushuang. Rushuang, I plan to leave here tomorrow. You should spend time with your family today. Okay. Lung Xuanqing showed a reluctant expression upon hearing that his daughter was about to leave. Rushuang, you must listen to the young master and not anger him, you know. Father, you can rest assured, how could I possibly make my husband angry? That's good. He knows his daughter's character well, as it is unlikely that she would anger Lin Fan. He is merely reminding her. After chatting with her father for a while, Lung Rushuang found Lung Rumming again. Rooming, I'm leaving with my husband tomorrow. What? You and brother-in-law are leaving tomorrow? Lung Ruming's expression was somewhat excited upon hearing this news. Lung Rushuang did not expect Lung Rumming to react so strongly after hearing they were leaving. After comforting Lang Ruming, she slowly said, Ruming, your brother-in-law has many things to attend to, so he won't stay here for long. Yes, how could a powerhouse like brother-in-law stay in our small family? Saying this, a hint of despondency flashed in Lung Ruming's eyes. But soon she looked at Lung Rushuang with some anticipation. Sister Rushuang, do you think brother-in-law would be willing to take me with him? Lung Rumming hurriedly explained, fearing that she would overthink. Sister Rushuang, don't misunderstand. I just want to go out with you and brother-in-law to see the world. Lung Rushuang did not expect that Lung Rumming would have such an idea. However, it would indeed be a good thing if Lung Rumming could leave with them. But such matters must be discussed with Lin Fan. Ruming, I cannot make this decision. You should come with me to meet your brother-in-law. As long as your brother-in-law agrees, then there won't be a problem. Thank you, Sister Rumming. Lung Rumming said happily. Expressing gratitude to me won't help. If your brother-in-law doesn't agree, then I can't do anything about it. If brother-in-law doesn't agree, I will pester him until he does. Lung Rushuang smiled and shook her head, but she did not want to dampen Lung Ruming's enthusiasm. Soon Lung Rushuang brought Lung Rumming to Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, Sister Rushuang told me that you are leaving tomorrow. Why not stay a few more days? Lin Fan saw her reluctance and gently ruffled her hair. Ruming, I have already stayed in the Lung family for a long time. It is time for me to leave. I will come back to see you whenever I have time. Lung Rumming glanced at Lung Rushuang beside her. Noticing this, Lung Rushuang said nothing but gave her an encouraging look. Lin Fan observed the exchange between the two women, feeling a bit surprised. Lin Fan was unsure of what the two of them were doing. Just as he was about to ask, Lung Rumming turned her gaze back to him. Lung Rumming gritted her teeth and then asked softly, Brother-in-law, I came here this time to ask if you could take me with you when you leave. Lin Fan was taken aback by her words. He first looked at Lung Rushuang, who was merely smiling at him. Clearly Lung Rushuang also hoped that he would take Lung Rumming along. Understanding the reason behind this, Lin Fan turned his attention back to Lung Rumming. Ruming, can you tell me why you suddenly want to leave with us? Lung Rumming had anticipated that Lin Fan would ask this question, so she had already prepared her explanation. She immediately began to explain to Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, I have never left Xingho City since I was born, and I've hardly ever left the family. Since you are leaving this time, I naturally want to accompany you to broaden my horizons. As long as I am by your side and you are protecting me, I believe the family won't say much. After finishing her words, Lung Rumming looked at Lin Fan with a gaze full of anticipation and anxiety. Seeing that Lung Rumming genuinely wanted to leave with them, Lin Fan found it hard to refuse. However, he still needed to remind her. Ruming, it's not impossible for you to leave with us. He added. But I must remind you that after we leave this time, it may take a long time before we can return. So I suggest you think it over carefully. Otherwise, if you miss home later, I won't have time to take you back. Brother-in-law, are you agreeing to my request? Lung Rumming asked excitedly. She only registered Lin Fan's first sentence, completely ignoring the rest. Lin Fan realized that Lung Ruming was determined to leave with him. Since that was the case, he decided not to persuade her further. Ruming, go spend some time with your family now, and tomorrow just leave with us. Yay, thank you, brother-in-law. Lung Ruming excitedly hugged Lin Fan, and then quickly left. Watching Lung Ruming's departing figure, Lung Rushuang said softly, "Husband, I feel that Ruming may have feelings for you." "Why do you say that?" Lin Fan looked at Lung Rushuang with some confusion. "It's simply a woman's intuition. I've never seen her so excited before." At this point, Lung Rushuang linked her arm with Lin Fan's. "Husband, how do you plan to arrange for Ruming? Let her stay in the Xinyao realm for now. With so many people there, she won't feel bored. As for other matters, we can discuss them later." Lung Rushuang nodded, choosing not to continue on this topic. In the Shenyang Empire, Crown Prince Yen Yen was sitting on a chair enjoying tea. Not long after, a person appeared before Yen Yen. "Your Highness, our people have secretly conveyed the information to Feng Wuji. Well done, now we just have to watch the show. I hope Feng Wuji can lend us some strength." After Yen Yen finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "By the way, how is my second sister doing now?" "Reporting to your Highness, the second princess is still at the Lin family and has not left." "Good, you may leave now." This subordinate takes their leave. After the person left, Yen couldn't help but murmur, "Second sister, I hope this gift from my elder brother will please you." With that, a look of pride appeared on Yen Yen's face. In the Tianfeng Empire, Feng Wuji was in his residence, erupting in fury, throwing many ornaments around the room. He had just received news that Yan Ying had actually made a lifelong commitment with someone. "Damn that wretched Yan Ying. I've pursued her for so long, yet she treats me with such indifference. And now she casually makes a lifelong commitment with someone else. She simply doesn't put me in her eyes. However, based on what I know of her, she shouldn't do this." Feng Wuji furrowed his brows at this point. Could it be that this man has some exceptional qualities or a powerful background? He was not foolish. A proud person like Yan Ying would never just choose any man. Even if Yan Ying was willing, the Shenyang Empire would not agree. Now the Shenyang Empire showed no signs of action. Was it that they hadn't discovered Yan Ying's behavior, or had they tacitly approved of it? If it was the former, it would be fine, but if it was the latter, then he couldn't act rashly. Anyone who could gain the recognition of the Shenyang Empire would not be ordinary. At the very least, they would come from a power of equal standing. Of course, there was also the possibility that the other party had exceptional talent. In that case, they could also bring a prodigy to the Shenyang Empire. Thinking of this, Feng Wuji's anger had calmed down somewhat. However, he was still quite furious at Yan Ying's actions. "It seems I need to investigate this man's identity first." With that thought, Feng Wuji shouted towards the door, "Come in." Soon a middle-aged man appeared before Feng Wuji. "Greetings, second prince. What orders do you have?" "Go secretly investigate what the second princess Yan Ying has been doing recently. Most importantly, find out the details about that man beside her. Be careful, this matter must be conducted in secret. They absolutely must not find out." "Yes, this subordinate will take care of it right away." After the middle-aged man bowed to Feng Wuji, he quickly left. "Yan Ying, if I find out that the man has no background, then don't blame me for being ruthless." At this point, a glint of killing intent flashed in Feng Wuji's eyes. Time quickly moved to the next day. The head of the Lin family, Lin Xuanqing, led several elders of the Lin family to send Lin Fan and the others to the gate. "Everyone, let's stop here. Young master, if you have time in the future, you must come visit our Lin family." "Rest assured, Uncle Lung, I will definitely come when I have the time. With this young master's word, I am at ease." Lin Xuanqing then looked at Lung Rushuang and Lung Ruming. "Rushuang, Ruming, you must listen to the young master during this trip, and must not cause any trouble, understood?" "Father, don't worry. We are not children anymore." After Lung Rushuang finished speaking, Lung Ruming, who was beside her, said mischievously, "Head of the family with Sister Rushuang looking after me, you can rest assured." "Haha, you little girl just knows how to talk back." Seeing that everyone had finished chatting, Lin Fan took out the flying boat. "Everyone, it's getting late. We shall meet again." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he boarded his flying boat with Lung Rushuang and Lung Ruming under the reluctant gazes of the Lung family. Lin Fan's departure drew the attention of many spies. They hurriedly transmitted the news of Lin Fan's exit to the forces behind them. Upon hearing this news, the Crown Prince Yen let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he's left. This will make it even harder for Feng Wujing to uncover the specifics. Only the Lin family and the city lord in Xingho City know of Gu Yu's name. It seems I must send someone to remind them not to disclose Gu Yu's name. Thinking of this, Yen immediately summoned a trusted aide. I pay my respects to the Crown Prince. What orders do you have for me? You must go to Xingho City immediately and instruct the Lin family and the City Lord's mansion not to reveal any information about Gu Yu to outsiders, especially Gu Yu's name, that cannot be disclosed to anyone. As for the Lin family and the City Lord's mansion, if they inquire, just say it is a royal request. After all, Gu Yu is with my royal sister, and we do not wish for this matter to be publicized. Yes, I will handle it right away. Watching his subordinate leave, a smile appeared on Yan Yan's lips. Now everything should be foolproof. Even if Feng Wujing sends someone to investigate, they will only learn that Gu Yu destroyed 2 small families and healed that member of the Lin family with the 9-yin absolute pulse. As for other information, they won't learn anything more. At this moment, aboard Lin Fan's flying boat, Long Rumming appeared somewhat melancholic. Noticing this, Lin Fan walked over and patted her shoulder. Ruming, are you reluctant to leave the Lin family? We haven't gone far yet, and if you truly feel that way, I can take you back. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to send her back, Long Rumming immediately became anxious. Brother-in-law, I don't want to go back. I want to follow you and venture out. Although I am indeed a bit reluctant, I want to be with Sister Ruoshuang, and you all the more. Lung Ruoshuang, hearing this, teased with a smile. You little girl, you just know how to say sweet things. Sister Ruoshuang, I am just speaking the truth. After saying this, Long Rumming playfully made a face at Lung Ruoshuang. Seeing Long Rumming so lively, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. After a bit of playful banter, Lung Ruoshuang finally brought up the serious matter. Husband, where are we headed next? For now, we don't have a specific destination. Let's just leave the territory of the Xinyan Empire first. Soon night fell. Lin Fan directly controlled the flying boat to come to a halt. At this moment, the flying boat had arrived in a mountain range. Noticing the surroundings, Lung Rumming looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Brother-in-law, why are we stopping here? This place is a mountain range with no one in sight. If we go out, we might encounter terrifying beasts. Seeing Lung Rumming being so cautious, Lin Fan laughed heartily. Don't worry, Rumming Oi, with your brother-in-law here, you have nothing to fear. It would be even better if we could encounter a beast. I could catch it and give it to you as a pet. Hearing Lin Fan say he would catch a beast for her as a pet, Lin Rumming's eyes lit up. At this moment, she began to look forward to the appearance of a beast. Of course, Lin Fan didn't stop here just to catch a beast. Now that it was dark, he naturally needed to return to the Xinshao realm. Lung Ruoshuang naturally understood what Lin Fan intended to do, so she didn't say much. Once Lin Fan stored the flying boat, Lung Rumming quickly asked, Brother-in-law, where are we going next? Are you really going to catch a beast for me as a pet? My request isn't high. I just want a 6th-level divine transformation realm beast. Seeing this, Lung Ruoshuang quickly pulled her back. Alright, Rumming, your brother-in-law is going to take you to a good place next. What place? Lung Rumming looked at Lung Ruoshuang with curiosity. Is it possible that brother-in-law's cave is here? Alright, don't ask for now, or you'll find out soon enough. Okay. Being out for the first time, Lung Rumming appeared very excited, so she talked a lot today. Just now, she hadn't stopped talking on the flying boat. After Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings and found nothing unusual, he directly took Lung Rumming and Lung Ruoshuang back into the Xinshao realm. However, not long after Lin Fan left, a white-haired fox appeared here. This fox then transformed into a charming woman. To think they vanished right under my nose. With my peak Quasidman Emperor power, I couldn't detect a single trace. Could it be hiding within some imperial weapon with its own space? Only such imperial weapons can evade my senses. Interesting. I originally just wanted to see who intruded into my territory, but I didn't expect to witness such a scene. I'll wait here and see who you really are. At this moment, Lin Fan, back in the Xinshao realm, sensed the unusual movement outside. As the master of the Xinshao realm, he could naturally perceive everything happening outside. He simply hadn't expected that by casually flying in a direction, he would inadvertently trespass into the territory of a Quasidman Emperor. To be honest, he didn't think his luck would be this good. Originally, Lin Fan didn't plan to reveal himself in this place. But since a Quasidman Emperor had appeared, he naturally had to meet them. With his current trump cards, he was more than capable of dealing with this Quasidman Emperor. The Lin family lacked high-end combat power, and if he could capture this being, he could later use the Bodhi ancient tree to transform it, greatly enhancing the Lin family's strength. Forget it. Since he wants to wait for me outside, I'll just go out tomorrow morning. The Quasidman Emperor outside probably never imagined that Lin Fan had already considered him as prey. Looking at Lung Rumming still dazed in place, Lin Fan shook his head. It is common for first-time visitors to have such reactions. Then Lin Fan glanced at Lung Ruoshuang, who was snickering nearby. All right, Ruo Shuang, stop laughing. When you came in last time, you weren't much better than Rumming. Next you will explain the situation here to Rumming. All right, husband, leave this matter to me. You go about your business. Good. Soon Lin Fan found Xiao Zian, who was eating spirit fruits. Upon seeing Lin Fan, a radiant smile appeared on her face. Husband, you're back. I'm back. I've left the Lin family. Next I plan to wander around. However, I accidentally trespassed into the territory of a Quasidman emperor, and now it is hiding in the shadows waiting for me to come out. Really? If it knew that you could exit from elsewhere, I wonder what its reaction would be. Saying this, Xiao Zian covered her mouth and chuckled. With the existence of the Shenxiao realm, they need not worry about anyone blocking them. Thus Xiao Zian was not at all concerned that this Quasidman emperor would cause them any trouble. Seeing that Xiao Zian misunderstood his intentions, Lin Fan decided to share his thoughts with her. Zian, my intention is to capture this quasi-demon emperor. As long as I can bring it into the divine sky realm, it will then serve the Lin family. Hearing Lin Fan's plan, Xiao Zian was taken aback. Husband, this is a quasi-demon emperor. You can't take such a risk. She had seen the power of a quasi-emperor and knew how terrifying they could be. Although Lin Fan possessed an imperial weapon, if he failed to summon it in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Xiao Zian's worried expression, Lin Fan stepped forward and embraced her. Zian, you need not worry. I have a plan. Since it is guarding me outside, it must be coveting the treasures on me. Therefore, until it obtains the treasure, it definitely won't strike at me with lethal force. I will assess the situation and see if I can lure it into the divine sky realm. As long as it enters with me, its life will be under my control. If it becomes impossible, I won't force it. Seeing Lin Fan's determination, Xiao Zian knew she couldn't change his mind. Helplessly, she could only support his decision. Husband, you must be careful when you go out this time. Rest assured, I won't engage in battles I'm not confident about. Lin Fan planned to take this risk because the family genealogy had the power of resurrection. Even if he were to die, the family genealogy could bring him back to life. At most, it would consume some of the family's fortune. And as long as he could subdue this quasi-demon emperor, the family's progress would accelerate. At that point, the Lin family would possess an imperial weapon and a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. The combination would be enough to rival those imperial level forces. However, in terms of foundation, there was still a significant gap compared to those imperial level forces. By the way, husband, should we inform the other sisters about this news? Lin Fan shook his head. If they find out, they will definitely try to persuade me. So to avoid worrying them, it's better not to mention it. Next 10 days passed in the divine sky realm without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, outside it was already dawn. Lin Fan did not go out immediately but sought out Lung Rumming. At this moment, Lung Rumming was happily wandering in the divine sky realm under Lung Rushwang's guidance. When the two saw Lin Fan, they joyfully approached him. Brother-in-law. Lung Rumming greeted Lin Fan excitedly. Rumming, are you satisfied with this place? Lung Rumming nodded enthusiastically. How could I not be satisfied in such a wonderful place? In my eyes, this is simply a paradise. I'm glad to hear that. Saying this, Lin Fan looked at Lung Rushwang beside him. Rushwang, you continue to show Rumming around. I have something to attend to outside. All right, husband, go ahead. Lung Rumming smiled. Brother-in-law, you go take care of your matters, don't mind me. Lin Fan nodded, then vanished from the spot. When he appeared in a certain mountain range, a seductive voice rang out behind him. Little one, you finally came out. This old ancestor has been waiting for you. Lin Fan turned around in panic upon hearing this. Of course, he was pretending to be startled. After all, anyone would be flustered in such a situation. He certainly did not want this demon emperor to notice anything unusual. As Lin Fan turned around, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared before him. At that moment, the fox demon shot a purple light into Lin Fan's brow. In an instant, Lin Fan's previously panicked expression turned into one of infatuation. Lin Fan was directly enchanted by the fox demon. The family divine tree sensed Lin Fan's abnormality and immediately began to act. Lin Fan felt a cool sensation in his sea of consciousness and instantly regained his senses. Realizing the earlier change, Lin Fan was startled. He hadn't expected the fox demon's techniques to be so terrifying. In just a moment, it had enchanted him. No wonder it's a fox demon. It truly is enchantingly seductive. Lin Fan thought to himself. Although his consciousness had awakened, he still pretended to gaze at the fox demon with infatuation. At the same time, he didn't forget to have the system check the information about this fox demon. Name Hu Mei. Race white fox. Age 180000. Innate abilities: Enchantment, Soul Capture. Bloodline rank: Imperial class, top tier. Realm: Quasi-Demon Emperor level 9. I didn't expect it to have reached Quasi-Demon Emperor level 9, so close to becoming a Demon Emperor. Seeing who my strength, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel emotional, especially her bloodline potential, which had reached the Imperial class top tier. Such potential meant that as long as resources were sufficient, Hu Mei could cultivate to the complete realm of a Demon Emperor. Unlike human cultivators, the demon race does not have physical limitations, but they possess innate abilities and bloodline ranks. Of course, bloodline rank also limits their potential. Although demon races also have opportunities to break their bloodline limits, the difficulty is countless times greater than that of human races. One can only say that where there are gains, there are losses. The Tao is fair. You have advantages in one aspect, but there will certainly be shortcomings in another. While Lin Fan was pondering, Hu Mei had already approached him. She walked up to Lin Fan and gently lifted his chin with her finger. "Little one, can you tell this old ancestor where you took those 2 girls last night?" Hu Mei's voice was soft but carried a captivating power. If it were someone else, even if they were a quasi-emperor, they would likely fall victim without any preparation. Lin Fan thought for a moment and realized that she must have used her soul capture innate ability. To answer the old ancestor, last night I took them back to my imperial weapon space. They are still in there. Hearing that Lin Fan truly possessed an imperial weapon, a glint of greed flashed in Hu Mei's eyes. With her current strength, she didn't care much about ordinary items. However, an imperial weapon was a treasure that countless cultivators yearned for. Yet she was curious about how Lin Fan controlled the imperial weapon. It's known that even she couldn't use an imperial weapon without its acknowledgement. "Little one, how did you come to possess this imperial weapon? Has this imperial weapon already recognized you as its master?" At this moment, Lin Fan displayed strength at the first level of the Holy King realm. Hu Mei pondered and concluded that this imperial weapon must have recognized Lin Fan as its master. "Elder ancestor, you are indeed correct. This imperial weapon has already recognized me as its master. If the elder ancestor desires it, I wouldn't mind gifting this imperial weapon to you." At this moment he was in a controlled state, so Lin Fan naturally had to perform convincingly. Once she confirmed her suspicions, Hu Mei revealed an envious expression. Those who could make an imperial weapon recognize them as their master were all individuals of great fortune. In such cases, one either needed to kill them or befriend them. However, with the protection of the imperial weapon, it would not be easy for her to kill Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Hu Mei felt a sense of melancholy. Although Lin Fan said he would gift her the imperial weapon, she dared not accept it. If it were an unclaimed imperial weapon, Lin Fan's offer to give it to her would be irresistible. However, since the imperial weapon had already recognized Lin Fan as its master, it would be impossible for her to seize it. If she attempted to snatch the imperial weapon, it would automatically awaken to protect its master. Once the imperial weapon revived, she might not even be its match. Even if she could indeed contend with the imperial weapon, the commotion would attract the attention of others. This would lead to even greater trouble. After all, she was attempting to seize an imperial weapon belonging to a human cultivator. At that point, all the quasi-emperors among human cultivators would likely come after her. What should I do next? Should I just let him go? Thinking of this, Hu Mei felt a sense of unwillingness. For years she had been searching for a way to break through to the Demon Emperor level, but unfortunately she had gained nothing. Now, with an opportunity in front of her, she didn't know how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, Hu Mei turned her gaze back to Lin Fan. "Little one, may I see your imperial weapon?" "Of course, elder ancestor, I will take it out for you to see right now." As he spoke, Lin Fan prepared to act. "Wait!" Hu Mei quickly called out to Lin Fan. If Lin Fan were to reveal the imperial weapon, now the aura it emitted would cause turmoil. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He did not understand why Hu Mei wanted to stop him from taking out the imperial weapon. "Little one, didn't you say that your imperial weapon has a spatial feature? You can just take me inside to have a look." Hu Mei naturally understood the risks of entering another's imperial weapon. If the other party activated the weapon and trapped her inside, she would have no chance to escape. However, she was confident in her soul-capturing abilities. Lin Fan was merely a small holy king, and he absolutely could not escape her control. With such means at her disposal, she was not worried that Lin Fan would pose a threat to her. In fact, she had a premonition that the opportunity to break through to the Demon Emperor realm lay with Lin Fan. This intuition had helped her avoid many detours in her cultivation over the years. This was also why she decided to follow Lin Fan into the Imperial weapons space. Because she believed that the opportunity to break through to the Demon Emperor realm was very likely within the Imperial weapons space. To achieve this breakthrough, she had to take a risk. Lin Fan did not expect that Hu Mei would dare to actively accompany him to the divine sky realm. He was still contemplating how to subdue Hu Mei as quickly as possible. If time dragged on too long, the commotion here would attract the attention of other cultivators. Thus, the longer he took, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. But now Hu Mei unexpectedly requested to follow him, which was a stroke of good fortune coming to him. Once they reached the divine sky realm, wouldn't Hu Mei be at his mercy? Having a quasi-demon emperor voluntarily offer herself was an opportunity he couldn't even dare to imagine. Although Lin Fan felt excited, his gaze towards Hu Mei still revealed a hint of infatuation. When acting, one must be thorough. At this moment, he could not reveal any flaws. Elder ancestor, do not resist. I will take you into the Imperial weapon space now. All right, I am ready. You can take me in. To be honest, Hu Mei was quite looking forward to what the space of the Imperial weapon would be like. At that moment, Lin Fan did not delay. With a thought, he brought Hu Mei back to the divine sky realm. In the blink of an eye, Hu Mei found herself in a sea of flowers. Feeling the rich aura of the heavens and earth, Hu Mei revealed a look of astonishment. Just as she was about to use her divine sense to explore this space, she discovered that her power had been completely sealed. Feeling the change within herself, Hu Mei was instantly taken aback. What is happening? Why has my power been sealed? Did the Imperial weapon act on its own? At this moment, Hu Mei did not suspect that it was Lin Fan's doing. She was confident in her own innate abilities. However, just then Lin Fan's voice reached her ears. Elder ancestor, Hu Mei, welcome to my world. Seeing that Lin Fan had fully recovered, Hu Mei's expression changed dramatically. How could you escape my control? How is this possible? And how do you know my name? I was never under your control, so how could I speak of escaping? Lin Fan replied with a smile. Then Lin Fan added, as for how I know your name, that is even simpler. After all, you are a formidable quasi-demon emperor of the 9th level, and your reputation in the outside world is quite prominent. It's not surprising that I know your name. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Hu Mei's expression turned grim. It seems your target this time is me. Tell me who is behind you and why are you targeting me? And no, elder ancestor, Hu Mei, you misunderstand. I was merely passing through your territory. I initially had no idea it was yours. I just didn't expect you to target me, even daring to enter my little world with me. I must say your courage is truly remarkable. I can assure you that within my little world I am the master. Even if an emperor were to appear here, they would only be suppressed by me. Hearing that an emperor could be suppressed here, Hu Mei scoffed. She did not believe Lin Fan's words at all. Little one, do you think I have never seen the world? Though imperial weapons are powerful, they cannot possibly suppress a being of the emperor level. It's better to keep such grand claims to a minimum in the future. It was evident that Hu Mei did not believe that this space could suppress an emperor. Even if it could, it would require the emperor to personally control the imperial weapon. To think that Lin Fan, a mere holy king, could use an imperial weapon to suppress an emperor was akin to a delusion. If emperors were that easy to suppress, they would be too cheap. Elder ancestor, Hu Mei, who told you that my little world is an imperial weapon? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Moreover, with the laws of heaven and earth so complete here, do you think this is something an imperial weapon could possess? Hu Mei realized Lin Fan's words, and was taken aback by his abilities, failing to consider this aspect earlier. Although she had never encountered an imperial weapon, she understood that while an imperial weapon with space could accommodate people, the laws of heaven and earth within it were incomplete. The spatial laws inherent to an imperial weapon are determined by the laws of heaven and earth that its master cultivates. For example, an emperor who cultivates wood-based laws would possess an imperial weapon that only contains the laws of wood, and even those would be incomplete, incomparable to the laws of the main world. As the emperor's strength increases, the laws within the space will also improve alongside him. However, this space before her surprisingly contained all the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, compared to the outside world, the laws within the space were even easier for people to comprehend. Such a powerful function was definitely not something an imperial weapon could possess. Thinking of the wonders of this space, Hu Mei once again displayed a look of shock. She initially wanted to call Lin Fan little guy, but remembering her current predicament, Hu Mei quickly changed her words. Since this is not the internal space of an imperial weapon, then what exactly is this place? I have lived for over 100,000 years, and I have never heard of such a miraculous place in this world. Looking at Hu Mei's astonished face, Lin Fan smirked slightly. Hu Mei, you do not need to know what this place is for now. What you should be most worried about is your current situation. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Hu Mei's expression turned somewhat gloomy. I never expected that after living for over 100,000 years I would be outsmarted by you, a mere holy king. However, I must admit that I was careless. If I had been more vigilant and not come in with you, you would never have escaped my grasp. Given the cards I hold in my hand, even if you hadn't followed me in, I could still have captured you. Your only mistake was attempting to set your sights on me. Now that you regret it, it is already too late. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took out the Chen Kuan fan. As the Chen Kuan fan was opened, a terrifying aura emanated from it. Upon sensing the aura radiating from the Chen Kuan fan, Hu Mei's expression changed dramatically. With her experience, she naturally knew the grade of the treasure Lin Fan held. I never expected you really possessed an imperial weapon, a top-grade imperial one at that, and this imperial weapon has even recognized you as its master. Who on earth are you? When did such a person appear in the Shentian continent? Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of confusion and shock. You will find out who I am later, but I can tell you my name. I am Lin Fan, and you can call me by my name directly, Lin Fan said with a smile. He revealed the imperial weapon at this moment, primarily to break down Hu Mei's mental defenses. To deal with an ancient monster like Hu Mei, as long as he revealed enough cards, perhaps she would voluntarily ally with him. Otherwise, trying to persuade her with the Bodhi ancient tree would surely take a long time. The stronger the opponent, the longer it takes to persuade them. Seeing that Lin Fan had no intention of revealing his true identity, Hu Mei felt somewhat helpless. Her current strength had already been sealed by Lin Fan, and she had no means to deal with him. Had her strength still been intact, she would have definitely given Lin Fan a good beating. After calming her emotions, Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan with a serene expression and asked, "So how do you plan to deal with me?" Seeing Hu Mei's reaction, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. "Hu Mei, I didn't expect you to be so calm. I thought you would threaten me." Hee hee. Hu Mei sneered coldly. "My strength has been sealed by you, and even my life and death are in your hands. What meaning does a threat hold for you? However, since you have talked so much with me, it seems you do not intend to kill me. So tell me, how do you plan to deal with me?" Seeing Hu Mei being so perceptive, Lin Fan's mouth curled into a slight smile. "Hu Mei, I went to great lengths to trick you into coming here, and it is certainly not to kill you. I need you to serve the Lin family." Upon hearing this request from Lin Fan, Hu Mei felt slightly surprised at first, but quickly became understanding. She had actually anticipated that Lin Fan was after her. At this moment, Hu Mei was not angry, but rather curiously inquired, "Since you want to subdue me, what benefits do you plan to offer?" Hearing Hu Mei's response, Lin Fan once again showed a look of surprise. He had thought she would refuse outright, even to the point of preferring death over submission. After all, she was a Quasidman emperor, and her pride was certainly immense. How could she submit to a mere human in the Holy King realm? Hu Mei's reaction at this moment rendered Lin Fan's prepared words unnecessary. The change in Lin Fan's expression did not escape Hu Mei's notice. Seeing this, Hu Mei began to consider in her heart, "This guy Lin Fan must think that I would be furious upon hearing this condition. Humph, as a dignified Quasidman emperor, if I cannot even control this little bit of emotion, I would not have lived for over 100,000 years in vain. However, since this guy wants to subdue me, I will not make it easy for him. At the very least, I need to see some substantial benefits before I agree. But my initial feelings about this space should not be wrong. This mysterious space might truly allow me to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. If his conditions are not harsh, agreeing to ally with him is not out of the question. This guy clearly possesses great fortune. Not only does he have a top-grade imperial weapon, but this mysterious space is also extraordinary, its value far exceeding that of an imperial weapon. Although this guy is currently just at the Holy King realm. From a long-term perspective, this guy's future achievements will surely be limitless. In that case, it is not impossible for me to ally with him. But I cannot just follow him for nothing. At the very least, he must offer me some substantial benefits." Lin Fan was unaware of Hu Mei's inner calculations, but since Hu Mei mentioned benefits, the matter became simple. "Hu Mei, tell me, what benefits do you want me to give you?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, a hint of a smile appeared on Hu Mei's face. "Lin Fan, my strength has now reached the 9th level of the Quasidman realm. I naturally look down upon ordinary benefits. Why don't you just casually give me an imperial weapon? That way I will undoubtedly be loyal to you. Of course, I do not require a top-grade imperial weapon. A superior grade one will suffice." As she said this, Hu Mei did not forget to throw Lin Fan a flirtatious glance. Lin Fan directly ignored the flirtatious glances thrown by Hu Mei. However, when faced with the demands proposed by Hu Mei, Lin Fan could only laugh in anger. What a joke to speak of a high-grade imperial weapon, as if it were something as common as cabbage, assuming it could be obtained simply by asking. The value of a high-grade imperial weapon cannot be compared to that of a quasi-emperor. Who may do you think imperial weapons are as common as cabbage available just by asking? I can clearly tell you there are no imperial weapons available. If you truly wish to ally with me, then do not propose such harsh conditions. Of course, if you do not wish to ally with me, I have ways to make you submit. But I must warn you, if it comes to that point, you will definitely obey my commands. So I give you another chance. Think carefully before you give me an answer, or else you will regret it when the time comes. Upon hearing Lin Fan's threatening words, Hu Mei was taken aback. She could not fathom what means Lin Fan had to make her submit. Furrowing her brow, Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan with some dissatisfaction. Are you trying to scare me? I have never heard of any means a Saint King could possess to command a Quasidman Emperor. Even if you are a beast tamer, there is no way a Saint King's strength could control a Quasidman Emperor. Let alone a Quasidman Emperor, you couldn't control a demon emperor, could you? In response to Hu Mei's doubts, Lin Fan grinned. Since you don't believe me, I will let you witness my methods. Without waiting for Hu Mei's reply, Lin Fan took her directly to the secret realm where the Bodhi ancient tree was located. Just as Hu Mei was about to inquire what Lin Fan was up to, she was suddenly captivated by the towering ancient tree before her. Just a moment later, Hu Mei's expression turned ghostly pale, her eyes wide open. She seemed utterly at a loss for words. Lin Fan, this. Could it be? The Bodhi ancient tree. At that moment, Hu Mei's tone was somewhat stammering. Such an imperial spiritual root is quite famous in the divine wilderness realm, and many ancient texts have recorded it. Thus, it was not surprising that Hu Mei could recognize it. As you can see, this is the Bodhi ancient tree, Lin Fan said with a cheerful smile. Impossible, how could you possess the Bodhi ancient tree? This cannot be real, Hu Mei exclaimed in shock. It is well known that the Bodhi ancient tree is in the hands of the Buddhist sect on the Tianfu continent. How could it appear here? Hu Mei found it hard to accept this reality. She had heard about how terrifying the Tianfu continent was, claiming that there were many emperors. She did not believe anyone could snatch the Bodhi ancient tree from the Buddhist sect of the Tianfu continent. There's nothing impossible. Do you not trust your own eyes? This? Hu Mei was left speechless. She could confirm she had not misseen this. The ancient tree before her was indeed the Bodhi ancient tree. The aura emanating from this ancient tree was indistinguishable from what was recorded about the Bodhi. Although she did not know how Lin Fan had obtained this Bodhi ancient tree, the reality was laid before her, leaving her no choice but to believe. Who exactly is Lin Fan? Hu Mei puzzled over Lin Fan's true origins. Seeing Hu Mei silent, Lin Fan knew his plan was likely to succeed. However, he needed to apply a bit more pressure on Hu Mei. Thus Lin Fan cleared his throat a couple of times and turned his gaze back to Hu Mei. Hu Mei, with the Bodhi ancient tree here, do you still think I cannot do anything to you? As long as I suppress you here, the Bodhi ancient tree can transform you. Although the transformation takes some time, I am willing to wait if it means making a Quasidman emperor wholeheartedly devoted to me. As Lin Fan spoke, a proud smile appeared on his face. However, in Hu Mei's eyes, Lin Fan had now transformed into a demon. This also caused Hu Mei to become increasingly anxious. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and pleaded with Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you cannot do this. Although being transformed by the Bodhi ancient tree would not affect her thoughts, and there would be no other changes, when facing Lin Fan she would sincerely submit and would not go against his wishes. At that time she would be like a puppet in front of Lin Fan, completely at his mercy. Just thinking about that scene sent chills down Hu Mei's spine. She absolutely would not allow herself to become that puppet. Seeing Hu Mei had begun to fear, Lin Fan's expression also became calm. Hu Mei, since you do not wish to be transformed by the Bodhi ancient tree, you should know what to do. Don't say I am being unreasonable. I can give you half a year to consider. If after half a year you still refuse to submit to me, do not blame me for transforming you. I do not wish to waste too much time on you. The half a year Lin Fan mentioned was naturally in the context of the Shintian realm. After a moment of silence, Hu Mei finally gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Fan. No need for half a year, I agree to you now. To Hu Mei, since she could not escape her fate of submission after half a year, there was actually no difference between submitting now and later. If she submitted to Lin Fan now, she might even earn some goodwill. Living here later might be a bit more comfortable. Seeing Hu Mei willing to submit, Lin Fan was quite pleased. He then checked Hu Mei's information and found her loyalty to him had reached 30. Although it wasn't very high, an increase in loyalty was still a good start. Hu Mei, since you are willing to submit, I will restore some of your strength. Without some strength, it would be inconvenient for you to act in my world. As for the outside world, you can forget about going out for a while. Just live here well from now on. When I feel you are truly devoted to me, I will restore all your strength. At that time, I will also grant you permission to freely enter and exit my world. After saying this, Lin Fan controlled Hu Mei's strength to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Feeling her powers returning, Hu Mei was overjoyed. Though she could only wield the strength of the Saint Realm, it was certainly better than having no power at all. A powerful person suddenly losing their strength would feel very insecure. After calming herself, Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan, may I ask if you could take me to explore your little world? As Hu Mei spoke, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. She was quite curious about Lin Fan's world. A small world containing all the laws of heaven and earth was simply unbelievable. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would absolutely not believe such a small world existed. Lin Fan did not refuse Hu Mei's proposal. I happen to have nothing to do, so since you want to explore, I will take you around. After saying this, Lin Fan led Hu Mei out of the secret realm. Next, Lin Fan took Hu Mei on a general tour of the divine mist realm. Throughout the journey, Hu Mei remained in a state of shock. The awe that the divine mist realm instilled in her was simply overwhelming. Not to mention the spiritual herbs cultivated within even a random patch of land here could be transformed into a holy level spirit field. Especially after learning that the flow of time inside is 20 times faster than the outside world, Hu Mei was completely exhilarated. Originally filled with regret, all she could think about at this moment was one thing: she had to stay here. She felt as if she couldn't be driven away. Leaving aside everything else, with this 20 times accelerated flow of time, even without any other cultivation resources, she could reach the realm of the Demon Emperor just by grinding away. Moreover, there exists the Bodhi ancient tree here. With 20 times the time and the blessing of the Bodhi ancient tree, if she couldn't break through to the Demon Emperor realm, she might as well have died. At this moment, Lin Fan was also taken aback by Hu Mei's reaction. He noticed her loyalty was steadily increasing. In just a short while, Hu Mei's loyalty had already reached 70. The family divine tree also sensed this and promptly marked Hu Mei with a seal. However, Hu Mei was completely unaware of it. What's going on? Did Hu Mei take the wrong medicine? Suddenly her loyalty is skyrocketing. This is too good to be true. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan was overjoyed. To have successfully subdued a quasi-demon emperor, especially one at the 9th level, how could he not be happy? With Hu Mei, this quasi-demon emperor at the 9th level, overseeing things, the Lin family's development could accelerate. Although Lin Fan was very pleased inside, he didn't show it on his face. After her shock subsided, Hu Mei regained her composure. She glanced at Lin Fan, hesitating to speak. Naturally, Lin Fan noticed her demeanor. Hu Mei, if you have something to say, just say it. You needn't be so reserved. With Lin Fan saying this, Hu Mei no longer hesitated. Lin Fan, can I go out for a moment? There are still many valuable items in my cave dwelling that I want to bring back. Besides, I have some clan members that I want to bring with me. If I leave, my enemies might trouble them. So I hope to bring them into this small world with me, and I hope you can help with that. Hu Mei's tone carried a hint of pleading, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She didn't know if Lin Fan would agree to her request. If she could bring her clan members here, it would be a great opportunity for their group. Especially in this small world where they could cultivate without worrying about enemies. Hearing that Hu Mei wanted to bring her clan members over made Lin Fan even happier. With Hu Mei, a quasi-demon emperor at the 9th level, in charge, her clan surely would not be lacking in strength. Perhaps there were many strong individuals among them. At this moment, fearing that Lin Fan would refuse, Hu Mei continued to add, Lin Fan, although my clan is small in number, their strength is not weak. Aside from me, there are 2 other quasi-demon emperors in my clan. One is at the 3rd level of quasi-demon emperor and the other is at the 5th level. They are both my sisters. In addition, there are 8 at the Demon Lord level, 20 at the Demon Emperor level, and 56 at the Demon King level. The remaining clan members number around 100,000. The reason Hu Mei's clan was so few in number was that the Bai Hu clan had a very high bloodline level, resulting in a slow reproduction rate. Not only is pregnancy difficult, but even after conceiving it takes hundreds of years to give birth. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the gestation period. However, compared to humans, the Bai Hu clan also has other advantages. Because every Bai Hu is born with at least the strength of a 5th-tier demon beast equivalent to the human realm of the divine platform. If they are born with purer bloodlines, their cultivation will be even higher. At this point, Lin Fan felt even more excited upon hearing these figures. He didn't expect that aside from Hu Mei, there were actually 2 other quasi-demon emperors. The number of demon lords and demon emperors was considerable as well. With these powerful Fox clan members, joining the foundation of the Lin family would greatly improve. However, although Hu Mei had been marked by the family divine tree, thus not needing to worry about her betrayal or leaking secrets. The act still needed to be performed. If he simply agreed to Hu Mei's request, it would seem rather foolish. After all, no one would easily agree to such a request. Lin Fan pretended to ponder for a moment, then displayed a troubled expression. Hu Mei, do you think I currently dare to let you go? I was just threatening you, telling you to submit to me. Surely you must hate me very much now. If I let you go at this moment, I wouldn't be able to stop you from escaping. After all, here I conceal your strength, but once outside I have no such ability. Although I have the Imperial weapon on me, I'm not afraid of you attacking me. But if you run away, I really wouldn't be able to stop you, not to mention you have 2 quasi-demon Emperor-level helpers behind you. More importantly, you already know many of my secrets. If you escape and out of revenge leak the secrets from here, wouldn't I be targeted by all the forces? Having cultivated for over 100,000 years, you should understand human greed. If the secrets of the Divine Mist Realm were to be leaked, I doubt any force could resist the temptation of the Divine Mist Realm. I certainly don't want to become a target for everyone. Although I'm not afraid of these forces causing trouble for me, with the Divine Mist Realm backing me, their interference would slow down the Lin family's development. Hu Mei was not surprised by Lin Fan's concerns. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't agree to such a request either. But she truly had no intention of escaping. She simply didn't know what to do to make Lin Fan trust her. With a soft sigh, Hu Mei once again pleaded with Lin Fan, I really have no need to deceive you. My purpose in going out this time is to bring my clan members in for settlement. Then I can serve you with peace of mind. Moreover, with such a good cultivation environment here, I might even break through to the Demon Emperor realm in a short time. So anyone who isn't a fool would choose not to leave. Can you trust me just this once? Hearing this, Lin Fan pretended to hesitate for a moment, then shook his head. No matter how you put it, I still can't agree to your request right now. If the secrets are leaked, it would bring me endless trouble. Seeing that Lin Fan was unmoved, Hu Mei gritted her teeth and made a bold decision. In one swift motion, she stepped forward to Lin Fan, and in the midst of his astonished gaze, she directly embraced him and kissed him. A day later, Hu Mei bit her lip and fixed her gaze tightly on Lin Fan. Now you should be satisfied, right? I am now yours. You shouldn't still worry that I might betray you, should you? Lin Fan truly did not expect that Hu Mei would come up with such a tactic. He had merely intended to tease her. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to accept it. Hu Mei, what can I say about you? Indeed, men must learn to protect themselves out there. This world is exceedingly dangerous. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he put on a pitiful expression while looking at Hu Mei. Seeing that Lin Fan was still playing the victim, Hu Mei felt a surge of anger. After all, she was the one who had suffered a loss. If her powers hadn't been sealed, she would have taught Lin Fan a lesson without hesitation. Thinking of this, Hu Mei shot Lin Fan a glare. Alright, stop trying to act innocent after taking advantage of me. Now that we've done what we needed to do, will you finally agree to let me go out for a while? How could she, a future demon emperor, be so easily placated? This guy was just too infuriating. No, it was too much to infuriate a demon. Seeing this, Lin Fan chuckled and pulled Hu Mei into his embrace. Hu Mei, since you are now part of the Lin family, I will trust you this once. If you truly plan to escape once I grow stronger, I will definitely catch you again. Hu Mei did not doubt Lin Fan's words. With the presence of the divine celestial realm and the Bodhi ancient tree, Lin Fan's growth speed would undoubtedly be rapid. As soon as he broke through to the first level of Quasi-Emperor, he would be able to easily suppress her with the Imperial weapon in his hand. Thinking about Lin Fan's future achievements, Hu Mei suddenly smiled. Although it was indeed embarrassing for her to have given herself away so easily, it was hard to accept. A Quasidman emperor being taken advantage of by a holy king was indeed a ridiculous tale. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unacceptable. She needed Lin Fan's help to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Overall, she was not at a loss, instead it was a gain. With this in mind, Hu Mei's smile deepened. Lin Fan was unaware of why Hu Mei suddenly laughed, but he did not inquire further. Hu Mei, get ready. Let's go out together. Hearing that Lin Fan was taking her out, Hu Mei finally let go of her worries. If it were her, she might not have agreed so quickly. Thinking of this, Hu Mei felt quite touched. Lin Fan, thank you for trusting me. I can assure you that I will definitely not run away. Alright, I believe you. After packing their things, Lin Fan took Hu Mei to a mountainous area. Having not examined it closely before, he realized now that this was indeed a place of great fortune. The aura of the heavens and earth was extraordinarily rich. No wonder the White Fox clan settled here. Hu Mei, feeling her strength returning, finally felt at ease. She glanced at Lin Fan and felt a fleeting urge to teach him a lesson. However, in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Lin Fan, it's still some distance to my cave. Let me lead you there. All right. Seeing that Lin Fan did not refuse, Hu Mei thought for a moment, and then took Lin Fan away in an instant. In no time, they arrived at a picturesque location. This place is great, the aura of the heavens and earth is dense. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise. Of course, who do you think picked this place? Hu Mei said with a bit of pride. Lin Fan never expected Hu Mei to have such a side to her. By the way, Hu Mei, where are your clan members? Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings, but found not a single Fox clan member. They are all in the space I opened up. Let me take you there now. As she spoke, Hu Mei formed a hand seal. Soon a light gate appeared before Lin Fan. Let's go in. With that, Hu Mei pulled Lin Fan through the light gate. As they crossed, the light gate vanished. After crossing the light gate, Lin Fan was greeted by a landscape of clear mountains and flowing water. He also saw many white foxes. Upon seeing Hu Mei, they all lay prostrate on the ground. The white foxes before him had not yet reached the conditions for transformation. You all get up, all clan members gather at the training ground. Hu Mei's voice was not loud but echoed throughout the space. After saying this, she took Lin Fan to the high platform at the training ground. All the Fox clan members began to move as soon as they heard Hu Mei's command. No one dared to defy the orders of their ancestral figure. Even the other two Quasidman emperors among the Fox clan appeared at the training ground upon hearing Hu Mei's command. Upon seeing her, they hurriedly asked, "Eldest sister, what has happened?" "Don't worry, my dear sisters. What I have to say is good news. I will announce it once all clan members are gathered." Hearing this, the two stopped asking further. They then turned their attention to Lin Fan. After sizing him up, curiosity appeared in their eyes. "Eldest sister, is this young man your guest?" Although Lin Fan currently only displayed the cultivation of a holy king, seeing how close their eldest sister was to him, they did not belittle him. "Sisters, this is my husband Lin Fan. You will henceforth call him brother-in-law." After introducing Lin Fan to her two sisters, Hu Mei then introduced them to him. "Husband, this is my second sister, Hu Yue, and the other is my third sister, Hu Yen." "Hello, sisters." Lin Fan greeted the two with a smile. After greeting them, Lin Fan did not forget to check their information. Name Hu Yu. Race White Fox. Age 178500. Talent Enchantment Soul Capture. Bloodline level Imperial Grade Upper Tier. Realm Quasi-Demon Emperor 5th level. Name Hu Yen. Race White Fox. Age 176800. Talent Enchantment Soul Capture. Bloodline level Imperial Grade Upper Tier. Realm Quasi-Demon Emperor 3rd level. Compared to Hu Mei's Imperial Grade Superior Bloodline, Hu Yu and Hu Yan's bloodline levels were a tier lower. However, reaching Imperial Grade Upper Tier was already quite impressive. At this moment, compared to the smiling Lin Fan, Hu Yu and Hu Yen stood frozen in shock. They never expected that their eldest sister would come back from just a trip with a brother-in-law. This truly astonished them. Once Hu Yu regained her senses, she hurriedly asked, "Eldest sister, what exactly is going on? Why have you never mentioned this to us before? You mustn't tell us that you just met." "Yes, eldest sister, quickly tell us what happened." Hu Yen chimed in, echoing her sister's curiosity. Upon hearing the inquiries from her two younger sisters, Hu Mei's expression became somewhat awkward. She truly didn't know how to explain this matter. Lin Fan, standing to the side, observed the scene in silence, though the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. After glaring at Lin Fan, Hu Mei then addressed Hu Yu and Hu Yen, saying, "Please don't rush, I have something important to announce next. Once this matter is resolved, I will explain everything to you clearly." Seeing that Hu Mei had said so, Hu Yu and Hu Yen could only acquiesce. However, at that moment, their gazes towards Lin Fan were filled with curiosity. The two sisters knew well how proud their eldest sister was. Ordinary male beings simply could not catch her eye. There were even several aspiring demon emperors who wished to win her favor, but all were severely injured by their eldest sister. Yet Lin Fan standing before them felt far too ordinary. The two simply could not understand what aspect of Lin Fan attracted their eldest sister's attention. If it were merely his looks, that certainly wouldn't suffice. Their eldest sister was not so superficial. But apart from his appearance, they truly could not see anything particularly special about Lin Fan. His strength was pitiably weak, merely at the first level of the Saint King realm. Such strength in their eyes was no different from that of an ant. At that moment, Lin Fan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Fortunately, it wasn't long before all the white foxes arrived at the training ground. Among them were those who had transformed and those who had not. What surprised Lin Fan was that they were all female foxes without a single male fox in sight. This was indeed something Lin Fan had not anticipated. However, this scene was not the time for inquiries, so he could only keep this confusion to himself. We pay our respects to the three ancestors. At this moment, all the white foxes respectfully bowed to Hu Mei and the other two. No need for formalities. Thank you, ancestor. Children, before announcing something important, I want to introduce someone to you all. Next, amidst the shocked gazes of all the white foxes, Hu Mei directly took Lin Fan's hand. This is my husband Lin Fan. From now on you shall also refer to him as ancestor. As soon as Hu Mei said this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. They were already very curious about why a human male would stand beside their ancestors. But they never expected that this man was actually the husband of their great ancestor. This news had a tremendous impact on them. Seeing the commotion, Hu Mei frowned. Silence, everyone. With her sharp reprimand, the venue instantly fell silent. It was clear that Hu Mei's prestige within the clan was absolutely unquestionable. Once everything was quieted down, Hu Mei commanded them, "Now everyone bow to my husband." Upon hearing Hu Mei's command, even though some white foxes were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show any signs. Thus they respectfully bowed to Lin Fan, once more saying, "We pay our respects to ancestor." Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He, a human, had suddenly become the ancestor of these white foxes. However, given the circumstances, he could only reluctantly accept it. He then smiled and waved at the white foxes, saying, "Everyone please rise." "Thank you, ancestor." Seeing Lin Fan accept her younger generation, Hu Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, her intention in doing this was also to ensure that Lin Fan would take care of their white fox clan in the future. The small world was Lin Fan's domain. Once they entered it, they would definitely have to live according to Lin Fan's wishes. If they could receive special attention from Lin Fan, their white fox clan would be able to develop rapidly. Now that Lin Fan had accepted the title of ancestor, he would likely take care of these younger foxes. Next, I am going to announce an order. We are relocating as a clan. Hu Mei's command not only shocked the white foxes, but even Hu Yu and Hu Yen looked at Hu Mei in astonishment at this moment. "Eldest sister, what is going on? We have settled here for over 1,000,000 years. Why the sudden need to move?" Hu Mei waved her hand, signaling them not to rush. "My two younger sisters, the reason I decided to relocate is that I have found a place that is more suitable for our cultivation. There our cultivation speed will greatly increase." "Eldest sister, is what you say true?" Hu Yu and Hu Yen looked at Hu Mei with excitement in their eyes. If there really was a place more suitable for their cultivation, they would certainly want to move there. Seeing the two questioning her, Hu Mei frowned. "What, do you two not even trust what I, your eldest sister, say?" Seeing that Hu Mei seemed a bit angry, the two quickly shook their heads. "Eldest sister, we definitely do not doubt what you say. It's just that this news is too shocking. We just want to confirm it." "All right, I am not the sort to joke about such things. Once we get there, I guarantee you won't want to leave." Having confirmed the truth of this matter, Hu Yu and Hu Yen were both very excited. Since their eldest sister had found such a good place, they would naturally support the relocation. Hu Mei no longer paid attention to the excited two, but turned to the clan leader of the White Fox clan, Hu Shui. Hu Shui, the leader of the White Fox clan, was no weakling, having reached the 9th level of the Demon Sovereign Realm. She was the strongest among the White Fox clan aside from Hu Mei and the other two aspiring demon emperors. Furthermore, her bloodline level was very high, reaching the upper tier of the imperial grade. There was no doubt she would become an aspiring demon emperor next. She was also one of the key figures Hu Mei and the other two were cultivating. "Hu Shui, you will be responsible for the relocation of the clan from now on. I will give you 3 days. I hope you won't disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Hu Shui nodded solemnly. "Ancestor, rest assured, 3 days is enough. I will handle this matter well." "Good, then you may go and busy yourself." After Hu Mei finished speaking, she directly took Lin Fan and left. Hu Yu and Hu Yen hurriedly followed suit. Soon the group appeared in a luxurious palace. At this time there were no outsiders, and Hu Yu and Hu Yen eagerly pulled Hu Mei to inquire. "Eldest sister, please tell us what is going on between you and brother-in-law. Your relationship has developed so suddenly. It truly caught us off guard." Faced with their questions, Hu Mei felt a bit overwhelmed. "Second sister, third sister, I currently don't know how to explain this to you all. But please don't rush. Once we move you will understand. In any case, your brother-in-law is not as simple as he appears. If you have any questions, you can ask your brother-in-law." There were many things she couldn't conveniently say herself. Thus Hu Mei shifted the focus of their attention to Lin Fan. Indeed, upon hearing Hu Mei's words, both of their gazes were fixed on Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, quickly tell us how you managed to win over our elder sister. This is truly astonishing. You must know that there were several Quasidman emperors who tried to pursue our elder sister before, but in the end they were all dealt with by her. Hearing their words, Hu Mei felt a bit embarrassed. She couldn't help but glare at them. She never expected these two would blurt out anything like that. Lin Fan was also taken aback, not realizing that Hu Mei had done such things in the past. Two little sisters, the reason we are together is not that I pursued your elder sister, but rather that your elder sister pursued me first. What? How is that possible? The two completely did not believe Lin Fan's words. From their understanding of Hu Mei, she would never take the initiative to pursue anyone. What I said is absolutely true. Don't you think? I am only at the Saint King realm. If I were to pursue your elder sister, would she not slap me to death? So it must have been your elder sister who pursued me, who told me I have such great charm. At this point Lin Fan wore a proud expression. Seeing Lin Fan weave such a tale about her, Hu Mei gritted her teeth in frustration. However, she could not refute this matter, for it was indeed she who had taken the initiative. At this moment Hu Yu and Hu Yan's gazes were once again focused on Hu Mei. Elder sister, is what brother-in-law said true? Did you really take the initiative? Looking at the two filled with curiosity, Hu Mei directly glared at them. Why are you asking so many details? We are about to move. Shouldn't you be packing up? Yes, elder sister, we will go pack right away. Saying this, the two left in a hurry. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Hu Mei snorted coldly. If she couldn't handle Lin Fan, could she not handle her two younger sisters? Then she glared at Lin Fan with some dissatisfaction. You not giving me any face, just blurted everything out. Lin Fan shrugged, indicating his innocence. This was indeed initiated by Hu Mei. He was not lying. By the way, Hu Mei, let's go back to the Divine Mist Realm and find a place to settle your clan. Upon hearing this, Hu Mei became interested. Then the two disappeared from their spot. On the other side, after Hu Yu and Hu Yan left the palace, they gathered together to discuss. Second sister, I never expected elder sister would take the initiative to pursue someone. This is truly unbelievable. I wonder what aspect of our brother-in-law attracted elder sister's attention. Third sister, since elder sister says our brother-in-law is extraordinary, there must be secrets we don't know about. Perhaps the place we are moving to is closely related to our brother-in-law. In any case, once we move, I believe we will uncover some truths. Second sister is right. We will have plenty of opportunities to investigate this matter in the future. But elder sister truly is something. How could she hide such a big thing from us for so long? In Hu Yan's view, Hu Mei and Lin Fan must have known each other for a long time. If they had just met, they would not have confirmed their relationship so quickly. Alright, third sister, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go pack our things. Take everything that needs to be taken. Okay. But having lived here for so long, it's a bit hard to suddenly leave. What's there to worry about? At most, we can come back to visit when we have time. That's true. I guess I'm just being sentimental. Saying this, the two disappeared from their spot. In the Divine Mist Realm, Lin Fan and Hu Mei had already arrived on a vast island. Hu Mei, are you sure about choosing this island? This will do. Alright, I will set up a barrier here. For the time being, they cannot leave this island. Once I feel it is appropriate, this restriction will no longer apply. Good, you can arrange this. Hu Mei was already very grateful that Lin Fan could settle her clan here. As for how to arrange things next, it was naturally up to Lin Fan. Hu Mei, from now on this island shall be named Qing Qiu. It is the territory I bestow upon your Bai Hu clan. Thank you, husband. Hu Mei said joyfully. Just saying thank you isn't enough. Lin Fan looked at Hu Mei with a mischievous smile. Seeing Lin Fan's expression, Hu Mei realized what he was hinting at. You are truly a bad guy. The next day, Lin Fan brought Hu Mei before Xiao Ziyan and the others. Lin Fan had already communicated with everyone beforehand. Therefore, no one was surprised by Hu Mei's appearance. After some casual exchanges, Xiao Ziyan walked up to Lin Fan and gave him a thumbs up. Husband, you are truly amazing. Or Hu Mei's sister is a Quasidman emperor at the 9th level. I can't believe you managed to win her over so quickly. Now our Lin family finally has top-tier combat power. Everyone was delighted by Hu Mei's addition. Ziyan, I really didn't do much. In fact, I was forced. Lin Fan, you're weaving tales about me again. At this moment, Hu Mei was quite exasperated. Sister Hu Mei, what exactly is going on? Everyone looked at Hu Mei with curiosity. Not wanting to be misunderstood, Hu Mei explained what had happened in detail. After everyone listened, they all gave Lin Fan a knowing smile. Husband, you are truly mischievous. How could you bully sister Hu Mei like this? Why don't you teach your husband a lesson to vent your anger, sister Hu Mei? Upon hearing Xiao Xian's suggestion, Lin Fan felt innocent. Xian, how could this be my fault? I was just trying to tease Hu Mei. Hearing that Lin Fan was only teasing her, Hu Mei pouted. She wanted to say something but held back, because at that time she indeed had some ulterior motives. As for teaching Lin Fan a lesson, she was even less willing to do so. Xiao Xian, seeing Lin Fan so smug, rolled her eyes at him. All right, husband, you're really taking advantage and playing innocent. You go to your own thing. We will chat with sister Hu Mei and get to know her better. Okay, you all chat. Just call me if you need anything. What could possibly happen here? Husband, you just go to your thing. Lin Fan nodded and then disappeared from the spot. He had yet to check the rewards from this time, and it was just right to deal with them. Soon Lin Fan appeared in his palace. Next, Lin Fan began to examine his gains. First, his strength surged directly from the 3rd level of the Holy King to the 9th level of the Holy King. If it weren't for Lin Fan's intention to refine his domain, he could have directly crossed into the Holy Emperor realm, and it wouldn't be as simple as just the 1st level. Although Lin Fan did not break through to the Holy Emperor realm, the energy he accumulated was not wasted. Once he completed his domain refinement, he would be able to break through swiftly. One cannot deny that Hu Mei, a Quasidman Emperor at the 9th level, brought great benefits to Lin Fan. In addition to the boost in strength, Lin Fan also received an Emperor-grade Supreme gift pack. Hu Mei possessed an Emperor-grade Supreme bloodline, so the gift pack she provided was naturally of the highest quality. System, open the Emperor-grade Supreme gift pack for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Emperor-grade Supreme gift pack and obtaining 1,000 Emperor-grade Spirit Stones. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Emperor-grade Supreme weapon, the Devouring Emperor Whip. The Devouring Emperor Whip is crafted from the tail of the 9-tailed Fox Emperor and made from the finest materials, dragon pattern black gold. Its killing capabilities are comprehensive, featuring soul attacks, binding, and space tearing. It is a rare and invaluable treasure of slaughter, and the host is advised to cherish it well. I didn't expect another Supreme Emperor weapon. It seems Hu Mei has good luck. This weapon suits her perfectly. Currently, Hu Mei's strength is the strongest, making this weapon the most fitting for her. The main point is that this Emperor weapon is a long whip, which is very suitable for female cultivators. If a big man were to wield such a weapon, the scene would be unimaginable. Moreover, the Devouring Emperor Whip is crafted from the tail of the 9-tailed Fox Emperor, making it like a custom design for Hu Mei. Lin Fan did not immediately give the Devouring Emperor Whip to Hu Mei. He planned to wait until the Baihu clan moved in before presenting it to her in front of everyone. This way he could easily win the hearts of the Baihu. During this period, Hu Mei got along very well with everyone. Because Hu Mei was the strongest, she naturally became the big sister among them. However, her presence also put a lot of pressure on Xiao Xian and the others. At this moment, the strongest among them, Xiao Xian, was only at the 9th level of the Holy King realm. The gap with Hu Mei, a Quasidman Emperor, at the 9th level was indeed too great. Thus, they had already made up their minds to quickly improve their own strength. Soon 3 days had passed in the outside world. Lin Fan and Hu Mei appeared once again in the training arena. The members of the Baihu clan had all gathered here. Hu Shui, everyone has already tidied up, right? Yes, ancestor, it's all done. Hu Shui replied respectfully. Good, now everyone do not resist. Understood, ancestor. Although they were all puzzled, no one dared to disobey Hu Mei's orders. After giving her orders, Hu Mei turned to Hu Yu and Hu Yen beside her and instructed second sister, third sister, you must not resist either. I am taking you to a mysterious place. Okay, big sister. If outsiders told them not to resist, they would certainly not agree. But they still trusted Hu Mei, their big sister. Seeing that everyone was ready, Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan beside her and said, husband, we should go back now. All right. With a thought, Lin Fan took all the Baihu and vanished from the spot. The next moment, they appeared together on Qingqiu Island in the Divine Sky Realm. The sudden change of environment caused a stir among the group. Where is this place? The spiritual energy is so dense. Could this be where we will live in the future? What method did the ancestor use to bring us to such a treasure land in the blink of an eye? In their eyes, this was the incredible ability demonstrated by Hu Mei, the ancestor. Even Hu Yu and Hu Yen, the two Quasidman emperors, showed expressions of shock at that moment. Just as they were about to ask, Hu Mei waved her hand at them, signaling them to be quiet. Seeing this, the two could only give up. Hu Mei glanced at the somewhat noisy scene and raised her hand, signaling everyone quiet down. Once Hu Mei issued her command, the entire place fell silent. From now on, everyone will live here. I trust you have already noticed that the cultivation environment here is far better than where we were before. By the way, there is one more thing to tell you. This place does not belong to the Shention continent, nor does it belong to the divine wilderness realm. This is a small world controlled by my husband. Upon hearing that this was not the Shention continent, and not even in the divine wilderness realm, everyone revealed expressions of disbelief. Even Hu Yu and Hu Yen were no exception at this moment. They had many questions they wanted to ask Hu Mei, but looking at her expression, they could only hold back. Next, Hu Mei turned her gaze to Lin Fan. "Husband, do you have anything to say to them?" Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. "I have nothing to say, but I have a gift for you." Hearing that Lin Fan was going to give her a gift, especially in such an occasion, Hu Mei couldn't help but look surprised. "Husband, what kind of gift is so important that it must be given here? You will definitely love this gift." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly took out the devouring Emperor Whip. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Qingqiu Island. The Baihu present were startled by this sudden pressure. Fortunately, Lin Fan was able to perfectly control the devouring Emperor Whip, so it did not cause them any harm. "Husband, is this an Emperor-grade weapon? Are you really going to give it to me?" Hu Mei's voice trembled slightly. She was all too familiar with this terrifying pressure. It was exactly the same as the fan Lin Fan had taken out before. She never imagined that Lin Fan actually had another Emperor weapon. From Lin Fan's expression, it seemed he was indeed preparing to give her this Emperor weapon. At that time, when she casually mentioned wanting Lin Fan to give her an Emperor weapon, she had only said it offhandedly. Who would have thought that Lin Fan would take it seriously? Lin Fan didn't care about anything else. He directly took one of Hu Mei's hands. "Hu Mei, this is the Emperor-grade weapon, the devouring Emperor Whip. From now on it is yours." Saying this, Lin Fan handed the devouring Emperor Whip to Hu Mei. Next, he did not wait for Hu Mei to react. He controlled the devouring Emperor Whip to recognize Hu Mei as its master. If it weren't for his assistance, it would not have been easy for Hu Mei to establish dominance over the devouring Emperor Whip. As the whip recognized its master, Hu Mei finally came to her senses. She looked at the devouring Emperor Whip in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Husband, did the Emperor weapon just recognize its master?" Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan, unable to believe it. "Of course, haven't you already felt it?" Lin Fan said with a smile. "This?" Hu Mei was at a loss for words. She had never thought that having an Emperor weapon recognize its master would be so simple. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Hu Mei would have pounced into Lin Fan's arms. Naturally, she wanted to repay him well for the precious gift he had given her. Lin Fan and Hu Mei's conversation was clearly heard by the white foxes present. They never expected that Lin Fan would give their ancestor a supreme imperial weapon. This was a supreme imperial weapon. With such a treasure in hand, the White Fox clan instantly became one of the top races in the Shention continent. At this moment, even the White Foxes who previously had grievances against Lin Fan were completely convinced by him. Simultaneously, they acknowledged the existence of Lin Fan as their ancestor. Not only that, but their loyalty to Lin Fan also began to rise sharply. Before long, more than half of the White Foxes had their loyalty exceed 70. Then, unbeknownst to them, they were marked by the family's sacred tree. Moreover, this number continued to increase. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before all of their loyalty to Lin Fan surpassed 70. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. The reason he handed over the imperial weapon to Hu Mei at this moment was precisely for this outcome. As expected, he achieved the result he desired. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, the family's fortune has greatly improved, meeting the conditions for family upgrade. The family has successfully upgraded to a level 6 family and received an upgrade gift package. Please check. I hope the host continues to work hard and lead the family to glory. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan was overjoyed. He didn't expect the family to upgrade at this moment. However, given the efforts he had made recently, many people had successively broken through to the Croissant realm. The reason for the delay in upgrading was that the family's fortune hadn't reached the requirements. Now that he had subdued the White Fox clan, the family's fortune naturally surged. Even Hu Yu and Hu Yen were watching him closely at this moment. Lin Fan casually took out a supreme imperial weapon to give away. Such a display truly shocked them. Having such a generous brother-in-law made them overjoyed. If it weren't for the current occasion, they would have rushed up to cling to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled at the two of them before turning his gaze to the White Fox clan's leader, Hu Shui. "Hu Shui, ancestor, I am here. What instructions do you have?" Hearing Lin Fan call her, Hu Shui quickly responded. Since Lin Fan was willing to give away a supreme imperial weapon, she naturally wanted to perform well. Who knows, he might gift her a treasure too. She didn't expect Lin Fan to give her an imperial weapon. She would be satisfied with just a supreme holy weapon. Seeing Hu Shui so enthusiastic, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Without that imperial weapon, although Hu Shui would respond, she definitely wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Hu Shui, you should first help everyone settle down. If there's anything, we can discuss it after settling in. Alright, ancestor, I will arrange it right away. After Hu Shui took them away, Lin Fan appeared in a palace on Qingqiu Island with Hu Mei and the others. At this moment, with no outsiders around, Hu Yu and Hu Yen no longer held back. They completely ignored Hu Mei beside them and eagerly grabbed Lin Fan to ask, brother-in-law, who exactly are you? You just gifted a supreme imperial weapon so casually. It really shocked us, sisters. Yes, brother-in-law, and the elder sister just mentioned that this is a small world. What is going on here? Seeing this, Hu Mei did not stop the two. If she kept hiding the truth from them, they would probably lose their motivation to cultivate. Lin Fan felt a bit overwhelmed as the two suddenly bombarded him with questions. Sisters-in-law, you are asking several questions at once, and I don't know how to respond. Brother-in-law, then why don't you first tell us about the small world? We can feel that this place is extraordinary, but we want to understand the specifics. Alright then, I will tell you about the small world. Next, Lin Fan simply introduced the Xinshao realm to them. At this moment, Hu Yu and Hu Yen were completely shocked by the power of the Xinshao realm. After coming back to their senses, they turned their attention to Hu Mei. Elder sister, quickly tell us how you met brother-in-law. Yes, elder sister, now that we are in brother-in-law's small world, there's no need to hide it from us, right? Seeing the two of them speak in turns, Hu Mei felt a bit of a headache. If she revealed what happened that day, wouldn't she become the laughingstock of the two? The two saw that Hu Mei was reluctant to speak and turned their gaze to Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, since elder sister won't say, can you tell us? Yes, brother-in-law, please tell us. Facing their pleading, Lin Fan felt somewhat amused. Alright, since you want to know, I will tell you. Next, Lin Fan recounted the events of that day in detail. After learning the story, the two looked at Hu Mei with somewhat peculiar expressions. They didn't expect that it was actually their elder sister who took the initiative. However, they were also quite relieved. If their elder sister hadn't taken the initiative, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to come here. I must say, elder sister, your luck is truly incredible. How could someone as fortunate as brother-in-law cross paths with you? But it's good, at least we also benefit from it. At this moment in their eyes, Hu Mei being with Lin Fan was undoubtedly a significant elevation. The Lin family was just starting out, still in the early stages of development. However, with the existence of the Xinshao realm, the Lin family would undoubtedly become one of the top forces in the Xinhui realm in the future. By that time, the White Fox clan might not even have the qualification to see Lin Fan. Hearing their words, Hu Mei couldn't help but glare at them. What side are you two on anyway? Am I that bad? Elder sister, you are indeed not bad, but it also depends on who you're comparing to. Compared to brother-in-law, you fall far behind. You too. At that moment, Hu Mei was so exasperated that she couldn't even speak. She didn't expect her two younger sisters to have such sharp tongues. Although what they said had some truth, it was still quite hurtful. Alright, elder sister, don't be upset. We didn't mean to belittle you. It's just that brother-in-law is truly outstanding. In comparison, we indeed have a significant gap. So elder sister, you need to face reality. The two earnestly explained to Hu Mei. Hu Mei ground her teeth in fury. She resolved never to accept these two younger sisters. Truly, they were infuriating. How dare they belittle their eldest sister? Just as Hu Mei was about to erupt in anger, Lin Fan hastily grasped her hand, silently urging her to remain calm. Then he turned to Hu Yu and Hu Yen. Alright, my two dear sisters-in-law. Look how enraged you've made your elder sister. If you continue speaking like this, do you truly believe she won't punish you? The two glanced at Hu Mei, whose temper was moments from detonation, and a wave of panic swept over them. Yet seeing Lin Fan still present, their audacity swelled anew. With brother-in-law here, we fear nothing. I doubt elder sister would dare discipline us while you're watching. Elder sister would certainly never reveal her less admirable side before you, brother-in-law. Having spoken, the two even flashed Hu Mei a mocking grimace. You two are truly extraordinary. Has your courage grown so bold? Hu Mei said coldly, then turned to Lin Fan with sudden serenity. My lord, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to attend to. Very well. Lin Fan replied, then leaned close to Hu Mei's ear and murmured softly, remember, they are after all your sisters. Go easy on them. Hearing his words, Hu Mei nearly laughed, but restrained herself. After speaking, Lin Fan cast a faintly sympathetic glance toward Hu Yu, and Hu Yen then turned and departed. Seeing Lin Fan about to leave, Hu Yu and Hu Yen panicked. "Brother-in-law, don't go. If you abandon us, elder sister will surely kill us." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, quickened his pace instead. Only after he vanished from sight did Hu Yu and Hu Yen realize Hu Mei was staring at them, with eyes sharp as poisoned daggers. At that sight, the two instantly adopted obsequious smiles. "Elder sister, we were only jesting just now. Please don't take it seriously." "Indeed, elder sister. We spoke that way solely to draw you closer to brother-in-law." "Is that so? Then should I thank you?" Hu Mei sneered coldly. "No need. This is simply our duty." "Heh. Hear no more nonsense. Today's beating is inevitable. Elder sister, please spare us." "Ah, elder sister, not there. For your insolent tongues. Daring to demean your own elder sister. If I let this pass, chaos itself would reign. Elder sister will never dare again." Soon cries of pleading echoed through the palace. From Hu Yu and Hu Yen. Hearing the commotion, Lin Fan shook his head with a quiet smile. Foxes over 100,000 years old, and still behaving like unruly kits. He paid them no further mind, returning instead to his own palace. He wished to see precisely what rewards awaited him after subjugating the White Fox clan. System. Open my attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Lifespan 87,30000 years. Title Patriarch of the Lin Clan. Clan Rank Tier 6. Clan Fortune 230 billion. Cultivation Realm 9th Tier. Sovereign Emperor Realm 6th Layer. Yin-Yang 5 Elements Domain. 6th Layer Frost Domain. 6th Layer Life and Death Domain. 6th Layer Reincarnation Domain. 5th Layer Chaos Domain. 6th Layer Thunder Domain. Innate Talent Lower Tier Emperor Grade. Physique Reincarnation Twin Pupils Chaos Saint Body. Cultivation Art Heaven and Earth Harmonious Tao Cultivation Manual. Weapon Supreme Tier Emperor Grade Heaven and Earth Fan. Unique Artifact Supreme Tier Emperor Grade Void Warship. Master Art Supreme Tier Saint Grade Formation Master. Lower Tier Heavenly Grade Winemaker. Lower Tier Heavenly Grade Artifact Forger. Supreme Tier Earth Grade Pill Refiner. Mid-Tier Earth Grade Beast Tamer. Personal World Area 100 billion square kilometers. Time flow rate 20 that of the primary world. Gazing upon his clan's 230 billion fortune, Lin Fan was overjoyed beyond measure. "I never imagined subjugating the White Fox clan alone would boost our clan fortune by a staggering 215 billion. With such abundance, clan fortune will pose no concern, for now at least." System. What conditions must be met to elevate the clan to Tier 7? Host. Advancing to Tier 7 requires 10 sovereign emperors or higher of 30 sages, 150 quasi-sages, and 150 billion clan fortune. Additionally, clan population must exceed 1,000. Reminder: all individuals counted must be your consorts or direct descendants, including spouses of your descendants. Those merely recruited or cultivated do not qualify. Currently, your direct bloodline totals fewer than 500. Therefore, host, do not grow lax. Marry widely, bear many children. System. I am already striving diligently. Given my current strength, I cannot wed just anyone at random. Even if I overlook cultivation level at minimum, she must possess a divine physique, or at least upper-tier saint-grade innate talent. Host's happiness is paramount. I offer only friendly counsel. To ascend, every condition must be fulfilled. After delivering its message, the system fell silent. Sigh. This truly presents a dilemma. I never anticipated a population requirement for the next ascension. Yet this matter cannot rest solely on me. I must urge my sons to act swiftly. Reaching 1,000 will be effortless this time. But should the next tier demand 10,000, or even 1 million members, the challenge will become grave. Lin Fan dismissed the thought. He still had an ascension reward package yet unopened. Each ascension package yielded exceptional treasures. So Lin Fan awaited this one with genuine anticipation. System. Open my ascension reward package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened your ascension package. Rewards follow. Reward: I offspring's cultivation bonus increased from 110 to 15. Third generation bonus raised from 150 to 110. Reward: 2 guardian beast, the white tiger, elevated from demon emperor realm to 9th tier demon sovereign realm equivalent to 9th tier sage sovereign realm. Reward: 310 lower tier emperor grade automatons, each matching the strength of a standard quasi-emperor at 5th tier. Reward: 420 portions of divine physique origin essence. Upon use, a divine physique manifests randomly. Excellent. With these 10 lower-tier Emperor-grade automatons, Chenner and the others may now journey to other continents for trials. I shall assign these automatons as their personal guardians. Yet I must wait. After inheriting the Celestial Oracle Master's legacy, I shall personally divine the optimal realm for Chenner and the others. As for these 20 portions of divine physique origin essence, shall I grant them first to Iran and the others or to Chenner and his generation? This question gave Lin Fan pause. Enough. I shall give them to Iran and the others first. Once they attain divine physiques, all future offspring will inherit at least saint physiques. Moreover, the clan divine tree has already begun bearing fruit. Chenner and his peers need not wait long, and those fruits yield even stronger results, saint physiques, upon consumption. After reviewing the gains from this time, Lin Fan prepared to see how the three sisters were doing. Soon he arrived back at Qingqiu Island. As Lin Fan reappeared in the palace, Hu Yu and Hu Yen immediately looked at him with pitiful eyes. Brother-in-law, you actually didn't help us just now. We were both severely dealt with by the eldest sister. Seeing the two of you still reporting this, Hu Mei snorted coldly. Who told you to speak out? You deserve to be punished. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. Eldest sister, we won't dare again next time. The two quickly assured Hu Mei, looking as adorable as they could. Seeing that the two were so aware, Hu Mei nodded in satisfaction. At least you know your place. Hee hee. The two smiled broadly at Hu Mei. Yet internally they couldn't help but complain about Hu Mei. I thought that with brother-in-law around we could escape the grasp of the eldest sister. But unexpectedly, we still can't escape the palm of the eldest sister. Brother-in-law, you must teach your wife a good lesson. Unfortunately, they could only think about it in their hearts and dared not voice it. By the way, brother-in-law, I heard eldest sister say that this small world is not just this island. I wonder if brother-in-law could let us explore other places. Due to the existence of the barrier, they could only sense this island. They naturally couldn't sense anything beyond Qingqiu Island. Since you both want to see other places, I will grant you that permission. From now on, you can move freely in the Xinshao realm. Because of his relationship with Hu Mei, both of them had already developed a fondness for him exceeding 70. Thus, they had been marked by the family's divine tree. Given that there was no need to restrict the two of them. However, Lin Fan currently had no plans to grant them the freedom to enter and exit the Xinshao realm. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had lifted the restrictions, Hu Yu and Hu Yen all showed expressions of joy. Brother-in-law, you are truly too good to us, unlike eldest sister. They quickly closed their mouths as they nearly slipped up. They almost let something slip. Subsequently, the two cautiously glanced at Hu Mei. After discovering that Hu Mei was not paying attention, they let out a sigh of relief. Lin Fan naturally noticed their actions. However, he merely smiled and did not intend to meddle in their affairs. Do you two want to go out for a stroll together? I can introduce you to some people. Sure, brother-in-law. The two immediately accepted Lin Fan's invitation. They had originally planned to explore this small world. It would be even better with Lin Fan leading them. As Lin Fan led them out of the barrier, Hu Yu and Hu Yen were captivated by the lake before them. Before long, both of them showed expressions of shock. Brother-in-law, this lake actually contains such rich heaven and earth essence. To call it spirit liquid would not be an exaggeration. Although there was also water in the barrier, it was not extensive, so they felt nothing. But the boundless lake before them was truly breathtaking. At this moment, Lin Fan had yet to speak, but Hu Mei spoke up. You don't need to be surprised. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Once you see other things, you will surely be even more astonished. Upon hearing Hu Mei's words, the two were even more shocked. After a leisurely stroll, they gained a new understanding of the Xinshao realm. They never expected this small world to be so vast and to have so many rare spirit herbs. Ever since leaving Qingqiu Island, they had remained in a state of shock. Lin Fan had not yet informed them that the Xinshao realm could upgrade. Otherwise, they would be even more astounded. However, it wouldn't be long before they found out. Because Lin Fan was not far from breaking through to the Saint Emperor realm. Once he broke through, the Xinshao realm would continue to expand. At that time, it would naturally be impossible to hide it from them. After touring the entire Xinshao realm, Lin Fan introduced Hu Yu and Hu Yen to Xiao Zian and the others. Overall, they all got along quite well. Although Hu Yu and Hu Yen had already reached the Quasidman Emperor level, they did not look down upon Xiao Zian and the others because of their strength. Hu Yu and Hu Yen were not foolish. In their view, with Lin Fan's help, Xiao Zian and the others would eventually catch up to them. It would obviously not be wise to offend Xiao Zian and the others at this time. After Hu Yu and Hu Yen returned to Qingqiu Island, Lin Fan summoned Xiao Zian and the others with Hu Mei naturally among them. Husband, is there something you need to arrange by gathering everyone together? Upon hearing Xiao Zian's inquiry, Lin Fan nodded. Indeed, there is something I need to explain to everyone. First, I want to tell you that I gifted a supreme imperial weapon to Hu Mei. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had directly given a supreme imperial weapon to Hu Mei, everyone was stunned. However, before they could react, Lin Fan continued, you don't need to envy. Hu Mei's strength has reached the 9th level of the Quasidman Emperor. Now that she possesses a supreme imperial weapon, there should be few in the Shantian continent who can match her. Our Lin family needs such a powerful figure to oversee things. Of course, I won't be stingy with you either. Once you all break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm in the future, I will also prepare imperial weapons for you. Lin Fan naturally needed to clarify this matter. He didn't want unnecessary conflicts to arise among his women. Xiao Zian understood Lin Fan's intentions and quickly smiled to explain. Don't worry, husband, we won't envy. Sister Hu Mei has such strength. She indeed needs a suitable weapon. Yes, husband, you can rest assured. We won't be jealous. The stronger sister Hu Mei is, the better it is for our Lin family. We are not those who lack understanding of priorities. Hu Mei was somewhat surprised and touched to see everyone so considerate. She had thought that after everyone heard this news, even if they didn't say it, they would surely feel bad inside. After all, this was a supreme imperial weapon. It was a treasure for any force, only to be used in times of life and death. Yet these sisters before her had no other thoughts about Lin Fan gifting her a supreme imperial weapon. She was a Quasidman Emperor at the 9th level. If anyone present had other thoughts, it would certainly not escape her keen eyes. Since everyone was so generous, she naturally had to express her gratitude. Thank you all for your recognition, my sisters. If you encounter any unsolvable issues in the future, feel free to come to me. I will never decline when the time comes. Hu Mei's tone was filled with sincerity, reflecting her heartfelt words. Seeing Hu Mei's earnestness, Xiao Zian immediately took the lead and said, Sister Hu Mei, you're being too polite. We are all family. There's no need for such formalities. Yes, Sister Hu Mei, you are too courteous. We are all family and must unite as one. We absolutely cannot let internal strife cause difficulties for our husbands. Lin Fan looked at the warm scene and felt very satisfied. After seeing that everyone had finished their conversation, Lin Fan spoke again. All right, everyone, please quiet down. I have something else to announce. Hearing that Lin Fan had more to announce, everyone fell silent and turned their attention to him. I possess 20 portions of divine body essence. No matter who it is, as long as you fuse with it, you will awaken a divine body. As for what kind of divine body, that will depend entirely on your luck. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had never heard of such a thing as divine body essence. Even Xiao Zian and Hu Mei had never heard of its existence in the world. The fact that divine body essence could allow someone to randomly acquire a divine body after fusion would drive countless people mad if this news were to spread. Do not think that because the Lin family currently has many holy bodies, divine bodies are commonplace. Even among imperial-level forces, divine bodies are rare and are considered key training targets. A divine body, when cultivated under sufficient resources, can easily reach the holy sovereign realm. A holy sovereign is a pillar of strength in any force. Even within an imperial family, a holy sovereign wields considerable influence. If they can gain further opportunities, becoming a quasi-emperor is also possible. Now that Lin Fan holds 20 portions of divine body essence, it means that the Lin family will have 20 divine bodies born in the near future. Upon thinking of this, everyone was very excited. After Xiao Zian came back to her senses, she hurriedly pulled Lin Fan aside to ask, Husband, how do you plan to distribute these 20 portions of divine body essence? I have already decided. These 20 portions of divine body essence will be used by Luo Iran and her group first. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Xiao Zian was taken aback. She had thought Lin Fan would let Lin Haochen and the others use it first, but she did not expect him to prioritize Luo Iran and her group. If this were to happen in the Xiao family, it would be absolutely impossible. Not just in their family, but in any other force, they would prioritize their own people. Although a concubine might seem like one of their own, in reality she holds no real status. Such treasures are beyond the reach of a concubine. However, Lin Fan was different in their eyes. He truly prioritized his women. With such a valuable item, his first thought was of his own women. Thinking of this, Xiao Zian looked at Lin Fan with admiration and emotion. He is the only man I have ever seen who puts his women first. To be a partner of such a man, I have no regrets in this life. This was not only Xiao Zian's inner thought, but also the shared sentiment of everyone present, especially Luo Iran and the others who felt even more deeply. When they first joined Lin Fan, they only had yellow-grade exceptional aptitude. Over the years with Lin Fan's help they had already reached the holy level and beyond. They were initially very satisfied with this result. But now Lin Fan was offering them divine body essence, which truly left them feeling a bit overwhelmed. After a while Luo Iran stood up. "Husband, this divine body essence is too precious. Why don't you let Chainer and the others use it first? As for us, there's no need to rush. After all, we have always lived in the divine Xia realm, so a slower increase in cultivation is not an issue. Chainer and the others are out battling. They need this divine body essence to enhance their strength. If there are any excess portions in the future, it won't be too late to give them to us then." With Luo Iran taking the lead, Hong Lu and the others also chimed in. "Husband-sister Iran is right. We don't need these essences urgently right now." Seeing everyone decline, Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. "All right, I have considered what you said. Since I have decided to let you use the divine body essence, there is a reason behind it. As for Chainer and the others, you need not worry about them. They are all my children. How could I neglect them? I have other plans for them, but the timing is not right yet." Seeing that Lin Fan had said this, Luo Iran and the others could not say anything further. Next, Lin Fan directly distributed the 20 portions of divine body essence to them. Of course, 20 portions of divine body essence were definitely not enough to go around. Lin Fan could only prioritize these portions for those who had followed him the longest. "Iran, you all should take the essence and go into closed-door cultivation now. I hope you can give birth to powerful divine bodies. Don't worry, husband, we will not disappoint your expectations." After saying this, Luo Iran and the others bid farewell to Hu Mei before excitedly taking the divine body essence to enter secluded training in the secret realm. Nowadays, everyone chooses to enter closed-door cultivation in the secret realm. With the Bodhi ancient tree present, their comprehension can be greatly enhanced during cultivation. Once Luo Iran and the others left, Lin Fan's gaze fell on those who did not possess special physiques. "Don't be disappointed if you haven't received any divine body essence. If I obtain more divine body essence in the future, I will prioritize giving it to you all." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, they shook their heads in unison. "Husband, don't worry, we are not disappointed. It's just a matter of time. We can wait." In their eyes, Lin Fan was omnipotent. Although there were only 20 portions of divine body essence, now they were sure there would be more in the future. Thus, they were not worried about not having divine body essence to use. Lin Fan was satisfied to see that everyone had no objections. "All right, that's all I have to announce today." Once the main business was done, everyone relaxed and began to chat in small groups. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and decided to check on the divine beast garden. Now that the two white tigers had reached the demon sovereign realm, he wanted to see what changes had occurred. Seeing Lin Fan preparing to leave, Hu Mei quickly followed him. "Husband, where are you planning to go?" "I intend to visit the divine beast garden. Do you want to come along?" "What kind of place is the divine beast garden?" Hu Mei asked in confusion. Currently, she had not been to the divine beast garden. "Just follow me and you will find out." Hu Mei nodded and then quickened her pace to keep up with Lin Fan. When Hu Mei followed Lin Fan into the divine beast garden, her initial curiosity swiftly gave way to stunned disbelief. "Husband, what on earth is going on here? Why does my cultivation speed surge the moment I step foot in this place? It even stirs an overwhelming urge within me to remain and cultivate here endlessly." As a near-emperor-level demonic cultivator, Hu Mei could sense even the faintest anomaly. "My dear, this place is called the Divine Beast Garden precisely because it is uniquely suited for demonic beasts cultivation. No matter their origin or nature, any demonic beast entering here will experience accelerated cultivation. Yet cultivation speed is merely secondary. The true essence of the Divine Beast Garden lies in its ability to elevate a demonic beast's bloodline rank. Though the process unfolds gradually, sustained cultivation within its boundaries can elevate even the most common yellow rank bloodline to heaven rank, or even sacred rank." Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Hu Mei was profoundly shaken. Yet her astonishment quickly blossomed into exhilaration. If Lin Fan's words held true, then every member of her White Fox clan, given the chance to cultivate here, might one day awaken sacred rank bloodlines. "Husband, Her voice faltered, words catching in her throat. Lin Fan had only just brought her clan into the Xinshao realm. To now request sanctuary for her entire clan within the Divine Beast Garden would seem brazenly presumptuous. Noting her hesitation, Lin Fan instantly grasped her unspoken wish. "Meyer, do you wish for your kin to cultivate here?" "Yes, husband. I truly do harbor that hope." But tell me, would you deem me greedy for asking? Her cheeks flushed with quiet embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. You need not reproach yourself, Meyer. Such thoughts are only natural. After all, you are the ancestral matriarch of the White Fox clan. You bear the sacred duty of securing their future. Touched by his understanding, warmth bloomed in Hu Mei's heart. Thank you, husband, for thinking of me so tenderly. Foolish girl. I am your husband, how could I not place your welfare above all else? The divine beast garden is vast. Once time permits, I shall arrange for those who have attained the 9th order sage realm or higher to begin cultivating here. Henceforth, any who reach that threshold may enter freely. Hu Mei's joy surged at Lin Fan's decree. Though not all her kin could enter, granting access to 9th order cultivators alone filled her with deep satisfaction. Husband, thank you, truly. Enough of such formalities. If gratitude is your intent, there will be ample time to express it later, upon our return home. A mischievous glint flickered across Lin Fan's face as he spoke. At first, Hu Mei failed to grasp his meaning. But the moment her eyes met his playful smile, comprehension struck like lightning. Husband, you're incorrigible. How dare you speak of such things here? Ha ha. No outsiders are present. Scarcely had the words left his lips when a petite figure darted into his arms. It was Diao, the violet lightning weasel. Gg. Master, what brings you here today? Lin Fan affectionately ruffled the creature's tiny head. Xiao Zi, you've grown plump, haven't you? Master, don't tease. I'm certainly not plump. Offended by the remark, the weasel puffed up indignantly. Ha ha, don't be cross, Xiao Zi. You're delightfully plump and utterly adorable. Flattered, the weasel's mood brightened instantly. Its gaze then shifted to Hu Mei. Beautiful elder sister. Might you be my new mistress? Indeed. And you are the violet lightning weasel, correct? Though transformed, the weasel bore unmistakable hallmarks. Hu Mei recognized it at once. How perceptive, mistress. You discerned my true form without hesitation. Having acknowledged Hu Mei as its mistress, the weasel instinctively sought her favor, and Hu Mei responded with a gentle, amused smile. By the way, Xiao Zi, you began as a 6th rank bloodline, yet now you've ascended to 8th rank. Clearly your master treats you exceedingly well. Mistress Master has always cherished me, but my swift breakthrough to 8th rank owes much to the refined blood essence of a weasel sovereign gifted by Mistress Mu Yen. After consuming that essence, my bloodline itself awakened to sovereignty or potency. Ah, I see. Truly remarkable. You elevated your own bloodline to sovereignty using only a sovereign's essence. For most other demonic beasts, attaining Saint King tier would be triumph enough. As a demonic beast herself, Hu Mei intimately understood the staggering difficulty of bloodline ascension. Only the essence of a kindred species could possibly elevate one's bloodline rank. Ingesting foreign essence yielded mere marginal gains in strength. Flattered by Hu Mei's praise, the weasel swelled with pride. By the way, mistress, I sense a familiar aura upon you. Are you too a demonic beast? Hu Mei blinked in surprise. She was a near emperor, her aura meticulously concealed. Even peers of similar standing rarely detected her true nature. Indeed, Diao, your innate talent is extraordinary. To pierce through my concealment and discern my essence. Truly impressive. The weasel, startled in turn, had only ventured the question tentatively. It had sensed a faint trace of demonic aura, easily mistaken for residual scent from prior contact with other demonic beasts. Yet Hu Mei was no mere echo of such contact. She was a demonic beast, thus her power must be formidable, certainly no less than a demon venerable. For beneath that rank none could elude its perception. Yet the weasel wisely withheld further inquiry. It knew its station. Noting that Hu Mei and the weasel had exchanged pleasantries, Lin Fan summoned the pair of white tigers. At their arrival, Hu Mei recoiled inwardly. From them emanated an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Not born of raw strength but of primordial bloodline dominance. Impossible! I possess an emperor-tier peerless bloodline. How can I be subjected to bloodline suppression? Her mind reeled in disbelief. Had circumstances permitted, she would have urgently demanded answers from Lin Fan. Greetings, clan patriarch. The white tigers bowed deeply before Lin Fan. Rise. I came to witness your progress. We owe our ascension to the demon venerable realm entirely to your grace, patriarch. Had we relied solely on self-cultivation, attainment would have required far longer. They knew full well. Lin Fan alone had forged their sudden transcendence. Very well. Continue cultivating diligently. I trust you will soon ascend to the rank of quasi-demon sovereign. It will not be long before I depart for other continents. You may yet be needed when that time comes. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the two white tigers solemnly nodded. Rest assured, patriarch. We shall accelerate our cultivation without delay. Good. Then resume your cultivation. I shall continue exploring this place. Understood, patriarch. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon us. With that, the two white tigers vanished from Lin Fan's sight. Seeing them depart, the violet lightning weasel hurriedly declared, Master, I too must return to cultivation. When we journey to other continents, Master, please remember to take me along on treasure hunts. Fear not, Xiao Zi. You shall accompany me whenever such expeditions arise. Relieved by Lin Fan's promise, the violet lightning weasel beamed with delight. After exchanging a brief greeting with Humei, it flickered away in a flash. Once they were alone, Humei urgently clasped Lin Fan's hand. My lord. What manner of beings were those two white tigers? Why did I feel such overwhelming bloodline suppression emanating from them? I am of imperial tier supreme bloodline, though admittedly not the absolute pinnacle among such lineages. No other imperial tier supreme bloodline should impose such crushing pressure upon me. Not even the Jiaolong clan could exert such dominance. Among demonic beasts, bloodline hierarchy is immutable. Higher-tier bloodlines hold absolute supremacy over lower ones. Should two demonic beasts stand equal in cultivation realm, say both at the sixth order, the one bearing superior bloodline would effortlessly subdue its inferior counterpart. Mayor, their bloodline tier transcends the imperial level. Your reaction is entirely natural. What? Their bloodline surpasses the imperial tier? That is impossible. Humei was genuinely stunned by the revelation. Mayor. Yes, their bloodline truly transcends the imperial tier. Since you mentioned the Jiaolong, have you ever heard of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan? I have indeed heard whispers of them, though they dwell solely in legend. The Jiaolong clan's might stems precisely from their fragmentary draconic bloodline. Whether this claim holds truth, however, remains uncertain. As she spoke, Humei gazed at Lin Fan with quiet perplexity. She could not fathom why Lin Fan had raised the Dragon Clan at this moment. This account is unquestionably true. The Jiaolong clan does possess a sliver of draconic blood, and those two white tigers stand on equal footing with the Dragon Clan itself. At these words, Humei's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined their bloodline could reach such celestial heights. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon Clan, that explained her visceral bloodline suppression perfectly. Even the Jiaolong's lineage surpassed her own. And the true dragons, their power dwarfed even that. Yet what struck her most profoundly was Lin Fan himself. That he commanded beings of such exalted bloodline spoke volumes about his own unfathomable stature. My lord, could it be true, as my sisters whispered, that you are a celestial immortal reborn? She had dismissed their jest as mere fancy, until now. Yet confronted with irrefutable evidence, disbelief dissolved into awe. Mayor, who I was before matters little. You need not dwell upon it. What matters is that I am your husband, here and now. His reply was deliberately ambiguous. Over-explanation only invited deeper inquiry. So silence served better than revelation. Indeed, such reticence only reinforced the conviction already blooming in her heart. Lin Fan was undeniably an immortal reborn. Her pulse quickened with exhilaration. She felt profound gratitude. For had she remained sequestered in her cave, hermitage cultivating, she would have missed him entirely. Though their meeting unfolded through twists and turns, its conclusion was divine. Come, Mayor. I still have two Imperial Tier Supreme bloodline demonic beast eggs yet to hatch. Let us go see how they fare. Yes. Having witnessed two white tigers whose bloodline eclipsed the Imperial Tier, Humei no longer found it extraordinary that Lin Fan possessed two such supreme eggs. If beings of transcendent bloodline stood under his command, then possessing two supreme eggs seemed only fitting, natural even. Soon Lin Fan led Humei to the chamber where the two eggs rested. She studied them closely, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. My lord, what species are these eggs? I cannot identify either. This one is the Xianfeng rock, a creature bearing 1/10 phoenix bloodline brimming with potential rivaling even the Jiaolong. And this one, the egg of the Tian sparrow. What? This is truly the Tian sparrow's egg? Humei gasped aloud. She had never heard of the Xianfeng rock. Yet its Imperial Tier Supreme bloodline stemmed directly from its phoenix ancestry. But the Tian sparrow she knew well. A creature of unspeakable terror said to devour Jiaolong whole. That was why her shock ran so deep. In the Shantian continent, the Jiaolong clan reigned as a colossus. Even the prestigious Shantian Academy dared not provoke them lightly. Yet for the Jiaolong to serve as prey to the Tian sparrow revealed the latter's terrifying magnitude of power. Observing Hu Mei's astonishment, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with interest. "Mayor, you seem intimately acquainted with the Tian sparrow." "I wouldn't say intimately, only that I've heard its legends." Thereupon she recounted the Tian sparrow's fearsome lore to Lin Fan, to consume Jiaolong as sustenance. It truly lives up to its title as a peerless beast born with the innate devouring art. Lin Fan had recognized the Tian sparrow's devouring art at first glance, and known instantly it was extraordinary. "My lord, the Tian sparrow does not limit itself to Jiaolong. Virtually all living things fall within its domain of prey. It is less a demonic beast, and more accurately a primordial ferocious beast. Legends say its temper is savage beyond measure. Wherever it passes, life withers into desolation." As she spoke, a flicker of trepidation crossed Hu Mei's gaze. Of course she feared no threat from this Tian sparrow. Not while it remained an unhatched egg. Even after hatching, it would likely attain only the 6th or 7th order, trivial to them. Her concern lay elsewhere, whether Lin Fan could truly master it once it emerged. She fervently hoped he could, for if nurtured properly, this being would become a pillar of strength for the Lin family. She fervently hoped he could, for if nurtured properly, this being would become a pillar of strength for the Lin family. Lin Fan glanced at Hu Mei, who stood nearby, lost in thought, a look of mild confusion crossing his face. "Meyer, what are you pondering?" Hearing Lin Fan's question, Hu Mei snapped out of her reverie. "Husband, I was wondering whether you could truly command this heaven-devouring sparrow. From what I know, the heaven-devouring sparrow is fiercely savage. Taming it would likely prove exceedingly difficult." At these words, Lin Fan smiled. "So that's what you were thinking. I see now you were fretting over this. Rest easy. A mere heaven-devouring sparrow poses no challenge for me." Preposterous. Within the Shenshao realm, was there any spirit beast he could not subdue? Moreover, this heaven-devouring sparrow had hatched within the divine beast garden. The moment it emerged from its egg, it would instantly recognize him as its master. Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering confidence, Hu Mei set her worries aside. Next, Lin Fan calculated. The hatching of the heaven-devouring sparrow was imminent. As for the Shenfeng rock, its hatching was likewise drawing near. The two beasts' emergence would occur only days apart, scarcely more than a brief interval. After strolling once more through the divine beast garden, the two departed. For the following period, Lin Fan went nowhere. During this time, Yi Mushuan, Hua Qingxi, and Mu Yunqi each bore Lin Fan children. 4 in total. Indeed, 4 infants arrived. Hua Qingxi delivered a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. All 4 children possessed sacred bodies. Yi Mushuan gave birth to a son whom Lin Fan named Lin Haofeng, born with the innate wind sacred body. Hua Qingxi's son and daughter were named Lin Haosen and Lin Yu Miao respectively. The boy inherited the innate wood sacred body, the girl the innate water sacred body. Mu Yunqi bore a son this time whom Lin Fan named Lin Haolong, endowed with the true dragon's sacred body. Witnessing 4 sacred bodies emerge in the Lin clan, at once Hu Mei stood utterly dumbfounded, though she had heard rumors of this beforehand. Seeing it unfold before her eyes still filled her with awe, especially Xiao Zian. She now gazed upon her own unborn child with profound anticipation. Upon learning that her mother had given birth to a younger brother, Lin Yu Huang, who was studying at the Shen Academy, immediately returned to the Shenshao realm. "Father, mother, and all my stepmothers, I am home." Mu Yunqi beamed upon seeing Lin Yu Huang. Yet she couldn't resist chiding her daughter Huanger. "You've finally come back to visit your mother. Why have you stayed so long at the Shen Academy? You never even came to see me. Honestly, if your younger brother hadn't been born, would you have returned at all?" "Mother, whatever do you mean? Do I seem like that sort of person?" Lin Yu Huang rolled her eyes at Mu Yunqi, exasperated. "Mother, I remained away because my master granted me an extraordinary opportunity. She intends to send me into the secret realm of the Shen Academy to seek ancient inheritances. Legends say the legacies left behind by the celestial emperors reside within that realm. Though our Lin clan lacks for cultivation techniques, those inheritances even include emperor-level weapons. If fortune favors me, I may well obtain one such divine armament." At this, Lin Yu Huang's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Emperor-level weapons held deep allure for her. Learning of her daughter's rare chance, Mu Yunqi beamed with quiet joy. Lin Fan stepped forward and cautioned gently. "Huanger, entering the secret realm is permissible, but above all, safeguard your life. As for emperor-level weapons, you must not force fate. Should you attain one, it would indeed be a blessing. But if no opportunity arises, never recklessly endanger yourself. Father, rest assured, I am no longer a child. I know well what must be done, and what must not. With that, Lin Yuhuang turned her gaze toward the newborn Lin Haolong. So this little one is my younger brother. Quite adorable, actually. Little one, I'm your elder sister. Come, let me hold you. Wah! No sooner had Lin Yuhuang lifted Lin Haolong than he burst into loud, inconsolable wails. This sudden turn instantly sent everyone into laughter. Lin Yuhuang flushed with mild embarrassment. Her own brother refused to grant her even the slightest deference. She glared down at the squirming infant in her arms and declared, voice mock stern, "You impudent brat! Daring to snub your elder sister. Just wait until you're older. I'll make you pay dearly." At her words, Lin Haolong abruptly ceased his crying. Whether he truly understood or merely sensed her tone, none could say. Now he stared up at Lin Yuhuang, eyes wide, pupils bright and unblinking. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're quite sensible after all. Otherwise, the consequences of angering your elder sister would be dire indeed. Watching Lin Yuhuang engage in such playful rivalry with an infant, Mu Yunqi shook her head speechless. Enough, Huanger. You of all people quarreling with a babe. Ha! I was only teasing him. Well then, when he grows up, I, as his elder sister, shall introduce him to several fine young ladies. Truly the prodigies of the Shentian Academy are numerous. Granted, they still fall short of me, but on the whole they are quite commendable. Hearing his daughter speak thus, Lin Fan nodded, deeply satisfied. If only all his children shared such maturity. Of his sons, few had yet taken wives. Expanding the clan's branches could not rest solely upon his shoulders. Were it not for the necessity of concealing Lin Yuhuang's identity, he might have asked her to matchmake for every one of his sons. Mu Yunqi, hearing her daughter's light-hearted remarks, could only smile wryly. Enough, Huanger. Your brother has barely drawn his first breath. Such talk is far too premature. No matter. Within the Shunshao realm he shall mature swiftly. After spending some time conversing with the family, Lin Yuhuang took her leave. Matters awaited her at the Shentian Academy. Were she absent too long, her master might come searching. And should she be found missing, explanations would grow perilously thin. In truth, Lin Yuhuang had long considered introducing Junyao to Lin Fan. If Junyao became her stepmother, Lin Yuhuang's comings and goings at the Shentian Academy would require no secrecy. Yet the right moment had not yet arisen, so she waited patiently. Once Lin Yuhuang departed, Lin Fan unveiled before the assembled family a celestial emperor lower-grade brewmaster inheritance. Qingzi, I possess a celestial emperor lower-grade brewmaster inheritance. After much reflection, I believe this legacy suits you best. So take your time and absorb it fully. Hearing Lin Fan offer such a priceless inheritance, Hua Qingzi stood stunned, breath caught in her throat. Only after a long silent pause did Hua Qingzi finally stir from her daze. Immediately Hua Qingzi hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "Husband, this inheritance is truly too precious. It should be given to the other sisters." Before Lin Fan could respond, Mu Yunqi spoke up from the side. "Qingzi, since it is given to you by your husband, you must accept it. You cannot make him unhappy. Moreover, you have added 2 saint bodies to our Lin family, which makes you a great contributor, so this inheritance is rightfully yours." Seeing this, the others also chimed in, "Yes, elder sister Qingzi, since it is given to you by your husband, you should accept it, and none of us have any objections." Finally, Hu Mei also spoke up, "Younger sister Qingzi, since it is given by your husband, you cannot refuse it. Besides, among us sisters, you are the most suited for this inheritance." Seeing everyone say this, Hua Qingzi no longer refused. "Thank you, husband, and thank you all for your support. I will definitely not let down the inheritance given to me by my husband." She had always been very interested in brewing, and she was also a brewer herself. With this inheritance, she believed she could excel in it. Seeing Hua Qingzi accept the inheritance, everyone revealed smiles. "By the way, elder sister Qingzi, once you become an imperial-level brewer, you must brew us plenty of fine wine to drink." "Yes, younger sister Qingzi, we are counting on you to provide us with delicious wine in the future." Watching everyone exchanging words, Hua Qingzi smiled softly. "Sisters, I will definitely not forget you when I have good wine. Just wait to drink the fine wine I brew. I will not disappoint you then." On the side, Lin Fan felt quite pleased seeing this harmonious scene. Since all matters had been settled, it was time for him to enter seclusion. "Everyone please quiet down for a moment." Seeing that Lin Fan had something to say, everyone quieted down and looked at him. "Next, I will enter seclusion for a while." At this point, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Xiao Zian. "Zian, rest assured, I will strive to come out of seclusion before the child is born." Currently, except for Xiao Zian, all the other children had already been born. However, it would still take nearly 9 months for Xiao Zian's child to be born, according to the external timeline. He could not delay any longer. Once he completed the inheritance of the heavenly mechanic, he would prepare to deploy in other continents. With the void warship in hand, traveling to other continents wouldn't take much time, although the current focus still had to be on the Shentian continent. But since he had the strength to go to other continents, he naturally had to plan ahead. A mere Shentian continent could not contain the Lin family. Seeing Lin Fan wanting to enter seclusion, while still caring about her, Xiao Zian felt warmth in her heart. She certainly hoped Lin Fan could be by her side when the child was born. However, since Lin Fan had to enter seclusion, she naturally did not want to delay his cultivation. Husband, your cultivation is important. Even if you can't come out of seclusion before the child is born, it's all right. With so many sisters around, you need not worry about me. Yes, husband, you can rest assured and enter seclusion. We will take good care of younger sister Zian. All right then, I will go into seclusion now. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already in a palace within the secret realm. This palace was situated directly beneath the trunk of the Bodhi ancient tree. Here he could better absorb the Tao rhythm emitted by the Bodhi ancient tree. It was also the place with the most concentrated Tao rhythm. Before entering seclusion, I should take a look at the 4 Imperial level Supreme gift packs I just received. Thinking of these 4 gift packs, Lin Fan revealed an expression of anticipation. With 4 gift packs, I believe they will yield good things. Without hesitation, Lin Fan directly called upon the system. System, open these 4 gift packs for me. He did not want to waste time opening them one by one. Opening all 4 at once was much more satisfying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening 4 Imperial level Supreme gift packs and receiving 4,000 Imperial grade Spirit Stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial grade Spirit Stone mine that can be set up by oneself, containing 2 billion Imperial grade Spirit Stones. Upon hearing the first reward, Lin Fan felt somewhat surprised. Although the value of the Imperial grade Spirit Stone mine was indeed much lower compared to Supreme Imperial weapons and other rewards. From a long-term perspective, however, the Imperial grade Spirit Stone mine was even more valuable than Supreme Imperial weapons. Because at this moment there were no Imperial grade Spirit Stone mines in the Divine Sky Realm. Moreover, apart from those that might exist in secret realms, all other Imperial grade Spirit Stone mines in the Shentian continent had been occupied by various factions. Unless he were to seize them directly, he would truly find it difficult to locate one. But direct seizing was definitely out of the question. Even if he were really lucky enough to find an unoccupied Imperial-grade Spirit Stone mine with his current means, he would not be able to transport it to the Divine Sky Realm, because he currently did not possess any Imperial-grade relocation talismans. Thus, regardless of how one looked at it, this Imperial-grade Spirit Stone mine came at just the right time. At this moment, he was about to break through to the Saint Emperor Realm. Once his strength broke through, the Divine Sky Realm would expand along with it. And after the Divine Sky Realm expanded, based on previous experiences, it was highly likely that a new Imperial-grade Spirit Stone mine would emerge. As Lin Fan pondered, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial-level Supreme Martial Art, Void Sword Technique. The Void Sword Technique can pierce through the void and traverse space to kill enemies. As for its power, it is related to the user's cultivation level. With the host's current strength, using the Void Sword Technique can directly lock onto cultivators at the Saint King Realm and below within a range of 1 billion li. A single strike can tear through space within a range of 1 billion li to kill enemies. Not bad. This is a powerful sword technique. Within a range of 1 billion li, enemies can be killed without a trace. Lin Fan was equally satisfied with this Void Sword Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial-level Supreme Spiritual Root, the Longevity Fruit Tree. The Longevity Fruit Tree matures once every 1,000,000 years, yielding 10 fruits each time, and each fruit can extend life by 1,000,000 years. Only the first fruit is effective. One fruit can actually extend life by 1,000,000 years. No wonder it's called the Longevity Fruit. This is equivalent to a great emperor's entire lifespan. Upon seeing the fourth reward, which was an Imperial weapon named the Void Sword, Lin Fan displayed a look of astonishment. How interesting! This Void Sword seems to be a matching set with the Void Sword Technique. System, could these two items have come from the same creator? Not at all, it is purely coincidental. Upon hearing that it was a coincidence, Lin Fan ceased to dwell on it. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence, these two items now belonged to him. This time the gift pack could be considered a bountiful harvest which brought great satisfaction to Lin Fan. Now with 2 top-tier imperial weapons in his possession, it was highly unlikely anyone in the Shantian continent could threaten him. Moreover, he still had Hu Mei by his side. Holding top-tier imperial weapons, Hu Mei who had fully recognized her master possessed terrifying combat power. Thus, the strength of the Lin family was undoubtedly among the elite in the Shantian continent. The only shortcoming was their small number of clan members and the lack of cultivators at the level of Saint Venerable and Saint Emperor. Fortunately, the addition of the White Fox clan mitigated this shortcoming. Next, Lin Fan first settled the imperial-grade spirit stone vein. Then he planted the longevity fruit tree. After completing these tasks, Lin Fan entered a state of seclusion. Time passed unknowingly, and soon more than half a year had gone by in the outside world. During this half year, the Lin family did not undergo any significant changes. After Lin Fan entered seclusion, everyone else consciously focused on their cultivation. Of course, there was also good news. Lin Haoming and Su Wan's child was born. It was a boy, and Lin Haoming named him Lin Mingrui. Although he did not possess a special physique, the child's aptitude reached the peak of the saint level, which was already quite impressive. With Lin Mingrui, there were already more than 10 children among the 3rd generation of the Lin family. As for the 4th generation, none had been born yet. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained in a state of seclusion and had no energy to pay attention to other matters. One day, Lin Yuhuang followed Junyao to the entrance of a secret realm. Huanger, this secret realm is a forbidden area of the academy. I have worked hard to secure this opportunity for you, so you must make the most of it. Of course, if it truly becomes too difficult, do not force yourself. Obtaining the Emperor's inheritance is not easy. If you attempt to force your way in, you might even face life-threatening dangers. Rest assured, Master, I am not reckless. Lin Yuhuang held great respect for her master standing before her, because this master treated her very well. Moreover, she intended to have Junyao become her concubine. Looking at her disciple, Junyao was equally satisfied. In just a few short months, her disciple had already progressed from the 1st level of Quasi-Saint to the 2nd level of Quasi-Saint. Such a speed of cultivation was simply astonishing. It was worth all her efforts to take Lin Yuhuang as her disciple. Huanger, it's almost time you should enter now. Remember, you only have 1 year, do not waste it here. Master, I shall enter now. After Lin Yuhuang finished speaking, she took out a jade talisman. When she crushed the talisman, a void gate immediately appeared before her. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuhuang flew and crossed through the void gate. Once Lin Yuhuang entered, the void gate vanished from sight. Huanger, I hope you can succeed. After Junyao muttered a phrase, she too disappeared. Lin Yuhuang would only be able to emerge a year later, so naturally she would not wait idly here. At this moment, Lin Yuhuang had already arrived in the secret realm. Observing the towering peaks before her, each mountain represented the inheritance of a powerful being. Of course, not all the inheritances here were left by emperors. Before passing away, the quasi-emperors of the Shantian Academy would also leave their inheritances here. As for cultivators below the quasi-emperor level, they did not have the qualification to leave their inheritances here, but would instead leave them in other secret realms. Unfortunately, this secret realm is guarded by the Academy's old ancestor. It would not be appropriate for me to bring my brothers and sisters in to seek opportunities. Otherwise, the inheritances here would belong exclusively to our Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Yuhuang couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. However, with so many inheritances here, there should be opportunities that belong to me. Regarding whether I can obtain the inheritances here, Lin Yuhuang is still confident. Of course, the inheritance Lin Yuhuang desires is naturally that which was left by the emperor. The inheritances left by the quasi-emperors do not interest Lin Yuhuang. If she cannot gain the recognition of the emperor's inheritance, the hopes of others will be even more distant. Gaining the recognition of the emperor's inheritance is not so easy. The Shantian Academy has existed for many years, yet only a few have obtained the emperor's inheritance. Compared to the emperor's inheritance, those of the quasi-emperors are far easier to obtain. Most academy disciples aim for the inheritances of the quasi-emperors. As long as one can become a quasi-emperor, they will be a force to be reckoned with in the Shantian continent. Looking at the mountains before her, Lin Yuhuang did not act immediately but chose a spot to sit cross-legged. Junyao had previously told her not to blindly seek opportunities after entering. Instead, she should sense with her heart. As long as she felt the calling from the unseen, it meant that an inheritance compatible with her was waiting for her. If she could not sense it, it would not be too late to search afterward. Soon Lin Yuhuang entered a focused state. Her various realms began to manifest. The commotion caused by Lin Yuhuang naturally attracted the attention of the ancestor guarding the secret realm. This little girl must be the disciple of that girl Junyao. Not bad, not bad. She has already cultivated to the second level of croissant at such a young age. The realms of ice, wind, and thunder have all reached over 70%. According to the messages from those fellows, this little girl is invincible among her peers. It seems that our Shentian Academy has a successor. It is said that her father is also very powerful and is a successor to an emperor. If this father-daughter pair grows, the Shentian continent might undergo a great change. After the ancestor finished musing, he began to close his eyes and rest. Whether Lin Yuhuang could obtain the inheritance was something he could not assist with. He was here merely to guard the secret realm, preventing any miscreants from causing trouble. This place is a safeguard for all humans in the Shentian continent, and no issues could arise. Moreover, he was just the visible guardian. There were other guardians in secret. If any short-sighted alien races dared to come here to cause trouble, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Even if an emperor were to intrude, escaping unscathed would be quite difficult. This secret realm holds many contingencies left behind by various emperors. Soon several months passed. In the divine sky realm, the birth of Xiao Xian's child was drawing near. On Qingqiu Island, the Hu Mei sisters were gathered together chatting. Elder sister, this divine sky realm is truly a sacred place for cultivation. Our younger generations have all made significant progress in their cultivation levels. Indeed, elder sister, it would have been better if you had met brother-in-law earlier. Then we could have entered to cultivate sooner. Seeing her two younger sisters exchanging words, Hu Mei smiled helplessly. You two should not be so ungrateful. Being able to enter here is already a tremendous opportunity. That's true, we owe our entry to you, elder sister. As long as you know. Hu Mei smiled proudly. If there's anything the Lin family needs your help with in the future, you must not decline. In Hu Mei's heart, the importance of the Lin family had already surpassed that of the Baihu clan. Elder sister, you can rest assured. Even if you don't mention it, we will help. Moreover, now that we have arrived in the divine sky realm, we are essentially part of the Lin family. I believe brother-in-law thinks so too. As members of the Lin family, we naturally must help when the Lin family is in need. Seeing her younger sisters so understanding, Hu Mei felt very pleased. By the way, elder sister, has brother-in-law been in seclusion for so long? Is he about to come out soon? He should be soon. Hu Mei said somewhat uncertainly. My husband mentioned that he would strive to come out before Xian's child is born. There are only a few days left until Xian's child is due. However, it's hard to say with such matters, as anyone can predict the timing of seclusion. That's true. By the way, elder sister, you should work hard to give birth to a big fat boy soon. Then, we can become little ants. At this point, Hu Yu and Hu Yen both chuckled. At this moment, Hu Mei's expression darkened. You two are joking with me again, aren't you? No, no. The two quickly waved their hands. How could we dare to joke about you, elder sister? Do you not want children? Seeing the attitudes of the two, Hu Mei couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's not about wanting or not wanting. It's just that with my current strength, having a child is not so easy. I can only let nature take its course. It's impossible not to have children. Since her other sisters all had children, Hu Mei naturally wanted one too. However, wanting a child is not that easy. It might take thousands of years before it could happen. Moreover, as a demon beast, it is even more difficult for her to conceive than for humans. Elder sister, I think your worries are unnecessary. What do you mean by that? Hu Mei looked at her two younger sisters with some confusion. Elder sister, you are too caught up in your own situation. Not to mention anything else. Look at Mu Yunqi. She has already given birth to 2 children. Her strength is only at the Saint King level. But even at the Saint King level, it's not so easy to conceive, yet she has given birth to 2. What does this indicate? It indicates that brother-in-law must have a way to increase the chances of conception. After hearing her sister's explanation, Hu Mei's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't considered this aspect before. After her sister's analysis, she felt it made a lot of sense. However, just as she was about to say something, the divine sky realm suddenly began to shake violently. The sudden change startled the 3 sisters. Elder sister, what's going on? Hu Yu asked nervously. Hu Mei was also somewhat flustered, but as the elder sister, she quickly calmed down. Second sister, third sister, you don't need to panic. Go and comfort the clansmen first. They'll go find Yunqi and ask what's going on. All right. Soon Hu Mei found Mu Yunqi and the others. At this time, everyone who felt the changes in the divine sky realm had gathered together. Elder sister, Hu Mei, you're here. Mu Yunqi greeted with a smile. Seeing that Mu Yunxi and the others were unconcerned about the changes in the divine sky realm and were instead quite happy. This made Hu Mei feel quite puzzled. Of course, seeing everyone so happy, her worried heart relaxed. Sister Yunxi, what exactly is going on? It looks like the divine sky realm is expanding. It won't have any adverse effects, will it? Elder sister Hu Mei, don't worry. It's because my husband has broken through. Every time my husband breaks through to a higher realm, the divine sky realm will expand. Not only that, but the world's elemental energy inside will also further enhance. Upon hearing Mu Yunxi's explanation, Hu Mei indeed noticed that the elemental energy in the divine sky realm had increased. She hadn't paid much attention due to her earlier anxiety. However, what mattered more to her was that Lin Fan had broken through. She finally understood why everyone was so happy. But to ease Hu Yu and Hu Yan's worries, she directly began to send them messages. At this moment, Hu Yu and Hu Mei were calming down the white foxes. The changes in the divine sky realm had indeed made these white foxes feel uneasy. When they saw the message from Hu Mei, their eyes widened in surprise. They didn't expect that such a huge commotion was caused by their brother-in-law's breakthrough. More importantly, every time their brother-in-law broke through to a higher realm, the divine sky realm would expand. The divine sky realm had become so strong, and it could still upgrade, which truly shocked them. But now was not the time to be shocked. The little ones below were still in fear. All right, everyone, don't worry. The reason for the commotion here is that this world is upgrading. This is a good thing, so just continue doing what you were doing. As soon as Hu Yu said this, all the white foxes present let out a sigh of relief. Soon, under the arrangements of the clan leader, Hu Shui, and the elders, these white foxes dispersed. In the secret realm, Lin Fan, who had been in seclusion for a long time, opened his eyes. Finally, I have broken through to the Saint Emperor realm, and due to my previous accumulation, I have directly advanced to the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm. I'm not far from the 4th level now. Feeling the changes in his strength, Lin Fan was very satisfied. After receiving the inheritance from the celestial mechanic, Lin Fan felt it was still early, so he chose to continue in seclusion and break through to the Saint Emperor realm. Lin Fan calculated for a moment and realized that Xiao Xian's child was due to be born in 3 days. The timing is just right. Although Lin Fan was not sure he could be present for the birth of each of his children. As long as he could make it in time, he certainly would not be absent. Then, with a thought, Lin Fan directly disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Hu Mei and the others. Upon seeing Lin Fan appear, everyone revealed expressions of joy. "Husband, how was your harvest from this seclusion?" Everyone asked with smiles. This time the harvest from seclusion was quite good. I directly broke through to the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm. Hearing that Lin Fan had directly broken through to the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm, everyone was shocked. Especially Hu Mei, who was even more astonished at this moment. She remembered when she first met Lin Fan. He was merely at the 3rd level of the Holy King realm. Yet, after being with her, he abruptly broke through to the 9th level of the Holy King realm. Now, not long after, he had again abruptly broken through to the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm. It probably wouldn't be long before he ascended to the Holy Venerable realm. Thinking of this, Hu Mei couldn't help but sigh. "Husband, I really don't know how to describe you. In such a short time, you've advanced from the Holy King to the Holy Emperor realm, even reaching the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm in your cultivation journey. If this news were to spread, I can't imagine how many people would be shocked. For an ordinary person, breaking through from the 9th level of the Holy King to the Holy Emperor realm could take hundreds of years at best and thousands at worst. Of course, more than 90% of those in the Holy King realm would spend their entire lives without breaking through to the Holy Emperor realm. Sister Hu Mei is right, a husband, you are truly remarkable." At this moment, Xiao Xian also deeply understood. When she first met Lin Fan, he was merely at the Saint realm. Now just over a year had passed, and Lin Fan had already taken the lead, stepping into the Holy Emperor realm before her. As for the second princess, Yan Ying, she looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. She couldn't help but murmur in her heart, "This is my Yan Ying's husband, simply an invincible presence. By the time I take over as the emperor of the dynasty, my husband may have already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. But by then will I still have the intent to be the emperor?" Thinking of this, Yan Ying suddenly felt a bit confused. It seemed that holding the position of emperor might not be as appealing as living freely here. No, even if I don't take over the position of emperor, I can still ensure that my child with my husband ascends to the throne. But for that to happen, the child would need to bear the Yan surname. I wonder if my husband would agree. If the child doesn't have the Yan surname, those old geezers from the Yan family would definitely not agree to my child ascending to the throne. Thinking of this, Yan Ying felt a bit troubled. It seems I need to find a time to discuss this with my husband. While Yening was contemplating, everyone began to discuss how to celebrate Lin Fan. Lin Fan's breakthrough to the Holy Emperor realm certainly deserved a grand celebration. Ultimately, everyone unanimously decided to celebrate together after Xiao Xian's child was born. Lin Fan was also more than happy to agree. By the way, husband, what changes have occurred with the expansion of the divine sky realm? Hearing Yi Muyan's inquiry, Lin Fan also came back to his senses. He had just forgotten to check on this matter. Immediately Lin Fan concentrated and the status of the divine sky realm became clear to him. The area of the divine sky realm had directly expanded from the previous 100 billion square kilometers to the current 10 trillion square kilometers. It had expanded a full 100 times. The flow of time had also changed from 20 times faster to now 30 times faster. When Lin Fan informed everyone of these two changes, everyone felt a bit numb. Next came the mineral veins. Leaving aside the other mineral veins, the most important one was the imperial-grade primitive mineral vein, as expected with the expansion of the divine sky realm. In addition to the previously located imperial-grade spirit stone vein, 3 more imperial-grade spirit stone veins had been born within the divine sky realm. Each imperial-grade spirit stone vein contained nearly 1 billion imperial-grade spirit stones. Even the previous imperial-grade spirit stone vein had increased from 2 billion to 3 billion imperial-grade spirit stones. Overall, this upgrade had brought Lin Fan an additional yield of 4 billion imperial-grade spirit stones. Phew, this is great. With these imperial-grade spirit stones, the void warship can be used freely. If anyone provokes me, I'll just take the void warship and blast them away. After Lin Fan informed everyone about the imperial-grade spirit stone veins, everyone cheered. As a trading currency and a cultivation resource, the more imperial-grade spirit stones the better. Hu Mei truly hadn't expected that the divine sky realm could even give birth to mineral veins. She hadn't really paid attention to this aspect before. A small world that could give birth to mineral veins could be said to be no different from the divine wasteland realm. No one could even say it was more powerful than the divine wasteland realm, because the natural energies here are denser than anywhere else in the outside world. The only gap is that the divine sky realm is still too small at present. However, this is not actually a disadvantage, because the divine sky realm has the potential to grow. Once Lin Fan becomes stronger, the divine sky realm may one day surpass the divine wasteland realm in size. In that comparison, the divine wasteland realm would actually be inferior to their divine sky realm. With such foundations, what kind of existence will my husband become in the future? At this moment, Hu Mei was filled with longing for the future. That evening, Hu Mei appeared directly in Lin Fan's palace. After a night passed, Hu Mei pulled Lin Fan and began to inquire. Husband, do you have a way to rapidly conceive? Meyer, I do have a method at the moment, but am short a few main herbs. Subsequently, Lin Fan explained the matter of the holy infant pill. However, after hearing this, Hu Mei felt a bit disappointed. The holy infant pill was only effective for those at the holy venerable realm and below. Now, as she was a Quasidman emperor, the holy infant pill had no effect on her. Yet she was also happy for Lin Fan to possess such a treasure. Meyer, you don't need to be too distressed. In the future, there may be even better things that will solve this concern. Okay, I believe my husband will definitely find a way in the future. After witnessing Lin Fan's mysterious and unpredictable methods, Hu Mei was filled with trust in him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Xian's child was finally born. This time it was a boy, and Lin Fan named him Lin Haojuan. Husband, quickly see what talent our child possesses. At this moment, Xiao Xian's expression was filled with anticipation and a bit of nervousness. Alright Xian, don't worry. Our child will definitely be extraordinary. Then Lin Fan concentrated and Lin Haojuan's information appeared in his mind. Name Lin Haojuan. Age just born. Qualification Imperial Grade Supreme. Physique Innate Dao Body. Seeing that his child possessed an innate Dao body, Lin Fan was also a bit excited. The innate Dao body was comparable to his chaotic saint body. Xian, our child's talent is quite remarkable. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Xian felt a surge of joy inside. If Lin Fan could say that, then her child's talent would surely be extraordinary. She couldn't help but urge Lin Fan. Husband, hurry up and say it, I'm so anxious. Xian, our child's cultivation qualification has reached Imperial Grade Supreme, and his physique is an exceedingly rare innate Dao body. What? It's actually an innate Dao body. Xiao Xian was so excited that she sat up directly from the bed. Xian, please don't get too excited. Lin Fan hurriedly supported her. My husband, I am fine. This is an innate Dao body. How could I not be excited? At this moment, Xiao Xian was overwhelmed with joy. Her son turned out to be an innate Tao body. If her father found out, he would be overjoyed. Thinking of this, Xiao Zian excitedly grasped Lin Fan's hand and said, "Husband, cultivating an innate Tao body has almost no bottlenecks. As long as one's strength reaches a certain level, one can easily break through. In terms of comprehending realms, fields, and even laws, it will be much easier. Our child will definitely be able to become an emperor." As she spoke, Xiao Zian became even more excited. How could she not be thrilled that her child could become an emperor? Lin Fan felt a bit helpless upon seeing her reaction. Just an emperor, and it had made Xiao Zian this excited. His goal was a realm beyond that of an emperor. However, for cultivators in the divine wasteland, becoming an emperor was indeed the lifelong pursuit of all practitioners. He gently patted Xiao Zian's shoulder and said, "Zian, you need to rest well now. Don't think too much about other matters. Husband, I am not as delicate as you say. I possess the cultivation of a saint king at the 9th level. Having a child is nothing to worry about." Xiao Zian murmured. Although she said this, Xiao Zian was still very happy inside at Lin Fan's concern for her. "All right, Zian, you must listen to me on this matter. Just rest well, and we will talk about anything else tomorrow. Okay?" Seeing Lin Fan being so resolute, Xiao Zian could only obediently nod. After she rested, Lin Fan returned to his own palace. There was still an Emperor-level Supreme gift pack waiting for him. System, open the Emperor-level Supreme gift pack for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the Emperor-level Supreme gift pack, receiving 1000 Emperor-grade Spirit Stones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Emperor-level Supreme pill, 19 Revolutions Resurrection pill. Only one Emperor-level pill. To be honest, Lin Fan felt a bit disappointed with this reward. System, please introduce the effects of this 9 Revolutions Resurrection pill. Host, the 9 Revolutions Resurrection pill has the power to resurrect. Even if an emperor has died, as long as their soul remains, taking the 9 Revolutions Resurrection pill can bring them back to life. Moreover, it is not just a simple resurrection. After reviving, they not only retain their original strength, but their lifespan will also increase to 1 million years. This is equivalent to granting an emperor a second life. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan was taken aback. This pill is indeed powerful, truly worthy of being an emperor-level supreme pill. But for me at the moment, it is of no help. Forget it, I will keep the pill for now. Oh, who knows, it might be useful one day. As he spoke, Lin Fan stored the pill in the system space. In the secret realm of Shentian Academy, Lin Yuhuang, who had been sitting there for months, suddenly opened her eyes. At last I sensed it. I wonder which emperor left behind this inheritance. After murmuring this, Lin Yuhuang flew straight in a certain direction. Soon a snow-covered peak came into Lin Yuhuang's view. There was a barrier left by the emperor surrounding the peak. Even a quasi-emperor could not enter. However, Lin Yuhuang had already established a connection with this peak, so she faced no obstruction and crossed the barrier. The ancestor who had been watching Lin Yuhuang revealed a look of surprise upon seeing her enter the peak. I didn't expect this little girl to have gained the recognition of the Ice Snow Emperor. Although this is just the beginning, being recognized gives her a great chance to obtain this inheritance. It has been nearly 1,000,000 years since anyone has received an emperor's inheritance. I hope she does not disappoint the academy. Unfortunately, this ancestor could only wait anxiously. Even though he had now cultivated to the 9th level of quasi-emperor, he could not break the barrier left by the emperor. Once Lin Yuhuang crossed into the barrier, she immediately felt a tremendous chill. Even though she primarily practiced the domain of ice, she still felt cold. However, despite feeling cold, it did not affect Lin Yuhuang much. This must be the power of the ice laws left by the emperor, or otherwise I wouldn't feel this way. Lin Yuhuang did not hesitate, she looked at the palace at the highest point of the peak and flew directly there. When Lin Yuhuang pushed open the grand door of the palace, a cold voice came through. It has been nearly 1,000,000 years. Finally, someone has awakened the inheritance left by my Ice Snow Emperor Shui Hanbing. However, for those fated, obtaining my inheritance is not easy. You must accept the trials I left behind. Only by passing my trials can you obtain my inheritance. I wonder if the fated one dares to accept. Before Lin Yuhuang could respond, the cold voice rang out again. If you are afraid to accept the trials I left behind, I will give you a quasi-emperor weapon of the emperor-level low-grade as compensation, so you won't leave empty-handed. After all, being able to come here is a kind of fate. I naturally cannot let you leave empty-handed. But if you choose to accept my trials and fail, then you will gain nothing and will be directly sent out. So you need to consider carefully, will you choose to accept the quasi-emperor weapon or the trials? I choose to accept the trials. Without even thinking, Lin Yuhuang made her decision. What a joke! Did they think they could just dismiss her with a mere quasi-emperor weapon? If that were the case, it would indeed be a wasted trip. Although a quasi-emperor weapon is good, she still looked down on it. Her goal was the emperor weapon left by the Ice-Snow Emperor. As the voice of the Ice and Snow Emperor faded away, this secret realm fell into a terrifying silence. However, for Lin Yuhuang, there was not the slightest discomfort. I never expected that the trial would involve merging the realms of ice and snow. Next, I just need to condense the realm of snow and then merge it with my realm of ice. I must say such a trial would indeed be very difficult for others. Those who can pass this trial are certainly few and far between. No wonder no one has obtained the Emperor's legacy for so many years. But for me, it's not much of a problem. I must obtain the legacy of the Ice and Snow Emperor. During her time at the Shentian Academy, Lin Yuhuang had perused many books collected by the Academy. She happened to come across records about this Ice and Snow Emperor. The Ice and Snow Emperor was a 7th-level emperor who was born on the Shentian continent a million years ago. Although he did not reach the 9th level of the Emperor realm, the Ice and Snow Emperor was not weak. Unfortunately, in the end, the demon race invaded and the Ice and Snow Emperor was besieged by several demon emperors of the same realm. After slaying one demon emperor of the same realm and severely injuring several others, the Ice and Snow Emperor also sustained heavy injuries. Ultimately, as his wounds worsened, he chose to enter a state of meditation in this secret realm. Indeed, the Ice and Snow Emperor entered a state of meditation. He did not leave the Shentian continent. The voice just now was merely a remnant left behind. Because of his meditation, the Emperor-grade supreme weapon Shattered Snow Glaze and the resources he possessed remained in this place of inheritance. It was precisely because there were Emperor weapons here that Lin Yuhuang insisted on passing the trial left by the Ice and Snow Emperor. If she could succeed, she would strike it rich. Lin Yuhuang no longer hesitated. She found a spot and sat cross-legged. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuhuang took out a leaf from the Bodhi tree from her storage ring. Then, without hesitation, she placed the leaf in her mouth. Compared to sitting beneath the Bodhi tree, holding the leaf in her mouth proved to be even more effective. Only Lin Fan would be willing to indulge his children in such extravagance. If others knew that Lin Fan wasted such a treasure, they would surely be heartbroken. Soon Lin Yuhuang entered a state of cultivation. She needed to strive to condense the realm of snow within a few months. With the enhancement of the realm of ice, condensing the realm of snow would be much easier, because the two realms are fundamentally interconnected. A few days later, Lin Fan decided to head to other continents. After making plans, Lin Fan gathered Mu Yunqi and the others again. Upon learning that Lin Fan was truly going to other continents, everyone displayed expressions of shock. The first to react was Xiao Zian. She was the only one here who was not from the Shentian continent. Currently, she was the only one who had experienced the vastness and dangers of the starry sky. Husband, are you sure you want to go to other continents? With our current strength, even reaching the nearest continent will take several years. I believe we should not waste time on travel right now. Hearing Xiao Zian's analysis, everyone agreed. The most important thing right now is to enhance our strength. Everyone need not worry. The reason I plan to go to other continents is that I have obtained a treasure. Without waiting for everyone to ask, Lin Fan explained the matter of the Void Warship to everyone. Upon learning that Lin Fan had such a treasure as the Void Warship, everyone present was shocked. This was a warship that could even slay emperors. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Lin Fan chuckled. With the Void Warship, do you have any objections? None. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. With the existence of the Void Warship, we can indeed make plans for other continents. If we continue to hide in the Shentian continent, it will instead hinder our development. Once we have laid out plans for more continents, we can use the Divine Xiao realm as a bridge and instantly reach any location. However, this means that we may not have enough personnel. Although the members of the Shadow Pavilion were still busy gathering children. Due to the increasingly high requirements, the number of children being brought in is not very large. Currently, the total is just over 10 million. While it seems that over 10 million is a lot, in reality this number is insufficient even for the Shentian continent. The Shentian continent is vast, and spreading out the people truly does not suffice. More than half of the Shentian continent still lacks members of the Shadow Pavilion. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a headache. With the current strength of their Lin family, they naturally cannot afford to take everyone. Those with low aptitude take too long to cultivate and waste a lot of resources. Seeing Lin Fan frown, everyone quickly comforted him. Husband, don't worry. Once we go to more continents, collecting talents will become easier. With so many continents combined, can we still fear a lack of talent? After hearing this, Lin Fan felt it made a lot of sense, so he no longer dwelled on it. After calming his emotions, Lin Fan turned his gaze to Xiao Zian. Zian, you are the most familiar with the surrounding continents. Do you have any suggestions for which continent we should go to next? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, Xiao Zian took out a star map from her storage ring. Then she unfolded it in front of everyone. Husband, this star map indicates the 20 continents surrounding the Xiantian continent. These 20 continents are also the areas currently involved by our galaxy commerce. I don't know about places further away. By the way, none of these 20 continents has an emperor, making them very suitable for the early development of our Lin family. As for where to go first, it still depends on your decision, husband. After Xiao Zian finished speaking, everyone focused their attention on the star map. This star map recorded everything in detail, marking the distances between each continent clearly. Looking at these 20 continents, Lin Fan's gaze finally settled on the nearest Shenyuan continent. This continent is 8 million light-years away from the Xiantian continent. With the flight speed of the Void warship, it would only take 8 days to reach. I've decided to go to the nearest Shenyuan continent first, and then we will gradually head toward the surrounding continents. Everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's decision. By the way, Zian, do you have any information about the Shenyuan continent? Husband, I don't know much about the Shenyuan continent. I only know some general information. As she said this, Xiao Zian felt a bit embarrassed. She felt she wasn't able to help Lin Fan much. Zian, you need not overthink, just share what you know with us. All right, husband. Xiao Zian cleared her throat and began to narrate. In terms of overall strength, the Shenyuan continent is quite similar to the Xiantian continent. However, unlike the harmony found in the Xiantian continent, the Shenyuan continent lacks such unity. The Xiantian continent is under the deterrence of the Xiantian Academy. Although there may be occasional frictions among the various imperial-level powers, these forces do not let their relationships become too strained, as they all understand the importance of moderation. Even the relationship between the demonic beasts and the human race in the Xiantian continent is relatively harmonious. However, the situation is quite different in the Shenyuan continent, where 5 supreme forces exist. These 5 forces are the Abyss Demon Sect, the Divine Shen Dao Sect, the Li Clan of the Imperial Family, the Vow of Sound Temple, and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. The Abyss Demon Sect is the strongest force within the demonic faction of the Shenyuan continent, possessing numerous quasi-imperial figures, and even 2 imperial weapons. This solidifies the Abyss Demon Sect's position at the pinnacle of the demonic forces. Next is the Divine Shen Dao Sect, the mightiest force of the righteous faction. It is not inferior to the Abyss Demon Sect in any way. The Li Clan of the Imperial Family is the strongest force within the family faction, as the ancestors of the Li Clan produced multiple emperors, giving it an incredibly deep foundation. Moreover, the Li Clan has established marriages with several imperial families, making for a formidable alliance, thus securing the Li Clan's position like a mountain. As for the Vow of Sound Temple, it is the strongest force of the Buddhist faction. The Buddhist forces are exceptionally united, all holding the Vow of Sound Temple in high esteem. Fortunately, the Buddhist forces are somewhat less numerous compared to others. Other factions do not regard the Buddhist forces with much enthusiasm. Sometimes they even unite to resist the spread of Buddhism. Otherwise, the Buddhist faction would dominate the realm. More importantly, it is said that the Vow of Sound Temple has connections with the Tianfo continent, so the various factions can only resist but dare not eradicate it. After all, the power of the Tianfo continent is terrifying. No one knows how many great emperors are hidden there. Next is the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, an alliance formed by numerous beast clans, and its strength cannot be underestimated. Well, that's all I know. After listening to Xiao Zian's introduction, everyone gained a certain understanding of the Shenyuan continent. Lin Fan also became more interested in the Shenyuan continent. The more chaotic the world, the better it is for his development. Unlike the Xiantian continent, where the major factions are quite restrained, if he wants to do something, it wouldn't take long before he is discovered. In the Shenyuan continent, however, it would be different. Secretly swallowing a force, there would likely not attract much attention. Alright, everyone get ready, we will set off in 3 days. Yes, my husband. In fact, there wasn't much for everyone to prepare. With the Shenshao realm, they could return to the Xiantian continent at any time. After everyone dispersed, Lin Fan suddenly sensed movement in the beast garden. That sound, the Shenfeng eagle and the swallowing sky sparrow are about to hatch. I didn't expect these 2 beasts to hatch at the same time. It's truly rare. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy at this sight. Adding 2 imperial-grade bloodline beasts to the family is undoubtedly a great joy. Noticing Lin Fan's expression change, Hu Mei couldn't help but feel curious. Husband, what has you so happy? The Xianfeng eagle and the swallowing sky sparrow are about to hatch. Let's go see. Upon hearing that these two beasts were about to appear, Hu Mei became interested as well. Soon the two arrived at the beast garden. As soon as Lin Fan and Hu Mei appeared, they heard the sound of eggshells cracking. Lin Fan noticed that the first to break free was the Xianfeng eagle. Soon a half-meter-tall eagle-like bird appeared before Lin Fan and Hu Mei. Unlike other eagles, the Xianfeng eagle was adorned with fiery red feathers all over its body. Lin Fan felt this must be related to its phoenix bloodline. What shocked Lin Fan the most was that after the Xianfeng eagle hatched, it directly became a 7th-tier beast. This is equivalent to the realm of a revered human. Fortunately, the breeding ability of demonic beasts is much more difficult than that of humans. If it were the same as humans, it would be too terrifying. Because even the offspring of emperors are just ordinary beings at birth. Soon the Xianfeng eagle noticed Lin Fan and Hu Mei. It called out to Lin Fan and then quickly walked up to him. Since it hatched within the Shunxiao realm, the Xianfeng eagle regarded Lin Fan as its closest person. Lin Fan stroked its feathers and smiled. "Little one, you are quite cute. From today onwards your name will be Xianfeng." Upon hearing Lin Fan name it, the Xianfeng eagle called out again, clearly pleased with its new name. After that, Lin Fan interacted with the Xianfeng eagle for a while. At this moment, the shell of the swallowing sky sparrow cracked. As the eggshell split open, a fierce aura began to permeate the air. Hu Mei frowned upon seeing this scene. A newly hatched swallowing sky sparrow could actually emit such a terrifying aura. She had only heard of the legend of the swallowing sky sparrow but had never seen it in person. Now feeling this fierce aura, she could only say that the reputation of the swallowing sky sparrow was indeed well-deserved. Hu Mei then looked at Lin Fan with some worry. "Husband, you sense that fierce aura too? Are you sure you can subdue it?" "Meyer need not worry, just watch." Hu Mei nodded and fell silent. However, the performance of the Xianfeng eagle also surprised her. Even an 8th-tier beast would avoid this fierce aura. Yet the Xianfeng eagle showed no signs of fear, instead curiously watching the swallowing sky sparrow that was hatching. Seeing this scene, Hu Mei couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a beast with phoenix bloodline, "It isn't even afraid of the fierce aura of the swallowing sky sparrow." Upon hearing Hu Mei's praise, the Xianfeng eagle let out a proud call. It and the swallowing sky sparrow are of the same tier, and both are avian creatures, not to mention it possesses a portion of phoenix bloodline. If it is afraid of the swallowing sky sparrow, it would be quite useless. Soon the swallowing sky sparrow hatched. After breaking free, it did not immediately approach Lin Fan. Instead, it opened its mouth, instantly devouring the eggshells. After consuming its own eggshell, the swallowing sky sparrow still felt unsatisfied. So it ran over to devour the eggshell left by the Xianfeng eagle. After completing all this, the swallowing sky sparrow's aura significantly increased, and it was not far from becoming an 8th-tier beast. Regardless of whether it was its own eggshell or that of the Xianfeng eagle, they were not ordinary items at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. The devouring ability of the swallowing sky sparrow is indeed formidable. No wonder it can prey on dragons. If paired with the soul-devouring insect, it would be a perfect match. One devours souls, the other devours flesh. If they cooperate, just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. As Lin Fan finished his thoughts, the sky-devouring sparrow obediently approached him. It first chirped at Lin Fan and then nudged its head against his arm. Like the Xianfeng eagle, after hatching, the sky-devouring sparrow regarded Lin Fan as its closest companion. Hu Mei, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. She had not expected that the moment the sparrow was born it would consider Lin Fan its master. She had worried for so long that Lin Fan might not be able to tame the sky-devouring sparrow. It seemed she had indeed worried for nothing. Meanwhile, the Xianfeng eagle, observing the scene, felt a twinge of jealousy. The Xianfeng eagle spread its wings and pushed the sky-devouring sparrow aside. Once the sparrow realized what had happened, it instantly became fierce. After letting out a cry, it immediately charged towards the Xianfeng eagle. Seeing these two about to clash, Lin Fan quickly intervened to stop them. "You two little fellows really have quite the tempers. Remember, you must get along peacefully from now on. If I catch you fighting in secret, then don't blame me for being merciless." Upon hearing Lin Fan's reprimand, the two little creatures instantly lowered their heads. Although both expressed their dissatisfaction with each other, they dared not defy Lin Fan's orders. "By the way, from now on you'll be called Sky Devourer." Hearing Lin Fan name it Sky Devourer, the sparrow joyfully flapped its wings. It was very pleased with this name. Only Hu Mei, standing aside, felt a bit amused. She thought Lin Fan's naming was rather casual. The Xianfeng eagle was named Xuanfeng, while the sky-devouring sparrow was directly named Sky Devourer. If another Shenfeng Eagle and Sky Devouring Sparrow were to appear, would they be named Shenfeng 2 and Sky Devourer 2? Thinking of this, Hu Mei couldn't help but laugh. However, as she laughed, the gazes of Lin Fan, the Shenfeng Eagle, and the Sky Devouring Sparrow turned towards her. Meyer, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Hu Mei quickly waved her hand. I just thought of something funny, you don't need to mind me. She naturally could not express her true thoughts. Seeing that Hu Mei did not speak up, Lin Fan did not dwell on it too much. Alright, you two stay here and cultivate well. I will come to check on you when I have time. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he left each of them a storage bag. Each bag contained a considerable amount of resources. Once they digest these resources, they are sure to break through to the Demon King realm. After leaving the storage bags, Lin Fan took Hu Mei and left the Divine Beast Garden. As Lin Fan and Hu Mei departed, the Shenfeng Eagle, putting away its storage bag, immediately looked down at the Sky Devouring Sparrow with a sense of superiority. Little sparrow, I hatched before you, so you have to call me Big Sister. Hearing the Shenfeng Eagle refer to it as Little Sparrow, the Sky Devouring Sparrow immediately flared up. You foolish eagle, what are you talking about? With your strength, you think you can be my big sister. If it weren't for the master forbidding us from causing trouble, I would have swallowed you whole. The Shenfeng Eagle looked at the furious Sky Devouring Sparrow with disdain. Little sparrow, you think you can swallow me? How naive. If it weren't for the master's orders, I would love to give you a good beating. And you just now, you were vying for the master's favor in front of him. If the master hadn't stopped me, I would have knocked you down. With your foolishness, it would be better to forget it. The Sky Devouring Sparrow also showed a look of disdain. You foolish eagle, I don't want to engage in a war of words with you here. If you have the guts, let's compete and see who breaks through to the 8th stage first. Whoever breaks through to the 8th stage first gets to be the big sister. Do you dare to accept the challenge? I'm up for it. I'm not afraid of you. The Shenfeng Eagle snorted. Although the Shenfeng Eagle had its doubts since the Sky Devouring Sparrow possessed devouring powers. If there were enough resources, the threshold before becoming a Quasidman Emperor was pitifully low. Competing with the Sky Devouring Sparrow, the chances of winning were very slim. But refusing was not an option. If it didn't even have the qualification to compete, how could it be considered the big sister? Alright, you said it, we have a deal. The Sky Devouring Sparrow had not expected the Shenfeng Eagle to agree so readily. This made it regard the Shenfeng Eagle with a bit more respect. Then the Sky Devouring Sparrow and the Shenfeng Eagle took different paths. The Divine Beast Garden was vast, and they didn't need to crowd together. Otherwise, with their tempers staying together would eventually lead to a fight. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already taken Hu Mei back to their residence. Husband, we need to cultivate the Shenfeng Eagle and Sky Devouring Sparrow well. They will definitely become a powerful asset for our Lin family. Don't worry, Meyer. Even if you didn't say anything, I would cultivate them well. Alright, let's not discuss other matters. Aren't you wanting a child? We must work hard for that. If we are lucky, we might see results in a short time. Upon hearing this, Hu Mei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Fan. With her current strength, having a child was not so easy. However, she was still somewhat hopeful. What if luck was on their side? Only with Mu Yunxi and the others, their children were all sacred bodies. She wondered if a fox demon like her could give birth to a sacred body. 3 days quickly passed, and Lin Fan released the void battleship in a mountain range devoid of any life. Looking at the suddenly appeared battleship, Hu Mei and the others' eyes widened. Husband, is this the void battleship? It's truly majestic and grand. Lin Fan was also quite satisfied with the battleship's appearance. The battleship was 1000 meters long, 350 meters wide, and 200 meters high. Especially with the 10 imposing cannons mounted on top, it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Of course, this was only the exterior appearance. Inside the battleship, however, it was a different world altogether. Let's go in. Only by entering can we see the full scope of the battleship. Then, under Lin Fan's guidance, everyone entered the battleship. As soon as they entered, they discovered a world of wonders inside with various palaces and pavilions scattered throughout. Husband, this place is enormous. It must be at least 1000 square kilometers. Lin Fan nodded. Indeed, it covers 1,000 square kilometers. Moreover, there are 9 layers of such space. Hearing that there were actually 9 layers of such space inside, Hu Mei and the others were astonished. They understood what such a battleship meant for other forces. It meant that in times of danger they could directly escape with their clansmen. Even if it didn't need to be used for escape, it would be extremely convenient for relocation. However, their Lin family had the divine Xiaojia, so they didn't need such a large area. You all chat first. I will control the battleship to fly, and then we can explore it further. All right, husband, you go ahead and busy yourself. Lin Fan did not hesitate, or with a thought, he arrived at the battleship's control room. Piloting the battleship was simple. He just needed to set the route. Lin Fan was not stingy. He directly filled in 200 million Imperial-grade spirit stones. In the event of an emergency, he would be able to react promptly. Traveling through the starry sky is actually not safe. Not only are there starry sky robbers, but also exotic beasts of the starry sky. Both the starry sky robbers and the starry sky behemoths are formidable foes. Those who dare to rob in the starry sky possess considerable strength, typically having a quasi-emperor overseeing them. As for the starry sky behemoths, they are brutal beasts that only know how to kill. Their sizes are extraordinarily massive, and their defensive capabilities are astonishing. As for their strength, it is truly terrifying. Once a starry sky giant beast reaches maturity, it possesses the power of a Quasidman emperor. Fortunately, the growth period of the starry sky behemoths is exceedingly long. It takes at least 100,000 years to mature, and their reproductive abilities are quite weak. Otherwise, it would be far too frightening. However, starry sky behemoths do have weaknesses. They lack high intelligence and cannot transform like demon beasts. It is precisely due to the existence of starry sky behemoths and robbers that traversing the starry sky becomes a perilous affair. Without a quasi-emperor protector, most people dare not venture into the void. Of course, there are still cultivators who go to the starry sky in search of treasures to exchange for cultivation resources. Although the starry sky is dangerous for those cultivators who are lacking in resources, treasure hunting in the starry sky is quite a good option. At this moment, after Lin Fan completed everything, he directly activated the void warship. With a swoosh, the warship flew towards the starry sky at a speed of 100,000 light-years per day. Lin Fan did not fly at a speed of 1 million light-years per day. Such speed was too fast, and he couldn't even see the conditions around the void warship. A speed of 100,000 light-years per day was just right. With his current strength combined with the enhancement of the reincarnation eye, this speed allowed him to capture the situation around the void warship. If he were to fly at a speed of 1 million light-years per day, he would indeed be completely in the dark. Although traveling this way would take 10 times longer. However, it would still take less than 3 months to reach the Xian Yuan continent, which is quite acceptable. Moreover, he wanted to see what the starry sky truly looked like. As the void warship started, Lin Fan returned to the position where everyone was. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they immediately gathered around him. Husband, has the void warship been activated? They did not sense the activation of the warship. It has been activated. With that, Lin Fan turned on the external viewing function of the warship. As the external viewing function was activated, what appeared before their eyes was a scene of darkness with occasional flashes of light passing by. Evidently, they had already entered the void. This is so fast. We have already arrived in the void so quickly. However, they soon lost interest in the void. Due to the speed being so fast, apart from Mei, who could barely see clearly, the others could only see a pitch-black expanse. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and beckoned to them. Let's go explore this warship together. Sure. Currently, they were only on the first deck with 8 more levels yet to be explored. A month passed, and many people had gradually returned to the Xinshao realm to cultivate. In the end, only Xiao Zian and Mei remained here accompanying Lin Fan. Husband, traveling through the starry sky is the most tedious. Fortunately, you possess the void warship, or otherwise we would have to spend several years on the journey. It is indeed very dull. At this moment, Lin Fan no longer felt the excitement he had when he first entered the starry sky. The outside was completely dark. Over time, it became truly uninteresting. Fortunately, with Mei and the others accompanying him, he did not feel bored. In fact, Lin Fan could return to the Xinshao realm and just arrange for a few maids to keep watch. However, he was concerned that if he encountered any treasures along the way, he would surely miss them if he wasn't there to observe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be flying at this speed. Unfortunately, after a month, he had encountered no treasures at all. Not to mention treasures, he hadn't even encountered a single living being. One day, Lin Fan was lying on a rocking chair, leisurely eating the spirit fruit fed to him by Xiao Zian. Just then, Mei's voice came over. Husband, there seems to be a situation over there. Upon hearing that there was a situation, Lin Fan immediately became interested and slowed down the warship's flying speed. Otherwise, at the current speed of the warship, they would pass by in the blink of an eye. After controlling the warship, Lin Fan looked in the direction Mei pointed. At that moment, several 100,000 miles to their left front, a floating island appeared. This island was not stationary. Rather, it was moving through the void at a speed of 1 light-year per day. Since the warship speed matched that of the island, Xiao Zian naturally noticed this floating island. Once she realized it was a moving floating island, she hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said, "Husband, let's quickly go check it out." Such moving floating islands have a high probability of containing treasures. Of course, the prerequisite is that this island has not been visited by other cultivators. However, given the speed of this floating island, even a quasi-emperor at the 9th level wouldn't be able to catch up. So there's a high chance that this floating island hasn't been explored yet. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that an emperor has been there. However, the likelihood of an emperor being there is very low, as they typically do not wander in the void. As Xiao Zian spoke, her expression grew excited. She had only heard legends about floating islands before, but had never truly seen one. To think that, on their first journey out, they encountered a floating continent. It was simply too fortunate. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there would be dangers on the island. Some giant beasts of the void might live on these islands. However, Xiao Zian was not worried about this issue. With Humei, a Quasidman emperor at the 9th level, they could protect themselves. Moreover, they had the void warship as a powerful weapon. Thus, they had no reason to fear those void giant beasts. Lin Fan originally intended to go see what was there. Now that he heard there was likely treasure above, he definitely could not let it slip by. Following that, Lin Fan increased the flying speed of the warship. In the blink of an eye, the warship caught up to the moving floating island. Lin Fan and his group did not directly land on the floating island. This floating island was enveloped by a layer of barrier. It was precisely because of the existence of this barrier that the floating island could move at such a high speed without affecting its interior. Because the barrier obstructed their line of sight, Lin Fan and the others could not see the situation inside at all. After observing for a while, Humei frowned slightly. With her strength, she could not discern the conditions inside. However, with her power, she could indeed shatter this barrier with brute force. Thinking of this, Humei immediately looked at Lin Fan. "My husband, what should we do now? Do you need me to directly shatter this layer of barrier?" Lin Fan shook his head directly. If there really were treasures inside, recklessly shattering the barrier might cause some losses. "Meyer, let me check the situation inside first." Just because others couldn't see inside didn't mean he couldn't. Let's not forget that he possessed the reincarnation eye. With the aid of the reincarnation eye, how could such a barrier possibly obstruct his vision? Sure enough, under the enhancement of the reincarnation eye, Lin Fan clearly saw the scene inside the barrier. This floating island was not very large, roughly around 10,000 square kilometers. In the center, there was a lake that occupied about 1/3 of the island. The land was densely covered with all kinds of plants. What delighted Lin Fan the most was that in the lake grew a lotus composed of black, blue, yellow, red, and white petals. Surrounding this 5-colored lotus were smaller lotus flowers. However, these smaller lotus flowers were not the 5-colored lotus. They were single-colored lotuses: black lotus, blue lotus, yellow lotus, red lotus, and white lotus. This lotus is intriguing. It must be that this 5-colored lotus is the most precious treasure of this island. Moreover, apart from the plants, there seemed to be no other creatures present. But then again, if there were other beings, the 5-colored lotus might have already been gone. As for the other 5-colored lotuses, they are likely the offspring of the 5-colored lotus seeds. Thinking of this, Lin Fan looked again at the barrier. Such naturally formed barriers generally have an entrance. With the observation of his reincarnation eye, he quickly found the entrance. Since he had already located the position, Lin Fan directly concealed his reincarnation eye. Seeing that Lin Fan had stopped his observation, Humei hurriedly pulled Lin Fan and asked, "My husband, what is the situation inside?" At this moment, Xiao Zian was also staring wide-eyed at Lin Fan, waiting for his answer. Seeing the two's eager expressions, Lin Fan chuckled. "There is indeed a treasure inside. The most precious one is a 5-colored lotus." As he spoke, Lin Fan described the appearance of the 5-colored lotus to the two. After hearing Lin Fan's description, Xiao Zian's eyes widened in surprise. Their family was involved in commerce, so Xiao Zian had some understanding of the top treasures in the divine wasteland. While she couldn't say she knew everything, she had indeed seen the 5-colored lotus in her family's records. Based on Lin Fan's description, she had already guessed what this 5-colored lotus truly was. Seeing Xiao Zian's shocked expression, Lin Fan felt that she should recognize this 5-colored lotus. "Zian, tell me what this 5-colored lotus is." Lin Fan had a system so he could easily identify it. But since Xiao Zian recognized it, there was no need to have the system identify it. Hearing Lin Fan ask her to explain, Xiao Zian was somewhat surprised. "My husband, how did you know I recognized this 5-colored lotus?" Lin Fan smiled and shrugged. "I'm not stupid. I could tell from your expression." "All right, I am indeed somewhat shocked. According to your description, this five-colored lotus is most likely the Emperor-level Supreme Spirit Medicine, the Five Elements Emperor Lotus. As for the effects of this Five Elements Emperor Lotus, they are quite impressive. The seeds of the Five Elements Emperor Lotus contain the power of the Five Elements Law. Every million years it produces 5 seeds which correspond to the 5 elements. A quasi-emperor at the 9th level who consumes the corresponding seed has a 30% chance of comprehending the corresponding law. At this point, Xiao Xian's excitement was impossible to conceal. This was an Emperor-level Supreme Spirit Root, an absolutely priceless treasure. To think they stumbled upon it like this, their luck was simply astounding. Hu Mei, who was beside them, showed a look of admiration after listening to Xiao Xian's explanation. Sister Xian is truly knowledgeable. She even recognizes this kind of treasure. Oh, it's nothing, sister, Hu Mei is overpraising me. I just read a few more records. Xiao Xian said humbly. Hu Mei smiled and then looked at Lin Fan. My husband, what should we do next to get inside? I've already found the entrance, follow me. However, before leaving, Lin Fan left a few maidservants on the battleship. At that time, he could return directly to the battleship through the Divine Xia realm. From the entrance, the 3 of them easily boarded the island. Wow, I didn't expect the elemental energy of this floating island to be so rich. No wonder the 5 elements Emperor Lotus can grow here. After expressing her feelings, Xiao Xian hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. My husband, let's go see that 5 elements Emperor Lotus first. Alright. Lin Fan then led the 2 to the center of the lake. Looking at the 5-colored lotus in the center of the lake, Xiao Xian was extremely excited. My husband, there is absolutely no mistake. This is the 5 elements Emperor Lotus. The other lotuses are the offspring that sprouted from the seeds of the 5 elements Emperor Lotus. Although those first-generation lotuses may not reach the Emperor-level Supreme, they have reached the mid-tier Emperor level. They are still rare quasi-Emperor medicines. Even the second-generation lotuses have reached the lower-tier Emperor level. The rest all surpassed the Saint level. Indeed, it seems our luck is truly good. Lin Fan looked at the hundreds of thousands of lotuses in the lake, revealing a satisfied expression. Although most of them were Saint-level spirit medicines of the second generation or below, Lin Fan did not mind at all. After a while, Xiao Xian spoke again. My husband, I observed closely. There are 30 first-generation lotuses with 6 of each attribute. This means that this 5 elements Emperor Lotus has been growing here for over 6 million years. I wonder if this 5 elements Emperor Lotus was originally here or if some emperor brought it here to plant. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Hu Mei couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Xian, regardless of whether it was planted here by an emperor, since we discovered it, it now belongs to our Lin family. As for the rest, let's not overthink it. Sister Hu Mei is right. I was thinking too much. As they spoke, the 2 urged Lin Fan together. My husband, we should move the 5 elements Emperor Lotus first to avoid any future complications. Seeing the 2 so eager, Lin Fan laughed heartily. Alright, I'll collect the 5 elements Emperor Lotus right now. Well, help too. With the combined efforts of the 3, all the lotuses were collected into the lake of the Divine Xia realm. Seeing that all the lotus flowers had been collected, Xiao Xian and Hu Mei let out a sigh of relief. As long as the items entered the Shenshao realm, no one could snatch them away. Husband, let's search a bit more to see if there are any other good items. Given the spiritual energy of this floating island, there should be quite a few treasures here. After they finished speaking, they prepared to pull Lin Fan along to search. You 2 wait a moment. Lin Fan called out to stop them. Husband, do you have other discoveries? The 2 looked at him in confusion. Not exactly. I was wondering if we could directly bring this floating island into the Shenshao realm. How is that possible? The 2 exclaimed, their gazes towards Lin Fan filled with disbelief. If it were an ordinary island, it would be easy to bring it into the Shenshao realm. But this island was not stationary. It was flying through the void at a speed of 1 light-year per day. To bring this island into the Shenshao realm, they would have to make the island stop. With their strength, it would be easy to destroy the island internally. However, stopping the island was impossible. Then the 2 shared their thoughts with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not foolish. He naturally considered this issue. However, he wanted to try and see if he could force the island to stop using the power of the Void Battleship. The reason Lin Fan wanted to bring this island into the Shenshao realm was merely a whimsical thought. He planned to see if the island once brought in could expand along with the Shenshao realm during its next expansion. If it could, that would be quite interesting. Subsequently, Lin Fan shared his thoughts with the 2. Upon hearing that Lin Fan intended to use the Void Battleship to force the island to stop, the 2's eyes lit up. Given the strength displayed by the Void Battleship, there was indeed a chance to force the island to stop. Husband, now that we have a plan, let's hurry and give it a try. All right. After agreeing, Lin Fan did not delay any longer. He directly brought the two back into the void battleship. Then he maneuvered the void battleship to the front of the floating island. Once the void battleship was right next to the floating island, Lin Fan began to slowly reduce the battleship's speed. One must say the defensive power of the void battleship was astonishing. The floating island collided with the void battleship without causing any disturbance. Watching the floating island's speed decrease alongside the void battleship, Hu Mei and Xiao Ziyan both displayed expressions of delight. Husband, it really seems possible. As long as we continue to decrease our speed, we will definitely be able to force this island to stop. Lin Fan was equally pleased upon seeing this. After 5 days of continuous effort, the floating island finally came to a halt. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not hesitate any longer. He appeared directly in the void and enveloped the island with his mind. Collect! After Lin Fan shouted, the island disappeared without a trace. Initially, Lin Fan thought that collecting such a large island would be somewhat challenging. However, it turned out to be much easier than he had imagined. He did not exert much effort at all to bring the island into the Xinxiao realm. Hu Mei and Xiao Ziyan watched this scene in the battleship, their eyes wide open. After regaining their senses, Xiao Ziyan excitedly said to Hu Mei, "Sister Hu Mei, husband really did it." "Yes, husband did it." Hu Mei was equally excited at that moment. Just as the two were thrilled, Lin Fan had already returned to the battleship. "Husband." As soon as the two saw Lin Fan return, they rushed to greet him. Lin Fan smiled and embraced both of them. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan activated the void battleship once more. It continued to travel at a speed of 10 light-years per day. Fortunately, Xiao Ziyan's star map had a navigation function, or otherwise they would have truly lost their way in the void. The following journey went without any unexpected incidents. Lin Fan successfully piloted the void battleship to the Xian Yuan continent. After 80 days, we have finally arrived at the Xian Yuan continent. Lin Fan said with some emotion, "It was because you slowed down the battleship, husband. If we had been at full speed, we would have arrived much sooner." Xiao Ziyan knew just how fast the void battleship was at full speed. Sister Ziyan, one cannot say that. If we had moved at full speed, how could we have obtained that 5-element Emperor Lotus? Compared to that 5-element Emperor Lotus, this little delay is nothing. In Hu Mei's view, the journey took less than 3 months, which was even shorter than the time it took her to take a nap previously. At this moment, Lin Fan interrupted the two's conversation. "All right, now that we have arrived at the Xian Yuan continent, it is not suitable to continue using the void battleship, or otherwise it would be too conspicuous. Let's head out first and switch to a flying boat for our journey." Naturally, the two had no objections to Lin Fan's arrangement. Soon the three changed into a flying boat. This flying boat was provided by Hu Mei and was of inferior imperial grade, making it perfect for travel. As the ancestor of the White Fox clan, she had some wealth. To prevent others from discovering that Hu Mei was a beast, Lin Fan had the family spirit tree conceal her identity as a demon. After all, they were in a continent unfamiliar to him. If the humans and demons of this continent were not harmonious, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Soon Lin Fan and the others appeared outside a city gate. Above the gate, the words Tian Yuan City were engraved. Besides Hu Mei and Xiao Ziyan, there was one more person beside Lin Fan. The family's chief steward Li Han had also been called out by Lin Fan. "Let's go in and take a look, find out where this place is and which force governs it." Having just arrived, Lin Fan planned to understand this continent first. After that, the four of them each paid an entrance fee of 1 Xian grade spirit stone and successfully entered Tian Yuan City. Once inside the city, Lin Fan instructed Li Han beside him, "Li Han, go find us a place to stay." "All right, my lord, I will take care of it right away." After Li Han left, Lin Fan turned his attention to Xiao Ziyan and Hu Mei. "Let's go to an inn and see if we can gather any useful information." An inn is the busiest place with people coming and going. Although they might not gather any confidential information, some open news could still be learned. Soon the three arrived at an inn. The attendant, seeing guests arrive, hurried over to welcome them. "Welcome to the fragrant pavilion, esteemed guests." Lin Fan nodded. "Please arrange for us a private room." "Certainly, please follow me." Glancing at the attendant, who had the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He remembered when he was in the land of 100 nations, those in the Purple Mansion realm were of ancestral level. Here, however, they were just an ordinary attendant. As Lin Fan and the others took their seats, the attendant approached them with a warm smile. "Gentlemen, may I ask what you would like to eat? Bring us your signature dishes and make sure to serve the finest wine." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he directly handed the attendant a top-grade spirit stone as a tip. This is a reward for you. Remember to hurry the kitchen along. Thank you for your generosity, young master, the attendant replied excitedly. Looking at the top-grade spirit stone in his hand, he couldn't contain his excitement and quickly hid it away. This was a top-grade spirit stone. If he didn't hide it, a mere servant like him wouldn't be able to keep it safe. After all, with his abilities, he could only come into contact with inferior spirit stones. Please wait a moment, the dishes will be ready shortly. After speaking, the attendant hurried to the kitchen. With Lin Fan being so generous, he had to perform well. Once the attendant left, Lin Fan surveyed the tavern. It was quite spacious, with the first floor able to accommodate thousands of guests without any issue. And this was just the first floor. The tavern had a total of 5 levels. The other 4 floors consisted entirely of private rooms. Lin Fan chose not to take a private room because each one was equipped with restrictions. Inside a private room, one could hardly hear the conversations of others. He came here to gather information. If he went to a private room, it would lose its purpose. Indeed, money could make the world go round. Before long, the attendant brought the food and drinks. The food and wine are ready. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. After saying this, the attendant prepared to leave. Wait a moment, I need to ask you something. Upon hearing that Lin Fan wanted to inquire about something, the attendant promptly halted. Please go ahead, young master. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. In the attendant's eyes, Lin Fan, casually handing out a top-grade spirit stone, indicated that he had a significant background. Naturally, he wanted to curry favor. However, he still felt a bit nervous, worried that Lin Fan might ask some tricky questions. If it involved any big figures, he truly wouldn't dare to speak. Otherwise, as a small fry, he wouldn't even know how he would meet his end. You don't need to be nervous. It's nothing serious. We just arrived from another region and are not familiar with this place. I would like to ask who governs Tianyuan City and what is their strength. Upon hearing such a simple question from Lin Fan, the attendant immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, Tianyuan City falls under the influence of the Xinyuan sect. Let me first tell you about the Xinyuan sect. It is an extremely powerful sect rumored to have a revered ancestor overseeing it. In our Bajo, it is one of the 5 top powers. Besides the revered ancestor, there are also many powerful figures at the Saint King and Saint Emperor realms within the sect. As he spoke, the attendant displayed a look of longing. He had also participated in the entrance examination for the Xinyuan sect back in the day. After all, joining the Xinyuan sect would be a meteoric rise. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed to qualify due to his insufficient talent and could not join the Xinyuan sect. However, he quickly regained his composure. As for our city lord, his name is Zhou Ling, appointed by the Xinyuan sect. As for the city lord's strength, the outside rumor is that he is at the Saint King realm. I don't know the specifics of his level, but he is undoubtedly very powerful. By the way, young master, the Xinyuan sect's recruitment ceremony happens once every 10 years and will start in half a month. If you're interested, make sure not to miss it. In the attendant's eyes, Lin Fan and his companions had come from another region at this time. There was a good chance they were here to join the Xinyuan sect. He reminded them, hoping to leave a good impression in Lin Fan's mind. All right, thank you for the information. You may go about your business now. Young master, you are too polite. If there is anything else, please feel free to command me. After saying this, the attendant stepped back. Not long after he left, a commotion could be heard. Make way, make way. If anyone bumps into my young master, I won't let you leave unscathed. Lin Fan and the others turned to look and saw a flamboyant young master being escorted by a pack of servants as he entered the tavern. Beside this young master, there was also a young cultivator holding a long sword. Judging by his demeanor, he was of the same ilk as this Zhou young master. The various cultivators in the tavern saw this scene and quickly stepped aside. Clearly, they recognized this ruffian and all avoided him, fearing trouble. From this, it could be seen that this ruffian was used to bullying others. Lin Fan's mind stirred, and the information of the 2 individuals instantly appeared in his mind. Name Zhou Hao. Age 135. Talent top grade. Realm late stage of divine ability. Identity son of the city lord of Tianyuan City. Name Ding Haipeng. Age 165. Talent top grade. Realm perfected divine ability. Identity grandson of an elder of the Xinyuan sect. The tavern owner saw this scene and hurriedly welcomed them with a beaming smile. Young Master Zhou, why didn't you inform us in advance of your arrival, so we could prepare? Zhou Hao, upon hearing this, waved his hand impatiently. No nonsense, prepare the best private room for me and arrange the finest food and wine. If my senior brother Ding is dissatisfied later, I won't hesitate to demolish your establishment. Rest assured, young Master Zhou, the food and wine will definitely satisfy you. Saying this, the tavern owner immediately instructed the attendant beside him, quickly take young Master Zhou to the best private room. Yes. Young Master Zhou, this way please. Seeing the owner being so accommodating, Zhou Hao nodded in satisfaction, and he didn't forget to instruct the tavern owner. Make sure to be quick, don't keep me and senior brother Ding waiting too long. Yes, young Master Zhou, rest assured it will be ready shortly. Just as Zhou Hao and his entourage were preparing to head upstairs, Ding Haipeng's gaze suddenly fixed on Lin Fan's table. When he saw the faces of Xiao Zian and Hu Mei, his eyes immediately lit up. Noticing that Ding Haipeng was standing still, Zhou Hao urged, Senior brother Ding, let's head upstairs first. Wait a moment, Zhou Shidi, look over there. Zhou Hao upon hearing this looked puzzled. However, he still followed the direction Ding Haipeng pointed. Upon seeing Xiao Zian and Hu Mei, his eyes widened in shock. Zhou Shidi, I never expected to find two stunning beauties in Tianyuan City. Even compared to the sect's holy maiden Qin Ruoxue, they are equally captivating. This trip I really came at the right time. He didn't dare to have designs on the sect's holy maiden. But these two in front of him were different. Even dining on the first floor, they likely didn't have much of a background. As for Lin Fan, he was completely ignored. At this moment, Zhou Hao also came to his senses and revealed an evil smile. Senior brother Ding, there are just the right number of us, shall we each take one? Of course, no problem. Let's go over now. Their conversation could hardly escape Lin Fan's perception, or that of the other two. They had merely come to the tavern to gather intelligence, only to encounter such arrogant scions. How dare these foolish men covet them? It was sheer recklessness. Husband, they've already approached us. Shall we toy with them a little? Lin Fan had originally intended to strike them down with a single palm, but since Hu Mei and Xiao Zian wished to play, he saw no harm in indulging them. It would cost but a moment's time. Yet this confrontation would inevitably entangle him with the Shun Yuan sect. Lin Fan began weighing his options. Should he subjugate the sect, or eradicate it entirely? Enough. I'll decide when the moment comes. First, this matter before us must be resolved, whether through subjugation or annihilation. As Lin Fan pondered, Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng arrived at their table. With a subtle glance, Zhou Hao signaled his underlings, who immediately encircled Lin Fan and his companions. Having secured the perimeter, Zhou Hao leered lasciviously at Hu Mei and Xiao Zian. Lovely ladies, fear not. We mean no harm. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Hao, son of Zhou Ling, lord of Tianyuan City. This is my senior brother Ding Haipeng. His grandfather serves as an elder of the Shun Yuan sect. We've come to invite you both to join us in one of the private chambers upstairs. Ding Haipeng chimed in with a smile. Dining here simply doesn't suit your elegance. Come upstairs with us. And rest assured, senior brother Zhou and I shall treat you most exquisitely. Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng traded barbs like seasoned performers, revealing their true nature as spoiled aristocrats. The tavern's patrons watched in silence. Inwardly they sighed, what a pity. To them, Xiao Zian and Hu Mei were already doomed, helpless prey in the clutches of these scions. After all, Zhou Hao's status was unassailable within Tianyuan City. No one dared defy him. Such incidents had occurred repeatedly. With Lord Zhouling standing firmly behind him, none dared punish Zhou Hao. Victims could only seethe in mute resentment. Esteemed sirs, we are already wed. Pray do not press us further, Hu Mei murmured, feigning frailty. Xiao Zian swiftly followed her lead. Indeed, sirs, if we accompany you, our husband will surely slay us upon our return. Lin Fan watched speechless. One was a 9th-rank saint sovereign, the other a 9th-rank quasi-demon emperor. Yet before two mere spirit realm cultivators, they played the part of trembling maidens. Truly, it was a cruel test of dignity. A mere whisper of their aura would have reduced those insects to dust. Unaware they stood at the gates of oblivion. Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng instantly fixed their gaze upon Lin Fan upon hearing of the women's marriage. A murderous intent flared in their eyes. That someone else had claimed the beauties they coveted stirred deep resentment. Yet soon excitement overrode indignation. Ignoring Lin Fan, they turned once more toward Hu Mei and Xiao Zian. Ladies, is this the man you spoke of? Both nodded. Yes, sir. He is our husband. Having confirmed his suspicion, Zhou Hao strode before Lin Fan and looked down imperiously. You see for yourself. These ladies wish to accompany us. You surely have no objection. Think carefully before answering, lest you suffer consequences beyond your imagining. His final words dripped with menace. Lin Fan calmly raised his wine cup, took a sip, then drawled lazily, and if I refuse? Ha! You dare refuse? Do you even know where you stand? Of course I do. This is Tianyuan City. As Lin Fan spoke, he regarded Zhou Hao with the pitying gaze one reserves for fools. Onlookers stifled laughter, eager yet afraid. Clearly Lin Fan mocked him. Yet no one understood how such audacity could possibly spring from courage alone. To them Lin Fan was either a reckless novice or a figure of immense lineage. Only these two possibilities could explain his utter disregard for Zhou Hao. They secretly hoped for the latter, for only then might Zhou Hao finally face just retribution. Long had they loathed him, yet lacked the power to act. Zhou Hao's face darkened. Since you know this is Tianyuan City, you'd best obey without question. For this city answers to the Zhou family alone. Kneel now, and beg forgiveness. If your contrition proves sincere, perhaps I'll spare your life. Otherwise this tavern shall become your grave. Irritated by Zhou Hao's arrogance, Lin Fan prepared to act, when suddenly a tall, elegant woman entered. So this is how brazen you've grown. I should have known it was you, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's expression soured. Gu Qingyin, keep your nose out of my affairs. Gu Qingyin, daughter of the Gu clan patriarch, the second most powerful house in Tianyuan City, surpassed only by the Zhou family. Though Patriarch Gu's cultivation fell slightly short of Lord Zhouling's, he too was a saint sovereign. And Gu Qingyin herself was no ordinary heir. Blessed with peerless saint-level supreme talent, she was a disciple of true transmission at the Shun Yuan sect, whereas Zhou Hao ranked only among the core disciples. The gulf between core and true transmission disciples was vast. Precisely why Zhou Hao feared her. Zhou Hao, don't flatter yourself. I intervene not for your sake, but to protect the Shun Yuan sect's honor. Gu Qingyin, this is Tianyuan City, not the Shun Yuan sect. Your jurisdiction ends at the city walls. Ding Haipeng sneered. Unlike Zhou Hao, he held Gu Qingyin in contempt. Though his talent matched only core disciple standards, his grandfather's status as a sect elder granted him equal standing. Were it not for Gu Qingyin's own master, an elder even more formidable than his grandfather, his ambition might well have extended to her. He had even entertained designs upon her. Gu Qingyin frowned as she looked at Ding Haipeng. Ding Haipeng, I didn't expect you to be associating with Zhou Hao. I wonder how Elder Ding will feel when he finds out. Gu Qingyin, my affairs are none of your business. You should take care of yourself. Humph, as long as I'm here today, I will never let you succeed. You all should leave quickly. I will hold them off for you. Hu Mei and Xiao Zian were surprised that Gu Qingyin was willing to stand up for them. Lin Fan also looked at Gu Qingyin with some astonishment. He hadn't expected Gu Qingyin to risk offending Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng just to protect them. It was worth noting that they had been strangers until now. However, before Lin Fan and the others could respond, Ding Haipeng became furious. Gu Qingyin, don't overstep your bounds. Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? You better leave now or you'll face the consequences. Within the sect you have Elder Lin backing you, so I have some reservations, but outside the sect I have my ways to deal with you. Let me advise you, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble and think more about your Gu family. Are you threatening me? Gu Qingyin said coldly. This is not a threat. It's a piece of advice. After that, Ding Haipeng ignored Gu Qingyin and turned his attention back to Lin Fan. Have you had enough of the show? If you have, kneel down and apologize to us, and you can take the two beauties with you and leave. Considering the two beauties, I don't want to kill anyone today. Otherwise, how do you expect to stay alive? After mocking Lin Fan, Ding Haipeng provocatively glanced at Gu Qingyin. He couldn't believe that despite his obvious warning, Gu Qingyin would still dare to protect Lin Fan and the others. Damn it! Gu Qingyin tightened her fists in anger, but felt helpless. With her master backing her, she indeed had no need to fear Ding Haipeng and Zhou Hao. But if Ding Haipeng truly intended to take revenge, her family wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, her family was not disciples of the Xinyuan sect. Even if Ding Haipeng killed her, the sect wouldn't intervene on her behalf. Ultimately, she could only show an apologetic expression to Lin Fan and the others. Seeing Gu Qingyin had compromised, Ding Haipeng wore a smug expression. So what if you are a direct disciple? You are still too inexperienced to challenge me. However, before Ding Haipeng could revel in his triumph, Lin Fan spoke up. Zhuochong, come out. Zhuochong, the holy king of the Zhua family, whom Lin Fan had subdued back then. Under the influence of the ancient Bodhi tree, Zhuochong had naturally become Lin Fan's most loyal subordinate. The people before him weren't worthy of him taking action personally. It was perfect to leave it to Zhuochong. Ding Haipeng was startled by Lin Fan's sudden remark. Could it be that this guy has someone protecting him? He glanced around but found no suspicious individuals. You think you can scare me with your tricks? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged figure appeared in front of Lin Fan in an instant. Xuechong greets young master. The reason for not calling him the family head was that Lin Fan did not want to draw too much attention. At this moment, Ding Haipeng and Zhou Hao felt an ominous premonition at the sudden appearance of Xuechong. They didn't know how strong Xuechong was, but he surely wasn't someone to be trifled with. Having such a subordinate implied that Lin Fan's identity was definitely not simple. However, before they could think more, Lin Fan spoke up. Xuechong, deal with these people and leave none alive. Understood, young master. Xuechong replied, directly unleashing his Holy King-level power. The moment the pressure of the Holy King fell, all the cultivators in the tavern turned pale. Lin Fan glanced at the somewhat unsteady Gu Qingyin, waved his hand, and pulled her to his side. The sudden change startled Gu Qingyin. Seeing this, Lin Fan chuckled. Gu Qingyin, right? Thank you for standing up for me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Gu Qingyin felt a bit embarrassed. I apologize for the trouble with such a powerful subordinate. Protecting you, my intervention was indeed unnecessary. No, there are so many people here, and you are the only one who stood up for me. Let's put it this way, consider it as me owing you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come find me. After saying this, Lin Fan handed her a communication jade slip. This is a communication jade slip. Make sure to keep it safe. When the time comes, you can use it to contact me. Looking at the jade slip, Lin Fan handed over. Gu Qingyin hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. Thank you, young master. At this moment, Gu Qingyin was filled with curiosity about Lin Fan's identity. Having a subordinate with the strength of a Holy King, one could only imagine how terrifying the force behind Lin Fan was. It was probably not any lesser than their Shenyuan sect. In contrast to Gu Qingyian's ease, Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng were drenched in cold sweat. They had not expected to kick a hard rock. Watching Xuechong approach them step by step, the two were instantly paralyzed with fear and collapsed to the ground. However, they did not want to die here just like that. Ding Haipeng quickly began to threaten. Wait, you can't kill me. My grandfather is an elder of the Shenyuan sect and has already broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. If you dare to kill me, my grandfather will definitely not let you go. Yes, my father is the city lord here. He must have noticed the situation by now. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely not be able to leave Tianyuan City. Facing their threats, Xuechong revealed a cold smile. How annoying! The young master has already spoken, it's useless for you to say more. Just accept your death. After saying this, Xuechong prepared to solve the two with a single slap. Stop! Suddenly a cold voice came from afar. Upon hearing this, Xuechong did not retract his power. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng were instantly reduced to ashes. In the moment of life and death for the two, another figure appeared in the tavern. At this moment, the person's face was filled with anger. How dare you! You killed my son in front of me, and you also killed Elder Ding's grandson. Today you must die here, or how will I explain this to Elder Ding? Zhou Hao was furious about his son's death, but he did not plan to fight to the death with a holy king. After all, he had many sons, and losing one that wasn't particularly useful wouldn't compel him to go all out against a holy king. However, with Ding Haipeng dead here, he had no choice but to act. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's threat to kill them, Xuechong grew even more disdainful. A mere sage sovereign daring to proclaim the execution of a quasi-demon emperor was nothing short of absurd. Enough idle talk. If you wish to slay me, prove you possess the strength to do so. Then let us fight. Xuechong sneered coldly and strode out of the tavern first. Humph. Do you truly believe I fear you? Ignoring Lin Fan and the others entirely, Zhou Ling followed Xuechong without hesitation. In his eyes, eliminating Xuechong alone would render Lin Fan and his companions utterly insignificant. He did not regard Lin Fan and his companions as formidable cultivators at all. Instead, he dismissed Lin Fan as nothing more than a spoiled scion, no different from his own son. Otherwise, he would never have ordered his underlings to execute both his son and Ding Haipeng over a petty verbal quarrel. As Xuechong and Zhou Ling departed, one after the other, the tavern's patrons finally snapped out of their stupor. Then in unison they rushed headlong out of the building. A grandson of a divine primordial sect elder had just perished here. None dared linger any longer. To remain would invite unwarranted calamity. Collateral damage with no justification. As for spectating, surely it could be done from a safe distance. Swiftly every last guest fled the tavern. Even the innkeeper bolted outside without delay. His heart pounded with dread. He had no idea whether he himself would be implicated. Nor did he dare confront Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan commanded a sage sovereign as his retainer. Such a person was utterly beyond his reach. Within moments the entire tavern stood empty, save for Lin Fan and his two companions, and Gu Qingyin, who remained rooted in place, her face etched with quiet anxiety as she watched them. She had never imagined Lin Fan would act so boldly, ordering his subordinate to execute Ding Haipeng outright. Once Ding Haipeng's grandfather learned of this, he would certainly not let the matter rest. She knew well that Ding Haipeng's grandfather was a man of vindictive temperament, petty, unforgiving, and swift to retaliate. With his grandson slain, here vengeance would be inevitable. Noticing Gu Qingyin still standing there, Lin Fan smiled and asked, "Miss Gu, everyone else has fled. Why do you remain?" Seeing Lin Fan so composed only heightened her alarm. "Young master, you are gravely mistaken. It was tolerable when you ordered the killing of Zhou Hao. After all, you have a sage sovereign guarding you, so the city lord Zhou poses no true threat. But you should never have slain Ding Haipeng. Know this: his grandfather is a fifth-rank sage emperor, a peerless powerhouse. Now that you have killed Ding Haipeng, his grandfather will surely unleash unrestrained fury. By now he must already have received word of his grandson's death." At this, Gu Qingyin paused, her expression tightening. "Young master, while time remains, flee Tianyuan City at once. Only then might you grasp a sliver of survival. Otherwise, once Ding Haipeng's grandfather arrives, escape will be impossible." Hu Mei, observing Gu Qingyin's genuine concern, covered her mouth with a light, amused laugh. "Little sister, how unexpectedly devoted you are to my husband. Have you fallen for him? If so, I wouldn't object to welcoming another sister into our fold." "Nor would I," Xiao Zian chimed in with a cheerful smile. "Oh dear, you're teasing again." Gu Qingyin flushed crimson. "Young master, and Mrs. Truly, this is no time for jests. Survival is paramount right now." Truth be told, Gu Qingyin harbored no such thoughts. Not in the slightest. She had met Lin Fan but once. She was no lovesick fool. How could she possibly fall for him at first glance? Her concern stemmed solely from a desire to spare Lin Fan and his companions from losing their lives over a few arrogant scions. Seeing Gu Qingyin's sincere distress, Hu Mei decided to cease teasing. "Little sister, there is no need for worry. Even if Elder Ding himself arrives, we shall not fear him. After all, what was a mere sage emperor to her? Even the divine primordial sex founding patriarch would fall beneath a single palm strike." Hearing Hu Mei speak so lightly, Gu Qingyin recoiled inwardly in shock. She sensed Hu Mei would never utter such words in jest. Not under these circumstances. If she claimed no fear, then truly there was none. This young master must hail from an extraordinary lineage, unfazed even by Elder Ding, a sage emperor. I wonder what further contingencies he keeps hidden in reserve. As Gu Qingyin pondered, Lin Fan spoke up, "Miss Gu, would you care to join us and witness the spectacle?" Gu Qingyin nodded. "Very well." When Lin Fan and his companions stepped outside the tavern, Zhuochong and Zhouling were already suspended high above Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City was shielded by a formidable defensive formation, ensuring their impending clash would not ravage the city below. Aloft, Zhouling's gaze upon Zhuochong turned grave, for he felt palpable pressure emanating from Zhuochong, a clear sign his opponent surpassed him in cultivation. "Who precisely are you?" Zhouling demanded, voice low and heavy. "You lack the standing to know my identity. Let us fight." Confronted with Zhuochong's open challenge, Zhouling's countenance darkened like storm-racked skies. Yet retreat was no longer possible. A battle was now inevitable. "Arrogant wretch, you murdered my son and Elder Ding's grandson. Today you shall not leave Tianyuan City alive." With that, Zhouling roared and lunged toward Zhuochong. Instantly the two sage sovereigns clashed, sending ripples of spiritual resonance across the entire city, drawing the attention of every cultivator within Tianyuan. In the Gu residence, Gu Qingyin's father Gu Chongting witnessed the aerial duel and furrowed his brow deeply. What is this? How dare Zhouling, that brute, engage a sage sovereign in combat? That sage sovereign is unfamiliar, certainly not from nearby regions. I must investigate personally. With that thought, Gu Chongting vanished in a ripple of spatial fluctuation. Meanwhile, at the divine primordial sect, Elder Ding Xiaotian had just learned of his grandson's death. How audacious! Who dares slay my grandson? I shall flay your skin, extract your sinews, and sear your soul in eternal flame. Only then shall my wrath subside. Seeing his master's fury, Feng Yuchen, the eldest disciple, stepped forward immediately. Master, allow me to avenge my junior nephew. At this, the other disciples rose as one. Master, we shall accompany senior brother. We swear to bring the murderer before you, bound and broken. Ding Xiaotian hesitated, not rushing to grant permission. He had only seen Ding Haipeng's soul token shatter. The manner of his grandson's death remained unknown. Whoever dared kill his grandson was either a reckless fool, or possessed strength sufficient to defy him. If the former vengeance would be swift and absolute. But if the latter, if the killer wielded overwhelming power, then sending his disciples would amount to little more than delivering them as sacrificial offerings. And he held each of them dear. Yuchan, do you know where Haipeng has been during this time? Master Haipeng has been enjoying himself in Tianyuan City lately. As Ding Xiaoshan's eldest disciple Feng Yuchan is quite concerned about his junior disciple Ding Haipeng. It is precisely because he knows Ding Haipeng is in Tianyuan City that Feng Yuchan feels at ease letting him play there. After all, Tianyuan City is the territory of their Shenyuan sect, and it is protected by the city lord Zhouling, who is at the Saint King level. Naturally, he does not worry about Ding Haipeng encountering any danger there. But who would have imagined that a mere oversight would lead to Ding Haipeng's death? Upon hearing that his grandson died in Tianyuan City, Ding Xiaotian frowned. Yuchan, this Tianyuan City is our Shenyuan sect's territory. You should first ask the city lord there to find out what exactly happened. Why did my grandson Haipeng have to die there? At this point a glint of cold light flashed in Ding Xiaoshan's eyes. Master, I will send a message to the city lord of Tianyuan City right away. Feng Yuchan did not delay. He directly took out a communication jade slip and began to send a message to Zhouling. However, at this moment Zhouling was in a fierce battle with Xue Chongchong, naturally having no time to reply. After waiting for about half a quarter of an hour, and seeing no response from Zhouling, Feng Yuchan suddenly had a bad premonition. He hurriedly reported to Ding Xiaoyan, Master City Lord Zhouling has not replied. I suspect something has happened in Tianyuan City. Upon hearing that something might be wrong in Tianyuan City, Ding Xiaoshan's expression instantly became grave. It seems I must personally visit Tianyuan City. Ding Xiaotian said in a deep voice. Master, should we report this matter to the sect? Ding Xiaotian shook his head. Since the city lord of Tianyuan City is not dead, the opponent is likely only at the Saint King level. I can resolve this matter myself. Hearing that Ding Xiaotian intended to go to Tianyuan City personally, Feng Yuchan quickly said, Master, I will accompany you. Ding Xiaotian thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, you can come with me. Time is of the essence. We must set off now or that person may escape. After Ding Xiaotian finished speaking, he directly vanished with Feng Yuchan. In Tianyuan City, Gu Chongting, the head of the Gu family, sensed his daughter's aura and immediately rushed over. As soon as Gu Chongting appeared, he was spotted by Gu Qingyin. Father, what brings you here? With such a big incident happening here, how could I not come and take a look? By the way, Qingyin, how did you end up here? Why was Zhou Lin fighting with that person? Gu Qingyin glanced at Lin Fan, and after seeing him nod slightly, she recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that his daughter was involved in such matters, Gu Chongting felt a headache coming on. Qingyin, you really are too much of a worry for me. How could you casually intervene in such matters? Now look, with Elder Ding arriving, he might very well take out his anger on our Gu family. With just us Gu family who are so weak, we are likely to be done for soon. Qingyin, quickly contact your master and have her take you away from here. With your master here, I believe Elder Ding won't dare to do anything to you. Seeing her father so pessimistic, Gu Qingyin felt a bit embarrassed and smiled at Lin Fan. Then she turned to her father and said, Father, you need not worry. This young master has ways to resolve this matter. We can just watch here. Hearing Gu Qingyi's words, Gu Chongting finally turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Young master, can you really handle Elder Ding? This matter is no joke. Elder Ding is a powerful figure at the Saint Emperor level. We the Saint Kings are completely unable to fight back against a Saint Emperor. To be honest, he still harbors some grievances towards Lin Fan in his heart. If Lin Fan hadn't recklessly killed those two scions, this huge trouble wouldn't have arisen. But grievances aside, before understanding Lin Fan's background, he certainly wouldn't rashly offend him. With just one subordinate possessing the strength of a Saint King, Lin Fan's origins are undoubtedly extraordinary, at least not someone he can afford to offend. His worry is that Lin Fan might not have a Saint Emperor expert protecting him. Lin Fan had originally thought that Gu Chongting would lash out at him. However, he did not expect Gu Chongting to be so polite. Given this, he naturally couldn't treat them with a bad attitude. Head of the Gu family, you need not worry. Since I dared to have those two scions killed, I naturally have a way to deal with Elder Ding. For now, just watch, leave the rest to me. Seeing Lin Fan say this, Gu Chongting nodded and stopped speaking further. After all, this situation was not a time for idle chatter. Zhou Ling and Zhuo Chongchong were still in combat. Although Zhuo Chongchong held a slight advantage, it was not easy to defeat Zhou Ling in a short time. In front of the tavern, the atmosphere had also become quite lively. The powerful figures of various factions in Tianyuan City had gathered here. When they learned the ins and outs of the situation, they occasionally cast glances toward Lin Fan and the others. They simply could not understand why Lin Fan dared to do such a thing. It should be known that behind Ding Haipeng stood a Saint Emperor-level grandfather. Moreover, this Saint Emperor was an elder of the Shenyuan sect. Even if Lin Fan truly had the strength to confront a Saint Emperor, how could he contend with the entire Shenyuan sect? Clearly, the powerful figures present did not look favorably upon Lin Fan. When they saw Gu Chongting standing next to Lin Fan, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Since the time Gu Qingyin joined the Shenyuan sect and even took on a Saint Emperor-level master, the Gu family status in Tianyuan City had risen dramatically. They had become second only to the Zhou family of the city lord's mansion. Thus, the Gu family had plundered a significant amount of cultivation resources that originally belonged to them over the years. In the future, once Gu Qingyin grows up, it is not impossible for the Gu family to surpass the Zhou family. If at this moment Elder Ding could eradicate the Gu family, it would naturally be a great benefit for them. Father, look at these people's expressions. It's truly despicable. Watching the gloating expressions of these people, Gu Qingyin was extremely displeased. Of course, Gu Chongting also noticed these people's behavior. However, he did not take them seriously. Qingyin, just get used to this kind of thing. Over the years, our Gu family's power has grown stronger because of your joining the Shenyuan sect. As our Gu family grows stronger, it will inevitably harm their interests. Now that they see such an opportunity, they naturally want to step on our Gu family. Humph, a bunch of opportunistic scoundrels. Gu Qingyin snorted coldly and turned her gaze back to the two engaged in battle. Watching the two engaged in a fierce exchange, Xiao Zian furrowed her brows. Husband, with Zhuochang's strength, it will take considerable time for him to defeat the Lord of Zhou. Should I lend him a helping hand? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, No need, let them fight. My target is not him. If we resolve him too early, it will interfere with my plan. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiao Zian quickly guessed his intentions. Husband, your target is that elder from the Shenyuan sect. Lin Fan nodded. Exactly. I plan to take this opportunity to directly subdue the Shenyuan sect. This thought had arisen when Zhou Hao's two idle young masters were causing them trouble. Since the various forces on the Shenyuan continent are rife with conflicts, subduing the Shenyuan sect would not cause any significant repercussions. After all, it was the Shenyuan sect that provoked him first. Even if news spread, others would only say that the Shenyuan sect had kicked a hard board. He could use this opportunity to establish the Shenyuan sect as their Lin family's foothold in the Yuan continent. Thinking of this, Lin Fan looked at Hu Mei beside him, saying, Meyer, the task of subduing the Shenyuan sect will be entrusted to you from now on. Husband, rest assured, a mere Shenyuan sect is a piece of cake for me. All right then, we will wait for that elder Ding to arrive. Lin Fan, Xiao Zian, and Hu Mei's conversation was quite open. This allowed Gu Chongting and Gu Qingyin, not far from Lin Fan's trio, to hear everything clearly. At this moment, a storm surged in their hearts. What they heard was astonishing. These few were actually planning to subdue the Shenyuan sect. It should be known that in the Bazhou territory, the Shenyuan sect was a colossal entity. Yet to Lin Fan and the others, it was a mere existence they could easily handle. However, while being shocked, neither the father nor daughter dared to speak further. They did not believe Lin Fan was exaggerating. Since he dared to say so, he undoubtedly possessed such strength. With this thought, Gu Qingyin began to worry for her master. Since Lin Fan wanted to subjugate the Shenyuan sect, it was certain that the Shenyuan sect would not submit easily. A great battle was inevitable. And as an elder of the Shenyuan sect, her master could not possibly stay out of it. No, I must persuade my master to abandon resistance when the time comes. By the way, this young master mentioned that he owes me a favor. With this favor, can I ask this young master to spare my master when the time comes? Thinking of this, Gu Qingyin felt somewhat relieved. Compared to her worries, Gu Chongting was rather excited. His daughter's actions earlier surely earned Lin Fan's favor. Now that there was this relationship, once Lin Fan subdued the Shenyuan sect, his daughter's status within the sect would definitely rise. With this thought, Gu Chongting sneered at those who reveled in schadenfreude. You guys can laugh now, but let's see if you can still laugh later. An opportunity to change one's fate is right before your eyes, yet you fail to cherish it. What a bunch of fools. Fortunately, I have a precious daughter who by chance befriended a powerful figure. About an hour passed and Ding Xiaoyan, accompanied by Feng Yuchen, was nearing Tianyuan City. The commotion from Zhou Ling and Zhuochang's battle had already drawn their attention. Master, look, the Lord of Tianyuan City Zhou Ling is currently clashing with a Saint King. That Saint King must be the one who killed my master's nephew. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaoshan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Zhuochang. A mere Saint King dares to kill my Haipeng grandson. I haven't acted for years, so many have probably forgotten me. Yuchen, let's go over. I want to see who gave him the audacity. Yes, master. Soon the two arrived above Tianyuan City. Yuchen, tell them to stop. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuchen immediately flashed to the battlefield. Then he shouted, everyone stop. This voice instantly swept across the entire Tianyuan City. This is Feng Yuchen, the top disciple of Elder Ding. It looks like a good show is about to unfold. Some knowledgeable individuals immediately recognized Feng Yuchen's identity. At the same time, many looked at Gu Chongting with even more mocking expressions. Hell, let's see if you can still laugh after this. You ignorant fools. Gu Chongting's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with ridicule towards these people. At this moment, Hu Mei glanced towards a certain direction. The Yeto appear Ding Xiaotian naturally could not escape her perception. Husband, there is still a saint emperor hiding over there. He should be the elder Ding they mentioned. Should I go and deal with him now? Lin Fan shook his head again, saying, not yet. Let's wait until he makes a move. As long as he dares to act, we will have reason to subdue the Shenyuan sect. In my words, this is called having a righteous cause. Lin Fan did not want to bear the reputation of being a bully, or otherwise it would be easy to attract united resistance. Upon hearing Lin Fan's plan, Xiao Zian and Hu Mei both covered their mouths and chuckled. They had not expected Lin Fan to have such a scheming side. As for Gu Chongting and Gu Qingyin, they exchanged glances. At this moment, Gu Chongting swore in his heart that he must not provoke Lin Fan no matter what. Fortunately, his daughter was smart enough to stand on Lin Fan's side in advance. If she had been on the opposing side, it would have been a terrifying thought. In the high sky, upon seeing Feng Yuchen arrive, Zhou Hao immediately ceased his attacks. Zhuochang also had no intention of continuing to fight. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hao flashed to Feng Yuchen's front and cupped his hand, saying, I greet you, senior brother Feng. Of course, Zhou Hao was not a disciple of Ding Xiaotian. The reason he addressed Feng Yuchen as senior brother was that they were peers and Feng Yuchen held a higher status in the sect. Thus, upon seeing Feng Yuchen, he naturally needed to address him as senior brother. Within the sect, peers were addressed as senior brothers and sisters. Moreover, it was not based on age but on strength. The stronger you were, the higher your status. Feng Yuchen first glanced at Zhuochang before turning his gaze to Zhou Hao. Junior brother Zhou, come with me. My master has something to ask you. Upon hearing that Ding Xiaotian had also arrived, Zhou Hao was instantly startled. He hurriedly followed in Feng Yuchen's footsteps. Although he had long guessed that Ding Xiaotian might come here, seeing him in person still made him a bit nervous. After all, Ding Xiaoshan's grandson died here, and he had died alongside his son. If Ding Xiaotian laid blame, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Upon seeing Ding Xiaotian, Zhou Ling hastily bowed with deep respect. Disciple pays homage to elder brother Ding. Ding Xiaotian waved his hand impatiently. Speak. What exactly transpired? Why did my grandson meet his end here? Was it the Saint Sovereign who slew him? And yes, elder brother Ding, the late disciple Haipeng was indeed slain by that Saint Sovereign. And he did so right before my very eyes. My own son stood there as well. Zhou Ling ground his teeth, voice thick with venom. And hearing that his grandson's death had claimed his own son too, Ding Xiaotian's brow furrowed sharply. And speak plainly, what truly occurred? I do not know the precise sequence of events. I sensed the Saint Sovereign's aura and rushed here at full speed. By the time I arrived, it was already too late. The Saint Sovereign had already struck. And before Ding Xiaotian, Zhou Ling dared not embellish or distort the truth. Yu Chun, you go fetch someone who witnessed the incident. I shall uncover the truth myself. And master, I will depart at once. And not long after, Feng Yuchun returned accompanied by a captive. The captive, upon seeing Ding Xiaotian and his entourage, trembled violently with terror. And he immediately pleaded for mercy. Honored elder, spare my life. This matter bears no connection to me whatsoever. Feng Yuchun scowled at the man's sniveling demeanor. And silence. My master has questions for you. Answer truthfully and without hesitation. Otherwise, I make no promise regarding your survival. And hearing a sliver of hope for reprieve, the man instantly shifted to obsequious deference. Ask, honored elder. I shall speak all I know without reservation. Tell me, why did that Saint Sovereign strike down lives without provocation? Ding Xiaotian demanded, his voice glacial. Honored elder, it unfolded as follows. And thereupon the captive recounted in meticulous detail everything that had transpired within the tavern. Learning that his grandson had instigated the conflict, Ding Xiaotian bristled with fury. Utterly reckless. Does he possess no sense of discernment, no understanding of whom to provoke and whom to avoid? He felt profound disappointment toward his grandson. Yet now that the youth lay dead, further lamentation served no purpose. Moments later, Ding Xiaotian's expression hardened into icy resolve. Though my grandson erred, first no one may slay a descendant of Ding Xiaotian so lightly. You will pay the price, by any means necessary. And though he sensed Lin Fan and his companions bore extraordinary backing, Ding Xiaotian refused to be cowed. As an elder of the Shun Yuan sect, he stood shielded by the entire sect's might. And even if Lin Fan's lineage proved formidable, Ding Xiaotian remained unafraid. At that moment, Ding Xiaotian held no belief that Lin Fan's faction surpassed the Shun Yuan sect in strength. And had Lin Fan been protected by a quasi-emperor, his guardian would surely be a saint emperor, not merely a saint sovereign. Such was common knowledge across the Shen Yuan continent. Yet he knew not that Lin Fan hailed from beyond that realm, nor that Lin Fan delighted in concealing his true power behind an unassuming facade. Follow me. We shall confront that individual and ascertain his sect. To slay my grandson and face no consequence. Unthinkable. Ending Xiaotian resolved, should Lin Fan's affiliation prove equal to the Shun Yuan sect, he would detain Lin Fan and demand compensation from his elders before releasing him. And he wished not to forge a formidable enemy for his sect over his grandson's folly. Yet should Lin Fan's background prove inferior, retribution would be absolute. His grandson's blood debt would be paid. And meanwhile, Lin Fan's side welcomed back Li Han. The commotion had been too great for her to pursue lodging elsewhere. And soon thereafter, Ding Xiaotian and his party stood before Lin Fan. They had learned Lin Fan was the party's leader, and thus Ding Xiaotian's gaze locked onto him without delay. Who are you, and which sect claims you? And to dare shed blood upon Shen Yuan sect soil, to slay my grandson. Your audacity knows no bounds. His voice dripped with frost, and simultaneously, he unleashed the crushing pressure of a saint emperor's aura upon Lin Fan. Though he intended no immediate execution, pending verification of Lin Fan's identity, a stern warning remained imperative. Yet almost instantly Ding Xiaotian stood frozen in disbelief. His oppressive aura had not stirred Lin Fan in the slightest. Impossible. A saint emperor's aura leaves no trace upon him. Nes Lin Fan gazed back calm, and unruffled turmoil roiled within Ding Xiaotian's heart. No. It cannot be his innate strength. He must bear some supreme artifact shielding him from my pressure. Moreover, I cannot fathom his cultivation level. This too must stem from that artifact. Ding Xiaotian refused to believe Lin Fan had surpassed him in cultivation. Just as Lin Fan prepared to speak, Feng Yuchan stepped forward, eager to seize the spotlight, and commanded Lin Fan, boy, my master asked you a question. Answer without delay. Resist and you'll regret it when my master intervenes. And clearly Feng Yuchan had already dismissed Lin Fan as another arrogant spoiled scion like Ding Haipeng. Lin Fan's brow knitted as he observed Feng Yuchan's presumptuous display, and turning to Zhuochong beside him, he ordered coldly, strike him across the face. Yes, young master. And Zhuochong obeyed without hesitation, his loyalty to Lin Fan absolute. In an instant he blurred forward and appeared directly before Feng Yuchan. Seeing Zhuochong raise his hand to strike, Feng Yuchan sneered. Nah, you presume to slap me? How laughably deluded. Let me show you what a true blow feels like. He had watched closely as Zhou Ling fought Zhuochong. And though Zhuochong surpassed Zhou Ling slightly, Feng Yuchan remained confident in his own superiority. Thus Zhuochong striking him was unthinkable. He would strike Zhuochong first. Yet as Feng Yuchan raised his hand, a terrifying aura locked onto him, paralyzing him utterly. Then beneath Feng Yuchan's widening, horrified eyes, Zhuochong began raining furious slaps across his face. Ding Xiaotian's eyelid twitched violently at the sight. His disciple had attained the 8th layer of the Saint Sovereign realm. And even if Zhuochong stood at the 9th layer, such utter helplessness defied reason. But there was no time for reflection. Should Zhuochong continue, his disciple's Tao heart would surely fracture. Cease this instant. Ding Xiaotian intervened, blocking Zhuochong mid-swing. And young master, Zhuochong immediately appealed to Lin Fan. With Ding Xiaotian's intervention, the assault halted. And Zhuochong, return. Nias. In a flicker of motion, Zhuochong reappeared beside Lin Fan. Should any among them stir with hostile intent, he would intercept them without delay. After rescuing Feng Yuchen, Ding Xiaotian was filled with fury. He glared at Lin Fan and bellowed, "How dare you command your subordinates to strike my disciple in my presence? Do you not value me at all?" If this matter was not handled properly today, Ding Xiaotian would lose all face. Seeing the enraged Ding Xiaotian, Lin Fan appeared utterly relaxed. "Elder Ding, why should I value you? To be honest, you are nothing in my eyes." "You!" Ding Xiaotian was trembling with rage, unable to contain his fury. Ever since he broke through to the Saint Emperor realm, he had never endured such humiliation. Now a junior dared to humiliate him like this. If he did not teach Lin Fan a lesson today, how could he maintain his standing in the sect? Just as he was about to strike Lin Fan, Feng Yuchen, regaining his senses, disregarded the pain on his face, and hurriedly restrained Ding Xiaotian. "Master, please calm down. I was just locked down by a terrifying aura, which is why I couldn't move. It seems that the opponent must have a Saint Emperor secretly guarding them. We cannot act recklessly." Feng Yuchen indeed loathed Lin Fan, but he was not foolish. The presence of such a powerful guardian on the opponent's side made revenge today seem challenging. Knowing that there was another Saint Emperor present, Ding Xiaotian was taken aback. He had truly overlooked this matter. How could his disciple be struck by Zhuochong without a reason? Hearing his disciple's words, he finally reacted. He then looked at Lin Fan with a serious expression. "Little brat, summon the person behind you. What skill is there in hiding while being a dignified Saint Emperor?" After saying this, Ding Xiaotian kept looking around. Upon hearing Ding Xiaoshan's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. He never expected this guy would suspect that someone was backing him. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly burst into laughter, Ding Xiaotian frowned slightly. "What are you laughing at? Old man, do you think it's possible that I might have no one behind me anymore?" "Impossible. My disciple was just locked down by a Saint Emperor. Do not try to deceive me." With that, Ding Xiaotian shouted loudly, "To the friend hiding in the shadows, please reveal yourself. Hiding is not a good thing." As soon as Ding Xiaoshan's words were uttered, the scene fell into silence. They had not expected that there was indeed another Saint Emperor present. The leaders of various factions in Tianyuan City also grew serious. If Lin Fan truly had a Saint Emperor by his side, then what they had just thought might all fall through. The Gu family might even become stronger because of this relationship. Thinking of this, many leaders of the factions began to regret. Meanwhile, Lin Fan looked at Ding Xiaotian, who was scanning the surroundings, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Old man, do you think it's possible that I am the Saint Emperor you are looking for?" After Lin Fan spoke, he directly unleashed his Saint Emperor aura. Feeling Lin Fan's aura, Ding Xiaoshan's pupils constricted. He had thought Lin Fan was just a spoiled young master like his grandson, but he never expected Lin Fan to be a Saint Emperor. "Who exactly are you? I know all the Saint Emperors in Bazhou. There is no way you exist among them." Ding Xiaoshan's expression turned extremely grave. The strongest in Bazhou was the Saint Sovereign realm, and only 3 factions had Saint Sovereign level experts stationed. These Saint Sovereigns were mostly in seclusion and rarely managed sect affairs. Thus a Saint Emperor could be considered the strongest in Bazhou. No matter which Saint Emperor it was, they were renowned figures. The sudden appearance of a stranger Saint Emperor astonished Ding Xiaotian. Seeing Ding Xiaotian repeatedly asking who he was, Lin Fan felt somewhat speechless. "Old man, stop worrying about who I am. You must be here to seek revenge for your grandson. If you want to know who I am, it's simple. As long as you can defeat me, you will naturally know who I am." Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to fight, Xiao Zian hurriedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. She then immediately transmitted her voice, "Husband, you are only at the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm now, while this old man is at the 5th level. Are you confident you can take him down? If not, let sister who may take action." Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and patted Xiao Zian's hand. "Don't worry, Zian. With my current strength, even without using the Imperial artifact, I can still be invincible at the same level. Just watch from the sidelines." Xiao Zian knew Lin Fan was very strong. Her concern stemmed from the fact that Lin Fan had just recently broken through. Compared to an ultimer like Ding Xiaotian in the Saint Emperor realm, Lin Fan might be somewhat inexperienced. However, seeing Lin Fan so confident, Xiao Zian felt relieved. Moreover, with Hu Mei also present, there was no need to worry about any unexpected events. Ding Xiaotian, on the other hand, couldn't help but sneer upon hearing Lin Fan wanted to fight him. "You have quite the audacity to challenge me with the cultivation of a 3rd-level Saint Emperor. You truly overestimate yourself. However, since you have made this request, I shall fulfill it." Now that it was confirmed Lin Fan was that Saint Emperor, Ding Xiaotian felt less worried. It was normal for a Saint Emperor to have a Saint King as a subordinate. If Lin Fan were merely a half-saint, having a saint king as a follower would actually make him wary. At this moment Ding Xiaotian believed that Lin Fan most likely had no powerful faction backing him. The reason he dared to act so aggressively toward him might be that he was merely bluffing. Otherwise, why wouldn't Lin Fan reveal his identity? If Lin Fan's backing was comparable to their Xinyuan sect or even surpassed it, there would be no need to hide his identity. But the more Lin Fan refrained from speaking, the more it indicated he had something to hide. After realizing this, Ding Xiaotian suddenly sneered. He felt he had Lin Fan completely figured out. "Come, let us battle in the skies. I cannot destroy this city," Ding Xiaotian said, taking the lead to fly out. Lin Fan closely followed. Lin Fan was not a bloodthirsty man. He too did not wish to harm so many innocent lives. Soon the two arrived high in the sky. Watching Lin Fan and Ding Xiaotian in the sky, the cultivators in Shenyuan City became excited. This was a battle between two saint emperors, a rare sight for most cultivators. If it weren't for the protective formations in Shenyuan City, they would have all fled far away. Even the aftermath of a battle between saint emperors was beyond their capacity to endure. Looking at Lin Fan across from him, Ding Xiaotian grinned. "Kid, you go first? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you lose later, don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Ding Xiaotian was very confident in his own strength. In his view, his power at the 5th level of the Saint Emperor realm could easily crush someone at the 3rd level. Thus, he did not take Lin Fan seriously. Hearing Ding Xiaotian allow him to attack first, Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. "Old man, since you let me go first, I won't be polite." As he spoke, Lin Fan produced a long sword in his hand, a weapon he casually took out. Although this long sword did not reach the supreme level of the saint grade, it was still a rare, high-quality holy weapon. Using a high-quality holy weapon against Ding Xiaotian was more than sufficient. If he were to bring out a supreme holy weapon, it would surely attract considerable attention. For a sect like the Shen Yuan sect, a supreme holy weapon was already a treasure of the sect's defense. Except for the ancestors at the Saint Venerable realm, others were not qualified to possess such weapons. Seeing the high-quality holy weapon long sword that Lin Fan produced, Ding Xiaotian was taken aback, and his expression became somewhat serious. Even the weapon he used was merely a mid-grade holy weapon. He did not expect that Lin Fan's weapon had actually reached the high-quality holy level. In the Shen Yuan sect, only those who reached the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm and above were qualified to obtain high-quality holy weapons. Could it be that this guy has some significant background? Otherwise, how could he possess a high-quality holy weapon? However, Ding Xiaotian quickly dismissed this thought. This high-quality holy weapon must have been obtained by chance. Otherwise, even if he came from a powerful force, it would be impossible for him to possess a high-quality holy weapon at this time. Thinking of this, Ding Xiaotian's expression became resolute again. No matter what, even if he possesses a high-quality holy weapon in the face of absolute strength, everything is just a fleeting cloud. If I can subdue him later, then the high-quality holy weapon in his hand will be mine. With this thought, a glint of greed flashed in Ding Xiaotian's eyes. If he obtained this high-quality holy weapon, his strength would greatly increase, and his influence within the sect would rise. With a higher influence, the resources he acquired would naturally increase. Lin Fan did not care what Ding Xiaotian was thinking. At this moment, he had already drawn his sword. Once Lin Fan activated the long sword, the entire Tianyuan city was instantly shrouded in a wave of sword energy. Even the cultivators hiding within the formation felt the sharp sword aura coming towards them. Hiss! Is this the terror of the Saint Emperor realm? It's simply terrifying. At this moment, even cultivators at the Saint King realm felt their insignificance. In the face of the Saint Emperor realm, they didn't even have the courage to resist. Young master is so strong, Gu Qingyin murmured as she looked at Lin Fan in the sky. Seeing Gu Qingjian's shocked expression, Xiao Ziyan covered her mouth and smiled. Gu girl, you aren't falling for him, are you? Do you want me to help you get together? Hearing Xiao Ziyan's words, Gu Qingjian's face instantly flushed. Sister, what are you talking about? How could someone like me be worthy of the young master? Please don't joke with me like that. It was impossible for her to say she wasn't interested in Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan's strength was evident, and which cultivator in this world did not admire the strong? But she was just a small figure who had just broken through to the venerable realm. Although she was stronger than those few young scions like Ding Haipeng, her talent was also higher. However, in the presence of the Saint Emperor realm, she was merely an ant. Thus, she did not believe that Lin Fan would look upon her. Moreover, she was unsure if Xiao Ziyan was testing her. If she were truly being tested, then, if she agreed, it might lead to unfavorable consequences. Looking at the shy Gu Qingyin, Xiao Zian's smile became even more radiant. However, this was not the time to discuss such matters, so she did not continue. After this incident is resolved, it wouldn't be too late to talk about it. Gu Chongting naturally heard the conversation between the two. At this moment he felt both excited and somewhat frustrated. This girl is really thick-headed. I just praised you for being smart. Since the young master's lady has inquired, so it is evident that she intends to match you with the young master. What use is your self-doubt here? No, I need to find a time to talk to this girl about this matter. If I could follow this young master, even being a maidservant serving tea would be fine. Even though Gu Qingyin had already taken a Saint Emperor Realm Master as her teacher, her future achievements would not be too bad. However, Gu Chongting had a premonition that if his daughter followed Lin Fan, her future would be limitless. Although he did not know what level she would reach specifically, it would certainly be much better than following her current master. Of course, he did not mean to look down on Gu Qingyian's master. He was very grateful to Gu Qingyian's master. Over the years, their Gu family could grow and prosper entirely thanks to her care. His intention in having such plans was merely to hope for better development for his daughter. Ultimately, however, it depended on his daughter's own choices. He could at most just provide some guidance. If his daughter was unwilling, he wouldn't force her. Just then, as Gu Chongting pondered, a sound of sword cries suddenly rang out from the sky. It was Lin Fan who made his move. With a single strike, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart. Following that were terrifying waves of sword energy. Watching the sword energy sweeping towards him, Ding Xiaoshan's pupils shrank. He never expected Lin Fan's strength to be this formidable. Without daring to hesitate, Ding Xiaotian quickly took out a mid-grade holy defensive shield. In an instant, a loud boom was heard as Ding Xiaotian, holding the defensive shield, was sent flying thousands of miles before hitting the ground. PFF. The fallen Ding Xiaotian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? At this moment, Ding Xiaotian began to doubt his life. He knew he was holding a mid-grade holy defensive shield. Under such maximum defense, Lin Fan's single strike had heavily injured him and left him without the ability to resist. If he hadn't taken out this defensive shield in time, he would have likely died right there. However, before he could get up, Lin Fan had already appeared in front of him. Then, with a flash of sword light, Lin Fan's long sword was already pressed against his throat. From a high vantage point, he looked down at Ding Xiaotian and said, "So what else do you have to say now? You win it, do as you please with me." Ding Xiaotian said, closing his eyes in pain. "No, you can't kill my master." Feng Yuchen saw this scene and hurried over. He absolutely could not watch his master die here. Lin Fan glanced at Feng Yuchen, saying, "You think you can just let him go because you said so? Who do you think you are? Besides, you were the ones who came to trouble me in the first place. Now that he is in my hands, do you think I would let him go? What foolishness is this?" Lin Fan did not genuinely intend to kill Ding Xiaotian. If it weren't for the Bodhi ancient tree, it wouldn't matter if Ding Xiaotian died. Keeping him alive would serve no purpose. After all, he had previously killed Ding Xiaoshan's grandson, making it difficult to increase Ding Xiaoshan's loyalty. But if loyalty didn't reach 70, the family spirit tree couldn't forcibly imprint a mark. However, with the Bodhi ancient tree, it would be different. He could simply have the tree transform him into a death servant of the sacred emperor realm. The reason Lin Fan pretended to want to kill Ding Xiaotian was to compel Feng Yuchen to seek help from the Shenyuan sect. Currently, this was merely a private feud between him and Ding Xiaotian, and it wouldn't be appropriate to act rashly against the Shenyuan sect. But once the other members of the Shenyuan sect intervened, he could rightfully suppress the Shenyuan sect and bring it under his control. Once this matter spread, no one would find fault with his actions. A weakling provoking a strong one deserves to be annihilated. However, if he forcibly subdued the Shenyuan sect without reason, it would likely raise the vigilance of other forces, potentially leading to a united front against him. If that were to occur, it would be detrimental to the Lin family's future development in the Shenyuan continent. Therefore, for safety's sake, it was better to proceed cautiously. Seeing that Lin Fan had no intention of releasing his master, Feng Yuchen became anxious. "My master is an elder of the Shenyuan sect. If you dare to kill him, our Shenyuan sect will not let you off the hook." At this point, Feng Yuchen looked at the lying Ding Xiaotian and said, "Master, don't worry. I will inform the sect leader right away. He will definitely send someone to rescue you." After saying this, Feng Yuchen first cast a wary glance at Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan made no move, he quickly took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to the sect leader of the Shenyuan sect. Ding Xiaotian did not stop Feng Yuchen's actions. although his grandson was gone and his son had been killed many years ago. If not counting those few disciples, he could be considered a lonely man. But he was a sacred emperor realm cultivator with a lifespan of over 20000 years. With such a long lifespan, as long as he wanted, he could have as many children as he desired. So if there was a chance to live, how could he possibly want to die here? Seeing this scene, Lin Fan was very satisfied. Feng Yuchan indeed did not disappoint him. As long as the Shenyuan sect sent someone to intervene, he could take the opportunity to subdue the Shenyuan sect. Thinking of this, Lin Fan coldly said to the two, "Since you intend to send a message to your sect, I will wait here for the experts of your sect to arrive. However, I must say this in advance, if your sect does not provide me with substantial resources as compensation, your master will undoubtedly die." Hearing that Lin Fan was not planning to take action, both Ding Xiaotian and Feng Yuchan breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Fan were to kill him at this moment, then the arrival of the sect's experts would be of no use. Their sect could not revive him. Feng Yuchan looked at Lin Fan, who was allowing him to contact the sect, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This guy is really arrogant, actually not stopping me from contacting the sect. When the experts from my sect arrive, let's see how you defend yourself. You say your master is doomed to die, it's simply laughable. I hope you don't end up begging for mercy then. Following this, under Feng Yukan's operation, the sect leader of the Shenyuan sect quickly received Feng Yukan's message. Upon reading Feng Yukan's message, he instantly became furious. Damn it, how dare someone injure my Shenyuan sect elder in the Bazhou territory? After raging for a moment, the sect leader furrowed his brows tightly. Who on earth is so bold as to harm my Shenyuan sect elder? Could it be the Tiankong sect? The Tiankong sect was one of the top sects in Bazhou and had a bad relationship with their Shenyuan sect. This was also why he thought of the Tiankong sect first. No, the Tiankong sect definitely doesn't have a sacred emperor of this caliber. As a rival faction, the sect leader of the Shenyuan sect was well aware of the situation of the Tiankong sect. Someone gather all the elders of the sect for a meeting. Yes, sect leader. Soon 6 elders arrived at the main hall of the sect. Gu Qingjian's master was among them. We greet the sect leader. The 6 of them respectfully cupped their fists to the sect leader of the Shenyuan sect. There's no need for formalities, elders. I have called you all here for an important matter to discuss. Without delay, the sect leader of the Shenyuan sect directly recounted the events that had transpired in Tianyuan City. After listening, the elders were filled with both anger and confusion. They were angered that someone would injure their elder within their territory. Confusion arose regarding the identity of the unfamiliar sacred emperor. Moreover, it was a sacred emperor who had defeated Ding Xiaotian with a single strike. Logically speaking, a powerhouse of this level, even if not from Bazhou, could not be an unknown person. Elders, what do you all think about this matter? Soon the Grand Elder Yunqing stepped forward. Master, although Elder Ding had a fault initially in this matter, we must rescue Elder Ding. If we let this go, our Shenyuan sect will be laughed at. Especially the Tiankong sect, they might take this chance to strike at us when we are down. Other elders nodded in agreement. Sect leader, I concur with the Grand Elder's opinion. We must rescue Elder Ding. We absolutely cannot let the Tiankong sect seize this opportunity. The sect leader of the Shenyuan sect understood that the words of these elders held merit. Their Shenyuan sect and the Tiankong sect were evenly matched in strength. If they lost a sacred emperor realm elder, the Tiankong sect would gain the upper hand. If the news were to spread, the Tiankong sect would definitely not miss this opportunity to suppress them. Therefore, saving Ding Xiaotian was imperative. Thinking of this, the sect leader of the Shenyuan sect revealed a determined expression. Since everyone supports rescuing Elder, Ding Yu 6 will go together. Hearing that the sect leader wanted them to go together, the 6 elders were all taken aback. Soon one elder raised the doubts in his heart. Master, are we making a mountain out of a molehill? There is only one sacred emperor realm expert on the other side. Even if he is a 9th level sacred emperor, we are not afraid. After all, our grand elder is also a 9th level sacred emperor. So I believe it would be enough for the grand elder to go along with 2 other elders. Others also voiced their support for this elder's opinion. Seeing these people underestimate their opponent, the leader of the Shenyuan sect revealed a serious expression. Do not be arrogant, that person is definitely not so easy to deal with. The opponent was able to severely injure Elder Ding with a single strike, and that was while Elder Ding was using a mid-grade defensive sacred weapon. If it weren't for this mid-grade defensive sacred weapon, Elder Ding might have already died under that strike. Such strength is enough to demonstrate the opponent's power. At least the Grand Elder know even I wouldn't be able to defeat Elder Ding so easily. How could we possibly let our guard down against someone like this? With that said, the leader of the Shun Yuan sect did not allow anyone to refute him and continued. Aside from the opponent's own strength, the fact that they are waiting for us to send someone to support indicates that they might have some other hidden strategies. If I weren't tied up at the moment, I would want to go with you. In any case, you must be cautious in this endeavor. Our primary goal is to rescue people, not to become enemies with them completely. If we could resolve this matter peacefully, that would be even better. Even if the conditions proposed by the opponent are somewhat harsh, we can grit our teeth and agree. Upon hearing the leader's decision, the 6 elders felt quite constrained. However, after careful consideration, they found it to be reasonable. Moreover, since it was the leader's order, they had to obey. Soon after, the 6 of them tidied up and flew towards Tianyuan City. At that moment, the atmosphere within Tianyuan City had become eerily quiet. All the cultivators in the city were stunned, frozen in place. Just moments ago, Lin Fan's sword strike, akin to a divine being descending, had left them utterly astonished. Ding Xiaoshan's strength was no secret to them. He was a peerless powerhouse at the 5th level of the Sacred Emperor realm. Yet such a revered figure had been defeated without even being able to withstand a single sword strike. At first, they thought this battle would be fiercely contested. Who could have imagined it would come to such a hasty conclusion? Lin Fan even allowed Feng Yuqing to send word to the sect for reinforcements. Such conduct was something they had never witnessed before. If it had been someone else in this situation, they would have undoubtedly chosen to flee immediately. At this moment, their curiosity about Lin Fan's identity grew even stronger. It was obvious that they believed Lin Fan must have some confidence to confront the Shun Yuan sect. No one now believed that Lin Fan would die here today. They even wished to see the Shun Yuan sect bow before Lin Fan. At the same time, many began to look at Gu Chongting with envious eyes. They had never expected that not long ago they had been gloating over the misfortune that would befall the Gu family. Yet now this turn of events would only make the Gu family even stronger. Faced with these envious gazes, Gu Chongting felt a surge of excitement within. He had never anticipated that Lin Fan's own strength would be so terrifying. A bunch of fools, why aren't you mocking me now? Where did your earlier smugness go? However, these words were merely thoughts that Gu Chongting kept to himself. It was not the time to ridicule those people. Then he glanced at his daughter beside him, finding Gu Qingyin staring blankly at Lin Fan in the distance. This girl clearly has feelings for the young master but refuses to show it. Thinking of this, Gu Chongting couldn't help but cough lightly a few times. Hearing her father's cough, Gu Qingyin also came back to her senses. Looking at her father staring at her, Gu Qingyin suddenly felt her face flush. I say, my precious daughter, you needn't be so shy in front of me. If you truly have thoughts about the young master, you must express them boldly. You can't expect the young master to approach you, can you? If that's truly what you think, then I can only advise you to give up on that idea. With so many beauties around the young master, there won't be time for him to seek you out. Father, don't say that. I don't have. Gu Qingyin hurriedly retorted. Regardless of whether you have such thoughts or not, I've said what needs to be said. From here on, it will be up to you. Opportunities must be seized actively. After Gu Chongting finished speaking, he stopped elaborating. If he spoke too much about such matters, it would have the opposite effect. He believed his daughter would make the right decision. On the way to Tianyuan City on the flying vessel of the Shun Yuan sect, the 6 great elders were sitting together discussing strategies. Grand Elder, should we really follow the leader's wishes? With the leader absent, Yun Qing naturally took charge among the 6. Facing the inquiries, Yun Qing stroked his beard first. Then he spoke. How to decide will depend on what we see when we get there. If the opponent truly has a deep background, we can only apologize. After all, we cannot gamble with the safety of the entire sect. At this point, Yun Qing suddenly shifted his tone, becoming fierce. But if the opponent is just a reckless fool, then our Shun Yuan sect is not to be trifled with. Even if his personal strength is formidable, as long as he remains within the Sacred Emperor realm, the 6 of us together can defeat him. They were all existences at the Sacred Emperor realm, renowned figures throughout the Ba prefecture. To have to apologize to someone of the same realm would be an utter slap in the face. They would have no face left to remain in Ba prefecture. If this matter reached the Tianjian sect, those from the Tianjian sect would probably ride over them. After that, Yun Qing quickly outlined the pros and cons to the others and soon gained the support of several elders. Only the 2nd elder, Tang Xin, frowned after listening. Tang Xin was Gu Qingjian's master, having reached the 8th level of the Sacred Emperor realm. She was also the strongest among the 6 aside from the Grand Elder. Seeing Tang Xin in silence, Yun Qing furrowed his brows. 2nd elder, what are your thoughts? Although Tang Xin's strength was not as great as her opinion was not to be overlooked. If he could not gain Tang Xin's support, they would have to follow the leader's wishes. Facing Yun Qing's inquiry, Tang Xian wanted to say something but ultimately shook her head. Grand Elder, I have no other opinions. Let's proceed as you say. Tang Xian did not actually support the Grand Elder's approach. Yet since everyone present agreed, if she contradicted them, it would be rather out of place. In the end, she could only sigh internally. Seeing that Tang Xian had no objections, Yun Qing nodded in satisfaction. A quarter of an hour later, the Shun Yuan sect's flying vessel finally arrived above Tian Yuan City. Lin Fan smiled as he spotted the appearance of the flying vessel. The people from the Shun Yuan sect have finally arrived. I really had to wait a long time for this. Under Lin Fan's gaze, Yun Qing and the 6 others stepped out of the flying vessel. The first thing they saw was Ding Xiaotian, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating. Seeing that Ding Xiaotian was not in any life-threatening danger, the 6 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately they flashed and arrived by Ding Xiaoshan's side. Ding Xiaotian had sensed their arrival, but he was healing, so he did not rise to greet them. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged and meditate. However, Feng Yuchen and Zhou Ling were different. Seeing that the other 6 elders from their sect had all arrived boosted their confidence tremendously. With 6 Saint Emperor Realm experts here, victory was already in their grasp. They could not believe that Lin Fan could defeat 6 Saint Emperor Realm cultivators by himself. Moreover, his master was a powerful figure at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor Realm. Coming back to their senses, the 2 did not dare to be negligent. They respectfully bowed to the 6 saying, disciples, pay their respects to the esteemed masters and uncles. The Grand Elder Yun Qing waved his hand at them, saying, there is no need for such formalities, just tell us about the specific situation here. Zhou Ling knows more than I do, so let him explain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling did not delay, and began recounting the events that had transpired. On Lin Fan's side, Gu Qingyin became a bit anxious upon seeing her master appear here. She naturally did not want her master to confront Lin Fan. I must stop my master from attacking young Master Lin, or otherwise, with young Master Lin's formidable strength, my master will surely be injured. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyin hurried to Lin Fan's side. Young Master Lin, my master has also come. May I go and persuade my master? Gu Qingyin felt somewhat apprehensive, unsure if Lin Fan would allow her to approach. After all, she had just heard about Lin Fan's upcoming plans. Alright, go ahead. Lin Fan agreed without a second thought. He was not concerned at all about whether Gu Qingyin would reveal his plans. Regardless of whether the other party knew or not, it would not significantly impact him. Gu Qingyin did not expect Lin Fan to so easily agree to her request. Since young Master Lin trusts me so much, I absolutely cannot disclose your plans. Thinking of this, she immediately assured Lin Fan, rest assured young Master Lin, I will not reveal your plans. Alright, I believe you. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. Hearing Lin Fan say, he believed her made Gu Qingyin very happy. Young Master Lin, I will go now. After saying this, Gu Qingyin immediately flew towards her master's location. Disciple pays respects to my master, and to all esteemed masters and uncles. Qingyin, how come you are here? Tang Xian asked in surprise, and Yun Qing and the others showed expressions of astonishment. Zhou Ling, who was reporting the situation, immediately stopped upon seeing Gu Qingyin. However, there was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze as he looked at her. He and Feng Yuchen had previously noticed Gu Qingyi's presence. However, because Gu Qingyin was standing next to Lin Fan, they had not engaged her in conversation. Now that Gu Qingyin had come over, he naturally needed to inquire thoroughly. Esteemed masters and uncles, Qingyin Jr. sister has been here the whole time, even arriving earlier than I did. Furthermore, Qingyin Jr. sister has been by that person's side since before I arrived here. So if you wish to know the situation, it would be more appropriate to ask junior sister Qingyin. Hearing Zhou Ling's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions soured. As the master Tang Xian furrowed her brows even tighter. She did not want her disciple to stand against them. Qingyin, please tell us what is going on here. Gu Qingyin did not want everyone to misunderstand her, so she hurriedly began to explain. Master, this is how it is. She then recounted everything that had happened. Upon learning that it was due to those 2 rascals, the 6 elders exchanged glances, their hearts filled with disdain for those 2 insignificant ants who aren't even at the venerable realm dared to harass women of the Saint Emperor realm. Anyone would erupt in fury. However, even though they acknowledged Lin Fan's actions, this time the one killed was from their Shun Yuan sect, which was simply a slap to their sect's face. Moreover, Lin Fan had made the matter widely known. Therefore, they had to regain their face today. As for the explanation from the sect master of the Shen Yuan sect, they had already disregarded it. Feng Yuchen and Zhou Ling both had unsightly expressions after Gu Qingjian's accusations against Zhou Hao and Ding Haipeng. However, Zhou Ling did not dare to make any moves at this moment. Gu Qingjian's master was right here, and he did not have such a background. Thus, he could only silently stand aside, not daring to speak. But Feng Yuchen could no longer care about that. He immediately began to accuse Gu Qingyin. Junior sister Gu, even if the two young masters made a mistake, shouldn't you as their elder intervene to mediate? I see that you have a good relationship with that person. If you pleaded on their behalf, would that person really have killed the two young masters? Seeing Feng Yuchen directly shifting the blame onto her, Gu Qingyin felt a surge of anger. Senior brother Feng, although I am indeed their elder, yet they have never addressed me as an elder, nor have they treated me as such. Moreover, the reason I appeared here was to warn those two fools not to act recklessly under the name of our Shen Yuan sect. But not only did these two fools refuse to listen, Ding Haipeng even threatened that, if I interfered, he would annihilate my entire Gu family. Do you think I would step in to save them when someone has threatened to wipe out my entire family? After hearing Gu Qingyin recount the events, everyone felt that these two deserved their fate. Feng Yuchen did not expect that his junior would be so foolish. At this moment, he did not know how to refute her. After a moment of silence, Grand Elder Yun Qing turned his gaze to Gu Qingyin. Junior sister Qingyin, seeing that you have a good relationship with that person, I wonder how much you know about him. Gu Qingyin had already guessed that someone would ask this question, so she was not flustered when faced with Yun Qing's inquiry. Master, I do not know much about young Master Lin. This is my first meeting today. The reason young Master Lin has not rejected me and has kept me by his side is that I spoke in his defense at that time. As for any other information about young Master Lin, I know nothing. Seeing that he could not extract any further information, Yun Qing felt somewhat disappointed. After a while, Yun Qing spoke up. Let's go, everyone, follow me to confront this fellow. I want to see what gives him the courage to stand against our Shen Yuan sect. With that, Yun Qing flew ahead towards Lin Fan's location. The others followed suit. Just as Tang Xian was about to join them, Gu Qingyin pulled her aside. Master, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, Tang Xian immediately halted, a look of confusion appearing on her face. Qingyin, what is it you wish to tell me? Master, if a fight breaks out later, you must not intervene. Gu Qingyin did not speak directly but communicated through sound transmission. Since Ding Xiaotian was still nearby recuperating, she did not want their conversation to be overheard. Tang Xin's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Qingyin, do you understand what you are saying? If a fight truly occurs and I do not act, how will your uncles and senior brothers view me? What will I say to the sect master when we return? Seeing Tang Xin's reaction, Gu Qingyin became anxious. Master, you must listen to me on this matter. Do you think I would harm you? Tang Xian certainly knew that Gu Qingyin would not harm her. Seeing the worry in Gu Qingjian's eyes, it was clear she was concerned for her safety. Qingyin, tell me honestly, do you know that person's identity? Otherwise, why would you be so worried about my safety? Tang Xian was not foolish. Since her disciple was so concerned, it indicated that the opponent's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Master, I truly do not know the true identity of young Master Lin, but his strength is definitely very impressive. Moreover, his behavior just now showed that he completely disregarded our Shen Yuan sect. So I am certain that the force behind young Master Lin is definitely stronger than our Shen Yuan sect. As for Lin Fan wanting to subdue the Shen Yuan sect, Gu Qingyin naturally would not disclose that. After hearing Gu Qingjian's words, Tang Xian fell silent. The others were all her fellow disciples. If she really did not intervene in a fight, how would she face them in the future? If someone were to die here, her conscience would be unbearable. Seeing the worry on her master's face, Gu Qingyin understood her concerns. Thus she hurriedly comforted her, saying, Master, don't worry. Young Master Lin will not strike to kill. Qingyin, how can you be so sure that young Master Lin will not strike to kill? Tang Xian did not doubt Gu Qingjian's intentions. However, Gu Qingjian's current words seemed somewhat contradictory. She had previously stated that she did not know anything about this young Master Lin. So why now could she make such claims? Facing Tang Xin's pressing inquiry, Gu Qingyin showed a troubled expression. Master, I can't say much right now, or you'll understand once this matter is resolved. All right then. Tang Xian understood that her disciple must have some unspeakable reason. Or perhaps Lin Fan had used some means to prevent her disciple from speaking the truth. Seeing her master agree, Gu Qingyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then expressed her gratitude to Tang Xian saying, "Thank you, Master, for your trust." Tang Xian waved her hand in response. "Enough, you are my disciple. There's no need for such formalities. Moreover, I believe you are doing this for my sake. However, I cannot guarantee that I will absolutely not intervene. If your uncles and senior brothers encounter life-threatening danger, I will certainly not stand idly by. I hope you can understand my position." After finishing her words, Tang Xian did not wait for Gu Qingjian's reply and flew directly towards Lin Fan's location. Seeing this, Gu Qingjian hurriedly followed. On Lin Fan's side, he was casually sitting in a chair resting with his eyes closed. As for the chair he sat on, it was naturally delivered by the owner of the tavern. Yun Qing and the others felt a surge of anger when they saw Lin Fan remain indifferent upon their arrival. Clearly, Lin Fan's attitude was one of disregard. One must know that in the entire Bajou they were treated as honored guests wherever they went. Even their rival, the Tianjin sect, would not ignore them like this. Yun Qing suppressed his anger and coldly addressed Lin Fan. "You are young Master Lin, correct? I am Yun Qing, the Grand Elder of the Shun Yuan sect." Hearing this, Lin Fan lazily opened his eyes. "You finally came? I've been waiting for you. I wonder what kind of compensation you have brought. If the gift does not satisfy me, then you won't be able to take Elder Ding with you." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the group became furious. Soon an elder stepped forward. "You are arrogant, facing 6 of us at the Saint Emperor realm, yet you are still so presumptuous. Are you not afraid that we will join forces to keep you here?" "Hee hee." Lin Fan chuckled lightly. "You are welcome to try. You seek death." Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by Yun Qing. "Grand Elder, why are you stopping me? This brat is so arrogant, how can we let him off the hook? If word gets out, our Shun Yuan sect will lose all face." "Enough, stand down," Yun Qing scolded. Seeing Yun Qing angry, the elder could only reluctantly cast a glance at Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin, the previous matter was indeed Elder Ding's fault. As for those 2 young masters, they truly had it coming. However, you have already severely injured Elder Ding. That should suffice as a form of retribution. So let's forego the compensation. How about we turn enmity into friendship instead?" Clearly, Yun Qing did not wish to offer compensation, and they indeed had not brought anything with them. The reason he wanted to reconcile with Lin Fan was because he could not see through him. Not only Lin Fan, but even Hu Mei and Xiao Zian, who stood behind him, were equally inscrutable to him. He could only sense the strength of Zhuochong and Li Han. In fact, the reason he could sense Zhuochong and Li Han's strength was that Lin Fan had not concealed their auras. Seeing that Yun Qing did not want to give anything, Lin Fan smirked again. "I have already stated that without something satisfactory you will not take Elder Ding away. If you insist on taking him, then feel free to try." Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering stance, Yun Qing became angry as well. They had already lowered their stance, yet Lin Fan still refused to show them respect. "Young Master Lin, since you are so aggressive, our Shun Yuan sect is not to be trifled with either. Elders, let us act together and show him the strength of our Shun Yuan sect. Our Shun Yuan sect is not something any random person can provoke." As Yun Qing was about to make a move, Lin Fan smiled. He had been waiting for this group to act. Although Yun Qing was furious, he had not lost his composure. Within Tianyuan City, combat was strictly forbidden. Should they all engage in battle here, the city would surely be reduced to ruins. He thus issued a challenge directly at Lin Fan: "If you dare, let us fight beyond the city walls. And if you dare not, then we shall take Elder Ding with us." Having spoken, Yun Qing soared instantly into the high sky. The other elders following his lead cast a mocking glance toward Lin Fan before ascending as well. At that moment, Gu Qingyin clung closely beside Tang Xian, whispering urgently into her ear, "Master, remember what I told you earlier. Rest assured, I shall act with utmost restraint." Hearing Tang Xian's reply, Gu Qingyin finally relaxed. Lin Fan, observing this, rose calmly from his seat. Seeing Lin Fan prepare to act, Hu Mei hurriedly interjected, "My lord, shall I intervene?" "No need. These few pose no challenge for me. Moreover, it is not yet time for you to reveal yourself. Wait until we reach Shenyuan sect. Then your intervention will be timely and decisive." Upon hearing Lin Fan's refusal, Hu Mei did not insist. Yet she insisted gently, "Since I am not needed in battle, I shall stand by and guard your flank." "Very well. It is time to bring this farce to an end." As Lin Fan ascended into the heavens, Hu Mei and the others followed swiftly in his wake. This spectacle left the cultivators of Shenyuan City utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe Lin Fan dared face 6 sovereign emperor realm masters alone. Should he truly prevail, his name would echo across the realms. Bold indeed. You actually dared accept our challenge. Though Yun Qing and the others had anticipated Lin Fan's ascent, his actual appearance struck them as nothing short of astonishing. They simply could not fathom the source of Lin Fan's confidence. How dared one man confront 6 sovereigns? Enough talk. Let us begin. Lin Fan had grown weary of empty words. Humph. Since you seek death so earnestly, we shall oblige you. Yun Qing sneered coldly, then turned to rally the other elders. Elders, let us unite our strength against him, to teach him the dire cost of defying Xinyuan's sect. All elders accepted the call, except Tang Xin, who stepped back silently. Great Elder, I shall hold back for now and stand guard from the periphery. That way I may lend timely support if needed. Yun Qing found Tang Xin's reasoning sound. 5 elders encircling Lin Fan were more than sufficient. Tang Xin's presence on the periphery, moreover, would enhance their tactical flexibility. So be it, as second elder suggests. Coordinate closely, all of you. Instantly Yun Qing and the 4 others formed a seamless encirclement, sealing Lin Fan at its center. As the clash loomed imminent, every cultivator in Xinyuan City held their breath. Especially Gu Chongting, who yearned most fervently for Lin Fan's victory. Lin Fan, however, felt neither fear nor arrogance, only focused vigilance. Even a lion hunting a hare commits its full strength. To falter now would be catastrophic. In that instant Lin Fan willed it, and dark clouds swallowed the heavens above Xinyuan City, plunging the entire realm into absolute blackness. Then came thunderous detonations within the roiling clouds. Like the world's final hour, a suffocating dread seized every cultivator below. Had protective arrays not shielded the city, panic would have scattered them in all directions. Yun Qing and the elders exchanged grave, sober glances. This is a lightning domain exceeding 80% refinement. Impossible. He has only reached the Sovereign Emperor realm. They were genuinely stunned by Lin Fan's mastery. It was common knowledge that only Sovereign Lord realm cultivators could condense 8-tier domains. Rare exceptions, prodigies capable of achieving this in the Sovereign Emperor realm, were unheard of. Such anomalies were scarce even across the entire Shenhuang realm, not to mention Xian Yuan continent. And yet fate had delivered one before them. Yun Qing now regretted his earlier decision. A prodigy of such caliber must possess formidable backing. They had unwittingly drawn upon their sect a being beyond reckoning. But retreat was no longer possible. The battle had become inevitable. Elders, deploy your domains, but under no circumstances slay him. Otherwise calamity shall descend upon Xinyuan sect. His warning drew no surprise from the others. They were no fools. What Yun Qing perceived they grasped just as clearly. One by one they unleashed their domains. Most manifested conventional domains, fire, metal, earth, or sword, pale imitations beside Lin Fan's awe-inspiring lightning domain. Yet that lightning domain was but the weakest among Lin Fan's many cultivated domains. Fall. At his command, torrents of lightning surged forth, engulfing and overwhelming their 5 domains entirely. Hold the line. Gritting their teeth, all 5 elders strained to resist. Thunderclaps shook Tianyuan City to its foundations. Even cultivators in neighboring cities sensed the cataclysm and rushed toward Xinyuan City to investigate. Though they barely weathered the first assault, Lin Fan granted them no respite. A second wave of lightning descended without pause. When it subsided, the domains of the weaker elders fissured visibly, on the verge of total collapse. Before they could mend the fractures, a third wave struck. 3 sharp, brittle cracks echoed, one after another, as 3 elders' domains shattered outright. 3 agonized cries followed immediately. With their domains obliterated, the elders were struck down, gravely wounded, utterly defenseless. The speed was so blinding that even Tang Xin standing guard nearby failed to react. Their survival, of course, owed solely to Lin Fan's deliberate restraint. After all, these elders would soon serve the Lin clan. He saw little wisdom in killing future retainers. With 3 incapacitated, the burden fell squarely upon Yun Qing and the 3rd elder. They endured only 2 more waves before collapsing entirely. The battle concluded in less than a quarter of an hour. Tang Xin stood speechless. She had expected Lin Fan's victory, but never imagined it would be so effortless. These 5 elders had not even mounted meaningful resistance. She felt profound relief at having stayed her hand. Had she joined the fray, she too would have been scorched black by lightning, crisped like roasted meat, pitiful beyond words. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. Yet Tang Xin soon noticed Lin Fan's gaze had already settled upon her. Before she could utter a word, his voice reached her ears. Only you remain. Would you care to test my methods? At Lin Fan's words, Tang Xin shivered involuntarily. She quickly shook her head. Young Master Lin jests. I'm hardly worthy of such a trial. A jest. She had no desire to suffer the same fate. Though death would not claim her, humiliation would be unbearable. Then consider yourself my captive. You shall now guide me to your Xinyuan sect. Hearing this, Tang Xian felt an ominous chill settle over her. After a moment's hesitation, she asked cautiously, Young Master Lin, may I inquire your purpose in visiting our Xinyuan sect? You have pursued me relentlessly, and I abhor complications. So I've resolved to end this matter once and for all, by confronting it at its source, your Xinyuan sect. At these words, Tang Xian's face paled instantly. Young Master Lin, do you intend to annihilate our sect? What else could once and for all mean, if not total eradication? Having witnessed Lin Fan's overwhelming power, she knew he possessed the strength to obliterate the Xinyuan sect entirely. Such prowess implied formidable backing. No lone cultivator could ascend so high without profound resources and lineage. She doubted any solitary cultivator could amass such cultivation resources. If Lin Fan truly intended their sect's destruction, then the Xinyuan sect faced inevitable doom. At that thought, Tang Xian's heart sank, haunted by dread for her sect's future. Lin Fan, meanwhile, had not anticipated that her first assumption would be outright annihilation. Yet he had no intention of revealing his true purpose to her just yet. As for whether your sect will survive, I am still deliberating. Its fate rests entirely upon how your sect master and elder ancestor comport themselves. Should their conduct displease me, erasing the Xinyuan sect remains entirely possible. Having spoken, Lin Fan dismissed Tang Xian and summoned Zhuochong. Zhuochong, escort all these individuals onto the flying vessel. We depart for the Xinyuan sect immediately. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, Zhuochong set to work without delay. As for Feng Yuchun, he dared not move a muscle after witnessing Lin Fan's terrifying might. Beside them, Gu Qingyin glanced at Tang Xian's downcast expression and sighed inwardly. She knew Lin Fan's true aim was not destruction, but subjugation. Yet she could not reveal that secret. Not yet. Just as she pondered how best to comfort her master, Tang Xian spoke unexpectedly. Disciple, do you truly believe young Master Lin intends to eradicate our sect? Master, I cannot say for certain, but I do not believe him a bloodthirsty tyrant. Hearing this, Tang Xian offered a wry, sorrowful smile. Her disciple was still too young, unaware of the world's cruel truths. No one who attained the Saint Emperor realm could avoid slaughter. She herself appeared serene. Yet the number of cultivators slain by her own hand surpassed even her memory. Cultivation is above all a contest, a relentless struggle for supremacy, and where there is contest, battle is inevitable. Disciple, if the sect falls to young Master Lin, return home. I trust, given your rapport with him, he will spare your life. These words sent a tremor through Gu Qingyin's heart. She turned to Tang Xian, eyes wide with anxiety. Master, will you not leave with me? You never engaged young Master Lin in combat. Surely he will not strike you. Tang Xian responded with a faint, bitter smile. I was raised within this sect. It is my home. Without it, survival itself would be meaningless. I shall stand or fall with the sect. Her face hardened with resolute resolve. Master, have faith. Young Master Lin will not destroy the Xinyuan sect. Though Gu Qingyin already knew Lin Fan's intent, apprehension still coiled within her. She feared, deeply, that the sect's elder ancestor might provoke him. If angered, Lin Fan might indeed carry out total annihilation. Soon Zhuochong completed his preparations. Gu Qingyin saw Lin Fan gesturing for them to approach. Master, let us go. Yes. Tang Xian understood. This tribulation could not be evaded. Under Lin Fan's direction, all boarded the flying vessel, including Feng Yuchun and his master Ding Xiaoyan, as well as Zhou Ling, lord of Tianyuan City. After all, he was inextricably entangled in this affair. By now Ding Xiaotian had concluded his meditation. Gazing upon the 5 grievously wounded elders, his heart ached with sorrow. Senior elder, esteemed elders, I have failed you all. Had it not been for me, none would have suffered this calamity. Yunqing gazed at Ding Xiaotian and spoke with difficulty. Elder Ding, lamenting serves no purpose now. We must proceed step by step. Yunqing bitterly regretted ignoring the sect master's counsel. Should the Xinyuan sect truly perish, he would lack the courage to face his ancestors' spirits. Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to their despair. Once all preparations were complete, he guided the flying vessel toward the Xinyuan sect, under Gu Qingyin's quiet direction. At that very moment, the Xinyuan sect's sect master, who guarded the mountain gate, felt a sudden unsettling disturbance in his spirit. his brow furrowed in concern. What is this? Could the senior elder and the others be in peril? Surely I am overthinking it. 6 Saint Emperors should ensure their safety. May they follow my instructions precisely. He truly lacked confidence in their temperaments. Yet someone had to remain behind to safeguard the sect. Otherwise enemies could strike unimpeded. Though the sect boasted a Saint Lord Elder ancestor, he remained deep in seclusion. Should crisis erupt, he would be unable to arrive in time. Even as the sect master wrestled with unease, Lin Fan's flying vessel descended upon the Shenyuan sect and halted before its sacred mountain gate. The gate disciples stared in horror as their elders were led from the vessel. Battered, broken, bleeding. They could scarcely comprehend how so many elders had fallen. How even the revered senior elder lay gravely wounded. Lin Fan surveyed the sect's mountain protection formation. Its aura resonated at the peak of the Saint tier. Even a Saint Lord would find breaching it nearly impossible. Lin Fan had no intention of forcing entry. He turned instead to Tang Xian. Elder Tang, shall you instruct them to open the mountain gate, or shall I dismantle it myself? At this moment Tang Xian hesitated. If she did not open the mountain gate, the protective array would likely be able to fend off Lin Fan's attack. But if she opened the mountain gate and let Lin Fan in, it would be equivalent to giving him an opportunity. However, she could not guarantee whether Lin Fan truly had the strength to break through the protective array. If he could, then the consequences would be unimaginable. To avoid provoking Lin Fan's wrath further, Tang Xian ultimately made up her mind to let the guarding disciples open the mountain gate. Thus she directly commanded the guarding disciples, stop dawdling and quickly open the mountain gate for me. Yes, second elder. The guarding disciples naturally did not dare to disobey Tang Xin's command. As the mountain gate opened, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at Tang Xian and said, let's go, take me to meet your sect master. Tang Xian knew she could not evade the situation and could only agree to Lin Fan's request. Ultimately, under Tang Xin's lead, Lin Fan and his group arrived at the main hall of the Shenyuan sect. Upon seeing only Tang Xian bringing Lin Fan, and the others in the sect master of Shenyuan sect suddenly felt an ominous premonition. However, as the leader of a sect, he managed to maintain his composure. He first glanced past Lin Fan and then focused on Tang Xian. Second elder, why are you the only one back? What about the first elder and the others? Sect master, the first elder and the others are all seriously injured. I had someone take them for treatment. Upon hearing that they were all seriously injured, the sect master's pupils instantly constricted. Second elder, what exactly happened? Did I not send them to apologize? Why are they seriously injured? Does that person refuse to accept our apology? Well, Tang Xian was somewhat at a loss for words. Second elder, there's no need to hesitate. Just tell me clearly what happened there. Seeing that the sect master had said this, Tang Xian no longer hesitated. She then recounted everything that had happened after they left. After listening to Tang Xin's account, the sect master of Shenyuan sect was furious. What utter foolishness! They are simply more trouble than they are worth. After scolding them, the sect master finally turned his gaze to Lin Fan. Second elder, introduced these guests to me. In truth, the sect master had already made it very clear in his heart that Lin Fan and the others were the culprits who had injured their sect's elders. Sect master, this is young master Lin. These two are young master Lin's wives. As for Zhuochong and Lihan, Tang Xian did not elaborate much. After hearing Tang Xin's introduction, the sect master of Shenyuan sect thought to himself that this was indeed the case. Young master Lin, hello, I am Lu Yuanfeng, the sect master of Shenyuan sect. I apologize on behalf of their actions. Unable to help it given the circumstances, he had to yield. Lu Yuanfeng was not afraid of Lin Fan himself, but rather the power behind him. Lin Fan, however, looked down on Lu Yuanfeng's apology. Sect Master Lu, I previously gave you an opportunity, but you did not cherish it, and now it is too late to apologize. Upon seeing that Lin Fan refused the apology, Lu Yuanfeng's expression darkened. He had already lowered himself so much, yet Lin Fan still would not accept it. Unfortunately, he could only suppress his anger and continue to wear a forced smile. Young Master Lin, what exactly do you want for this to be over? As long as your conditions are not too harsh, I can agree. Let me think for a moment, Lin Fan said, pretending to ponder. Lu Yuanfeng, seeing Lin Fan's attitude, was filled with unease. He had no idea what kind of conditions Lin Fan would propose. In Lu Yuanfeng's anxious waiting, Lin Fan finally spoke. Sect Master Lu, I have only one condition, that you lead the entire Shenyuan sect to submit to me. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ruthlessly erase your Shenyuan sect. Seeing Lin Fan propose such a harsh condition, Lu Yuanfeng's face changed drastically. Even Tang Xian by the side revealed an expression of disbelief. After regaining her composure, Lu Yuanfeng could no longer hide the anger in his heart. He directly shouted angrily at Lin Fan, "Young master Lin, your tone is too arrogant. Our Xinyuan sect has a legacy of thousands of years. How can it be so easily subjugated? So I ask you not to make such a joke." However, Lin Fan was not bothered by Lu Yuanfeng's anger at all. "Sect Master Lu, I can clearly tell you that I am not joking. I am giving you an opportunity. If you do not cherish this opportunity, then the Xinyuan sect need not exist anymore. This matter was originally instigated by you. Even if I were to destroy your Xinyuan sect, no one would say anything." Upon hearing Lin Fan casually mention destroying their Xinyuan sect, Lu Yuanfeng felt both furious and fearful. After calculating in his heart, Lu Yuanfeng decided to first probe Lin Fan's background. If Lin Fan came from a quasi-emperor or even an imperial-level power, then submitting to Lin Fan might not be impossible. Perhaps it could even be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Having a powerful force as a backing might be a good thing for their Xinyuan sect. After realizing this, Lu Yuanfeng's attitude changed immediately. He once again smiled at Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin, who exactly are you? Since you want our Xinyuan sect to submit to you, you should at least let us know your identity and background, right?" Lu Yuanfeng's sudden change caught Lin Fan somewhat off guard. This guy must have taken some wrong medicine, his change is too fast. Lin Fan truly did not understand what Lu Yuanfeng was plotting. Even Tang Xian, seeing Lu Yuanfeng's attitude at this moment, found it somewhat hard to believe. She could not comprehend what her own sect master was scheming. However, she did not ask any questions. Since their sect master was already prepared, she would just observe the development. As for Lin Fan, he naturally would not reveal his true identity to Lu Yuanfeng at this time. "Sect Master Lu, you do not yet have the qualification to know my identity, but you only need to know that destroying your sect would be effortless for me." After Lin Fan said this, a cold voice suddenly came from a distance. "What a boastful attitude. I want to see what qualifications you have to say such words." As soon as this voice fell, an old man in a blue robe appeared before Lin Fan. Lu Yuanfeng and Tang Xian hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Disrespectful disciples, greet the ancestor." The newcomer was indeed the elder of Xinyuan sect, the Tianyuan ancestor. Upon seeing the two, the Tianyuan ancestor was instantly filled with rage. "Humph, you still know I am your ancestor? Look at what you have become. You let others bully you at your doorstep and remain so weak, it's simply a disgrace to our Xinyuan sect. If it weren't for Yunqing sending me a message, I would still be unaware of this matter. Fine. Settle accounts with you later." After reprimanding the two, the elder patriarch of Tianyuan paid them no further heed and instead fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan. At that moment, his eyes narrowed upon Lin Fan with unmistakable hostility. "Young one, dare you truly seek to obliterate my Xinyuan sect? Truly, your audacity knows no bounds. I shall grant you one chance. Send word for your elder to come forth. I wish to speak with them." With no knowledge of Lin Fan's lineage or background, the elder patriarch dared not act rashly against him. Now he would await Lin Fan's decision. Should Lin Fan summon an elder, he would engage in earnest negotiation. Yet should Lin Fan fail to produce such a figure, it would almost certainly mean he was bluffing, and then mercy would be forfeit. To brazenly provoke the Xinyuan sect demanded retribution. Still, he found it implausible that Lin Fan lacked guidance from a senior master. From Yunqing, he had learned Lin Fan possessed peerless strength within his cultivation realm. Without tutelage from a venerable elder, such mastery would be unattainable. Lin Fan meanwhile felt exasperated. He had been conversing peacefully with Lu Yunfeng when this old man abruptly intervened. Yet it mattered not. The timing was impeccable. He could resolve everything at once. After all, without the elder patriarch's consent, true subjugation of the Xinyuan sect would remain impossible. Lin Fan had already discerned the old man's strength. Sovereign Saint realm. Peak cultivation profoundly solidified. Just one step shy of the quasi-emperor realm. His failure to ascend likely stemmed from lacking a higher-tier cultivation art. Excellent. Once the Xinyuan sect is brought under my banner, our Lin clan shall soon gain another quasi-emperor level expert. A faint smile curved Lin Fan's lips as he gazed at the elder patriarch. "Elder, you've misunderstood. I never claimed to have any elder guiding me. If discussion is what you seek, speak directly with me. But my terms are absolute: submit or perish. Should submission be refused, further discourse is pointless." The moment Lin Fan uttered these words, the elder patriarch and his companions stared dumbstruck. His declaration left them utterly stunned. Yet swiftly fury flared in the elder patriarch's eyes. "Young one, do you take me for a fool? How could one of your demonstrated prowess lack mentorship? Clearly, the elder patriarch dismissed Lin Fan's claim outright. Simultaneously, his mind raced with speculation. Could he hail from some hidden sect, thus constrained from revealing his origins? If so, grave complications loom. Such hidden sects wield unfathomable power, even rivaling imperial-level forces. Of course, the elder patriarch had never laid eyes upon such a sect. He knew only rumors of their existence. Seeing disbelief etched across the elder patriarch's face, Lin Fan deemed further explanation unnecessary. Yet the elder patriarch stood at Sovereign Saint Realm 9th rank, a formidable opponent. Without deploying his imperial artifact, Lin Fan could not prevail. Thus Lin Fan turned toward Hu Mei beside him. Mayor, this falls to you now. To continue debating is sheer waste of breath. If they still refuse submission, eradicate them. At last permitted to act, Hu Mei's face lit with exhilaration. My lord, you should have summoned me sooner. You wasted precious time with idle talk. Chiding Lin Fan briefly, she wasted no more moments. She stepped forward, her aura surging violently. Initially, the elder patriarch regarded her with indifference. After all, she was merely Lin Fan's consort. He assumed her strength could hardly surpass Lin Fan's, and thus posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, in the blink of an eye, terror contorted the elder patriarch's features. In an instant, Hu Mei's aura eclipsed the sovereign saint realm entirely. To this? Cannot be. You're a quasi-emperor, he stammered, unaware of her true nature, her demonic beast essence concealed by the clan's sacred tree. He reasonably mistook her for a quasi-emperor. And with those words, Lu Yuanfeng and Tang Xian froze in utter disbelief. They had never imagined this seemingly delicate woman standing beside Lin Fan was in truth a quasi-emperor. At last they grasped the source of Lin Fan's unshakable confidence. A quasi-emperor, if willing, could annihilate the Shenyuan sect with effortless ease. At the elder patriarch's cry, Hu Mei's aura swelled anew. Finally she unleashed her full might. Yet with exquisite control, ensuring no tremor escaped the boundaries of the Shenyuan sect. Within the sect's confines alone did her oppressive presence manifest, crushing all beneath its weight save Lin Fan and his immediate circle. Even the elder patriarch, Sovereign Saint 9th rank, was forced to his knees not by choice but by sheer inescapable force. The other disciples stood paralyzed, bewildered by the sudden, overwhelming pressure emanating from within their own sect. Some even speculated their elder patriarch had ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. Such was the unprecedented intensity of the aura they'd never before encountered. Lin Fan observed the elder patriarch trembling uncontrollably and spoke, voice calm and detached. Elder, have you decided? Submit or perish. I submit, the elder patriarch blurted instantly. Inwardly he seethed. Lin Fan had shamelessly feigned weakness while concealing immense power. To walk beside such a terrifying quasi-emperor, clearly a high-rank one, was astonishing. Though he couldn't gauge her exact level, she was undoubtedly 7th rank or above. To claim no elder existed, yet stand beside such a being, seemed absurd. Yet technically it held truth, she was not his elder. He recalled clearly. She had addressed Lin Fan as my lord. Bewildered, he wondered how a saint sovereign could command a quasi-emperor as his consort. It defied all logic. All welled within the elder patriarch's heart. Lin Fan, indifferent to his inner turmoil, accepted the surrender, thus concluding the matter. Mayor, enough. At Lin Fan's command, Hu Mei withdrew her aura. How tedious. I thought your defiance would last longer. What a disappointment. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, the elder patriarch muttered inwardly, Madam, I'm no fool. Stubbornness serves no purpose. Submission was inevitable. Better to yield early than suffer needlessly. Of course such thoughts remained locked deep within his mind. He dared not voice them aloud. As the terrifying pressure dissipated, the disciples of the Shenyuan sect all gasped for breath as they climbed up from the ground. Although they appeared quite disheveled, none dared to mock one another at that moment. What just happened? Why was there such terrifying pressure? Do you think it was the old ancestor breaking through to the quasi-emperor level? I have felt the old ancestor's pressure before, and it was definitely not this horrifying. Only a quasi-emperor level could possess such terrifying pressure. Upon hearing this, the people around them all displayed expressions of excitement. If that's the case, it's quite possible that the old ancestor really has broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Haha, this is fantastic. Our Shenyuan sect finally has a quasi-emperor. Let's see how the Tianjin sect can still be arrogant. The disciples of the Shenyuan sect were discussing fervently, and the news of the Tianyuan old ancestor's breakthrough to quasi-emperor quickly spread throughout the sect. After feeling that pressure just now, no one thought that the news could be false. They could never have imagined that the quasi-emperor old ancestor they spoke of was currently standing respectfully before Lin Fan awaiting his orders. There was no helping it, or after all, Hu Mei was the one leading Lin Fan. The Tian Yuan old ancestor simply could not comprehend why such a dignified quasi-emperor would obey Lin Fan. And obediently at that. You are the Tian Yuan old ancestor, right? Lin Fan teased with a smile. Young master, you flatter me. In your presence, I cannot call myself an old ancestor. Just call me Tian Yuan. The Tian Yuan old ancestor lowered his stance, understanding the principle that a wise person knows how to adapt to circumstances. Seeing his sensibility, Lin Fan decided to stop teasing him. He then waved to the sect leader of the Shen Yuan sect, Lu Yuanfeng. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuanfeng immediately rushed over eagerly. Young master, what are your commands? Do you need me to gather the sect disciples to announce your identity? My identity is not suitable for publicizing at this time. It is enough for you elder members to know of my existence. As he spoke, Lin Fan took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Yuanfeng. Looking at the storage bag, Lu Yuanfeng's face displayed a look of confusion. Before he could inquire, Lin Fan spoke up. Inside are some healing elixirs. Take them and give them to the elders for their injuries. Upon hearing they were healing elixirs, Lu Yuanfeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the medicine, young master. All right, remember to keep their mouths in check, so they know what to say and what not to say. My existence cannot be exposed. Seeing Lin Fan so serious, Lu Yuanfeng quickly replied, Young master, rest assured I know what to do. Now prepare me a quiet place to stay, and do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. If there is any matter, I will have the chief steward come to find you. As Lin Fan spoke, he introduced their steward Li Han to them. I have met Steward Li. Lu Yuanfeng greeted Li Han politely. Although Li Han's cultivation was not high, his status was significant, and he naturally did not dare to be negligent. You are too kind, sect leader Lu. Li Han did not put on airs in front of Lu Yuanfeng. Seeing Li Han so easy to talk to, Lu Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He then instructed the second elder Tang Xian beside him. Second elder, please take the young master to rest at Ziyun Peak. From now on, Ziyun Peak will be the young master's residence. No one is to disturb him. Understood. Once Lin Fan and the others left, Lu Yuanfeng finally turned his gaze to the Tian Yuan old ancestor. Old ancestor, what should we do next? After a moment of silence, the Tian Yuan old ancestor sighed. At this point, we should just follow the young master's instructions. Moreover, there is nothing wrong with aligning ourselves with the young master. The young master's wife possesses a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of quasi-emperor. With such strength aside from those imperial-level forces, she can stand out in the entire Shen Yuan continent. With such a predecessor as a backing, our Shen Yuan sect will surely flourish in the future. After listening to the old ancestor's explanation, Lu Yuanfeng revealed an excited expression. All right, go gather all the disciples. With such a major commotion earlier, they must be discussing it already. I need to step forward and explain things to them. Understood, old ancestor, I will arrange it right away. Meanwhile, Tang Xian had already brought Lin Fan and his group to Ziyun Peak. With a thought, Lin Fan's divine sense instantly grasped the entire layout of Ziyun Peak. Ziyun Peak was not small, covering over 1,000 square kilometers with a height nearing 1,000,000 meters. The atmospheric essence here was exceptionally rich due to the presence of a sacred grade supreme spiritual vein. The Shen Yuan sect possessed only 2 sacred grade supreme spiritual veins, one occupied by the Tian Yuan old ancestor and the other here. Young master, this is Ziyun Peak. I wonder if it meets your satisfaction. Not bad. I can barely accept it. Hearing this, Tang Xian felt a bit disheartened. You must understand that even she did not have the qualifications to possess this mountain peak. Yet, in Lin Fan's words, it was barely acceptable. However, thinking of Hu Mei the quasi-emperor, she felt relieved. A quasi-emperor indeed had the qualifications to look down on such places. Young master, I will take my leave for now. If you need anything, just command me. All right, you may go. After Tang Xian left, Lin Fan directly took out a set of formation flags. This was a sacred grade supreme defensive formation. Hu Mei looked at Lin Fan pulling out the formation flags with a puzzled expression. Husband, is it really necessary to set up a formation here? Without your permission, no one would dare to intrude. It's all right, oh, better safe than sorry. After all, we have too many secrets. Setting up a formation adds a layer of security. Besides, it's just a formation. It won't take much time to set it up. On the side, Xiao Zian saw Lin Fan treating the sacred grade supreme defensive formation so casually and she didn't know what to say. If this formation were placed at an auction, it would surely incite fierce competition among countless forces. Compared to elixirs and weapons, the price of formations is even more expensive. Moreover, it was a defensive formation. For certain saint-level forces, having such a formation would ensure they remain undefeated, as long as they do not provoke those saint-level powers. Soon Lin Fan had completed the formation. The commotion from setting up the formation could not escape the notice of the Tian Yuan Old Ancestor and the others. Seeing the activity, the Tian Yuan Old Ancestor couldn't help but sigh. The young master truly is extravagant, casually setting up a sacred grade supreme formation. Lu Yuanfeng was also filled with emotion. It should be noted that the only sacred grade supreme formation of the Shun Yuan sect was that protective formation of the sect. This was passed down from the sect's founder. Given the current financial situation of the Shun Yuan sect, to purchase a sacred grade supreme formation would be a considerable strain. In the training ground of the Shun Yuan sect, nearly 100,000 disciples gathered in unison. Even the severely injured elders made their way to the venue. With the help of Lin Fan's pills, although their injuries were not fully healed, they were no longer in serious danger. At the same time, Lu Yuanfeng had informed them about the sect's alliance with Lin Fan. Upon learning that it was the decision of the ancestor, they naturally dared not voice any objections. However, they still felt quite aggrieved. Had they known it would come to this, they would not have clashed with Lin Fan. One could only say that the beating they received was in vain. Lu Yuanfeng didn't care how they felt at this moment. He just wanted to complete the task assigned by Lin Fan. When Lu Yuanfeng appeared on the high platform, all the disciples immediately bowed respectfully to him. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. No need for formalities. The reason I called you all here today is due to the pressure we just encountered. Hearing Lu Yuanfeng mention that pressure, all the disciples perked up. They would probably never forget that pressure for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Chun Yu, the holy son of the Shun Yuan sect, took a step forward. May I ask, sect master, was that pressure just now caused by the ancestor's breakthrough to the quasi-emperor level? As soon as Chun Yu spoke, all the disciples revealed expressions of anticipation. If the Shun Yuan sect truly produced a quasi-emperor powerhouse, then they could unify the entire Ba prefecture. With the resources of the entire Ba prefecture at their disposal, the strength of the Shun Yuan sect would skyrocket. As the holy son and heir to the next sect, Master Chun Yu hoped for the sect to become stronger. Lu Yuanfeng did not expect Chun Yu to ask such a question. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Anyone with even a little insight would think along those lines. Fortunately, he had already discussed with the Tianyuan ancestor to use this excuse to cover up what just happened. The holy son is correct. The commotion just now was indeed caused by the ancestor's breakthrough. All disciples, heed my command, welcome the ancestor's arrival. Hearing Lu Yuanfeng's words, all the disciples fell to their knees and shouted in unison, disciples, welcome the ancestor's arrival. With the three loud shouts of all the disciples, the Tianyuan ancestor appeared before them. Everyone rise. Thank you, ancestor. At this moment, all the disciples looked at the Tianyuan ancestor with fiery eyes. Most of the disciples were seeing the Tianyuan ancestor for the first time. As the sect's ancestor, he would not show himself unless something significant occurred. The appearance of the Tianyuan ancestor today fulfilled the wishes of many disciples. I believe the disciples must have been frightened by the pressure just now. That was indeed my fault. When I broke through, I did not have time to restrain my aura, which led to this situation. The reason for gathering you all here is to inform you of this matter. I didn't expect everyone to be so clever, guessing so quickly that it was my breakthrough. As soon as the Tianyuan ancestor finished speaking, all the disciples burst into laughter. The ancestor is mighty. It was unclear who shouted this at that moment, but soon everyone joined in. Seeing this scene, the Tianyuan ancestor felt somewhat embarrassed inside. After all, he had not yet truly broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Though he was just a step away, that step had stymied countless cultivators. To cross that threshold was not so easy. Initially, he had little hope of breaking through to the quasi-emperor level. However, Lin Fan's appearance changed his mind. His inability to break through was not due to lack of talent, but rather because he lacked higher-level cultivation techniques. If he performed well from here on out, perhaps an opportunity would arise. After the cheers, the Tianyuan ancestor spoke some words of encouragement to the disciples before leaving. Once the Tianyuan ancestor departed, Chun Yu looked at Lu Yuanfeng with fiery eyes. Sect master, now that our ancestor has broken through to the quasi-emperor level, can we unify the entire Ba prefecture? Lu Yuanfeng did not expect Chun Yu to have such thoughts. To be honest, he also wished to unify the entire Ba prefecture. Unfortunately, their ancestor had not truly broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Otherwise, he would have already mentioned it without Chun Yu needing to ask. However, unifying the Ba prefecture was not impossible. As long as he obtained Lin Fan's consent, unifying Ba prefecture would be a piece of cake. Lu Yuanfeng had already decided to find a time to ask Lin Fan about this. If Lin Fan could agree, that would be even better. With this in mind, Lu Yuanfeng immediately spoke, "Holy Son, let's put this matter on hold for now. I need to discuss it thoroughly with the ancestor. By the way, you must keep the news about the ancestor's breakthrough a secret. If it gets out, it will allow those forces to prepare, which would be detrimental to our future unification of Ba prefecture. Rest assured, sect master, we will keep it a secret," everyone assured Lu Yuanfeng. "Alright, since there is nothing else, you may all disperse." After Lu Yuanfeng finished speaking, he did not intend to stay longer. Instead, he summoned all the elders to the main hall of the sect. Once all the elders were seated, Lu Yuanfeng focused his gaze on the Grand Elder Yunqing. "Grand Elder, do you have anything to say?" Lu Yuanfeng was quite dissatisfied with the Grand Elder's disregard for his arrangements. Fortunately, this time they encountered Lin Fan. Had the other party been a ruthless person, the Shen Yuan sect might have already perished. Facing Lu Yuanfeng's questioning, Yunqing stood up directly. "Sect master, this matter is all my fault. I am willing to accept punishment. Grand Elder, I do not wish to punish you. I only hope that you will not act so impulsively next time. If it were not for the young master being easy to talk to, I would have had to collect your bodies." Hearing Lu Yuanfeng say that Lin Fan was easy to talk to, Yunqing was at a loss for words. If Lin Fan were truly easy to talk to, they would not have ended up in this situation. Ultimately, he could only choose to remain silent. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Lu Yuanfeng did not plan to dwell on this matter any longer. "Alright, let's put this matter behind us. I called you all here to remind you that you must not leak any information about the young master. Rest assured, sect master, we understand the seriousness of this matter, and will not leak it." Seeing their attitudes, Lu Yuanfeng nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, let's change. The Lord of Tianyuan City, Zhouling, cannot remain in the sect." Zhouling's son had died at Lin Fan's hands, and he feared that Zhouling might harbor resentment and do something foolish. Although he knew Zhouling probably wouldn't act that way, it was better to be cautious. The elders present naturally had no objections to Lu Yuanfeng's arrangements. Not only Zhouling but Ding Xiaotian was also under their supervision. Lu Yuanfeng simply did not mention it. "By the way, esteemed elders, it won't be long before our Shenyuan sect recruits disciples. This matter must be handled well. We cannot let the young master down. Recruiting disciples is a significant affair for the sect, and there can be no negligence in this matter." Lu Yuanfeng prepared to make a good impression on this issue, striving to earn Lin Fan's admiration. Upon hearing this, all the elders became serious. "Rest assured, sect master, we will personally oversee this matter, and will absolutely not disappoint the young master." "Good, then the next task falls to you, esteemed elders." "Sect master, you are too polite. This is part of our duties." Lu Yuanfeng nodded in satisfaction at the performance of his people. They then discussed a few other matters and dispersed. However, Lu Yuanfeng kept Tang Xian behind. Tang Xian felt a bit puzzled, unsure of Lu Yuanfeng's intention for keeping her. Before she could think too much, Lu Yuanfeng spoke. "Second elder, I heard that your disciple Gu Qingyin has a good relationship with the young master." "Sect master, am not very clear about the specifics, but Qingyin can indeed talk to the young master. As long as she can communicate, if there are any matters in the future, let Qingyin relay them to the young master." "All right," Tang Xian agreed without a second thought. After all, this was a good thing for Gu Qingyin, and she naturally welcomed it. Tang Xian returned to her cave and immediately called Gu Qingyin over. "Master, did you call me for something?" "Qingyin, you must have guessed the commotion today was caused by young Master Lin, right?" Gu Qingyin nodded. She did not believe that as soon as Lin Fan arrived here, their ancestor conveniently broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. Thus she had already guessed that today's disturbance was absolutely caused by Lin Fan. She just didn't expect that Lin Fan had a quasi-emperor strongman protecting him. "Master, who exactly is the quasi-emperor strongman beside young Master Lin?" Tang Xian smiled and shook her head at this. "Qingyin, you can personally ask young Master Lin about this matter later. I called you over to remind you that you absolutely cannot leak the fact that our Shenyuan sect has already pledged allegiance to the young master." Gu Qingyin was not surprised to learn that the Shenyuan sect had already sided with Lin Fan. After all, she had known Lin Fan's intentions for a long time, especially since Lin Fan had a quasi-emperor strongman by his side. If the Shenyuan sect did not ally with Lin Fan, their fate would only be annihilation. Considering this, Gu Qingyin earnestly assured Tang Xian, "Master, don't worry, I understand the importance of this matter, and will not speak of it." "That's good. By the way, Qingyin, the young master, is currently residing on Ziyun Peak. Since you have a good relationship with him, you will be responsible for liaising with him from now on. However, unless necessary, do not disturb the young master there." "Understood, master." On Ziyun Peak, Lin Fan returned to the Shenqiao realm after setting up the formation. When everyone learned that Lin Fan had subdued a holy level sect, they were all filled with surprise. After all, Lin Fan and his party had just arrived at the Xian Yuan continent. "Husband, what do you plan to do next?" Yimayan asked curiously. "Since we've arrived at the Xian Yuan continent, let's explore this place first. By the way, I'll give the Xinyuan sect a task to unify Bazhou. When that happens, Bazhou will be the base for our Lin family on the Xian Yuan continent. Currently, our Lin family is severely lacking in manpower. Once we have a whole state as a foundation, we can gather more talents here for cultivation. And we won't have to collect them secretly like we did on the Shenqiao continent." Naturally, everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's arrangements. After chatting casually for a while, Lin Fan then went to the floating island. This floating island had been collected for some time, and he hadn't had a chance to inspect it. At this moment, the island was suspended high in the sky of the Xintiao realm. As the master of the Xintiao realm, Lin Fan could naturally control the island's levitation. With a thought, the scene on this floating island directly came into view. "I didn't expect that aside from the 5 elements Emperor Lotus, there is also a low-grade imperial-grade Jingxin tea tree on this floating island. Although it is only low-grade imperial, it is still a rare spiritual root. The Jingxin tea tree can purify the mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. If a cultivator is tainted by impure substances or corrupted by evil forces, they can use tea made from the Jingxin tea tree to cleanse their body and mind, restoring clarity. However, there is one prerequisite: the power of the evil must not exceed that of a quasi-emperor at the 5th level. If it exceeds, the Jingxin tea tree will be ineffective. In addition to this Jingxin tea tree, there were also quite a few other saint-level spiritual herbs. Overall, it was a significant harvest. I hope that when the Xintiao realm expands next time, you can also expand along with it." Lin Fan had already decided that if he encountered other floating islands next time, he would not let any of them go. If he could create 36 heavens, that would be perfect. However, for now, it was just a thought, and it would take practice to see if it was feasible. During this period, Lin Fan began to take everyone to explore the Xian Yuan continent. Lin Fan first teleported to Tianyuan City through the Xintiao realm and then set off from Tianyuan City. Therefore, Lu Yuanfeng and the others were unaware that Lin Fan had already left the Xinyuan sect. But it didn't matter, as Lin Fan had already arranged for a maid on Ziyun Peak, and with a thought he could return. After some time of exploration, Lin Fan also gained a certain understanding of the Xian Yuan continent. The Xian Yuan continent is not divided into many domains, but is directly divided into 108 states. For instance, Bazhou, where they previously were, is one of these 108 states. However, the strength of Bazhou is not strong. It does not even have a quasi-emperor strongman, so its power can barely be considered average. The 5 strongest states are the Mo state, where the Abyss Demon sect is located, the Dao state, where the Shenshen Dao sect is located, the Tian state, where the Li family of the Imperial clan is located, the Fan state, where the Fanning temple is located, and the Huang state, where the Wenyaming is located. These 5 states are also the largest among the 108 states. The combined area of these 5 states is equivalent to 1/3 of the total area of the 108 states. In addition to their size, they are also the 5 states richest in resources. It can be said that these 5 forces directly control 1/3 of the resources of the Xian Yuan continent, which is why they are stronger than other forces. On this day, Lin Fan and his group had crossed several states and arrived at Raozhou. It is called Raozhou because it is predominantly inhabited by female cultivators. The various sects here are all composed of female cultivators. Of course, this does not mean there are no male cultivators. They are just visitors from other states. Although the sects here are composed of female cultivators, it doesn't mean they exclude male cultivators. Rather, it is out of necessity. Because male cultivators find it 100 times more difficult to cultivate in Raozhou than in other places. Therefore, if men want to cultivate, they have no choice but to leave and go to other states to practice. Even the emperors have not found a specific reason for this strange phenomenon. In stark contrast, female cultivators here practice their arts at a significantly faster rate than in other locations. Thus, over time, this place has become a sacred ground for female cultivators. Moreover, the Suchen sect and Ling Miao sect, both imperial-level sects, were born here. There are even numerous powerful female cultivators on the verge of becoming emperors who reside in seclusion here. Upon arriving in Raozhou, Hu Mei and the others immediately sensed the uniqueness of this place. Husband, this Raozhou is truly marvelous. I never expected it to actually enhance our cultivation speed. Though it cannot compare to the Xinxiao realm, it is still quite remarkable, and indeed qualifies as a sacred ground for female cultivators. Hu Mei then urged Lin Fan, husband, quickly sense for yourself, and see if cultivating here is 100 times more difficult than in other places. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. After a moment he opened his eyes and said, "Indeed it is as the rumors from the outside claim. It is 100 times more difficult for men to cultivate here. To be honest, I truly did not expect that such a peculiar place existed in the world." "Husband, do you know the reason for this?" Xiao Zian asked curiously. In her view, Lin Fan was a reincarnated immortal, so he naturally had extensive knowledge. Perhaps Lin Fan could explain the situation here. However, this question truly perplexed Lin Fan. "I am not entirely sure about the specifics of this place. It may be a curse or some kind of restriction. As for whether it is inherently like this, I think the likelihood is low." After hearing Lin Fan's analysis, everyone felt it made a lot of sense. However, they did not dwell on this matter. After all, with the Xinxiao realm around, this place posed no significant threat to them. Subsequently, Lin Fan and his companions began to leisurely stroll around Raozhou. Naturally, Lin Fan's presence attracted the attention of many cultivators in Raozhou. Although male cultivators occasionally appeared in Raozhou, they were still in the minority, typically leaving after a few days. This is because not only is it difficult for males to cultivate here, but if their primordial energy is completely depleted, it is equally challenging to recover. Even possessing pills that restore primordial energy does not yield significant results. It is precisely because of this that it is extremely dangerous for male cultivators to linger too long. If enemies were to discover their presence here, the chances of them being killed are quite high. One day, a woman suddenly appeared before Lin Fan and the others. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hu Mei furrowed her brow. She sensed that the person was in fact a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Though she was only at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor, she would be a dominant figure anywhere else. She did not understand why this individual had sought them out. At that moment, only Lin Fan was at the Saint Emperor stage among them. They had only revealed their strength at the Saint King stage. She truly could not fathom why such power would attract the attention of a quasi-emperor. However, there was no change in Hu Mei's expression. She wanted to see what the other party intended to do. If they sought to harm them, it would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. At that time, she could easily suppress the other party. Lin Fan was also filled with confusion regarding the woman who had suddenly appeared. Then, with a thought, the information about this woman appeared in his mind. Name: Si Linglong. Age 85000. Cultivation level 3rd level quasi-emperor. Talent: Imperial Grade Supreme. Special physique: Linglong Heart. Upon seeing the other party's strength, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. To have a woman casually emerge as a quasi-emperor powerhouse indeed surprised him. At this moment, Si Linglong was also curiously sizing up Lin Fan. The reason she appeared before Lin Fan was that she sensed a great opportunity on him. This was the special ability of the Linglong Heart. The Linglong Heart is rarer than most holy bodies and is also stronger than most holy bodies. Those who possess the Linglong Heart not only have astounding comprehension and affinity with all things, but they also possess the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune and read the hearts of others. What is happening? I actually sensed a great opportunity from a Saint Emperor. To be honest, Si Linglong was somewhat bewildered at that moment. She was a quasi-emperor powerhouse. How could a Saint Emperor possibly present her with an opportunity? However, she had unwavering faith in the sensitivity of her Linglong Heart. For thousands of years, the Linglong Heart had never made a mistake. Despite her many doubts, Si Linglong still smiled at Lin Fan. "Hello, young master, I am Si Linglong. May I know your name?" "Hello, Miss Si, I am Lin Fan. These two are my wives, Hu Mei and Xiao Zian." Although Lin Fan was unsure of the other party's intentions, it appeared that they had no malicious intent for the time being. Therefore, he did not mind getting to know her. After Lin Fan finished his introduction, Si Linglong smiled and greeted the two women. "By the way, Lin Gongzi, is this your first time in Raozhou?" "Yes. Since it is your first visit, why not let me show you around Raozhou?" Si Linglong's intention was of course to learn more about Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan felt somewhat puzzled, he did not intend to refuse. "Since Miss Si is so hospitable, I will gladly accept. I will trouble you for the next while." "Haha, Lin Gongzi is too polite. I am quite bored during this time, anyway, so consider it making a friend. It is an honor to make a friend like Miss Si." Following this, the group began to chat and laugh as they strolled. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Seeing this, Si Linglong invited Lin Fan. Lin Gongzi, it is late now. Do you have a place to stay? If not, why not come to my cave for a visit? Relying on the sensitivity of her Linglong heart, Si Linglong intended to befriend Lin Fan. She believed that the judgment of her Linglong heart could not possibly be wrong. Lin Fan genuinely could not understand why a quasi-emperor powerhouse like Si Linglong would want to befriend him. Noticing Lin Fan's troubled expression, Si Linglong asked curiously, Lin Gongzi, do you have any concerns? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. There are no concerns. I just wonder if staying at your place would disturb you. You need not worry, Lin Gongzi. I live alone. If you come to my place, it would be livelier. There is no question of it being a disturbance. If that is the case, then I shall gladly accept your invitation. Haha, Lin Gongzi is straightforward. I will take you there right away. Soon the group arrived at a picturesque mountain range. Then Si Linglong made a hand sign and an entrance appeared before them. Please, Lin Gongzi, come inside. Thank you. Upon entering Si Linglong's cave, Lin Fan and the others beheld a sea of flowers. Various spirit butterflies danced above, while many spirit bees busily gathered nectar. Miss Si, your cave is truly beautiful. It must have taken a lot of effort to create this. Indeed, it took considerable effort, but for a place I live, a little hardship is worth it. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. You all rest for a moment. I will go arrange your accommodations. Alright, I appreciate it, Miss Si. Once Si Linglong left, Humei immediately looked at Lin Fan. Husband, what purpose does this Si Linglong, a quasi-emperor, have in approaching us? Xiao Zian, who was beside them, was also puzzled by the other party's enthusiasm towards them. Hearing that she was actually a quasi-emperor, her surprise deepened. Husband, could she be harboring ill intentions towards us? But that shouldn't be the case, given our current display of strength. If she wanted to harm us, there would be no need to bring us to her cave abode. Facing the doubts of the two, Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. I actually can't figure out what she intends to do either. However, this Si Linglong is quite interesting. She actually possesses a rare Linglong heart. What? She actually possesses a Linglong heart. Upon learning that Si Linglong had a Linglong heart, Xiao Zian showed an expression of astonishment. Even Humei was greatly surprised. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Xiao Zian suddenly thought of something. Husband, I think I understand why she is approaching us. Hearing this, Lin Fan became interested. Zian, quickly share your thoughts. Husband, it is well known that a Linglong heart can sense fortune and misfortune. Since she wants to get close to you, it must be that she senses fortune from you. As Xiao Zian explained, Lin Fan suddenly realized. He indeed had overlooked this, and now, after hearing Xiao Zian's words, he felt enlightened. With the fortune he carried, it was indeed very attractive to someone like Si Linglong, who possessed such a constitution. What do you think I should do next? Lin Fan directly posed the question to the two of them. Without a second thought, Xiao Zian replied, Husband, do we even need to ask about this matter? Since she has come knocking on our door, we naturally should accept her. After all, she is a quasi-emperor, and a quasi-emperor with a Linglong heart at that. Her joining would bring nothing but benefits to our Lin family. Seeing this, Humei quickly echoed, Husband, I agree with Sister Zian's view. Our Lin family urgently needs high-end combat power, so we must accept Si Linglong. In fact, Humei had already started to plan to discuss this matter with her two sisters at an appropriate time. Before Lin Fan could speak up, Si Linglong approached. Young Master Lin, I have prepared your accommodations. Let me take you to see them first. All right. Knowing Si Linglong's intentions, Lin Fan did not hold back. Soon the three of them followed Si Linglong to a palace. Young Master Lin, this is the place I have prepared for you. It may be a bit simple, so I hope you won't mind. Miss Si, you jest. This palace is of the high-grade saint level, how could I possibly mind it? As long as young Master Lin is satisfied. Well, I assume you must be tired after a day of wandering, so let's rest early today. I will come to find you again tomorrow. With that, Si Linglong left. After Si Linglong left, Lin Fan and the others did not linger. After leaving behind a restriction, the three of them returned to the Divine Sky Realm. As soon as Xiao Zian returned to the Divine Sky Realm, she informed everyone about Si Linglong. Upon learning that Lin Fan had attracted the attention of another quasi-emperor, everyone showed excitement. As for Humei, after chatting with everyone for a while, she returned to Qingqiu Island. After this period of living, the White Fox clan had completely adapted to life in the Divine Sky Realm. They were very fond of such a sacred cultivation land. Upon seeing Humei return, Hu Yu and Hu Yen were naturally very happy. Sister, you're finally back. Did you and brother-in-law arrive at the new continent? Indeed, we have arrived at the Xian Yuan continent. Sister, what is this Xian Yuan continent like? They were both curious about the new continent. The strength of the Xian Yuan continent is not much different from our Xian Tian continent. However, this place is much more chaotic than our Xian Tian continent. Various forces frequently clash over resources. Next, Hu Mei shared some information about the Xian Yuan continent with them. It seems that our Xian Tian continent is still better. The White Fox clan did not like conflicts, so they were not very fond of the Xian Yuan continent. It's all right, according to your brother-in-law, we won't stay here for long. Once we finish exploring here and arrange a few matters, we will continue on to other continents. Lin Fan did not plan to stay in the Xian Yuan continent for long. At that time, he could directly arrange for some children to train and grow here. If any unsolvable problems arose, he could step in to help. It would be quite wonderful to think that one day a child might lead a continent. All he needed to do was to hold the fort and oversee the overall situation. After chatting for a while, Hu Mei then brought up the main topic. She first told the two about Si Linglong. Then she inquired about their thoughts on the matter. After listening to Hu Mei's account, Hu Yen and Hu Yu exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had not expected Hu Mei to have such an idea. However, although the two were somewhat tempted, they did not dare to easily agree. After hesitating for a while, Hu Yu finally asked Hu Mei, "Sister, you're not testing us, are you? Or is it that you want to find an opportunity to beat us up?" Hu Mei glanced at the two who were being somewhat ridiculous and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You two are really asking for it." After saying this, Hu Mei made as if to hit the two. Seeing this, the two hurriedly ran away. Then angrily they said, "Sister, I knew you wanted to find an opportunity to hit us." "Yeah, who told you two to be such troublemakers?" Hu Mei said with annoyance. After the three had a playful scuffle, Hu Mei became serious. "All right, I'm serious this time. If you have any thoughts, I can create opportunities for you. If not, then forget it." Seeing that Hu Mei did not seem to be joking, the two immediately became excited. "Sister, you said it. Such a good opportunity, how could we refuse? If it weren't for you, sister, we would have made our move long ago." After confirming the two's true thoughts, Hu Mei nodded with a smile. "All right, it's settled then. Just wait for my notification." After saying this, Hu Mei left Qingqiu Island. Although there was her residence on Qingqiu Island, she would not stay here. After Hu Mei left, Hu Yu and Hu Yen all showed expressions of anticipation. Previously, they had not dared to think in this direction because they were concerned about Hu Mei's feelings. Now that it had been put on the table, they naturally no longer had any reservations. Early the next morning, Lin Fan and his companions returned to see Linglong's cave once again. Meanwhile, they also remembered to lift the restrictions outside the palace. With the restrictions lifted, Si Linglong knew that Lin Fan and his companions had already risen. As soon as she arrived at the palace entrance, she saw that Lin Fan and his companions had already come out. Upon seeing Lin Fan's vibrant spirit and abundant primordial energy, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise. It was clear that Lin Fan's condition had fully returned to its peak. However, this was Rao Prefecture, which was quite unfriendly to male cultivators. According to her estimation, Lin Fan would need at least 10 days of meditation to recover to his peak state. To her astonishment, Lin Fan had achieved this in just one night, which truly exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, despite her surprise, she smiled and asked Lin Fan, "Young Master Lin, did you rest well last night?" Upon seeing Si Linglong, Lin Fan couldn't help but break into a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Si. We rested very well." "That's great." At this point, Si Linglong looked at Lin Fan with eyes that seemed hesitant to speak. She was curious about how Lin Fan had quickly restored his primordial energy, yet she didn't know how to ask. It wouldn't be good to cause any misunderstandings with Lin Fan. Since she saw fortune in him, she naturally didn't want to jeopardize their relationship. Lin Fan noticed Si Linglong's behavior, which left her a bit perplexed. "Miss Si, since we are already friends, feel free to speak your mind. No need to be polite." Seeing Lin Fan say this, Si Linglong no longer hesitated. "To be honest, I observe that your complexion is exceptionally good, which truly surprises me. You must know that in Rao Prefecture, men are like being cursed. Once their primordial energy is consumed, recovering becomes exceedingly difficult. However, young Master Lin, you have only spent one night and have already returned to perfect condition, which is indeed beyond my expectations. I wonder, could you tell me how you achieved this? Of course, if you are unwilling to share, I won't insist. After all, it's your secret." Upon hearing Si Linglong, Lin Fan also realized he had overlooked this matter. However, it was fine. He had other solutions. With this thought, Lin Fan focused his mind and a fragrant white fruit appeared in his hand. Seeing the spirit fruit suddenly appear in Lin Fan's hand, Si Linglong's eyes widened. With her knowledge, Si Linglong recognized the spirit fruit as a top-grade holy spirit fruit used for restoring the primordial energy of sacred realm cultivators. It could also be used to refine top-grade pills for replenishing primordial energy. Although the holy spirit fruit wasn't particularly precious to her, as her current strength no longer needed it. However, for Lin Fan, who was at the sacred emperor realm, it was extremely precious. If Lin Fan could consume such a holy fruit, it would indeed restore his primordial energy to its peak. But using a top-grade holy fruit to replenish primordial energy seemed rather extravagant, didn't it? Although Si Linglong had an answer in her heart, she couldn't help but ask Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, you wouldn't tell me that you restored your primordial energy because you ate the holy spirit fruit, right? Miss Si, I have no choice. Rao Prefecture is simply too strange. If I rely on myself to recover, it would take far too long. But without restoring my primordial energy to its peak, I feel insecure. Although Si Linglong found Lin Fan's reasoning quite sensible, she still felt that Lin Fan's approach was somewhat extravagant. However, since it was Lin Fan's own matter, she didn't want to say much. So she could only sigh and say, it seems that young Master Lin is quite wealthy, otherwise you wouldn't use the holy spirit fruit to restore your primordial energy. Haha, it's manageable. This is my first time in Rao Prefecture, so I naturally had to prepare adequately. Otherwise, if my enemies found out I was here, it would certainly cause trouble. Watching Lin Fan speak nonsense with a straight face, Xiao Zian, and who may found it quite difficult to hold back their laughter. Luckily, their strength was sufficient, otherwise a normal person would have already burst out laughing. At this moment, Si Linglong felt that Lin Fan's words made a lot of sense. Compared to her life, consuming some spirit fruits was indeed insignificant. In fact, she really wanted to tell Lin Fan that with her presence as a quasi-emperor, no one would dare to trouble him. After all, Lin Fan's strength was only at the sacred emperor realm, and his enemies were at most at the same level. A sacred emperor realm cultivator could be easily dismissed with a wave of her hand in front of her. However, she didn't want to reveal her strength just yet, so she decided against it. Young Master Lin, do you have any places you want to visit today? Miss Si, am not familiar with Rao Prefecture. Could you help me with some recommendations? Si Linglong was naturally eager to oblige. To understand Lin Fan, she needed to interact with him more. In the following days, under Si Linglong's guidance, Lin Fan explored almost every part of Rao Prefecture. Of course, the places they visited were only open areas. The strongholds of various powers were not places to recklessly intrude upon. At this time, Si Linglong led Lin Fan and his companions to a picturesque valley. Suddenly, a woman's delicate laughter came from behind. Oh, isn't this the fairy Linglong? It's rare to see you roaming about. By the way, this man isn't your lover, is he? I see you taking quite good care of him. Upon hearing this voice, Si Linglong's expression darkened. She didn't need to turn around to know that the speaker was her archrival Wan Qingxi. Every time they met, it was bound to involve some sarcasm. As for their battles, there had been hundreds of encounters. Unfortunately, they had never determined a winner. Over time, they became accustomed to each other's presence, but still desired to defeat one another. Though they were called archrivals, they could also be considered confidants. Young Master Lin, you need to be cautious. The person coming is my opponent. We might end up in another battle. Okay, Miss Si, you should be careful. Young Master Lin, there's no need to worry. With her strength, she can't harm me, Si Linglong said dismissively. What she genuinely feared was the exposure of her strength. She was concerned that once her strength was revealed, Lin Fan would think she had ulterior motives. With this in mind, Si Linglong turned around and shot Wan Qingxi a glare. Wan Qingxi, what do you want with me? Seeing Si Linglong's demeanor, which resembled a young girl, and bore a sort of anger at being interrupted, Wan Qingxi was genuinely taken aback. I say, Fairy Linglong, you aren't really involved with this little guy, are you? To Wan Qingxi, Lin Fan only had the strength of a sacred emperor, so referring to Lin Fan as a little guy was quite appropriate. Wan Qingxi carefully examined Lin Fan, finding nothing particularly special about him. As for his appearance, it was certainly not a consideration for Wan Qingxi. Lin Fan was indeed handsome, but this world was not lacking in pretty boys and beautiful girls. She did not believe that Si Linglong was such a superficial person. If Si Linglong truly liked handsome looks, she wouldn't have waited until reaching the quasi-emperor realm to look for one. But he's just a saint emperor. How could he attract Si Linglong's attention? Could it be that this guy really has something special about him, but why can't I perceive it at all? Thinking of this, Wan Qingxi unabashedly scrutinized Lin Fan. No matter how she looked, she could not discern anything special about Lin Fan. He was just an ordinary Saint Emperor. Lin Fan met Wan Qingxi's gaze equally unyielding in the standoff. At the same time, Lin Fan did not forget to check Wan Qingxi's information. As his thoughts moved, Wan Qingxi's details appeared in his mind. Name Wan Qingxi. Age 85500. Cultivation Quasi-Emperor 3rd level sword domain level 9. Gold domain level 9. Talent Emperor level supreme. Special physique peerless sword body. A peerless sword body, not bad. Although it hasn't reached the level of a sacred body, it is still among the top in divine bodies. Wan Qingxi was unaware that Lin Fan had already seen through her background. However, she was somewhat surprised that Lin Fan dared to meet her gaze. Little guy, you indeed have quite the courage. A mere Saint Emperor dares to look me in the eye? Don't you fear that I might kill you? Or is it because Linglong Fairy is here that you feel so fearless? Upon seeing Wan Qingxi threaten Lin Fan, Linglong's brow furrowed immediately. Before Lin Fan could speak, she shielded him behind her. Wan Qingxi, as long as I am here, you cannot harm him. Seeing Linglong's actions, Wan Qingxi was momentarily stunned. She did not expect Linglong to care so much about Lin Fan. She had merely intended to scare Lin Fan, but did not anticipate Linglong would protect him so fiercely. Even Lin Fan was surprised by Linglong's behavior. He had not expected her to care for him to this extent. Lin Fan then focused his thoughts, and Linglong's information reappeared in his mind. Soon Lin Fan understood the reason behind it. Linglong's fondness for him had already reached 50 points. Although 50 points seemed low, it was already considered a good friendship. Beside them, Humei acknowledged this future sister of hers, as she saw Linglong protect Lin Fan. At the same time, Humei was also keeping a close eye on Wan Qingxi's actions. Currently, she had not detected any malicious intent from the other party. If Wan Qingxi dared to show any hostility towards Lin Fan, she would take action immediately, and hand her over to Lin Fan for the Bodhi tree to transform. After all, the other party was also a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Killing her outright would be too wasteful. At this moment, Wan Qingxi was unaware that she had already been targeted by Humei. After regaining her senses, she could not help but tease Linglong. Linglong Fairy, I didn't expect you to actually develop feelings for him. I really can't comprehend what attracts you to him. From my perspective, he seems very ordinary. Facing Wan Qingxi's inquiry, Linglong did not respond. If it weren't for her possessing the Linglong heart, how could she have discovered Lin Fan's uniqueness? Regarding the messages conveyed by the Linglong heart, Linglong had absolute faith. Wait, I almost forgot about Linglong's physique. At this moment, Wan Qingxi thought of Linglong's special physique and realized it. Having known each other for nearly 20,000 years, they could be said to understand each other very well. Thinking of this, Wan Qingxi could not wait to ask, Linglong Fairy, please tell me what you sensed. Seeing that Wan Qingxi had reacted, Linglong felt a bit of a headache. Even if she said nothing, Wan Qingxi would likely pester her during this period. With her strength, Wan Qingxi would be able to follow them no matter how hard Linglong tried to stop her. Seeing Linglong's conflicted expression, Wan Qingxi could not help but sneer. Linglong, we have known each other for nearly 20000 years. You wouldn't hide something like this from me, would you? Hey! Upon hearing Wan Qingxi's words, Linglong shot back with a cold laugh. You make it sound like our relationship is extremely close. All right, you don't plan to tell me, do you? In that case, don't blame me for trying to dig your corner. After finishing this, Wan Qingxi immediately smiled at Lin Fan. This young man, my name is Wan Qingxi, and I am a quasi-emperor 3rd level cultivator. Let me stay by your side from now on, how about that? With me by your side to protect you, you will be absolutely safe. And you can do whatever you want. After saying this, Wan Qingxi deliberately winked at Lin Fan. At the same time, Wan Qingxi could not help but murmur in her heart, Little one, I don't believe I can't handle you. From now on you shall bow beneath my pomegranate skirt. Lin Fan was somewhat bewildered by Wan Qingxi's sudden change. Quasi-emperors don't come cheap, do they? This is too low-key. One should know that a quasi-emperor 3rd level is a formidable figure anywhere. Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, Linglong became furious. Wan Qingxi, you are too shameless. This person did not gain any information from her yet, directly set sights on Lin Fan. She even directly revealed her true strength. At this moment, she was somewhat worried that Lin Fan might blame her for hiding her power. If Lin Fan suspected she had deliberately approached them, and Wan Qingxi stirred trouble, that would be problematic. Seeing Linglong so angry, she was about to jump. Wan Qingxi instantly revealed a triumphant smile. Hee hee, this is what you get for not telling me things. Let's see how I dig your corner next. Thinking of this, Wan Qingxi immediately retorted with a smile. Linglong Fairy, what do you mean by me being shameless? Is it only allowed for you to approach this young man, while I am not permitted? There is simply no such reasoning in this world. You! Si Linglong felt somewhat exasperated, but she did not know how to counter. However, she quickly regained her composure. At this moment, she could not afford to panic any further. So she directly ignored Wan Qingxi and looked at Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect someone to suddenly appear and disturb our pleasant time. How about we end our outing here today? Moreover, it is getting late and we should return to rest. At this moment, Lin Fan had lost the desire to continue wandering, so he directly agreed to Si Linglong's suggestion. Seeing that Lin Fan was willing to return with her, Si Linglong let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she did not forget to give Wan Qingxi a provocative glance. Wan Qingxi, we are leaving now, so we won't keep you company. After finishing her words, Si Linglong no longer concealed her strength. Instead, she flew toward her cave, dwelling with the power of a quasi-emperor at the third layer, bringing Lin Fan and the others along. Watching Lin Fan and the others' departing figures, Wan Qingxi revealed a strange smile. You think you can just shake me off like this? How naive. Following that, Wan Qingxi did not delay and directly followed after them. She had visited Si Linglong's cave dwelling many times, so she naturally knew the way. When Si Linglong opened her cave entrance, Wan Qingxi arrived just in time. Wan Qingxi, you really are a persistent ghost. Why are you following us even after we've arrived home? What? Is it not allowed for me to come here as a guest? Seeing Wan Qingxi's shameless demeanor, Si Linglong felt a bit of a headache. Wan Qingxi, I have guests at my place right now, so it's not convenient to entertain you, so please leave. Si Linglong issued an eviction order directly. However, Wan Qingxi was completely unconcerned. Fairy Linglong, there's no need to be so troublesome. As long as I have a place to stay, that's enough for me. After saying this, Wan Qingxi worried that Si Linglong would seal the cave entrance, so she rushed in first. Due to Wan Qingxi's sudden action, Si Linglong did not have time to stop her. In the end, she could only accept this reality helplessly. She could only pray that Wan Qingxi wouldn't cause any major disturbances next. Young Master Lin, let's go inside too. All right? When Si Linglong brought Lin Fan and the others to her palace, they found that Wan Qingxi was already waiting for them inside. However, Si Linglong completely ignored that person. If she chatted a little longer, she was afraid it would provoke her anger. Wan Qingxi, on the other hand, also didn't care. Once she saw Lin Fan sit down, she immediately approached him. Then, smiling brightly, she wrapped her arm around his and asked, "Little brother, how should I address you?" Lin Fan was indeed taken aback by Wan Qingxi's enthusiasm. However, fortunately, he was well-versed in various situations and quickly regained his composure. "Hello, Wan girl, my name is Lin Fan." Seeing Lin Fan's remarkable composure, Wan Qingxi was also taken aback. This Lin Fan is indeed extraordinary. He can actually resist my charm. Moreover, knowing that I am a quasi-emperor, he still dares to call me Wan girl directly. Truly, he possesses great courage and insight. I want to see what makes you so special to attract Si Linglong's attention. Her Linglong heart has never made a mistake. Although she thought this in her heart, the smile on her face did not diminish. So you are young Master Lin, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. By the way, I wonder where young Master Lin is from, and what brings you to Rao Prefecture. Rao Prefecture is not suitable for male cultivators, so in Wan Qingxi's view, Lin Fan was definitely not a local. Hearing Wan Qingxi inquire about Lin Fan's origins, Si Linglong also looked over. Although Lin Fan had stayed with her for so many days, she had yet to ask about his background. It wasn't that she forgot, but rather that she planned to wait until they were more familiar before asking. She had not anticipated that Wan Qingxi would come and disrupt things. Seeing Wan Qingxi inquire about his origins, Lin Fan had already begun to form a plan in his mind. "Wan girl, I come from Bazhou." Naturally, Lin Fan would not say he came from the Shentian continent. Bazhou. Wan Qingxi pondered for a moment, and information about Bazhou quickly flashed in her mind. Bazhou, a medium-sized state, had a vast difference compared to their Rao prefecture. Not to mention dispatching a quasi-emperor, even sending a few saint-level experts over could suppress Bazhou. So young Master Lin is from Bazhou. It's evident that someone of your caliber could emerge from such a small place as Bazhou, so you will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Wan girl, you flatter me. Haha, I'm just speaking the truth. Si Linglong, watching Wan Qingxi and Lin Fan laugh and chat, felt somewhat uncomfortable. So she immediately interrupted Wan Qingxi's words. "Young Master Lin, what do you want to eat? I will make it for you." There was no choice. She didn't have any servants here, so she had to cook herself. Lin Fan did not expect that Si Linglong would actually cook for him personally. Fairy Linglong, how can I let you cook personally? With our strength, it doesn't matter whether we eat or not. That's out of the question. After all, I have not properly entertained you, young Master Lin. Since you haven't thought about what to eat, I will make something I'm good at. After Si Linglong finished speaking, she maliciously said to Wan Qingxi beside her, You come and help me. Without waiting for Wan Qingxi's agreement, she directly pulled her away. Soon the two arrived in the kitchen. I say, Si Linglong, if you want to cook, just cook. Why drag me along? Wan Qingxi was somewhat dissatisfied with Si Linglong forcibly pulling her over. You actually blame me. I wish I could hit you right now. Si Linglong said angrily. If you ruin my opportunity, I won't spare you. Seeing Si Linglong so upset, Wan Qingxi's eyes filled with curiosity. Si Linglong, what kind of opportunity is it that makes you lower yourself like this? Si Linglong shook her head. I don't know what the opportunity is yet, but as long as I'm by young Master Lin's side, I will find out sooner or later. TSK Tisk, calling him young Master Lin, it seems you really care about him. It's none of your business. You'd better leave quickly. I haven't exposed my strength in front of young Master Lin, but you just came and revealed it for me. If young Master Lin develops a misunderstanding about me, just wait and see how I deal with you. Upon hearing Si Linglong's words, Wan Qingxi finally understood why she was so angry. If she had known that Si Linglong hadn't revealed her strength, she certainly would not have done so. However, it was too late now, and there was no point in dwelling on it. Si Linglong, since you are sure that being by his side will bring opportunities, then I naturally won't leave. Are you trying to hog it all to yourself? Besides, with me here, you will have someone to look out for you, right? Si Linglong frowned, ultimately having to helplessly accept this reality. Wan Qingxi, you can stay, but you must not go against me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. No problem. Wan Qingxi agreed without a second thought. Since there was an opportunity for her too, she naturally would not oppose Si Linglong. Also, you cannot have your designs on young Master Lin. Oh, are you afraid I will steal your young Master Lin? Wan Qingxi teased with a smile. However, Si Linglong did not speak, just stared intently at Wan Qingxi. Seeing this, Wan Qingxi could only raise her hands in surrender. You can rest assured. I'm not interested in him. I hope you keep your word. Next, Si Linglong relaxed her guard and instructed Wan Qingxi. Alright, stop dawdling and help me out. I need to cook. Wan Qingxi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Si Linglong. You really want me to help you? Why else would I have called you over? Si Linglong shot Wan Qingxi a displeased glance. Isn't that guy too lucky having two Quasi Emperors cook for him? If this gets out, how many people would be envious? If you don't want to, you can leave quickly. That opportunity won't concern you anymore. After saying this, Si Linglong ignored her and began to organize the ingredients. Forget it for your sake, I'll let that guy enjoy the service of Quasi Emperors for once. In the end, Wan Qingxi chose to help out. The two of them began to get busy in the kitchen. Their skilled techniques indicated that they often cooked. This was enough to show that both of them were foodies. After all, most powerful beings rarely have a craving for food, let alone cook themselves. While the two were busy in the kitchen, Lin Fan and the other two sat together chatting. Husband, another Quasi Emperor has arrived. Should we try to win her over? Yes, husband, Wan Qingxi seems quite nice too. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel amused as he listened to Hu Mei and Xiao Zian exchange words. You two are just being ridiculous. Wan Qingxi has no interest in me. What she just did was merely to tease Si Linglong. Lin Fan noted that Wan Qingxi's favorability towards him was currently a mere 20 points. Such a low favorability only indicated that she was somewhat curious about him, not even reaching the level of friendship, let alone affection. Hu Mei and Xiao Zian, however, did not worry at all about Lin Fan's words. Husband, from our perspective, as long as you want, a winning over Wan Qingxi is just a matter of time. If she learns about the existence of the Shenshao realm, she might be too fascinated to leave. They were well aware of the allure of the Shenshao realm. Alright, let's discuss this matter later. Si Linglong hadn't even finished yet, so he had no mind to think about Wan Qingxi. After chatting for a while, Si Linglong and Wan Qingxi brought the dishes over. Lin Gongzi, the food is ready. Come eat while it's hot. Lin Fan laughed heartily upon seeing this. Two Quasi Emperors cooking for us, looks like we're in for a treat. Si Linglong chuckled awkwardly, saying, Please don't blame me for hiding your strength, Lin Gongzi. Miss Linglong, you're being too modest. It's only natural, how could I blame you? Lin Fan truly wasn't angry about this matter. After all, he himself had hidden even more. Moreover, no matter how much Si Linglong tried to conceal it, she couldn't hide it from the system. Not to mention the system, even his reincarnation, I could see through it. Seeing that the two were still chatting, Wan Qingxi urged, "Alright, you two, stop chatting and eat first. I haven't cooked in hundreds of years. Now that I've finally gotten the chance, I can't mess it up. After all, if the food gets cold, it will affect the taste." The atmosphere of their conversation was disrupted, and Si Linglong shot Wan Qingxi an annoyed glance. "You're so talkative. I didn't say anything wrong." Wan Qingxi replied somewhat speechlessly. Si Linglong ignored her and smiled while inviting Lin Fan and the others to sit down. Wan Qingxi couldn't help but pout. Once you have a lover, you forget your sisters. The meal passed pleasantly for everyone. The cooking skills of the two Quasi emperors were quite impressive. Wan Qingxi also didn't try to trip up Si Linglong at the dining table. However, watching Si Linglong serve Lin Fan food truly left her dumbfounded. The famous Linglong fairy was actually serving food to a man. She really wanted to use a recording stone to document this moment and let all the cultivators in the Xian Yuan continent witness this scene. It would definitely cause a stir. Unfortunately, that was just a thought. If she really did that, Si Linglong would never let her off. After the meal, everyone chatted for a while before returning to rest. The next day, the Xinyuan sect in Bazhou welcomed its Onsanatacade disciple recruitment ceremony. Countless young men and women had gathered at the entrance of the Xinyuan sect. Looking around, there were at least millions. At this moment, they gazed at the gate of the Xinyuan sect filled with longing and anticipation. Of course, many of them also felt a sense of unease. As one of the top powers in Bazhou, the Xinyuan sect was a dream cultivation sanctuary for countless cultivators. If anyone from a family were to join the Xinyuan sect, even as a mere servant disciple, it would be enough to bring glory to their family. However, joining the Xinyuan sect was not that easy. They had close to 10 million people here. The number of those who could successfully join the Xinyuan sect was probably less than 100,000. Moreover, most of those 1,000,000 would only start as servant disciples. Only through assessments could they be promoted to outer disciples. A small portion of the remaining people had the chance to become direct disciples of the elders. However, becoming a direct disciple of an elder was not that simple. Only those with exceptionally high cultivation talent could possibly be taken in as disciples by the elders. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyin had arrived outside Ziyun Peak. Today was the day Xinyuan sect opened its doors to recruit disciples, so she naturally had to report it to Lin Fan. Due to the barrier of the formation, Gu Qingyin could not enter, so she could only shout towards Ziyun Peak. Gu Qingyin requests to see Lin Gongzi. Soon Li Han walked out from Ziyun Peak. "Greetings, Steward Li." Gu Qingyin respectfully greeted. "Miss Qingyin, you're too polite. May I ask what brings you to see our young master?" "Steward Li, today is the day we recruit disciples at the Xinyuan sect. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is interested in attending." "I see. Miss Qingyin, please follow me in. You can speak directly to our young master then." "All right." Subsequently, Gu Qingyin followed Li Han into Ziyun Peak. "Miss Qingyin, please wait here for a moment while I report to our young master." "Thank you, Steward Li." In the Xinshao realm, upon learning that today was the day Xinyuan sect was recruiting disciples, Lin Fan immediately became interested. He wanted to see if he could find any good talents among these people. "Meyer Zian, you two should tell Si Linglong that I need to meditate for a few days." "Okay." Since this was in Raozhou, saying this wouldn't raise Si Linglong's suspicions. Soon Lin Fan appeared on Ziyun Peak with Li Han. Qingyin greets Lin Gongzi. When Gu Qingyin saw Lin Fan, she hurriedly greeted him. "Miss Qingyin, you're too polite. Let's head over." Gu Qingyin did not hesitate and directly followed Lin Fan as they left Ziyun Peak. Soon Lin Fan arrived at the location where Lu Yuanfeng and the others were. "Greetings, young master." Upon seeing Lin Fan, they quickly bowed respectfully. Fortunately, there were no other disciples of the Shen Yuan sect present, otherwise it would have been quite shocking. Lin Fan waved his hand to the group saying, "You may rise." "Thank you, young master. By the way, regarding my identity, you will announce to the outside world that I am the young master of an imperial-level power." Lin Fan was concerned that Lu Yuanfeng and the others might show him too much respect, which could lead others in the Shen Yuan sect to think too much. Having the identity of the young master of an imperial-level power would change everything. In that case, it would be entirely reasonable for Lu Yuanfeng and those elders to treat him with respect. "Young master, the mountain gate is about to open. Would you like to accompany us to take a look?" "Of course, I came here precisely for that." Soon after, Lin Fan and his group arrived at a peak near the mountain gate. Not long after, a long bell rang out from within the Shen Yuan sect. The young men and women outside the mountain gate showed excited expressions upon hearing the bell. The ringing of the bell signified that the disciple recruitment ceremony had officially begun. Soon the Grand Elder Yun Qing appeared before them. With the appearance of the Grand Elder, the scene instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yun Qing. My name is Yun Qing, the Grand Elder of the Shun Yuan sect, and I welcome everyone to choose our Shun Yuan sect. However, joining our Shun Yuan sect is not that easy. We do not accept just anyone. Before joining our Shun Yuan sect, there is an assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can become disciples of our Shun Yuan sect. I know everyone is not unfamiliar with the assessment of our Shun Yuan sect, but I still want to introduce it to you. You must have already seen the steps over there. There are 9999 steps which we in the Shun Yuan sect refer to as the ascension steps. Those who ascend 1000 steps will become our sect's servant disciples. Those who ascend 2000 steps can become outer disciples. Those who ascend 4,000 steps can become inner disciples. Those who ascend 8,000 steps can become core disciples. Those who exceed 9,000 steps can become true disciples. By the way, I must remind you that ascending the steps relies not on cultivation but on willpower. After ascending the steps, everyone's cultivation will be suppressed to the body refinement stage. So even if you are at the celestial realm, there is a high probability that you will not climb higher than someone at the opening realm. Alright, I won't say more about that. The assessment begins now. With Yun Qing's words, countless young men and women surged towards the ascension steps. In coming to the Shun Yuan sect, I will definitely become a disciple of the Shun Yuan sect. Chung family, wait until I become a disciple of the Shun Yuan sect. Then we'll see how arrogant you are. Father, mother, wait for my good news. I will definitely become a disciple of the Shun Yuan sect. At this moment, countless young hearts surged with fighting spirit. They all had a heart unwilling to be ordinary. Soon countless individuals stepped onto the ascension steps. Once they set foot on the steps, they instantly felt their strength being restrained. They could only exert the strength of the body refinement stage. The sudden loss of strength made them somewhat unaccustomed. However, they quickly regained control and began to climb upwards. At that moment, it felt as though their feet were filled with lead. Every step felt incredibly heavy. Despite the difficulty, they did not give up, gritting their teeth as they climbed upward. So this is the ascension steps. It's certainly not that simple. No wonder so few people join the Shun Yuan sect each time. But this won't defeat me, Zhang Yu. As he spoke, he quickly climbed upward. His speed was so fast that while others had only climbed one step, he had already climbed 3. At this moment, Lin Fan's gaze was already focused on the steps above. He had a thorough understanding of the secrets of the ascension steps. Originally, the ascension steps were just constructed of ordinary jade stones. The reason the ascension steps had such functionality was that a low-grade saint-level comprehensive array was laid out on them. Under the effect of the array, everyone's strength was suppressed to the body refinement stage, while a gravity array was also at play. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for these individuals to move. Under this array, those who can ascend 1000 steps can indeed be considered outstanding. In the following moments, less than a quarter of an hour passed and tens of thousands of people were eliminated. Moreover, the eliminations continued. Basically, every second someone was eliminated. Most people only managed to ascend less than 300 steps before they could no longer move their legs. In the end, they had no choice but to regretfully give up. However, even with so many people being eliminated, those behind continued to surge onto the steps. In their eyes, just because others could not ascend did not mean they could not. At this moment, those who had been eliminated began to complain. This is too difficult. I only ascended 230 steps and am already exhausted. Can anyone really ascend these 1000 steps? Yeah, I was exhausted after less than 300 steps too. Indeed, it's not easy to join the Shun Yuan sect. Forget it, even if I can't join the Shun Yuan sect, finding a second-rate sect should be no problem. With my talent, I could definitely be considered a genius in a second-rate sect. Which sect are you talking about? Can I go with you then? Of course, no problem. We can look out for each other then. Compared to those who were eliminated, those climbing the highest had already surpassed 1000 steps. That person was none other than Zhang Yu. However, it was evident that 1000 steps was not his goal. I wonder if I can ascend 8000 steps. After muttering to himself, Zhang Yu continued to silently climb upward. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had already passed. Except for those who were eliminated, everyone had stepped onto the ascension steps. At this moment, those who met the requirements for servant disciples exceeded 90000. Those who met the requirements for outer disciples were around 2000. Those who met the requirements for inner disciples were around 500. However, as time went on, it became increasingly difficult. At that moment, the highest climbers had only just reached above 7000. Thus, the core disciple slots remained vacant. Currently, the ones at the front were not Zhang Yu. By now, more than 10 people had surpassed him. At this moment, Lin Fan's gaze was not focused on them. He had already noticed those more than 10 individuals. Their talents were indeed impressive, and their qualifications had reached above saint level, making them eligible to be taught directly by elders. However, these individuals were not his target. At this moment, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon a girl who was beyond the 3,000 steps. The reason Lin Fan noticed her was that she was only at the body refinement stage. It can be said that this girl was the one among the crowd today with the lowest cultivation. The others, even the weakest among them, were no less than the opening realm. Lin Fan also noticed this girl by chance. He found her astonishingly resilient as she climbed step by step with unwavering determination. At this moment, the girl was gritting her teeth and climbing upward. Although she had already qualified to become an outer disciple, she did not seem satisfied with that. What a tenacious little girl! Her willpower is exceptionally strong. Let me see what makes you extraordinary. With that thought, Lin Fan's mind stirred and the girl's information appeared in his mind. Name Meng Qianyu. Age 18 years. Realm body refinement perfection. Qualities Emperor level premium unawakened constitution innate spirit. Would body unawakened identity reincarnation of Emperor Qianyu from the divine martial continent unawakened memories. Lin Fan was shocked after reading this information. She is actually a reincarnation of an emperor. No wonder her will is so resilient. It seems that even without awakening her past memories, her instincts are driving her to forge ahead. Moreover, to cultivate to body refinement perfection at the age of 18 without awakened qualities or constitution is indeed an impressive feat. One must know that without awakened qualities or constitution, Meng Qianyu's cultivation talent at this time was likely even below that of a low-grade yellow level. To reach body refinement perfection at the age of 18 under such circumstances speaks volumes about her hard work. From Lin Fan's perspective, this incarnation of Meng Qianyu did not seem to come from any cultivation clan. There is a high probability that she comes from an ordinary family. This is because the cultivation method she practiced, the body refinement technique, is a common one. Such techniques are everywhere. 1 or 2 silvers can buy 10 books. At this moment, Elder Yunqing and the others were commenting on the first 10 individuals in line. They had high hopes for these 10 individuals. Some even quarreled over the competition for disciples. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanfeng immediately reprimanded. Enough. Stop arguing. The assessment is still ongoing and here you are bickering. The young master is still here. How can it be your turn? Upon hearing Lu Yuanfeng's reprimand, they instantly chose to be silent. Just as Lu Yuanfeng said, Lin Fan was still present, so it was not their place to take the initiative. After they fell silent, Lu Yuanfeng smiled apologetically at Lin Fan, saying, "Young master, please forgive us." Lin Fan waved his hand. It's nothing. Such trivial matters he would naturally not take to heart. Lin Fan was not angry and Lu Yuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he cautiously asked Lin Fan, "Does the young master wish to select a few attendants?" He would not presume that Lin Fan would take anyone as a disciple. Although the 10 or so individuals at the front of the heavenly ladder were decent, their decency was only in the eyes of their Shun Yuan sect. In Lin Fan's eyes, they were merely passable. However, having a few attendants was still not a problem. He'll take a look first and decide later. Lin Fan did not outright refuse. His only goal was Meng Qianyu, who was still struggling to persevere. In this life, compared to others of the same realm, she was far too weak, likely due to a lack of training resources. If she had already broken through to the opening realm, given her current display of perseverance, reaching the summit would be without doubt. As for taking others as attendants, Lin Fan was not very interested. He did not lack attendants, and nowadays one could easily gather a group of attendants at the venerable stage in the Shinxiaojia. However, the individuals before him were mostly at the opening realm. Thus, taking them as attendants was utterly unnecessary. The reason their cultivation was so low was that none of them were over 20 years old. If they were over 20, they would not qualify to participate in the assessment. The Shun Yuan sect's examination was not strict. It only had age requirements. Even ordinary people, as long as they met the age requirement, were eligible to participate in the assessment. However, it was evident that ordinary people could not possibly pass the assessment. At least since the founding of the Shun Yuan sect, there has never been a successful case of an ordinary person. In the beginning, there were indeed ordinary people who dared to come and try, But after countless years, no ordinary person foolishly came to participate in the assessment. There was no way. For ordinary people, the journey to participate in the assessment was extremely perilous. This was because the Shen Yuan sect was located deep within a mountain range. Although powerful demon beasts around had been cleared by the disciples of the Shen Yuan sect, the first and second tier demon beasts had not been cleared. Instead, they were left to live within the mountain range. For ordinary people, even encountering a first-tier demon beast would mean becoming food for the beast. Initially, out of 1,000 ordinary people, only a handful could safely reach the Shen Yuan sect. As for the others, they all perished in the mouths of the demon beasts. Lu Yuanfeng did not know Lin Fan's thoughts. Seeing Lin Fan's lack of interest in taking attendance, he said no more. He did not dare to disturb Lin Fan's enjoyment. Another hour passed, and only the 10 individuals at the front remained on the heavenly ladder along with Meng Qianyu. As for the others, they were either eliminated or had given up on climbing higher. Even Zhang Yu had stopped at the position of 8,000. He wanted to climb higher but found himself unable. Who is this person who managed to ascend 5,500 steps with the body refinement stage strength? She seems intent on not giving up. Such remarkable perseverance is simply terrifying. At this moment, Meng Qianyu, who had already ascended 5,500 steps, drew the attention of everyone present. There was no choice, currently she was the only one at this position. At this moment she shone brighter than the 10 or so individuals at the top. Those who had been eliminated looked at Meng Qianyu with admiration. These individuals at the opening realm couldn't even ascend 1,000 steps. Yet Meng Qianyu at the body refinement stage could ascend over 5,000 steps. Compared to Meng Qianyu, they all felt inferior. Indeed, as Yunqing said, climbing the heavenly ladder is unrelated to strength but rather to perseverance. At this moment, Lu Yuanfeng and his companions also noticed Meng Qianyu. However, their expressions quickly turned to disappointment as they realized that her aptitude was exceedingly poor, failing to even reach the level of a lower grade yellow. Reaching the perfection of the body refinement stage at such a young age is already a miracle. Perhaps in the future she might even struggle to break through to the opening origin realm. Sighing lightly, Lu Yuanfeng remarked, "Although this little girl possesses extraordinary will, it's a pity her aptitude is too lacking. Without sufficient resources, her future will likely come to a halt here." In Lu Yuanfeng's eyes, despite Meng Qianyu's steadfast will, she was not worth cultivating. Comparing her to someone with top-tier heavenly aptitude, if both were trained to the Saint realm simultaneously, Meng Qianyu would require resources at least 10,000 times greater than that of someone with top-tier heavenly aptitude. In other words, to cultivate Meng Qianyu into a saint, the resources needed would suffice to cultivate 1,000 saints. No one would invest such resources into someone lacking aptitude. This is also the reason why ordinary people find it hard to grow. It's not that ordinary people cannot cultivate, but that the resources required for cultivation are far too excessive. No faction would spend so many resources to nurture someone without talent. Even the direct descendants of a royal family, if they lack cultivation aptitude, would at most only receive enough resources to elevate them to the divine platform realm. This way they could still live a carefree life for 1,500 years. Lin Fan, who was beside him, glanced at Lu Yuanfeng upon hearing his sigh. "Lu Yuanfeng, from what you imply, are you not planning to keep this little girl?" "Young master, if you wish to keep her, I will certainly do so. After all, she has already passed the inner sect assessment, and our Shen Yuan sect cannot go back on its word. I will even provide her with the resources that an inner sect disciple should have. However, how far she can go with these resources depends on her own fortune. Since the establishment of Shen Yuan sect today marks the first appearance of someone as unique as Meng Qianyu, he did not believe anyone like her would appear again in the future. Thus, for Lu Yuanfeng, raising one inner sect disciple in the vast Shen Yuan sect was not an issue. Lin Fan was quite pleased with Lu Yuanfeng's response. If Lu Yuanfeng chose to eliminate Meng Qianyu, it would greatly disappoint him, since it was a rule he had said it must be followed. Lu Yuanfeng, after the assessment, concludes, "Let her follow me. It would be a shame to let such a good seedling perish on her own." Upon hearing Lin Fan's intention to take Meng Qianyu under his wing, Lu Yuanfeng was momentarily stunned. He simply could not fathom why Lin Fan would be interested in someone without talent. Of course, it was Lin Fan's choice and he dared not interfere. If young master can take her in, it would indeed be her fortune. Hearing Lu Yuanfeng's words, Lin Fan merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Time flew by and the more than 10 individuals ahead had gradually reached the summit. However, the event had not yet concluded as Meng Qianyu was still persevering in her ascent on the heavenly ladder. At this moment she had already climbed over 7,300 steps. This is truly terrifying. Is she really planning to reach the top? If she succeeds, it would undoubtedly create a miracle. Countless eyes in the crowd were fixed on that stubborn and unyielding figure, persistently climbing the heavenly ladder. Many were in awe of Meng Qianya's determination and resolve. Sigh, if only I could persist like her, perhaps I wouldn't have stopped at just 2000 steps. At this moment, those who had given up on climbing higher lowered their heads in shame upon seeing Meng Qianyu. Compared to her, they felt like failures. Meanwhile, Meng Qianyu on the heavenly ladder also felt fatigued, yet a voice within her urged her not to give up. There are still over 2000 steps left. I can definitely do this. Meng Qianyu encouraged herself in her heart. As time ticked away, she ultimately succeeded in reaching the summit under everyone's gaze. At the moment she reached the top, all pressure vanished instantly. I really did it. Meng Qianyu stood there almost in disbelief. Just as she was lost in thought, the scene erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was applauding Meng Qianya's ascent. Though they themselves did not reach the top, they had witnessed a miracle. Once the cheers subsided, Yun Qing reappeared before everyone. I announced that the entrance assessment of Shun Yuan sect has been successfully completed. I congratulate all those who passed the assessment here. From today onwards, you will become disciples of my Shun Yuan sect. I hope you will train diligently and not waste this rare opportunity. Additionally, 3 years from now, you will undergo a newcomer assessment. If you do not meet the standards set by the sect during these 3 years, you will similarly be expelled from the sect. Upon hearing Yun Qing's words, all who had passed the assessment displayed solemn expressions. We will faithfully follow the elders' teachings, and will not disappoint the sect's nurturing of us. Good, I hope you can live up to your words. Now, apart from those who reached the summit, the others will be led by senior brothers and sisters of the sect to arrange accommodations for you. Looking at the more than 10 individuals who remained, many showed expressions of envy. They knew that these individuals would likely take elders as their mentors, and if fortunate, even study under the sect master. With the guidance of elders and the sect master, the gap between them and those 10 would only widen. However, they could only envy as they were unable to persist. Once arrangements were made for these individuals, Yun Qing instructed some of the sect's disciples to guide those who were eliminated down the mountain. Dispersing hundreds of thousands of people would still take a considerable amount of time. After everything was arranged, Yun Qing brought these 10 individuals to stand before Lin Fan and the others. Young Master, Sect Master, I have brought all those who reached the summit. Upon seeing Yun Qing greet Lin Fan first instead of Lu Yuanfeng, the Sect Master, all 10 individuals revealed expressions of shock. This demonstrated that Lin Fan's status was undoubtedly higher than Lu Yuanfeng's. Yet, despite their astonishment, they dared not speak more at this moment. They could only stand quietly awaiting the upcoming arrangements. Yun Qing and others knew that Lin Fan was only interested in Meng Qianyu, so the elders quickly divided the 10 individuals among themselves. Each of these elders took in 1 or 2 disciples, and even Lu Yuanfeng, the sect master, personally accepted 1 disciple. Meng Qianyu noticed that everyone else was accepted as disciples by the elders and the sect master, while no one chose her, which made her somewhat anxious. She believed it was because of her lack of cultivation talent that the elders and the sect master ignored her. The reason she had persevered in climbing to the peak all this time was to be accepted under the elders, thus changing her fate. But if no one took her as a disciple, what was the meaning of all her efforts? Just when her heart was filled with disappointment, Lin Fan smiled and waved at her. Seeing this scene, Meng Qianya's heart suddenly filled with joy. Although she did not know Lin Fan's identity, the sect master of the Shun Yuan sect treated him with great respect. This indicated that Lin Fan's status was definitely higher than Lu Yuanfeng's. Meng Qianyu did not dare to delay, and hurriedly walked up to Lin Fan. However, she did not know Lin Fan's specific identity, so she could only stand in front of him feeling at a loss. There's no need to be nervous, you can call me young master like they do. By the way, let's start with your name. Seeing Lin Fan speak so gently, Meng Qianyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she introduced herself to Lin Fan. Greetings, young master. My name is Meng Qianyu and I am an orphan. My parents were killed by bandits when I was young. However, before I came here, I had already wiped out those bandits to avenge my parents. As she spoke, a flash of killing intent passed through Meng Qianya's eyes. She had trained hard for over 10 years for this day. The reason she came to the Shun Yuan sect was also to become stronger. Although she was young, her experiences over the years taught her. Only by possessing formidable strength would one be feared and not bullied. As a girl and an orphan, she had faced a lot of disdain over the years. But ever since she became a cultivator, the way people looked at her had changed. No longer did they look at her with contempt and disdain, but rather with fear. However, the body refinement stage was merely the first realm of cultivation, not even considered a proper entry. So when she heard that the Shun Yuan sect was recruiting disciples, she came here without hesitation. Along the way she encountered many dangers, but she overcame them one by one. These experiences only strengthened her determination to cultivate and become stronger. This was also why she insisted on reaching the peak. Only by reaching the summit could she gain more cultivation resources and attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Lin Fan did not expect Meng Qianya's life to be so tragic, but as expected of a reincarnated emperor, she managed to survive fiercely even in such circumstances. Moreover, she became a cultivator even without awakening her talent and physique. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have already perished. Lin Fan did not dwell on it further. Seeing Meng Qianyu looking at him with a nervous expression, he smiled at her. Meng Qianyu, a beautiful name. However, your talent is too ordinary, not even reaching the lowest grade of yellow, which is why they are unwilling to take you as a disciple. If you're willing, you could serve as a maid beside me. Of course, if you are not willing, I can still arrange for the sect master to treat you as a direct disciple. You can think it over carefully. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he quietly waited for Meng Qianya's answer. At that moment, upon learning the reason why the sect master and the elders were unwilling to accept her as a disciple, a bitter smile appeared on her face. In fact, she had long anticipated facing such a situation. Meng Qianyu simply did not expect that the Shun Yuan sect would still be willing to offer her the treatment of a direct disciple. It could be said that the Shun Yuan sect had shown her great kindness. If it were any other sect, they would likely have outright rejected her. However, hearing that Lin Fan wanted to take her as a maid made Meng Qianyu hesitate. If I become a maid, will I still have ample time to cultivate? At this moment, Meng Qianyu was very conflicted. She was not worried about the identity of being a maid. The hardships she had endured over the years were far greater than being a maid, so she did not reject the idea. The reason she was conflicted was that she was worried that after becoming Lin Fan's maid, she would not have enough time to cultivate. After all, as a maid, she would likely have many tasks to handle, leaving little time for cultivation. Her talent was already poor. If her cultivation time were to decrease, how could she become stronger? However, thinking of how even Lu Yuanfeng, the sect master of the Shun Yuan sect, treated Lin Fan with such respect, Meng Qianya's gaze suddenly became resolute. Perhaps being a young master's maid isn't a bad thing for me. The young master's mysterious identity might provide me with even greater help in the future. With an answer in her heart, Meng Qianyu no longer hesitated. She walked up to Lin Fan and slightly bowed, saying, "Qianyu pays her respects to the young master." Seeing this, Lin Fan also smiled. "Get up, from today on you are my maid. Let's go. I will take you back to my residence." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he nodded at Lu Yuanfeng and the others before leaving with Meng Qianyu. At that moment, those more than 10 people who had just accepted their discipleship also came back to their senses from their shock. Immediately afterward, the young man who had accepted Lu Yuanfeng as his master hurriedly asked Lu Yuanfeng, "Master, who was that person just now?" Seeing this, the other 10 or so people also looked at Lu Yuanfeng. They too wanted to know Lin Fan's identity. Lu Yuanfeng had anticipated their questions, so he had already thought of a response. "Disciples, the young master is the heir of an imperial family. That is all you need to know. As for the rest, do not ask too much. Now the young master is temporarily residing in our Shun Yuan sect. If you have a chance to meet him in the future, you must pay your respects and cannot show any disrespect. By the way, including that maid the young master just accepted, you must also show her the necessary respect and cannot neglect her." At this moment, upon learning that Lin Fan was the heir of an imperial family, all more than 10 of them widened their eyes. They had initially felt pity for Meng Qianyu, who like them had reached the peak, but could only become a maid. If it were them, they would certainly refuse to do such a thing, as it would be a disgrace. But now that they knew Lin Fan's identity, they were all filled with envy toward Meng Qianyu. Being a maid to the heir of an imperial family was a tremendous fortune. In the future, even a small token left by Lin Fan at their Shun Yuan sect could potentially become a treasure of the sect. Looking at the expressions of these people, Lu Yuanfeng knew full well what they were thinking. "Alright, you guys should stop overthinking things here. Not everyone has the qualifications to be the young master's attendant. I had suggested it to the young master before, but unfortunately, he showed no interest in you all. So you should stop thinking about those unnecessary things," Lu Yuanfeng said, looking somewhat displeased at this group. Although these individuals have yet to hold the apprenticeship ceremony, they are already considered his disciples. Yet these fellows are still imagining various things. While it is understandable to grasp these people's thoughts, it still caused a bit of embarrassment for him. The more than 10 individuals were left at a loss upon hearing Lu Yuanfeng's words. While fearing Lu Yuanfeng's reproach, they also felt a deep sense of loss within. They truly did not expect that having stood out from nearly 10 million people, they didn't even qualify to attract Lin Fan's attention. However, thinking of Lin Fan's identity, they soon came to terms with it. After all, not just anyone could be a follower of the heir of an imperial clan. Next, the other elders also took the opportunity to educate their disciples. Then they each took their disciples and departed. As for Lin Fan, he had already returned to Xiun Peak with Meng Qianyu. Afterward, he instructed Li Han beside him, saying, "Xiao Han, please arrange a place for Qianyu to stay first." As he spoke, Lin Fan introduced the still silent and somewhat nervous Meng Qianyu beside him. "Qianyu, this is Li Han, my chief steward. You can call her Sister Li." "Hello, Sister Li." Meng Qianyu greeted Li Han softly. "Hello, Qianyu sister. Follow me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. And then I'll teach you some things you need to do next. Then I will trouble you, Sister Li." Li Han smiled and said nothing more, then took Meng Qianyu to her future residence. Once the two had left, Lin Fan began to ponder how to awaken Meng Qianyu's cultivation aptitude. If her cultivation aptitude and physique did not awaken, it would be difficult for her to grow rapidly. However, it was Lin Fan's first time encountering such a situation. After trying for a while, he still had no clue in his mind. Ultimately, he could only place his hopes on the system. "System, do you have any way to awaken Meng Qianyu's cultivation aptitude and physique?" If even the system didn't know, that would be troublesome. The host doesn't need to do anything. As long as Meng Qianyu breaks through to the opening realm, her cultivation aptitude will awaken on its own. As for her physique, it will require a breakthrough to the divine ability realm to awaken. The system's response finally allowed Lin Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that such a tricky matter could be resolved so easily. Although the awakening time for the innate wood spirit body would be slightly delayed, it wouldn't have a significant impact. Once the cultivation aptitude awakened, everything would be easier. As for helping Meng Qianyu break through to the opening realm, that was too simple. As long as sufficient resources were provided along with a suitable technique, she could easily break through. However, before that, Lin Fan still needed to wait for some time. Only after Meng Qianyu truly became loyal to him would he assist her in breaking through to the opening realm. On the other side, Li Han had already brought Meng Qianyu to her future residence. "Qianyu, this will be your home from now on." Meng Qianyu looked at the luxurious palace and was somewhat at a loss. "Sister Li, did you bring me to the wrong place? I'm just a maid. How can I live in such a nice place?" Facing Meng Qianyu's confusion, Li Han did not look down on her. Back when she was at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she did not possess the same insight as Meng Qianyu. She was promoted from the bottom by Lin Fan and naturally understood the hardships of those at the bottom. "Qianyu, we have not come to the wrong place. This is indeed your future residence. You don't need to be surprised. This is merely an ordinary palace. Once you earn the young master's trust, you will witness an even more splendid world. I can clearly tell you that as the young master's maid, even the leader of the Shun Yuan sect wouldn't dare to offend you." Upon hearing this, Meng Qianyu was taken aback. If even the leader of the Shun Yuan sect respected her as a maid, one could imagine how high Lin Fan's status was. Being a maid by Lin Fan's side was definitely better than leading the cultivation resources of an inner disciple. She was very curious about what kind of identity Lin Fan possessed. However, before that, she needed to earn Lin Fan's trust. With this thought, Meng Qianyu revealed a determined expression. "Sister Li, what do I need to do next?" Seeing Meng Qianyu quickly embrace the role of a maid, Li Han nodded in satisfaction. "Qianyu, you must be tired today, so take a good rest first. As for your future duties, just stay by the young master's side and serve him. You don't need to worry about cultivation. Later, the young master will provide you with high-level cultivation techniques and ample resources. These resources are definitely not comparable to what the inner disciples of the Shin Yuan sect can offer." Upon learning that Lin Fan would provide cultivation techniques along with resources that surpassed those of inner disciples of the Shun Yuan sect, Meng Qianyu was thrilled. She had not expected to encounter such an opportunity. She felt increasingly grateful for having made such a choice. "Sister Li, don't worry. I will definitely serve the young master well from now on." Looking at Meng Qianyu's promise, Li Han nodded in satisfaction. "Qianyu, I hope you keep your word. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. I live in the palace next to yours. Then I will trouble you more in the future, Sister Li." At that moment, Meng Qianyu had already etched Li Han's kindness in her heart. If there was a chance in the future, she would surely repay her well. "Alright Qianyu, you've also had a tiring day. Go back and rest first. I need to return to the young master now." After saying this, Li Han turned and left. Once Li Han left, Meng Qianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that Meng Qianyu could encounter such an opportunity. I must cherish it and strive to gain the young master's trust as soon as possible. Only then will I have the chance to become stronger. Though her aptitude was lacking, Meng Qianyu was filled with anticipation for the future. On the other side, Li Han had returned to Lin Fan's side. Master, Meng Qianyu has been arranged. Lin Fan nodded and then asked Li Han, Xiao Han, do you know why I took in this girl Qianyu? Li Han was unsure, but since the family could accept Qianyu, it was undoubtedly because the master saw something extraordinary in her. Xiao Han, this girl Qianyu is indeed remarkable. Not only does she possess imperial-level top-notch aptitude, but she also has a sacred body. The reason why her aptitude is not apparent now is that both her aptitude and physique have yet to awaken. Lin Fan did not reveal that Meng Qianyu was a reincarnation of an emperor. Such news would be too shocking. Even so, Li Han was still shocked. She had not expected Meng Qianyu's cultivation talent to be so high. But then she congratulated Lin Fan, saying, "Congratulations, master, for bringing in an extraordinary talent for our Lin family. Alright, just know how to say flattering things." Li Han chuckled in response. Upon returning to the divine sky realm, Lin Fan shared the matter regarding Meng Qianyu with everyone. However, he did not disclose that Meng Qianyu was the reincarnation of an emperor. After all, it was reasonable for him to discern that the other party's constitution had not yet awakened. But if he could see that she was the reincarnation of an emperor, that would be another matter entirely. Therefore, unless Meng Qianyu could awaken her past memories on her own, in the future Lin Fan would never reveal this secret. Everyone was very pleased that Lin Fan had acquired such a prodigy. Husband, since Meng Qianyu is so outstanding, we must cultivate her well. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't keep her by my side. After Lin Fan spoke, he looked towards Hu Mei and Xiao Ziyan, who were beside him. Today, did Si Linglong or Wan Qingxi say anything about my absence? No, after all, Raizhou is quite unfriendly to male cultivators, so it's perfectly normal for you to retreat for a few days to recuperate. Hearing that the two had no doubts, Lin Fan no longer lingered on the matter. However, Yi Muya and the others were all filled with curiosity about the peculiarities of Raizhou. Husband, speaking of Raizhou, it is indeed very strange that it is so unfriendly to male cultivators. This is the first time I've heard of such a place. Indeed, husband, if the entire Xian Yuan continent were like this, it would be one thing, but it is only Raizhou that is so unusual. This is truly bizarre. Seeing everyone looking at him with curiosity, Lin Fan felt a bit helpless. He truly did not know why Raizhou had such restrictions. However, he already had some guesses in his heart. The reason Raizhou has such restrictions may be due to some powerful figure altering the rules there. However, with my current strength, I cannot probe the situation there for now. I will investigate once I break through to Quasi-Emperor. Previously, Lin Fan had inquired about this from the system, but the system said nothing and offered no other suggestions. Since the system was silent, Lin Fan did not dwell too much on the issue. After all, Raizhou was just a minor concern and did not warrant excessive attention from him. If he were to eventually dominate the entire Xian Yuan continent, he could simply assign his daughter or maid to manage Raizhou. As long as Raizhou did not pose any threat, he naturally did not need to focus on it. Once he broke through to Quasi-Emperor and combined it with the reincarnation he might find the source of the problem. Seeing that Lin Fan did not know the situation there, everyone also stopped obsessing over it. After a night passed, Xiao Ziyan revealed a look of joy. "Husband, I have broken through to the Holy Emperor realm." "Congratulations," Lin Fan said with a smile. Now that he had broken through to the Holy Emperor realm, the benefits for Xiao Ziyan and the others were naturally even greater. This was also the reason why Xiao Ziyan could break through to the Holy Emperor realm so quickly. "Husband, this is all thanks to you. If I had relied solely on my own cultivation, it would probably take me over 100 years to break through to the Holy Emperor realm." Hearing Xiao Ziyan's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but pinch her nose. "Alright, you've already given me a child, and yet you still act so distant. Then let's have a few more," Xiao Ziyan playfully retorted. "Sure." Faced with such a proposal, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. After finishing their cultivation, Xiao Ziyan gazed at Lin Fan affectionately. "Husband, after we finish exploring the Xian Yuan continent, we should head to the Xian Huang continent. We need to quickly cultivate the seeds of the herbs required for the Holy Infant Pill. Once the Holy Infant Pill is successfully refined, it will be much easier for everyone to have children. By the way, please cancel my marriage arrangement with Qi Xianzhou. Now that I have broken through to the Holy Emperor realm, my strength exceeds Qi Xianzhou. Once I defeat Qi Xianzhou, he will surely no longer pursue me. Alright, we will head to the Xian Huang continent in a while." In fact, even if Xiao Zian did not mention it, Lin Fan's next target would be the Xian Huang continent. He indeed needed to quickly gather the seeds of the herbs needed for the holy infant pill. The reason he arrived at the Xian Yuan continent first was primarily due to its proximity to the Xian Tian continent. Although it was somewhat off course, it was not a significant issue. After all, he had the void worship, so it was merely a matter of spending a few extra days. Seeing Lin Fan agree to her request without hesitation, Xiao Zian felt quite happy. If it weren't for the fact that it was already dawn outside, she would have definitely dragged Lin Fan to continue cultivating. Subsequently, the two chatted for a while longer before Xiao Zian found Hu Mei and returned to see Linglong's cave dwelling together. As for Lin Fan, he appeared on the purple cloud peak of the Xin Yuan sect. He then waved his hand to lift the restrictions he had left outside the palace. At this moment, Meng Qianyu, who was waiting outside, saw that the restrictions had vanished and immediately brought breakfast to Lin Fan. "Young master, it is time for breakfast." Lin Fan pointed to the stone table beside him and said, "Just place it here for now." Hearing Lin Fan's instruction, Meng Qianyu placed the breakfast on the stone table. This was her first time doing such a thing, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. So she said nothing afterward and simply stood respectfully at the side waiting for Lin Fan's next command. Seeing this, Lin Fan pointed to the stone bench beside him and said, "Qianyu, sit here and chat with me." Meng Qianyu hesitated for a moment but eventually sat down. She was not worried that Lin Fan would do anything to her. She simply felt that as a maid she had no right to sit beside him. However, thinking of what Li Han had instructed her, that she must follow Lin Fan's orders, she could only force herself to comply. "All right, Qianyu, you don't need to be too nervous. I want to eat you." Seeing that Lin Fan had no airs about him, Meng Qianyu let out a slight sigh of relief. Then timidly she asked Lin Fan, "Young master, what do you want to chat about? Just tell me how you embarked on the path of cultivation." Lin Fan was quite interested in Meng Qianyu's experiences. An orphan relying on her own abilities, had reached the pinnacle of body refinement by the age of 18 despite lacking cultivation talent. In comparison to Meng Qianyu, he had no comparability when he was still at the Lin family. After all, he was still at the peak of body refinement at 30. If not for binding with the system, he would likely still be stuck at the body refinement stage. Seeing Lin Fan so interested in her experiences, Meng Qianyu did not intend to conceal anything. Then Meng Qianyu began to recount her cultivation experiences to Lin Fan. The reason Meng Qianyu was able to come into contact with cultivation techniques was because 5 years ago she stumbled upon a corpse of a body refinement realm cultivator. On this cultivator's body, Meng Qianyu found the body refinement technique. Meng Qianyu possessed an extraordinary memory. When her parents were still alive, they were relatively well off, so she attended a few years of private school. It was precisely because of this that she could comprehend this technique. After coming into contact with the cultivation method, Meng Qianyu seemed to be on a fast track, staying in the mountains while cultivating and searching for resources. Naturally, she encountered many dangers along the way, as the mountains in this world were filled with numerous demonic beasts. Even ordinary wild animals could pose a significant threat to regular people. However, every time Meng Qianyu faced danger, she always managed to turn the peril into safety. Even after escaping danger, she could occasionally find some precious cultivation resources. It was through this luck and effort that she reached the peak of the body refinement realm in just 5 years. If Lin Fan had such luck back then, he wouldn't still be stuck at the peak of body refinement at 30. After hearing about Meng Qianyu's experiences, Lin Fan was filled with emotion. He could only say that she truly was the reincarnation of a great emperor naturally endowed with great fortune. Isn't this treatment only reserved for protagonists? It was no wonder Lin Fan thought this way. In this life, Meng Qianyu lost her parents at a young age, and after becoming independent, she began to transform disasters into good fortune, and even encountered numerous opportunities. All these circumstances combined were simply the standard configuration of a protagonist. It seems that those around protagonists are often in danger. If I take her in, wouldn't I run into a lot of trouble? However, Lin Fan quickly dismissed this thought. With the system by his side, what troubles could he possibly fear? If anyone dared to trouble him, they would only have themselves to blame for him using those guys to cultivate soul-eating insects and sky-swallowing sparrows. Even powerful individuals did not intimidate him. With the celestial realm at his disposal, no one could find him. Qianyu, from here on it depends on your performance. If your performance pleases me, I will impart to you high-level cultivation methods and resources. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Meng Qianyu was instantly overjoyed. Her purpose for joining the Xinyuan sect was precisely to obtain cultivation methods and resources. In fact, her previous request hadn't been high. She would have been satisfied with merely learning a top-quality yellow-grade technique. The body refinement technique she had practiced before could barely be considered a low-grade yellow technique. On her way here, Meng Qianyu had also inquired and learned that by becoming a disciple of Shenyuan sect, she could obtain a set of top-quality yellow-grade cultivation methods. Now that Lin Fan told her he would impart high-level techniques, it naturally made her very excited. In her perspective, the high-level techniques Lin Fan mentioned would at least be mystic-grade techniques, if not earth-grade. If there were earth-grade techniques, her cultivation speed would accelerate significantly. With this in mind, Meng Qianyu hurriedly assured Lin Fan, "Rest assured, my lord, Qianyu will not disappoint you. All right, I will observe your performance." After saying this, Lin Fan pointed to the breakfast on the stone table and said, "Let's eat together. I can't finish all this." This time Meng Qianyu did not hesitate but nodded directly. She kept in mind the instructions from Li Huan, so whatever Lin Fan said, she would follow. In the following days, Meng Qianyu's performance was quite impressive. Meanwhile, her favorability rating rose rapidly, already approaching 70. Lin Fan felt that in just a day or two it would surpass 70. Indeed, as Lin Fan had guessed, 2 days later Meng Qianyu's favorability for him successfully broke through to 70. That day Lin Fan called Meng Qianyu to him. "My lord, is there something you wish to command?" "Qianyu, I have observed your performance during this time, and I am very satisfied. Next I am preparing to impart cultivation methods to you." Seeing that she had finally received Lin Fan's recognition, Meng Qianyu was overjoyed. Her efforts during this time had finally paid off. Coming to her senses, Meng Qianyu immediately thanked Lin Fan. "Thank you very much, my lord. Get up, this is what you deserve. By the way, before I impart cultivation methods to you, I will first take you to a place." Without waiting for Meng Qianyu to react, Lin Fan directly took her into the celestial realm. Meng Qianyu was shocked to find herself in an unfamiliar place in an instant. "Is this the power of my lord? It's truly incredible. In just the blink of an eye I have been taken so far." Thinking of this, Meng Qianyu was filled with longing for such powerful strength. She had no idea when she would possess such formidable power. At this moment, Meng Qianyu merely felt that Lin Fan had taken her beyond the boundaries of Shenyuan sect. She could never have imagined that Lin Fan had brought her to another world. Coming back to her senses, Meng Qianyu hurriedly looked at Lin Fan beside her and asked, "My lord, where is this place?" "Qianyu, this is my home. As for the specifics, I will have Li Huan explain it to you later." Meng Qianyu nodded and ceased to inquire further. "Qianyu, sit cross-legged for a moment. I will impart cultivation methods to you and help you break through your realm." Upon hearing this, Meng Qianyu did not dare to delay and directly sat down cross-legged. Seeing that Meng Qianyu was ready, Lin Fan gently tapped her forehead. A flash of golden light appeared, and a supreme-level technique, the Qingmu sacred art, emerged in Meng Qianyu's mind. Then, under Lin Fan's guidance, the Qingmu sacred art began to circulate within Meng Qianyu's body. At the same time, Lin Fan did not forget to feed her a pill. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Meng Qianyu successfully broke through to the opening realm. It was at this moment that her imperial-grade cultivation aptitude awakened. With the awakening of her aptitude, Meng Qianyu's cultivation speed began to increase dramatically, and her aura continuously surged upwards. From the initial stage of the opening realm to the middle stage, until she finally reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, she came to a halt. This took merely an hour. The reason she stopped at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm was due to Lin Fan's control. Otherwise, she could have continued to break through. However, progressing further would not be conducive for Meng Qianyu to control her suddenly enhanced power. Once Meng Qianyu consolidates her realm, she can break through again. To be honest, Lin Fan felt a bit envious of Meng Qianyu. He had spent a lot of time breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. After a while, Meng Qianyu opened her eyes. Feeling the changes in her strength, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. While cultivating, she had only felt her strength continuously rising. Little did she expect to have broken through directly to the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Of course, Meng Qianyu understood in her heart that this was undoubtedly due to Lin Fan's contribution. "My lord." At this moment, Meng Qianyu had 1,000 words to say in her heart, but didn't know how to express them. "All right, it's just the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. What's there to be excited about? By the way, let me tell you another good piece of news. You have talent, and it's of imperial grade." Upon learning that she had awakened a cultivation aptitude, Meng Qianyu burst into elation. No wonder her cultivation speed had surged dramatically just moments ago. It was all due to this newly awakened talent. "Young master, I never imagined I'd awaken a grade realm supreme cultivation aptitude. Does this mean I can now advance unimpeded all the way to the sovereign realm?" Seeing Meng Qianyu confuse the emperor rank with the earth rank, Lin Fan could not help but smile wryly. Perhaps, however, she simply dared not even entertain the notion of an emperor rank aptitude. After all, for her the emperor rank remained utterly ethereal, beyond reach. Compared to her prior state of having no cultivation aptitude at all, merely attaining an earth rank aptitude already filled her with profound contentment. "Chenyu," I said, "emperor rank supreme, not earth rank supreme. With diligence, even the emperor throne may one day lie within your grasp." Hearing emperor rank supreme, Meng Chenyu trembled violently, her disbelief so overwhelming she could scarcely trust her own ears. "Young master, you truly said emperor rank supreme, not earth rank supreme." At that moment her voice itself quavered. "Chenyu, you heard correctly. I affirm it without reservation, emperor rank supreme, the emperor of the celestial sovereigns. SSH. Upon receiving Lin Fan's unequivocal confirmation, Meng Chenyu instinctively drew in a sharp, chilling breath. She simply could not fathom that such an exalted aptitude belonged to her. "Young master, how is this possible? Why have I suddenly awakened such an extraordinary cultivation aptitude?" Meng Chenyu genuinely could not fathom the cause. "Chenyu, you have always possessed an emperor rank supreme aptitude, only it remained dormant until now. It only awakened upon your breakthrough into the Kaiyuan realm. Though rare, such awakenings have occurred before in the Shenhuang realm." Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Meng Chenyu finally understood, clarity dawning like sunrise. Yet she felt certain her awakening bore Lin Fan's unseen hand, and resolved from that moment to repay him fully in kind. At this thought her gaze toward Lin Fan shimmered with deep gratitude. "Enough, Chenyu. Do not dwell on it. From now on, cultivate diligently. The cultivation art I just imparted to you is the saint-rank supreme scripture Azurewood's saintly manual, a technique profoundly resonant with your innate essence. I trust you will train with unwavering devotion, and not disappoint me." Hearing that the manual ranked as saint-rank supreme, Meng Chenyu's eyes widened anew. During her earlier practice she had sensed its extraordinary refinement, but had never dreamed it reached such a celestial tier. This was no ordinary scripture. It was a saint-rank supreme treasure of which the Shenyuan sect possessed but a single copy. Indeed, only the sect's ancestral patriarch and sect master were permitted to cultivate it. Even the elders' arts ranked merely as saint-rank upper tier. Now she too held such a scripture. How could her heart not surge with exhilaration? Composing herself, Meng Chenyu steadied her breath. Then her gaze fixed upon Lin Fan, firm, resolute. "Young Master Chenyu shall never betray your trust or fail your guidance." Inwardly she swore an unbreakable vow she would honor him always. Though betrayal was now impossible, Lin Fan found her sincerity deeply satisfying. "Chenyu, I believe you will surpass my expectations." He believed that if she had once ascended to the emperor realm in her past life, this rebirth would surely yield no lesser destiny. "Very well. You've broken through. I'll summon Li Han to brief you on this place." Having spoken, Lin Fan instantly transmitted a message to Li Han through the resonance of the clan divine tree. Once branded by the tree, any soul, no matter where they wandered, even beyond the Shunshao realm, remained perpetually reachable. At that very instant, Li Han, then atop Ziyun Peak, received Lin Fan's summons and hastened forth without delay. "Clan Lord, you summoned me. Xiao Han Chenyu is entrusted to you. Please acquaint her with this realm's nature and structure." Having entrusted Li Han, Lin Fan vanished from sight. Several days had passed beyond. Time to visit Si Linglong's immortal abode. "Senior Sister Li." The moment Lin Fan departed, Meng Chenyu beamed and greeted Li Han warmly. "Little Sister Chenyu, you are truly exceptional. I never expected you'd earn the clan lord's recognition so swiftly." Li Han regarded her with evident approval. "It is Senior Sister Li's exemplary instruction that paved my path. Without your guidance, earning young master's trust would have been far more arduous." During these days Li Han had imparted much wisdom, and Meng Chenyu, ever mindful of her roots, held every lesson close in her heart. "By the way, Senior Sister Li, why do you now address young master as clan lord? Did you not previously call him young master?" Li Han's shift in title, from young master to clan lord, piqued her curiosity. Clan lord denoted the sovereign head of a lineage, a distinction of immense gravity. "Little Sister Chenyu, the clan lord summoned me precisely to elucidate this realm's truths to you. In time you'll understand why I used that title." Li Han's cryptic reply only deepened Meng Chenyu's intrigue. Li Han offered no further riddles. Instead she began recounting the Shunshao realm's history and revealing Lin Fan's true identity. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already arrived at Si Linglong's secluded abode. Gazing upon Lin Fan, his spirit vitality and aura restored to their absolute zenith, Si Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. Master Lin, I never imagined you'd complete your recuperation in mere days. I merely ingested some pills. Otherwise recovery would not have been so swift. Lin Fan replied with a light evasive smile. Truly Raozhou proves most inhospitable to male cultivators. Fortunately I bear no enemies. Else I dare not linger here so long. Were rivals to learn of my presence, grave peril would ensue. Wan Qingxi hearing this pursed her lips in mild displeasure. Master Lin, that remark is rather unjust. With Lady Linglong and I, both ascendant sovereigns, standing guard, any foe daring to approach you here would court certain annihilation. In her estimation Lin Fan's strength lay at the Saint Emperor realm. Thus his adversaries at most could only match that tier. Had any surpassed him, he would not have survived to this day. Though the Saint Emperor realm commanded dominion over vast territories in the outer world, to them such power was little more than that of a slightly larger insect. Insignificant yet momentarily visible. Observing Wan Qingxi's banter with Lin Fan, Si Linglong shot her a sharp admonishing glance. Enough, Wan Qingxi. Master Lin spoke only hypothetically, not as fact. Nor did he claim enemies were imminent. Moreover, his observation holds merit. This land is ill-suited for male cultivation. Seeing Si Linglong so staunchly defend Lin Fan, Wan Qingxi felt stifled, yet swallowed her grievance. She endured it solely for the sake of the profound opportunity Si Linglong had foretold. Nothing less would have compelled her humility. Observing the constrained expression of Wan Qingxi, Lin Fan felt a surge of satisfaction within. He never expected that Si Linglong would defend him so fiercely. After a few days of exploring Raozhou, Lin Fan and his companions decided to leave. There was nothing particularly special about Raozhou aside from its unsuitability for men to cultivate, so staying any longer would serve no purpose. Once he became stronger in the future, he could return to uncover the secrets of Raozhou. Since he had decided to leave, it was only natural to inform Si Linglong in advance. Thus Lin Fan approached Si Linglong directly and stated his intention. Miss Linglong, I plan to leave Raozhou tomorrow. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was leaving, Si Linglong was momentarily taken aback. She knew Lin Fan would not stay here for long. After all, this place was truly unsuitable for men to cultivate. She just didn't expect him to leave so soon. But what would happen to her opportunity if Lin Fan were to go? Ultimately, Si Linglong gritted her teeth and decided to leave with him. However, before that she intended to ask Lin Fan where he planned to go next. Young Master Lin, after leaving Raozhou, where do you plan to go? I haven't decided yet. I'll take it one step at a time. The Xian Yuan continent is vast and I want to explore it. Upon hearing Lin Fan's intention to wander around, Si Linglong frowned slightly. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be so carefree. It was important to note that the Xian Yuan continent was not peaceful. The five great powers had various frictions, and a great conflict could erupt at any moment. Although the five great powers were not at war now, their affiliated forces often engaged in battles. Not long ago, the Abyss Demon Sect and the Divine Mystic Sect had a fierce clash. As a result, one holy level force from each side was annihilated. With such significant losses, both sides must be eager to seek revenge. It was likely that one day the affiliated forces of the two sects would clash again. Lin Fan's strength as a Saint Emperor was indeed impressive, but it was hardly enough among the five great powers. Young Master Lin, the Xian Yuan continent is not peaceful at present. It is unwise to venture out for leisure at this time. What makes you say that? Lin Fan asked with a puzzled expression. Seeing his confusion, Si Linglong realized he likely hadn't been paying attention to these matters. So she directly informed Lin Fan about the conflicts between the two sects. Lin Fan hadn't anticipated that the situation in the Xian Yuan continent had become so tense. If the two top-tier forces were to engage in battle, the entire Xian Yuan continent would not be peaceful. However, for Lin Fan, the more chaotic the Xian Yuan continent, the better. This would actually facilitate his efforts to profit from the chaos and expand his influence more rapidly. With this in mind, Lin Fan immediately expressed his gratitude to Si Linglong. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Linglong. But I will be careful and won't interfere in their matters. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence on traveling, Si Linglong was at a loss for words. She could only internally lament that Lin Fan was being too reckless. But this also worked in her favor. She could use the excuse of protecting his safety to accompany him on his journey. Until she confirmed what the opportunity was, she certainly wouldn't choose to leave Lin Fan's side. With this in mind, she immediately said to Lin Fan, Young Master Lin, why don't I leave with you tomorrow? I have been in Raozhou for thousands of years without leaving. After so many years, the Xian Yuan continent must have undergone significant changes. Now that I have you for company, I should take this chance to go out and see what the Xian Yuan continent has become. If we encounter danger, it's good to have someone to rely on. Though she spoke of relying on each other, her true intention was to protect Lin Fan. If something happened to him, her opportunity would likely disappear as well. She couldn't just forcibly keep Lin Fan here. If she did, perhaps the opportunity would vanish as well. So she had no choice but to choose to follow Lin Fan in leaving. No matter where Lin Fan went, as long as she stayed by his side, she was bound to find opportunities eventually. Lin Fan was also surprised that Si Linglong would choose to leave with him. It seemed he needed to quickly raise Si Linglong's favorability to 70. Otherwise, having Si Linglong by his side would be somewhat inconvenient. As for Si Linglong wanting to accompany him, Lin Fan naturally would not refuse. With that thought, Lin Fan immediately showed a look of surprise. "Miss Linglong, are you really going to leave with me? With you, a quasi-emperor, by my side, where can't I go?" Lin Fan's surprise was naturally feigned. After all, how could he not be pleased to have a quasi-emperor accompany him? Si Linglong felt quite pleased at Lin Fan's praise. However, her expression soon turned serious. "Young Master Lin, even with me by your side, you cannot be careless. After all, I am only at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. The Xian Yuan continent is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are plenty stronger than me, and even those at the 9th level of quasi-emperor far exceed 2 hands. So it's wiser for us to be cautious." It wasn't that Si Linglong was afraid, she was worried that if Lin Fan relied on her protection, he might become reckless. The 5 great powers were not something he could provoke. "Rest assured, Miss Linglong, I am not the type to stir up trouble. As long as others don't provoke me, I won't go looking for trouble." Hearing this from Lin Fan, Si Linglong felt reassured. Moreover, after spending these days together, she could tell that Lin Fan was not the kind of person who sought conflict. The two continued to chat for a while, before Lin Fan returned to his residence. On the other hand, upon seeing Si Linglong return, Wan Qingxi immediately inquired, "Linglong, what did that guy want to talk to you about?" "Young Master Lin plans to leave Raozhou tomorrow, and came to explain the situation to me." Si Linglong did not conceal anything and directly relayed Lin Fan's message. "What? That guy is actually leaving tomorrow? What will happen to the opportunity?" Seeing Wan Qingxi so anxious, Si Linglong rolled her eyes at her. "Opportunities aren't so easily obtained. I told young Master Lin that I would leave with him tomorrow. When the time is right, the opportunity will naturally present itself." Wan Qingxi was still somewhat shocked to hear that Si Linglong was leaving with Lin Fan. However, given how much Si Linglong valued this opportunity, it must be something extraordinary. After weighing the pros and cons, Wan Qingxi decided to leave with Si Linglong. "Linglong, I want to leave with you too." After pondering for a moment, Si Linglong nodded. "You can come with me, but remember, you must listen to me, and absolutely cannot act on your own." Si Linglong knew she couldn't shake off Wan Qingxi, and having her around would be a form of assurance. Since that was the case, she might as well agree to Wan Qingxi. This way she could also have Wan Qingxi owe her a favor. Why not? Time swiftly moved to the next day. When Lin Fan saw that Wan Qingxi was also leaving with them, he felt somewhat surprised. At this moment, Wan Qingxi was staring at Lin Fan, so naturally she caught the change in his expression. "Young Master Lin, is it that your gaze suggests you do not welcome me to accompany you?" Looking at Wan Qingxi's unfriendly tone, Lin Fan chuckled. "Miss Qingxi, you misunderstand me. I was merely taken aback just now. Having a quasi-emperor willing to protect me, I could not be more pleased. Why would I not welcome such a presence?" "Humph, as long as you know." Lin Fan's words made her feel quite pleased. Then Wan Qingxi patted Lin Fan's shoulder. "Rest assured, with me and Linglong by your side, as long as you do not provoke those imperial forces, no one on the Xian Yuan continent can harm you." "All right then, I shall depend on you for my safety from now on," Lin Fan said with a smile. In fact, Wan Qingxi was not exaggerating. Although besides those imperial forces, there were also quasi-imperial forces existing, and quite a number of them. Even high-level quasi-emperors above the 6th level were not few. However, they had 2 quasi-emperors on their side. Those high-level quasi-emperors, while strong, would not be able to handle them. If they allowed the 2 of them to escape, then they would surely face retaliation. Thus, quasi-emperor powerhouses generally would not easily take action against others of the same realm. Unless they set an ambush beforehand and aimed for a one-hit kill, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Hu Mei listened to the conversation between the two with a smile, remaining silent. She was not at all concerned about what Wan Qingxi worried about. Now that she possessed an imperial weapon and no great emperor existed in the Xian Yuan continent, the likelihood was that no one here could match her. Although those imperial forces also had imperial weapons, they could not make the imperial weapons recognize them as their masters, so they naturally could not unleash the true power of those weapons. But But she was different. With Lin Fan's help, her imperial weapon had completely recognized her as its master, allowing her to wield its true might. Before long, the group boarded the flying vessel. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lin Fan and his companions had explored most of the Xian Yuan continent. Now over 70 states had members of the Shadow Pavilion secretly arranged by Lin Fan. Due to manpower issues, only 10 people were assigned to each state, all possessing the cultivation of a venerable. During this time, Si Linglong's fondness for him had steadily climbed, already surpassing the threshold of 70. Lin Fan planned to find a time to bring Si Linglong into the divine celestial realm. Even Wan Qingxi's fondness for him had risen above 50, which was a nice harvest. As for the Shun Yuan sect, during this time Lin Fan had introduced his eldest son Lin Haochen to Lu Yuanfeng and the other elders. Lin Fan's intention was clear: to have Lin Haochen take charge of the Shun Yuan sect. Lu Yuanfeng did not feel anger about this. On the contrary, he was very pleased. He had previously worried that Lin Fan would subdue their Shun Yuan sect merely for amusement or treat it as a place to take refuge. He feared that it would not be long before Lin Fan would leave. However, neither he nor the ancestors of the Shun Yuan sect nor those elders wished for Lin Fan to depart. After all, with a quasi-emperor as a backing, their Shun Yuan sect could develop and grow without worry. If Lin Fan left, they would soon have to relinquish the territories they had acquired. It might even provoke a united assault from other forces. This was also the reason they had not dared to expand recklessly during this time. However, things were different now. Lin Fan directly had his son take over the Shun Yuan sect, which meant Lin Fan would not abandon it. Their Shun Yuan sect would become a direct force of the quasi-emperor. Such a good thing, they naturally could not ask for more. Although with Lin Haochen in charge of the Shun Yuan sect, they would lose some power compared to gaining more cultivation resources. What did that little power matter? However, to avoid the sect's disciples noticing something unusual, Lu Yuanfeng did not directly hand over the position of sect master to Lin Haochen. After all, Lin Haochen's sudden appearance as sect master would certainly be difficult for the disciples to accept. Thus Lu Yuanfeng had the ancestor step forward to announce Lin Haochen as the holy son of the Shun Yuan sect, as well as the heir to the next sect master. As for Lin Haochen's identity, he was naturally a genius secretly cultivated by the ancestor. With the ancestor's endorsement, Lin Haochen's position as holy son was as steady as Mount Tai. Next, as long as Lin Haochen performed well during the expansion of the Shun Yuan sect, Lu Yuanfeng would have the opportunity to pass the position of sect master to him. In the divine celestial realm, Lin Fan called Lin Haochen over. "Father, is there something you wish to instruct? Chainer focus on developing the Shun Yuan sect and quickly unify Bazhou. Once we control the entire Bazhou, it will be easier for us to search for and cultivate talent. Rest assured, Father, I will unify Bazhou as quickly as possible." Lin Haochen said excitedly, revealing a look of exhilaration. He could finally spread his wings. In the Xiantian continent, with the likes of Lin Haochen and others, the pressure on him as the eldest brother was immense. But now it was different. On the Xian Yuan continent, he was the only one. He had to establish a firm foothold here before his younger brothers and sisters arrived. Seeing his excited eldest son, Lin Fan naturally understood his thoughts. However, as Lin Haochen was his eldest son, he certainly wanted to nurture him well. This was why he brought Lin Haochen over as soon as possible. By the way, Chainer, if you encounter forces that you cannot handle, you may also use those quasi-emperor puppets without any reservations. Unlike the low profile in the Xiantian continent here, even if they caused a huge commotion, they need not worry about anyone guessing their identities. He had already placed those quasi-emperor puppets in the divine celestial realm. Whether it was his children or his women, as long as they encountered something they could not resolve, they could summon the quasi-emperor puppets to fight. If it truly could not be resolved, Hu Mei would naturally step in. Hearing that he could mobilize the quasi-emperor puppets, Lin Haochen became even more excited. The strongest in Bazhou was the sacred venerable realm. As long as they used the quasi-emperor puppets, no force could contend with them. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of a quasi-emperor old monster hiding here. However, the probability was low, as the environment and resources of Bazhou were not suitable for a quasi-emperor to stay long-term. Finally, Lin Fan instructed Lin Haochen a few more things before letting him leave. After returning to the Shun Yuan sect, Lin Haochen immediately found Lu Yuanfeng to prepare for the expansion. He also made it clear that this was Lin Fan's intention. Upon learning it was Lin Fan's decision, Lu Yuanfeng naturally did not dare to be negligent and was extremely excited. The expansion of power signifies the acquisition of more cultivation resources. Lu Yuanfeng has always desired to expand the Shun Yuan sect, but his strength is insufficient. Now with Lin Haochen leading the way, there are naturally no issues. Holy Son, you may take charge of the expansion as you see fit. All of us will cooperate with your actions, Holy Son. Good, then we will start with the nearby forces and gradually expand outward. We aim to unify Bazhou in a short time. Seeing Lin Haochen's decisive manner, Lu Yuanfeng felt quite pleased. He immediately summoned the elders of the sect to inform them of Lin Haochen's decision. If Lu Yuanfeng had proposed the expansion, they would definitely have disagreed, as the Xinyuan sect did not possess such power. Otherwise, they would risk provoking a coalition attack from other forces which they could not withstand. However, since it was Lin Haochen's decision, it was a different matter. Everyone was excited upon hearing this news. Soon they mobilized the sect disciples. Upon learning that the sect was going to seize territory for expansion, the disciples of the Xinyuan sect were all exhilarated. Of course, there were some timid individuals as well. After all, expanding territory meant going into battle. And in battle, there would surely be casualties. However, such individuals were still in the minority, as most people yearned to become powerful. To become strong, cultivation resources are indispensable. Now the question arises, the Xinyuan sect's resources are limited. To acquire more cultivation resources, they must seize from others. This is also why most people were so excited upon hearing the news. Moreover, their ancestor had already broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. What was there to fear? Soon the entire Xinyuan sect began mobilizing. Under Lin Haochen's leadership, in just 3 days they subdued nearly 10 nearby forces, both large and small. However, these forces were not strong. The most powerful among them was merely at the Sacred Emperor realm. The actions of the Xinyuan sect directly threw the whole Bazhou into chaos. Especially when the Tianjian sect, the nemesis of the Xinyuan sect, heard this news, they were somewhat bewildered. At this moment, all the high-level members were gathered in the main hall of the Tianjian sect. However, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive. After a while, the Grand Elder of the Tianjian sect spoke up. Sect Master, what does the Xinyuan sect want? Why have they suddenly targeted these nearby forces? The sect master of the Tianjian sect furrowed his brow upon hearing this. I don't know what Lu Yuanfeng is suddenly up to. He genuinely couldn't understand why the Xinyuan sect would take action against these forces. They then discussed the matter further. Ultimately, the sect master of the Tianjian sect gave the order for their spies to keep a close watch on all movements of the Xinyuan sect. Until they are certain of what the Xinyuan sect intends to do, the Tianjian sect cannot act rashly. Regarding the affairs of the Xinyuan sect, Lin Fan did not wish to interfere. In fact, they had arrived in Ezhou. The strength of Ezhou is not weak, possessing 2 Quasi-Emperor level forces, the Slaughter Demon sect and the Annihilation God sect. From the names of the two sects, it is clear that these two forces are not on good terms. The Slaughter Demon sect is a subordinate force of the Shangguando sect, while the Annihilation God sect is a subordinate force of the Abyssal Demon sect. However, rather than being mere subordinate forces, they are more like branches of these two sects. The founder of the Slaughter Demon sect was a disciple of the Shangguando sect. As for the founder of the Annihilation God sect, he was a disciple of the Abyssal Demon sect. Currently, the Shangguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect are in constant friction. This has led to the situation in Ezhou becoming increasingly unstable. It seems that the Slaughter Demon sect and the Annihilation God sect are on the verge of war. This has caused other forces in Ezhou to become anxious. With 2 major Quasi-Emperor level forces about to go to war, these smaller forces will inevitably be affected. If luck is not on their side, they might face extermination of their sect or clan. Seeing this situation, Si Linglong and Wan Qingxi couldn't help but feel worried. The friction between the Shangguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect is not something they can take part in. Thinking of the dangers involved, Si Linglong immediately suggested to Lin Fan, "Young Master Lin, we should leave Ezhou as soon as possible. It is not peaceful here." Wan Qingxi, seeing this, hurriedly chimed in, "Young Master Lin, Linglong is right. It is not suitable to stay here for long." Although both the Slaughter Demon sect and the Annihilation God sect are Quasi-Emperor level forces, they are backed by the Shangguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect. I even heard that the Shangguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect will send high-ranking Quasi-Emperors to oversee the situation. Si Linglong was shocked to hear that 2 major forces would send high-ranking Quasi-Emperors. It is important to note that the Slaughter Demon sect and the Annihilation God sect already have Quasi-Emperors stationed. Moreover, the Quasi-Emperors from both sides are not weak, all having reached the 5th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. If high-ranking Quasi-Emperors come over, their situation in Ezhou will become even more perilous. However, she needed to confirm whether this information was true. Subsequently, she looked at Wan Qingxi with a serious expression and asked, "Qingxi, how do you know that the 2 major forces will send high-ranking Quasi-Emperors?" "I heard about it, of course. I am not like you, who has been out and about in Raozhou. I had already heard this news before I went to your place. Moreover, there are rumors outside that the conflict between the Shengguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect arose because both parties discovered a secret realm entrance at the same time. It is said that this secret realm is extraordinary, containing precious cultivation resources. Currently, both forces are vying for control of this secret realm. However, these two major forces will definitely not engage in direct confrontation, otherwise the entire Xian Yuan continent would be thrown into chaos. The other three major forces also do not wish to see such an event occur, as they would undoubtedly be drawn into it if the Shengguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect went to war. After negotiations among the three major forces, the Shengguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect under pressure finally decided to treat Izhou as a battlefield. Next, the Slaughter Demon sect and the Annihilation God sect will clash. Whoever wins will take the lion's share of the secret realm resources. The winning force will take 40%, the losing force will take 30%, and the remaining 30% will be divided among the other three major forces. Wan Qingxi recounted all that she knew in one breath. After hearing the reasons behind it, Si Linglong finally understood why the situation in Izhou was so tense. Young Master Lin, you have seen the situation. We should leave here. The upcoming Izhou will not be peaceful. Lin Fan shook his head directly in response. Linglong, you need not worry. I believe the Shengguando sect and the Abyssal Demon sect do not wish to complicate matters at this time.